Star Odyssey Chapter 2708 to Chapter 2759. This scene shocked Lu Yun, as well as Mr. Zhu and the woman. They finally understood why those people were trying so hard to get into Yixing. Once they entered Yixing, their status would change drastically. So that's how it was. Yixing's people could actually ignore extreme experts. Impossible. Lu Yun was at a loss. A mere ant could actually ignore his attack. How was this possible? Ji laughed maniacally. So what if you're an extreme powerhouse? Lu Yun, right? I'll remember you. If you dare attack Yixing's people, they won't let you off. Just you wait. With that, he turned to leave. He still hadn't gotten used to being able to ignore extreme powerhouses, and he hadn't even gotten used to the change in his mentality. It was like an ordinary person suddenly becoming an emperor, and it was hard to get used to it in a short period of time. He just wanted to leave. Young master, take me with you, Mr. Zhu begged. The woman also begged, young Master Zhu, please take me with you. I beg you. Zhu didn't care about them at all, and he glanced at the woman coldly. It's all because of you, trash. With that, he tore through the void and left. Suddenly, a hand passed through the barrier and landed on Zhuye's shoulder. Zhuye's body stiffened, and the arrogance on his face turned sluggish. He slowly turned around and saw a face with a mocking smile and a look of surprise. It's that person? Lu Yun pressed down on Zhuye's shoulder and watched with interest as Zhuye's expression changed from joy and arrogance to fear and despair. Did I say you could leave? Zhuye was stunned. This person had touched him. He had touched him. He looked at the barrier, and it was still there, but this person's hand had passed through it and landed on his shoulder. How could this be? You. Zhuye was stunned. Lu Yun found it funny and looked at the barrier in amazement. Good stuff, it's not bound by space. It's a strengthened version of the Void Wanderer. Aside from that tree, I've never seen anything that can travel through space. He then raised a hand and placed it between Zhuye's eyebrows. Here. He then pointed, and Zhuye's forehead split open. No blood flowed out, and only an eye fell out. It looked at Lu Yun in horror, like an abandoned pet. Zhuye took a few steps back, and the barrier around his body slowly disappeared. He fell to the ground, as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Lu Yun closed his eyes. What is it? This was an eye. It was as if the eye had become a spirit. There were tentacles under the eye sockets. When Lu Yun tried to grab it, it actually tried to use its tentacles to escape, but how could that be possible? It could walk through space like a tree, but Lu Yun could do the same. However, Lu Yun and the others couldn't see Lu Yun grabbing the eye. The eye had always existed within the void. That was a direction that even progenitor realm experts might not be able to see. They only saw that the light barrier around Zhuye's body had disappeared. Now was not the time to study the eye, and Lu Yun held it tightly as he looked at Zhuye. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked up and felt a powerful force descend upon him from a progenitor realm corpse king. The battle began, and a few progenitor realm corpse kings appeared to attack the bearers of the bestow technique. One of the attacks just so happened to land on top of Lu Yun's head. The vessel was penetrated, and a terrifying force streaked past Lu Yun. Not only did it break the vessel, but it also caused Lu Yun's progenitor power to leak out. Just as Xianxia was about to charge into space, the bearer of the bestow technique alerted him that a powerhouse had appeared. He looked at the number displayed on the frame, 5.6 million. A powerhouse corpse king had charged into the vessel? He didn't hesitate to use the black energy source to charge out. Lu Yun frowned, exposed. Snatch. Lu Yun casually killed Zhuye and the others, and Lu Yun took the girls to Mount Supreme. You hold Xianxia back. As soon as he finished speaking, a black energy blasted over. Lu Yun raised his head. Long time no see, Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils shrank when he heard Lu Yun's voice. It's you. With a loud bang, the bestow technique was destroyed once again. Xianxia shouted, release the bestow technique and use the energy source to trap the corpse king. He then charged at Lu Yun. You've joined the Eternals? Lu Yun didn't explain. At this moment, the Eternals had attacked, and the corpse king had also attacked. No one would believe that the Eternals hadn't helped Lu Yun. On the other side, Lu Yun rushed into super analysis mode and directly triggered the alarm of the entire bestow technique. Qiu Zhan looked over. There's more? Qiu Zhan, it's time to pay back the debt from before. Lu Yun shouted, and streaks of cloud-like attack shot out in all directions from the bestow technique. The bestow technique kept cracking, and the platforms were extinguished one after another. Every time a platform was extinguished, the energy source's interference with the outside world would decrease. Qiu Zhan was furious. Lu Yun, you've joined the Eternals. On the other side, Lu Yun hurriedly transmitted to Lu Yun, telling him not to destroy the bestow technique. The Eternals were attacking, and if this thing was damaged, the Eternals would very likely take the bestow technique for themselves. Lu Yun was startled awake, as he had forgotten about this matter. However, Lu Yun's merciless attack on the bestow technique convinced Qiu Zhan that Lu Yun had joined the Eternals. Even if the ultra spacetime technique was the bestow technique's enemy, so was the Eternals. Lu Yun wouldn't have destroyed the bestow technique. Lu Yun had attacked in anger without thinking too much. Now that Lu Yun had reminded him, he pretended to destroy the bestow technique without causing too much damage. His goal was only to delay Qiu Zhan. Lu Yun also found the bestow technique's cultivators. Along the way, some people who used white energy sources tried to attack Lu Yun, but Lu Yun pushed them aside. Lu Yun didn't kill them, as he didn't care what happened to the drifting cloud realm. For now, he needed them to help the drifting cloud realm hold back the Eternals. To the bestow technique, both the ultra spacetime technique and the Eternals were enemies. However, it was precisely because these two enemies kept each other in check that the bestow technique had a chance to breathe. Lu Yun took out Mount Supreme, and Xiaomei walked out from within. Everyone, follow me. Lord Lu Yun is here to save you. Xiaomei had quite a bit of prestige among these people, and many of them recognized her. When they heard her say this, they didn't hesitate to follow her into Mount Supreme. They didn't even consider whether this was a trap or not, as there was nothing worse than being trapped here. The bestow technique shook again, and Lu Yun looked outside through the crack. The progenitor realm corpse king's power had been offset by the shrinking energy source. It was Nya, who Lu Yun had seen in action before. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to let Qiu Zhan deal with Nya, or the bestow technique would be finished. Lu Yun attacked Qiu Zhan with a black energy from afar. Qiu Zhan was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Who is it? Lu Yun hid his appearance and met Lu Yun. We can't delay any longer, or Master Wei will come. Let's go. The two tore through the void and left. Qiu Zhan wanted to stop them, but Nya was outside, and it was impossible for him to deal with three of them. He could only watch as the two left. Qiu Zhan, who was free, dealt with Nya with all his strength. The stalemate didn't last long, and Master Wei's arrival ended the battle. The moment Master Wei arrived, he used his materialized consciousness to lock Nya in place. The bestow technique shot out a beam of light and blasted Nya into the distance. He wanted to continue attacking, but a red godly power appeared on Nya's body. This power stopped Master Wei in his tracks. Normally, he could destroy Nya, but Nya with godly power was very difficult to deal with. This was also the reason why Master Wei didn't take action at the front lines. Once he took action, the Eternals would have a corresponding method. If the Sixth Direction sect was willing, they could take the Eternals by surprise and destroy many of their forces. However, no one in the Sixth Direction sect wanted to be cannon fodder against the Eternals in the bottomless abyss. Master Wei watched Nya leave, and as for the remaining corpse kings, his materialized consciousness killed them. Qiu Zhan came behind Master Wei and bowed respectfully. My lord. Master Wei's back was facing Qiu Zhan as he looked at the bestow technique of gift. At this moment, the bestow technique of gift was in tatters. Master Wei's gaze swept across the area and landed on the spot where Lu Yun and the others had been. They were exposed here. Qiu Zhan respectfully replied, yes. Master Wei looked at the surrounding traces. One is Lu Yun, and the other used a black energy source. Did you see who it was? Qiu Zhan shook his head. This subordinate is useless. I didn't see clearly. Master Wei walked through the ruins. Around him, all the people from beyond spacetime bowed and didn't dare to move. Why are they here? Master Wei asked. Xiao Zhan replied, this subordinate doesn't know either. I'm still investigating. We were exposed because the Corpse Kings attacked here, causing Lu Yun's power to leak out. This means that Lu Yun used the power of an extreme powerhouse here. However, who he used it against and why he used it are still unknown. What we can confirm is that Lu Yun should have sided with the Eternals. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that Nye attacked. Lu Yun was also merciless against the Bestow. He wasn't afraid that the Bestow would be damaged and cause the flowing cloud space to lose the war. He's already sold the flowing cloud space to the Eternals. There's no rush to come to a conclusion. Let's investigate first, Master Wei said. Xiao Zhan bowed again and retreated. On the other side, Lu Yin and Lu Yun returned to the Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin released the people from the flowing cloud space. Like the Thunder Sealing clan, they would live here in the future and couldn't be brought to the Fifth Mainland for the time being. When all the cultivators of the flowing cloud space came out, the first thing they saw was Lu Yun. Everyone was ecstatic and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Lu Yun. Greetings, Lord Lu Yun. Greetings, Lord Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled from the bottom of his heart. How many years had he been tortured? The people of the flowing cloud space had been tortured as well. Now, he had finally saved a group of people. With this group of people, the flowing cloud space would never be destroyed. Lu Yin didn't interrupt Lu Yun's conversation and went underground alone to meet Mu Jun. Mu Jun saw Lu Yin arrive. What happened outside? An extremely strong powerhouse attacked here. It's nothing. I brought Lu Yun here, Lu Yin said. Mu Jun didn't react. Who? Lu Yin said calmly, Lu Yun. You should have heard of him. Mu Jun couldn't believe it. The Lu Yun that was imprisoned by the hyperspace? The Lu Yun from the flowing cloud space? Lu Yin nodded. Which Lu Yun is there? Master Wei's character portrait has been posted on the public account. Everyone can search for author Scattered Drifting Wind on the WeChat public account. You will see it after you follow him. Also, the public account will soon release the trailer for Star Stepping. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Mu Jun stared blankly at Lu Yin, suspecting that she had misheard. She mocked, do you think I'll believe you? Lu Yun has been imprisoned by hyperspace and is being experimented on. How could you bring him here? How could you bring Lu Yun here from hyperspace? Impossible. Lu Yin praised, looks like you three sovereigns have a good relationship with hyperspace. Since you're so sure, you should know how hyperspace treated Lu Yun. Mu Jun did not deny it. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and walked up to Mu Jun. He looked at her tired face, that's right. Normally, Lu Yun wouldn't have been rescued, but similarly, you shouldn't have been captured either. But aren't you still here? Do you want me to call Lu Yun over to meet you? Get to know him? Lu Yin waved his hand, and the death energy above his head dispersed. Mu Jun looked outside and was stunned, it's really Lu Yun? How did you do it? Lu Yin looked deeply at Mu Jun, the more shocked you are, the more you know about hyperspace. Is it because you're working with Hiran? Don't you know? Mu Jun's tone was dejected. She realized that Lu Yin's methods were becoming more and more unfathomable. If he had really brought Lu Yun here, then that meant that even hyperspace could not stop him. Lu Yin shook his head and smiled, but why did I hear that you're working with the Shaoing divinity to deal with Hiran and Wei Zhu? Mu Jun's expression changed, and she stared at Lu Yin, her eyes flashing, what did you say? Lu Yin approached Mu Jun, aren't you working with the Yu family? Mu Jun looked like she had been struck by lightning, and she looked at Lu Yin with indescribable shock. How did you know? How did you know? Who told you? Only Luo Shan and I know about this. How did you know? How did you find out? Mu Jun asked like a madwoman. This was their biggest secret. On the surface, they were working with Hiran, but in reality, they were working with the Yu family and the Shaoing divinity to deal with Wei Zhu. If this matter was exposed, it would be a huge blow to them, and the Six Powers would not tolerate them. It was not because they were working with Wei, but because they were working with the Yu family. No one could tolerate this. Today, they could work with the Yu family to deal with Wei Zhu and overthrow hyperspace. Tomorrow, they could work with others to overthrow Wei. Moreover, on the surface, they were still cooperating with Iran, which was equivalent to double dealing. Who would dare work with them? Mu Jun stared at Luyin. How did this person know? No one should have known about it. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Do you think I was just joking when I said that I would deal with the three of you? I already know everything about you. Once this matter is reported to Master Wei, who in the Six Directions Guild will still be friends with you three sovereigns? How are you going to establish yourselves in the Six Directions Summit? He's just a villain. What do you want? Mu Jun's face was pale. Luyin looked down at her from above. His gaze was filled with pity and mockery. I'm very curious. Now that you're already a prisoner, why are you thinking so much? That's Luo Shan's business. Even if it's exposed, he'll be the unlucky one. It has nothing to do with you. Mu Jun, are you the kind of person who would die for Luo Shan? Mu Jun's eyes flickered as he stared at Luyin. Think about it carefully. I already have this information, and I can kill Luo Shan at any time. As for you, think carefully about whether you want to be buried with him or something else. I'll give you time, but there's not much time left. Don't hold on to any other hopes. Do you really think that Luo Shan and the rest can succeed with me who has this information? Mu Jun did not know about Luo Shan. She had already made a move against Master Wei but had failed. From what she knew, if the Shaoing divinity, Luo Shan, and the Yu family teamed up, Wei Zhu would not be able to win. They could control everything within spacetime without affecting their own bodies. Now that Luyin knew about this plan would not succeed. As long as Luo Shan doesn't make a move, you have no proof. Mu Jun shouted. Luyin smiled. But Luo Shan doesn't know that he's been exposed. Mu Jun's eyes narrowed. That's right, Luo Shan doesn't know. This person could expose him when Luo Shan makes a move. As long as Master Wei is on guard, he won't succeed. Maybe I can help Master Wei. In the name of the Genesis space, it shouldn't be difficult to ask Master Wei to help me deal with an enemy who was scheming against him. Mu Jun, after Luo Shan is dealt with, you'll be next. Luyin left. Mu Jun's thoughts were in a mess as she watched him leave. She didn't know what to do, but this kid's words made sense. He knew their greatest secret, and if he were to plot against them, Luo Shan would definitely lose. What should she do? What should she do? Luyin didn't care about what Mu Jun was thinking. He just wanted to force this woman to not have any illusions. This woman was very selfish, and the more selfish a person was, the more they would think for themselves. If Luo Shan was definitely going to be defeated, she would think of a way out for herself, and this way out would have to have enough value. There was no rush. He would let her think about it slowly. She couldn't escape from his grasp. People had to be forced one step at a time. In the drifting cloud space, Qiu Zhan had already finished his investigation and was reporting back to Master Wei. Master Wei listened quietly, his gaze cold. Selling demi-humans? How dare she? Qiu Zhan was furious. This woman is too vicious. I didn't think that there would be such a thing. Please punish me, my lord. Master Wei coldly said, she's already dead. What's the point of punishing you? Who made the deal with her? Zhu Chamber of Commerce, Qiu Zhan replied. Master Wei grunted. This Zhu Chamber of Commerce could no longer exist. The drifting cloud space was his private property. Everything inside, including the demi-humans, belonged to him. That woman had dared to sell them and had already violated his taboo. This Zhu Chamber of Commerce also dared to buy them, which was unforgivable. Suddenly, Master Wei's expression changed and he looked in a direction. Outside the feed technique, there was a figure who was standing far away and bowing to Master Wei. Master Wei walked out and arrived in front of that person. Yi Xing, Yin Hua, greets Master Wei. It was a man with a calm expression. He looked rather old. Master Wei was surprised. You're from Yi Xing? Why are you looking for me? Yin Hua bowed. Someone from Yi Xing died here. I'm here to investigate. Master Wei was puzzled. How did someone from Yi Xing die here? Who was it? His name is Zhu Yi, Yin Hua said. Master Wei's gaze turned cold. Behind him, Qiu Zhan arrived and exclaimed, Zhu Yi? That Zhu Chamber of Commerce's young master? He's from Yixing? Yinhua looked at Qiu Zhan and nodded. This person just joined Yixing a few days ago. I'm his guide. It seems like Senior knows the cause of Zhu Ye's death. Qiu Zhan looked at Master Wei. Yinhua also looked at Master Wei. Master Wei nodded. Qiu Zhan recounted the incident. Yinhua was calm from start to end. When Qiu Zhan finished, he said, Lu Yun? He doesn't have the ability to kill Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi is protected by Yixing's treasure. Normal experts won't be able to touch him. Master Wei's heart skipped a beat. Zhu Yi already has a rare treasure? Yinhua said respectfully, yes, he already has one. Master Wei's expression turned serious. He knew how powerful Yixing's rare treasure was. Although it didn't have the ability to attack, it could travel through space. Normal people wouldn't be able to touch it. It was the same for extreme experts. If the Six Direction Association had 10 extreme experts, there wouldn't be more than 3 of them who could touch Zhu Yi. This was serious. If it was just Lu Yun and someone who used the black energy source, Master Wei wouldn't mind. However, if someone who could kill Zhu Yi made a move, it would be completely different. Commander Qiu Zhan, can I go and take a look? Yinhua asked. Qiu Zhan looked at Master Wei. Master Wei didn't object. Please. Yinhua was grateful and followed Qiu Zhan to the bearer. Soon, Yinhua left. If Master Wei couldn't see anything, he naturally couldn't. After Yinhua left, Qiu Zhan came behind Master Wei. I didn't expect Zhu Yi to join Yixing. Rumor has it that Yixing is from the lost race. Master Wei said indifferently, seal off Yixing and... He paused for a moment. Don't touch Zhu Clan's merchant association. Take it as giving Yixing some face. Qiu Zhan nodded. Master Wei looked at the bearer. Could it really be someone from the eternal race? Otherwise, why would such an expert appear out of nowhere? The incident in the drifting cloud space didn't spread. After Lu Yin returned to the Void God space, the first person he investigated was Yixing. There was a lot of information in the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Naturally, there was information about Yixing. A few days later, Lu Yin stood on top of the clock tower and looked into the distance. He was deep in thought. This incident might really bring some trouble to Master Wei. Yixing was actually a merchant association that spanned across the 6 direction societies, including the 62 merchant associations in the parallel universes. However, this merchant association did not operate or sell anything. They only did one thing, exchange. Yixing's only purpose was to exchange the various parallel universes' resources for trade, such as star crystals and star essence from the reincarnation spacetime, ultra crystals from the hyperspace spacetime, Hui crystals from the 3 monarch spacetime, and so on. Actually, many companies were doing this, but Yixing was the only one who had done it on a large scale and was recognized by all the parallel universes. Yixing's exchanges were genuine, and they had never made any mistakes. They had their own method of exchange, and they were always door-to-door services that would never annoy anyone. Yixing's exchanges were naturally not free. They charged a 1,000th of the transaction fee. 1,000th of the transaction fee might not seem like much, but anything that could get Yixing to make an exchange was not a small sum. It was at least in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Yixing was famous in the 6 direction societies for its efficiency and fairness. Their method of ensuring efficiency was to ensure that every member of Yixing carried a huge amount of resources with them. This ensured that no matter when or where, as long as someone wanted to exchange resources with Yixing, Yixing's members would be able to arrive as quickly as possible. Thus, every member of Yixing who traveled through the universe was known as a walking money bag. Their method of protection was the eye, which was Yixing's symbol. Even if someone wanted to rob Yixing's members, they would not be able to do so. Even if they could, they would not bother to act against such people. When Lu Yin saw this information, the first thing that came to his mind was Zhu Ye's cosmic ring. How could he have forgotten about that? He should have ransacked it. There were not many people in Yixing's universe, and every one of them had a huge amount of resources. Thank you for your support, brothers. Today is Qingming Festival, and I'll be updating at 2 p.m. Thank you. If Zhu Yi could join Yixing, it was no wonder that he was so arrogant. This meant that Zhu Ye's Chamber of Commerce would soar by leaps and bounds, and no one would dare to do anything to the Zhu Ye's Chamber of Commerce. As for Yixing's boss, there were no records. Legend said that he was from the Lost Clan or the reincarnation spacetime venerated Lotus. There were even rumors that he didn't belong to the Six Paths Association and was a powerful rogue cultivator. There were too many legends, and the more there were, the more mysterious and powerful Yixing was. Lu Yun destroyed Zhu Ye's eye that Yixing had given him. He realized that he couldn't trap that eye no matter what he did, even if he placed it in his cosmic ring. The slightest carelessness would cause it to slip away. He didn't want Yixing to find trouble with him, so he had no choice but to destroy it. As for Yixing, Lu Yun had set his sights on him. After all, he was a walking money bag, and what he lacked the most was money. Behind Lu Yun, Ning Ran arrived. Acting potentate, you were looking for me? Did Qingfen say anything? Lu Yun asked. Ning Ran shook her head. No, we haven't interrogated him yet. Lu Yun said, don't worry about him. The best way to interrogate him isn't physical torture, but time. He won't be able to take it. Ning Ran frowned. Although the acting potentate's words made sense, the physical torture hadn't even begun yet. At the very least, they would have to go through the entire process. But since the acting potentate had said so, she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. How big do you think this universe is? Lu Yun suddenly asked. Ning Ran was surprised and thought for a moment. Infinitely big. Are there other existences besides the Six Paths Association? Lu Yun asked again. It sounded like he was asking Ning Ran, but it also sounded like he was talking to himself. Ning Ran replied, there definitely are. Parallel spacetime continuums are constantly being discovered. Perhaps one day, we'll discover a colossus comparable to the Six Paths Association. Lu Yun took a deep breath. That was right. Perhaps one day, such a colossus would appear. No one could say for sure. At the very least, Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Chen's father, the Lightning Lord, was a terrifying existence. Even a progenitor like the dragon turtle called him Old Master. Who knew what other powerhouses existed there? All right, you can leave. Lu Yun smiled. I was just thinking. Ning Ran nodded and left. In the following period of time, Lu Yun had a rare moment of peace. He would not approach Chen Lu, as the closer he got to Chen Lu, the easier it would be for him to be targeted by the Vader. Now that the Vader suspected that Lu Yun was a spy, Lu Yun had achieved his goal. There would be a day when the truth would be revealed. He hoped that that day would come after he joined the Sixth Direction Association in the primordial space. On this day, Su Wuji made a rare visit to the Red Domain, and he sought out Lu Yun. The Lost Clan's first 3 fragments are about to arrive. Are you interested in taking a look? Lu Yun had spent most of his time in the Red Domain and had very little contact with the outside world. He had been cultivating the cosmic art in an attempt to break through, and this was the first time he had heard of the upper 3 sections. Su Wuji was surprised, everyone outside is talking about it. Oh right, you just joined the Sixth Direction Society not long ago, it's normal that you don't know. Lu Yun was surprised. Lost clan cards can only be found if they are destroyed. Can they be exchanged? Su Wuji raised 2 fingers and said, you have 2 chances to change your card. One is to break through your cultivation level. Think about it. Cards are not people. They can't be cultivated. They also have limits. For example, the limit of the ancient card is the Void Transformation Realm. Once a person breaks through to the Void Transformation Realm, using an ancient card to fight would be suicide. It would not be able to trap the enemy, so you can apply to the Lost Clan to exchange cards in that situation. The second situation is the Upper 3 Festival. In the words of the Lost Clan, that day is the day their ancestor showed mercy. All the cards in the Lost Clan will descend in a strange form. As long as you have the ability and opportunity, the cards will take a liking to you and exchange them. Lu Yun did not expect such a festival to exist. Festivals were very important to humans. Regardless of whether it was a normal person or a cultivator, as long as they had feelings, they would not lack festivals. I remember that you have a 7-star hidden mountain card. I heard that you obtained it when you competed with Xianxia in the 6 Direction Training Hall. It is the only 7-star card in the 6 Direction Training Hall. Unfortunately, it is only an ancient card. How about it? Do you want to exchange it for an ancient card? Su Wuji asked with interest. Lu Yin shook his head. My cultivation is here. With my cultivation, this 7-star hidden mountain card is the best. There is no point in exchanging it. Su Wuji said, normally, that is the case. However, you have to consider this carefully. You are not from the Lost Clan and have no chance to exchange cards. Even if you reach the Void Transformation realm, it will be difficult for you to exchange cards with the Lost Clan. The first situation is only for the Lost Clan. If you miss the Upper 3 Festival, you can either convince the Lost Clan to let you exchange cards. Of course, the possibility of this is very low. Otherwise, you can wait for the next Upper 3 Festival. How long do I have to wait for the next Upper 3 Festival? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuji said, it depends on how the Lost Clan arranges time. I don't know, but it will take at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years was not a long time for a cultivator, but how long had it been since Lu Yin started cultivating? Under normal circumstances, 1,000 years would be enough for him to reach the progenitor realm. Su Wuji saw that Lu Yin was deep in thought and said, I mean at least 1,000 years. Sometimes, if there are unforeseen events, 10,000 years is also possible. No one can say for sure. If you are regretting the 7-star hidden mountain card, then I advise you to exchange cards. With the strength of the enemies you are facing now, the 7-star hidden mountain card will not be of much help to you. It is meaningless to have a 7-star card. Moreover, this time you might be able to exchange for a 7-star ancient card or even a 7-star archaic card. The reason why exchanging cards for the Upper 3 Festival attracts so much attention is because no one knows what kind of card they will be able to exchange for on that day. It is said that there was once a person who exchanged a seasonal card for an archaic card, which shocked the 6 Direction Society. From that moment on, the 6 Direction Society began to pay attention to the Upper 3 Festival. There should be many people going this time. Some of them are from the older generation waiting for the Upper 3 Festival to open, some of them are from the younger generation, and some are even younger. In short, it will be very lively. Lu Yin was puzzled. Master, you seem to want me to exchange cards. Su Wuji rolled his eyes. Why would I want you to do that? That is your business. However, if you go, help me bring something to someone from the Lost Clan. Consider it a favor. What is it? Lu Yin was curious. Su Wuji pushed the everlasting mirror. Are you going or not? If you want my help, I will go, Lu Yin said. Su Wuji was speechless. Helping is just a matter of convenience. The main thing is that you are exchanging cards yourself. Why, are you trying to force a favor? Lu Yin smiled. That is not impossible. He was actually more worried that his disguise would be seen through by the powerhouses of the Lost Clan. However, he had been in the Void God spacetime for so long and had Su Wuwei as his guide. Even if the Lost Clan saw through his disguise, they would not care. If they could see through his disguise, then Su Wuwei could see through it even more. Su Wuwei would not care. There were too many people in disguise in the universe. Su Wuji sneered and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Kid, you are quite calculating. Haha, senior, what is it and who should I bring it to? You want to go? Go, for myself. After all, the 7-star hidden mountain card is not enough. That's right. Su Wuji took out a box from his cosmic ring and solemnly handed it to Lu Yin. Do not open it. You must personally hand it to Xiaofeng. Lu Yin took it in a daze. The box was not heavy, but what he cared about was not the box, but the person that Su Wuji was talking about. Xiaofeng? Su Wuji nodded. Xiaofeng, you will know once you ask the Lost Clan. Hand it to her personally and do not let anyone pass it to her. If you do not see Xiaofeng, bring the box back unopened. Do not let anyone touch it, and do not let anyone see it. Remember, you must remember. Lu Yin nodded, but he was still uncertain. Master, the Lost Clan is not to be trifled with. You won't harm me, right? Su Wuji shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I harm you? Lu Yun probed, then let me see what is in the box. Su Wuji snatched the box and glared at Lu Yun. No, you can't see it. Lu Yun pursed his lips, feeling even more uncertain. Could it be some lost treasure of the lost clan? Would anything happen to him if he took it? Su Wuji's eyes flickered. Forget it, I don't need your help. I will take it myself. I really don't know what you are worried about. Why can't I go myself? Although he said this, Su Wuji did not intend to leave. It was obvious that he was still hesitating. Lu Yun sighed. Senior, give me the box. I will help you pass it to Xiaofang. Su Wuji looked at Lu Yun suspiciously. You cannot open it. Lu Yun nodded. I will not open it. I swear. Lu Yun's face twitched, and he reluctantly swore. Senior also has to swear that you will not harm me. Su Wuji happily swore. Are you relieved now? Lu Yun put the box away. Senior, who is this Xiaofang? Su Wuji said, you will know when you get there. Su Wuji still seemed uneasy, but after thinking about it, he did not dwell on it. When you reach the lost clan, don't be stubborn on the day of the upper 3 sections. Think of all sorts of ways to attract the cards. Remember, the cards are not found by yourself, they are attracted to you. You will not be able to find them by yourself, and no one will be able to find them. Lu Yun was curious. Attract? Su Wuji said seriously, in the words of the lost clan, every card represents a person's heart. This is because the card can be used to set up a killing trap, and what it bears witness to is a person's heart. Therefore, the method to attract a card also depends on the person. It does not mean that a powerful card will be attracted to a strong person. Otherwise, the person who used the time token card would not have been able to obtain the archaic card. You must. He paused, as if he did not know how to continue. After thinking about it, Su Wuji looked at Lu Yun. Let go of yourself. Lu Yun blinked. Let go of myself? Su Wuji nodded. For a card to be attracted, it must see the real you and let go of yourself. Only then can you attract the most suitable card for yourself. Many people are unable to do this, and in the end, they do not get anything. Most people will not be able to get a card during the upper 3 sections. Specifically, only 1 out of 100 people will be able to get one. I hope that you will be that person. How do I let myself go? Senior, you seem to know a lot. Lu Yun praised. He thought of Xiaofang, who was from the Lost Clan. Could Su Wuji's understanding of the Lost Clan have come from her? Su Wuji was annoyed. Don't interrupt. Listen to me. I'll give you a few examples. There was once a person who sang during the upper 3 sections. His voice was terrible, really terrible, but he still managed to change his card. There was also someone who spent a lot of time memorizing an essay that he had written, and he also managed to change his card. There was even someone who tried to court someone that day, and he actually succeeded. Do you know how he did that? Su Wuji's face twitched when he saw Lu Yun's puzzled expression. He showed off his muscles. Lu Yun's eyes widened. What? He showed off his muscles to attract girls, and there were some who were blind enough to be attracted. A card then flew over, and he succeeded. Lu Yun was speechless. There was such a thing? Cards also liked this kind of thing? There were people who imitated animals on that day. There were people who cultivated on that day. There were also people who talked about how they had schemed against others over the years. That person succeeded in changing his card, but he was hunted down. Everyone who had been schemed against formed an alliance to hunt him down. In any case, you have to let yourself go and express yourself. The more you do it, the better. Don't bother with the nonsense that the Lost Clan spouted. In my opinion, those cards are just cheap. They like to see people humiliate themselves. Think about it. He then left. Lu Yun stared blankly at Su Wuji's back and asked, Senior, do you have a card? Su Wuji almost fell over, but he didn't say anything and quickly disappeared. Lu Yun understood. He must have been one of those people. Interesting. Go to the Hexagon training grounds and meet there. Su Wuji's voice rang out. Lu Yun took a deep breath. He had never been to the Lost Clan before, and it was time to take a look. He left as soon as he said so. He couldn't go directly to the Hexagon training grounds, so he asked someone to contact Su Xianyin and have him bring him there. Su Ji and Su Yu also wanted to participate in the upper 3 sections. Su Xianyin was very happy to see Lu Yin, as he truly treated Lu Yin as family. Lu Yin didn't forget about him. "Senior, when are we going to the endless battlefield?" Su Xiang smiled sinisterly. "Soon." Lu Yin replied, "Inform me before you leave, and I'll send you off." Su Xianyin nodded. "It's good that you have the heart. We'll talk about it when the time comes." As the two chatted, Su Xianyin brought Lu Yin to the Hexagon training hall. It had been almost 3 years since he had left, and he didn't know how Wendy Yushan and the others were doing. There should be many new faces in the 6 Direction training hall. Lu Yin knew that many people had joined the 6 Direction training rites, but he hadn't expected so many. Currently, there were at least several 100,000 people in the Hexagon dojo. They came from the Hexagon Society's civilization, and there were also people from other parallel universes. Su Xianyin introduced them to Lu Yin. As for the Lost Clan, they would naturally gather at the Lost Dao Academy. Su Xianyin sent Lu Yin to the entrance of the Lost Dao Academy before leaving. Lu Yin entered the Lost Dao Academy. When he had first arrived, there hadn't been many people here, and everyone had been checking in. Now, however, he could see people everywhere, and he had heard news of the previous 3 sections. "Xianxia?" someone exclaimed. Lu Yin looked over and smiled. It was Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao glared at Lu Yin. "You're here too. Why? Are you going to the Lost Dao Academy to participate in the previous 3 sections?" "You too?" Lu Yin asked. "You got the 7-star Hidden Mountain card, and you still want to exchange it? Be careful that you don't end up with a 1-star seasonal card," Jiang Xiaodao cursed through gritted teeth. He was very jealous. Lu Yin shrugged. "What's mine is mine. No one can take it away from me." Jiang Xiaodao clenched his fists. "Let's compete again. You can't beat me this time. Exchanging cards in the previous 3 sections isn't like searching for cards. It depends on one's charisma. I'm obviously more handsome than you." Behind him, a group of people praised and flattered Jiang Xiaodao. They were all from the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin thought of Ling Ke, who had specially formed a support group and was quite professional. "Hey, Jiang Xiaodao, didn't you see us?" Su Yu was unhappy and shouted. Jiang Xiaodao smiled. I saw you. I greeted you." Su Yu rolled her eyes. "That's more like it." They had a good relationship. Su Yu had helped Jiang Xiaodao snatch a star ball, but Lu Yin had ruined it. Su Ji was puzzled. "Jiang Xiaodao, why aren't you in the reincarnation spacetime? Why are you here?" Jiang Xiaodao laughed. "Of course I'm here to see my brothers and sisters." "I think you've met someone you're afraid of." Su Yu exposed him mercilessly. Jiang Xiaodao's face twitched. "Xiaoya, you've learned bad things from Xianxia. By the way, I heard that there are some hidden rules." "You?" Su Yu was furious. "Jiang Xiaodao, you're courting death." She chased after him. "Brother Xianxia, you're here too," Luo Zong greeted Lu Yin warmly. Lu Yin replied politely, "You're going to the previous 3 sections too?" Luo Zong said, "Yes, it's rare for outsiders like us to exchange cards. But brother Xianxia, you have a 7-star Hidden Mountain card. Are you willing to part with it?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I can't help it. The further I go, the harder it'll be. I also hope that it's a 7-star ancient card." Luo Zong smiled. "Yes, it's a pity." Shihong and Mu Duo arrived shortly after. Shihong had joined the Lost Dao Academy at a later stage while Mu Duo had joined from the very beginning. Both of them had succeeded and bowed when they saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's current position in the hyperspace dimension was not something they could compare to. He was the Hyperspace Dimension Academy head and could see Bai Qian at any time. His position was even higher than the members of the Hyperspace Dimension Academy. "Where's he Shu?" Lu Yin asked. Shihong and Mu Duo did not know. Luo Zhang's gaze turned cold. "He Shu is dead." Lu Yin was astonished. "He Shu is dead?" He really did not know as he had never paid attention to Hishu. Luozong sighed. We just found out that Hishu was killed by Xiaowu. He's a beast that can't be tamed. He actually killed his master. Luyin did not expect Xiaowu to kill Hishu. It seemed that he had been preparing for this for a long time. What about Xiaowu? Shihong replied, he's missing. Many people have searched for him, but they couldn't find him. Luyin nodded and did not ask any more questions. Not many people knew about his relationship with Xiaowu, but Bai Qian and the other officials knew about it. It was very easy for them to hide someone. Xiaowu would not have a future, but living a normal life was not a bad thing. Luo Zhang's voice was cold. Don't let me find that beast. Otherwise, I'll make him beg for death. Is that someone from the primordial space? Suyu was astonished. Everyone looked over and saw Wendy Yushan slowly walking over. She looked valiant and formidable, and Luo Zong and Jiang Xiaodao's eyes lit up. Although many people had been dissatisfied with their identities in the primordial space, Wendy Yushan, Shui Day Night, and Ling Gong's beauty had attracted many suitors, especially Wendy Yushan. Her unique temperament had made her a goddess in many people's hearts. Even people like Jiang Xiaodao and Luo Zong were tempted. Wendy Yushan was very similar to Bai Qian to a certain extent. They were both valiant and beautiful, and even the weapons they used were the same. Luyin watched as Wendy Yushan walked past without greeting anyone. He sighed inwardly, as he had made the right choice in bringing them here. Wendy Yushan was already a peak in lighter. If she was already like this, then what about Ling Gong and the others? Would they break through to become emissaries? And if they did, how did they do it? Did they return to the primordial space? Just as he thought about Ling Gong arrived. When Suyu saw Ling Gong, she immediately attacked. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Gong looked up and swept out with his spear. With a whoosh, Suyu's void spirit power was pushed aside. Suyu was shocked. How could this be? Lu Yan's eyes trembled. Ling Gong had indeed become an emissary. Ling Gong was one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, a peak powerhouse of their generation. If not for the time poison, they would have become emissaries long ago. When they had been in lighters, they had been able to challenge emissaries above their realms. Only now could they truly display the terrifying might of the 10 arbiters. Suyu was also improving, but she was still much slower than Ling Gong. Ling Gong had undergone a qualitative change. When the two of them had fought before, Ling Gong had used all of his strength to win. But now, Suyu had been easily suppressed. The void spirit power that she was so proud of could not suppress Ling Gong. Even if Suyu's void spirit power was several times more powerful than Ling Gong's astral source, she still could not suppress Ling Gong. Following the appearance of the void spirit, the blue phoenix soared. Ling Gong used his innate gift once again, and the sky palace suppressed the blue phoenix. Suyu continuously retreated, her face. Luyin was not surprised, as this was one of the 10 arbiters. Back when he had wanted to reach the level of the 10 arbiters, or even surpass them, he had put in a lot of effort. Even now, he still remembered his battle with Lan Si and Knight King Zhenwu, as he had put his life on the line. Little you, retreat. Suji stepped forward and attacked. No matter how unwilling Suyu was, she could only retreat. She was not Ling Gong's opponent. Ling Gong looked at Suji, her eyes filled with battle intent. This was the opponent she wanted. Bang! The stonecutter stone disc suppressed Suji and swept across Heaven Palace. Ling Gong stabbed out with his spear like a dragon, and Suji stirred up his void spirit power, causing the wind and clouds to dance. In the end, Suji's void spirit power had the advantage. Suji's realm was higher than Ling Gong's, and his void spirit power suppressed Ling Gong to the point that he found it difficult to breathe. It was just like when he had fought Suyu as an enlighter. Just as Luyin was about to stop this battle, another wave of void spirit power swept over from the distance, separating Ling Gong and Suji. This wave of void spirit power exerted an extremely heavy pressure, and it came from someone at the peak of the void realm. Everyone looked into the distance as Su Lai walked over, step by step, with a cold expression. You are not from the Sixth Direction training rites, Su Lai said in a cold tone. The area was already surrounded by people from the Lost Dao Academy, and they were all watching excitedly. This kind of battle was not something that they often got to see. Suji said, "I am Suji, and I studied at the Sixth Direction Training Rites." Sulai looked at him. "I know you, Suji, from the Heaven's Reflection Manor. However, you have already left the Sixth Direction Training Rites, so it is inappropriate for you to attack here." Linggong spoke up. "I attacked first." Sulai looked at Linggong. "Are you from the Lost Dao Academy?" Linggong replied, "No. Go back to where you came from." Sulai frowned. Linggong's gaze swept past Suji and Suyu, and then she glanced at Luyin before leaving. She had come to see if Luyin had come, but she had not expected that this sudden battle would cause the two of them to be unable to even speak. "Thank you for your support, brothers." "Hey, don't go. Let's fight again." Suyu was unconvinced. She had lost after 3 years. Had she wasted those 3 years? Thinking of this, she looked at Luyin with a strange gaze. They had been following this guy for 3 years, and their cultivation had been delayed. Suchin said coldly, "No need to shout. You're not her match. The gap between you and her will only grow larger." Suji looked at Sulai. "The gap between us will grow larger?" Sulai's gaze was solemn. "My void god spacetime is one of the 6 directional associations, and our cultivation is unique. Many people say that we can suppress our enemies with several times the power of a void god. That's right, we can do it in the early stages, but..." She paused and looked at Suji and Suyu. "Without this advantage, what advantage do we have against our enemies?" Suyu said, "Our void gods have various characteristics and are endowed with various powers. We have battle techniques. What others have, we have. But have you considered the main point?" Suchin shouted. Suyu was stunned. She thought back to her cultivation since she was young. It seemed that she had never focused on battle techniques. Never. In the Void God spacetime, they had always competed on the amount of Void God power they had. Their talent also depended on how much Void God power they could draw from their bodies. How many times? Or more than 10 times? The more they had, the more talented they were. After a long time, they had gotten used to cultivating Void God power and using it to suppress others. Suji's expression was solemn as he clenched his fists. Luyin was surprised. Sulai could see it clearly just by coming to the 6th directional training hall. But Su Xiangyin hadn't even seen it clearly. Sulai's voice was low. "Our Void God spacetime has Void Gods that can draw power several times greater than our own. Thus, no matter what kind of enemy we face, we have a great advantage in the early stages. However, once this advantage is overcome by the enemy, we will definitely be at a disadvantage, especially in the primordial space." She suddenly looked in a certain direction. There, when Xianxia had arrived. He was cultured and elegant, and when he saw Suchin looking at him, he bowed. Luyin had already noticed when Xianxia's arrival, but they couldn't greet him here. "Suyu, you're already a genius of the Void God universe, and Suji is even more of a genius who was received by Master Su. Have you ever thought of the reason why that person could fight against you?" Sulai seemed to have a deep feeling about it. "You've already seen that person, he made up for the disadvantage of being suppressed by the Void God's power. Suyu, you're already a genius of the Void God universe, and Suji is even more so, a genius who was received by Master Su." She had a complicated look in her eyes. "I also went to the initial space and saw the breakthrough of the star emissary of the Spirit Palace." No wonder. So that's how it was. No wonder she felt so deeply about it. Linggong had once been one of the 10 arbiters and was known as someone who was difficult to surpass among her peers. She was the ruler of the younger generation, so her breakthrough should have caused a huge commotion. It was so big that even Sulai was shocked. Luyin thought back to when he had broken through. That vast power had reached the cosmic tree realm and attracted the 4 Directions Libra's expeditionary army. Although Linggong was far from his own, that power had still been enough to shock Sulai and even the 6th Direction training rites. Sulai looked around seriously. Perhaps in the early stages, the primordial space was at a disadvantage against us, but in the later stages, they became stronger, especially when they broke through. Give her some more time, and she might not necessarily lose to you, Suji. Suji suddenly looked up. What happened to her breakthrough? Everyone was curious. The Six Direction training rites disgust, dissatisfaction, and hostility toward the primordial space originated from the era of the Above Heaven sect. This ideology had not only brought hostility, but also contempt, which made them look down on the primordial space. When they had gone to the primordial space to train, everyone's words still rang in their ears. Luin also wondered what had happened to Strange Spirit Palace's emissary that had caused Su Lai, a genius, to change his attitude toward the primordial space. However, Su Lai didn't say anything in the end. He only said that people like Ling Gong would become stronger as time went on, and that the primordial space's cultivation method might be more suitable for survival in this universe. They had happily gathered to participate in the upper three sections of the Lost Clan, but when they arrived at the Six Direction training rites, everyone felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them. Su Yu, in particular, turned pale. Jiang Xiaodao ground his teeth. Is he that strong? He suddenly looked at Xianxia. Hey, let's compete. Didn't you break through as well? Luin looked over and asked Su Lai, did you see this person break through? Su Lai shook her head. I only saw Ling Gong's breakthrough. This person. She looked at Xianxia. He's not simple either. Xianxia shrugged. Think twice before you act. You'll suffer a setback if you fight me. Jiang Xiaodao bristled. What arrogance. Come on. Xianxia smiled and turned to leave, waving with his back to everyone. There'll be a chance in the future. Don't run. Jiang Xiaodao was unhappy. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Were the 10 arbiters rising one by one? Once these people broke through, who could stop them? Lu Yin's battle with the 10 arbiters had been difficult enough for the Six Direction Society to experience. The 10 arbiters were not the only ones in the Genesis space. There were also Neoverse Chosher, Tai Ishan, Yuhua Mavis, and the Dao children from the Above Heaven era. These people would eventually join the Six Direction Society and step onto the biggest stage in the universe. Luin realized that he was no longer of the same generation as them. Mumu arrived and waited calmly. Saruzan had come with her. Mumu was a genius from the wood spacetime and was very eye-catching, but she was not as eye-catching as Saruzan. That raised arm was eye-catching no matter how you looked at it. Many people in the Six Direction training hall had never seen Saruzan before. Now that they saw him, it caused a lot of discussion. After waiting for a few days, Jibing appeared and took everyone to the Lost Clan spacetime. Why are you here? Jiang Xiaodao exclaimed as he stared at Xianxia, who had appeared out of nowhere. Xianxia smiled. I want to go too. Jiang Xiaodao was speechless. Then why did you hide before? Xianxia did not hold back. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to resist beating you up. Jiang Xiaodao was furious. Everyone looked on in amusement. Jibing shouted, okay, it's time to leave. So many people? Is there anyone who doesn't want to go? No one answered. Jibing glanced at everyone. Let's go. Soon, he tore through the void with a group of people and headed to the Lost Clan spacetime. The Lost Clan spacetime was the only one Luin had not set foot in, and he was very curious about it. The strength of the Lost Clan could be seen from the fact that they joined the Six Direction training hall alone. This clan was very mysterious, and the power of the cards they used was also very unique. Many people in the Six Direction training hall hoped to have a Lost Clan card, but it was uncertain whether they could get a card, and even if they got one, they might not be able to use it. The most mysterious legend about the Lost Clan was that this clan had cards that surpassed the realm of the Extreme Powerhouse. The Extreme Powerhouse was the Progenitor Realm, and the Progenitor Realm was the end of human cultivation. Even the Great Celestial Venerables could be called the strongest Extreme Powerhouse, but they were still Extreme Powerhouses. However, the Lost Clan claimed to have ancient cards both internally and externally. The Lost Clan's ancient cards were divided into the Time Card, Ancient Card, and Archaic Card. The Archaic Card corresponded to the Progenitor Realm. As for the Ancient Card, it was only heard of, and no one had ever seen it. However, the Lost Clan still divided it into the Ancient Card. All the Lost Clan members believed in the existence of the ancient card, but no one could say what realm the ancient card corresponded to. Soon, everyone arrived at the Lost Clan's starry sky under Zhibing's lead. Looking around, the starry sky was the same. It was dark, deep, and endless. Zhibing took a deep breath and smiled. This is the Lost Clan's starry sky. Take note, I will only say it once. Don't wander around in this starry sky and don't touch anything. You might encounter a trap at any time. Don't blame me if you die. Xianxia was surprised. Encounter a trap at any time? Aren't traps only in the cards? Zhibing frowned. Ignorant and incompetent. Xianxia bared his teeth. To the Lost Clan, the card is our life. Would you experiment on your own body? Setting up a trap is not an imagination. It requires research, pondering, and even experimentation. Our clan will not do this in the cards. We will only set up traps in this vast starry sky. The planets, continents, meteorites, astrological signs, and even astral beasts can be set up anywhere. Therefore, the Lost Clan is the place that the Eternal Clan is most unwilling to set foot in. Luin raised his eyebrows. It seemed like someone had said this before, and everyone seemed to be proud of it. Suyu looked around. Why don't you dismantle the traps? Zhibing smiled at Suyu. Why should I dismantle them? The Lost Clan's competitions are all about traps. Whoever falls into a trap will be unlucky. If you have the ability, you can see the traps in advance. Luin said, doesn't this mean that there are countless traps in this starry sky? Zhibing nodded and said proudly, countless. The Lost Clan has existed for many years, and we have been trying to set up traps in this starry sky for many years. Perhaps the traps you fell into came from the ancient people. As soon as he said this, everyone hurriedly moved closer to the center. They were very afraid. The Lost Clan's traps were famous throughout the universe, and they did not want to try it. Zhibing said a few words to show the Lost Clan's prestige. Then, he led everyone in a certain direction. In the starry sky, no one spoke and looked around vigilantly. They did not encounter any traps until they saw a city in the starry sky. Xianxia curled his lips. It's just to scare people. Zhibing looked back and stared at Xianxia. Then, he waved his hand, and his palm energy spread far away. Suddenly, the starry sky collapsed as if it was being crushed by something. Countless sharp spikes emerged from the void, glowing with a cold light. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This trap was not weak, and it was enough to bury a cultivator with 6 origin tribulations. Xianxia opened his mouth. There really is a trap. Zhibing snorted and pointed ahead. Let's rest in that city for a few days and wait for a group of people to leave together. Is that the burial ruins? Mumu was surprised. Zhibing said, at least you are not ignorant. What burial ruins? Isn't it a city? Luin was puzzled. Mumu said, a card cannot bear the weight of a trap, or a powerful enemy ambushed by a trap can tear the card apart and escape. In the end, the enemy will still be buried, and this enemy must be an extremely powerful person. This is called the burial ruins, and this place is called the burial ruins. Luin looked at the city in the distance. It means that an extremely strong person was killed in that city. One of the 9 sages of reincarnation spacetime died in that city, Zhibing said with his hands behind his back. Everyone was shocked. They did not know. Even Mumu did not know. She had only guessed it based on the city's strange shape. She did not expect to be right. She also did not expect that one of the 9 sages of reincarnation spacetime was buried in this city. Xianxia's jaw dropped. This is a city? Zhibing was amused. You're not too stupid. Suyu was curious. Hey, Xianxia, what's going on? Xianxia's expression turned ugly. A long time ago, reincarnation spacetime first came into contact with the Lost Clan. Both sides fought. Reincarnation spacetime sent out 5 of the 9 sages, and one of them died here. Because of this, the Lost Clan was accepted into the 6 Direction Association. Luin looked at the city in the distance. The establishment of the Six Direction Association was not smooth, and there were wars. When Xianxia said, "So, the 3 venerables and 9 sages existed before the establishment of the Six Direction Association?" The 3 venerables and 9 sages. Xianxia was about to answer when he suddenly realized that it was when Xianxia who asked this question. "It's none of your business." When Xianxia did not care. The city was very lively. In Jibing's words, this city had an epoch-making significance to the lost clan. Of course, Jiang Xiaodao rolled his eyes in response. This looked like a city, but there were other cities outside it. A huge city lay across the starry sky. Although it was not comparable to a star, it was huge enough to accommodate billions of people. Through Suji, Mu Mu, and the others, as well as the memories of some people that Luyin had absorbed, he knew that the lost clan did not have a large population. Most of them were from the outer realm. The lost clan was xenophobic and did not allow outsiders to enter the core area. Moreover, the lost clan did not allow outsiders to marry as they wanted to maintain the purity of the clan's bloodline. Jiang Xiaodao sneered again. When they came to the city, they heard many people talking about the upper 3 sections. Among them, the older generation experts would go to the core area of the lost clan to participate in the upper 3 sections. There was no age limit for this festival, and everyone could participate. Of course, there were also people who had scruples. After all, exchanging cards was not very respectful to the lost clan. Previously, Jiang Xiaodao had only said that the card was not good, which had caused Ji Xiao to be dissatisfied. If they went to exchange cards, it was very likely that the older generation of the lost clan would be displeased. Everyone had their own ideas. Lu Yin's group also attracted quite a bit of attention. Su Ji, Mu Mu, and Luo Zong were all absolute geniuses of their own parallel universes, and they often appeared in the ears of others. Lu Yin was no exception. He had captured spies and traversed multiple parallel universes to carry out his mission, which made the name Xianxia resound like thunder. "Didn't you say that not many people from outside the domain have cards? Why are there so many?" When Xianxia was puzzled. Suyu said, "They were accumulated over the years. Since the Lost Clan is one of the 6 Direction Associations, it is impossible for them to be isolated. They also need to communicate with the outside world, especially in the endless battlefield. The Lost Clan is not invincible. The friendships formed on the battlefield, the transactions, and so on, have been accumulated over the years. It's just that we don't usually see these people together." When Xianxia smiled at Suyu. "Thank you. Xiaoyu, don't tell him." Jiang Xiaodao stopped her. When Xianxia did not mind and looked around. Everyone had planned to split up after entering the city, but they were attracted by the noise at the city gate and gathered there. At the city gate, a sign was erected high. On it were the words, "Those who look at me are cowards." A muscular man was sitting under the sign. He stepped on the chair and crazily swept up the food on the table. He did not have any table manners. There were discussions all around. There were curses and insults, but no one went forward. The muscular man glanced around while eating. The contempt in his eyes was quite obvious, which made people angrier. "This bastard has been here for a few days. The moment he arrived, he put up a sign and provoked others. He's asking for a beating. Did anyone go up and fight him? He doesn't fight. He just arm wrestles. If he loses, he's a coward. If he wins, he'll give you anything you want. Bull*T. If I want to become an extremely powerful expert, will he help me? Brother, you're quite talkative. Do you want to go up and give it a try? No hurry. Let me ask first. Has anyone challenged him? Yes. The result? His arm was crushed. So exaggerated? Not a single one was left out. All of them were crushed. That person immediately stepped back and lowered his head. The muscular man was disdainful. He kicked the sign high and spat. A bunch of trash. If you don't dare to go up, then get lost. Don't disturb me when I'm eating. Outside the crowd, Lu Yin and the others saw it. Jiang Xiaodao's face twitched. This foodie is here too? He came faster than me. You know him? Suyu was curious. Jiang Shaodao rolled his eyes. The little food saint. He's the little food saint? That foodie? Suyu was surprised. Mumu was also surprised. He's the little food saint? Luin looked at the muscular man. The little food saint? It reminded him of the culinary god of the starry sky tree. There were 3 saints in the reincarnation universe, and one of them was the culinary god. The culinary god had a son called the little food saint. He did not expect to see him here. The muscular man quickly finished the food in front of him. He grabbed the table and opened his mouth. He suddenly looked at Luin and the others. Jiang Shaodao, you coward. Do you think I can't see you hiding behind? As he spoke, he slammed the table over. Jiang Shaodao was furious. Foodie, you're the coward. As he spoke, he smashed the table into pieces. The muscular man laughed wildly. I thought a trip to the 6 Direction training hall would help you improve, but you're still so sissy. Tui. Jiang Shaodao's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to go up and beat this bastard up, but he held himself back. He couldn't win at all. He was now a level 2 celestial, but this glutton was a level 4 celestial. This foodie was older than him by a few decades, but in their minds, they were of the same generation. Jiang Shaodao panted heavily. Foodie, just you wait. I'll beat you to death sooner or later. The muscular man was disdainful. Sissy. As he spoke, he looked at Luin, Suji, and the others. Sissy will always stay with Sissy. Men should be lonely. A bunch of sissy. Tui. Luin raised his brows. This guy was very jumpy. Suji frowned. When Xianxia's smile disappeared, Luotsang was still smiling. Suyu walked out, but Suji pulled her back. Let me. As he spoke, he walked towards the muscular man. The muscular man's eyes lit up. Xiao by face, I've seen you before. You're a genius from the Void God universe. But you can't do it. Go home and play with your children. Haha. Suji was calm. Arm wrestling? The muscular man sat down. In the void, the astral source was like a mirror. He placed his arm on the astral source and shouted, Come. Suji did not stand on ceremony. He reached out and shook the muscular man's hand. Xiao by face, you'll regret this. The muscular man grinned. Suji's gaze was cold. I hope your strength is worthy of your arrogance. Ha, I suddenly find you pleasing to the eye. Come. With a loud shout, the muscular man exerted his strength. The void trembled, and visible ripples spread out, pushing the surrounding people away. Luin and the others stepped forward to watch the competition. They did not know how strong the muscular man was, but Suji's strength should not be weak. He was not weak, but he had not used his full strength when fighting Lingong. In terms of realm and void god power, he far surpassed Lingong. In particular, his void god power was the heavenly martial stone disc, which was infinitely magnified. If he did not have some strength, how could he fight? Suyu was very confident in Suji. But the result shocked everyone. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths, Suji had been defeated. There was no suspense. Suji's eyes flashed as he looked at his crushed arm. He had been defeated so quickly? Jiang Shaodao was helpless. He was not surprised. In terms of strength, none of the 3 venerables or 9 saints could defeat the food saint. Among his peers, no one could defeat this foodie. When he first met Xiaozun, he had said that he could not win in terms of strength. Suji let go, and his arm felt weak. The muscular man praised him. Xiao by face, you're not bad. You can last 3 breaths without your arm being crushed. That's rare. You're much stronger than that sissy Jiang Shaodao. Not bad. Suji stood up and looked deeply at the muscular man. Thank you, little food saint. The muscular man laughed. Suji, right? I approve of you. Then, he looked at the others. Is there anyone else who dares to step forward? Jiang Shaodao nudged Wen Sansi. Aren't you going to try? Wen Sansi was calm. I'm a scholar. The muscular man sneered. coward. When Xianxia stared at the muscular man. Your brain is better than your strength. The muscular man glared at him. Then try to beat me with your brain. I'll use my strength. You can do whatever you want. Without hesitation, when Xianxia sat down opposite the muscular man. I can do whatever I want. The muscular man sneered. Whatever. Play however you want. When Xianxia reached out and shook the muscular man's hand. He frowned. He glanced at Luin. He had only experienced this feeling of helplessness in the face of strength from Luin. Right, Luin was also a monster of strength. Let's begin, the muscular man shouted. When Xianxia's gaze turned cold. Ancient golden characters flowed out from his arm and wrapped around the muscular man's wrist. This was the literary prison. When Xianxia used the literary prison to bind the muscular man's wrist, causing it to remain in this space. If the muscular man wanted to leave the space, he would have to shatter the literary prison. This meant that the muscular man not only had to surpass When Xianxia in terms of strength, but he also had to break the literary prison with his strength alone. The literary prison was When Xianxia's greatest strength when he became one of the 10 arbiters. Before the Star Tower contest, When Xianxia had not even revealed his other strength. Just this literary prison alone was enough to secure his position as one of the 10 arbiters. As When Xianxia became an emissary, his literary prison would only become stronger. Furthermore, it was not the Wen family's literary prison, but a strengthened 7-fold literary prison from the Memory Sage Academy in the Starry Sky Trees. This was the power of the progenitor of Wen. The literary prison wrapped around the muscular man's wrist as if he was wearing a golden bracelet. The muscular man frowned. It's just a decoration. Ugly. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force. In an instant, When Xianxia's eyes narrowed as his wrist was pressed down. He was unable to resist the literary prison. In terms of strength, he was far from being a match for the little carnivore saint. However, the little carnivore saint's wrist suddenly stopped as well. He was trapped by the literary prison and could not move. Xianxia was excited. Ha, Foodie, you can't win. This guy can't beat you, and you can't beat him either. Haha. The little food saint looked at When Xianxia and licked his lips. Kid, you are quite capable. What is this? When Xianxia said, literary prison. The little food saint's lips curled up. Literary prison? You want to imprison my wrist? You really have guts. As he spoke, he increased his strength and the literary prison shattered. Xianxia's smile had yet to disappear. It was useless so soon? The literary prison's shattering was within When Xianxia's expectations. Immediately after, another layer of literary prison appeared, one layer after another. The 7 layers of literary prison were like 7 golden bracelets that bound the little food saint's wrist. At this moment, the little food saint was truly shocked. He had just broken through the first layer of literary prison and felt a huge resistance. Now, there were 7 layers? Xiao Bai, where are you from? The little food saint asked, looking at When Xianxia as if he was looking at Suji. The difference was that Suji could hold on for 3 breaths of time with his own strength. When Xianxia definitely could not hold on for 3 breaths of time, but he had the means to impress the little food saint. When Xianxia looked up. Genesis space. The little food saint was surprised. You are from the Genesis space? Interesting. Haha, very interesting. As he laughed, the first layer of literary prison shattered, followed by the second, third, and fourth layers. The literary prison existed in name only. Each layer could only hold When Xianxia for a breath of time at most. The 7th layer of literary prison only lasted 7 breaths of time. Luin could not help but take 2 steps forward and stare at the little food saint. His strength was really great. With the 7th layer of literary prison shattered, everyone thought that When Xianxia would definitely lose. The 7th layer of literary prison could not help him hold on. Now that the literary prison was shattered, how could he hold on? However, the result surprised everyone once again. The expected scene did not happen. When Xianxia actually held on. Not only that, but the little food saint's expression changed as if something unbelievable had happened. When Xianxia suppressed the little food saint, causing his wrist to almost fall on the table formed by the stellar source. Just a little bit more and the tables would be turned. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the little food saint's wrist. Just a little bit more and he would lose. Just a little bit more. Xianxia took a step forward and squatted on the ground, looking at the table excitedly. Hey, use more strength. If you win against this glutton, your name will be known in the reincarnation space. Mu Mu, Luo Zong, and Su Ji all had solemn expressions. They did not expect such a scene to occur. The more they knew about the little food saint, the more they knew how powerful he was. How could such an unusual power be suppressed in an instant? That when Xianxia didn't look like a strong person. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Wen Xianxia to be able to do this. How had he done it? Based on his understanding of Wen Xianxia, even if he had broken through to become an emissary, he should not have this kind of strength. The little food saint's cultivation base was equivalent to the fourth tribulation origin realm, while Wen Xianxia's cultivation base was only at the first tribulation origin realm. Both of them were gifted, so he did not believe that Wen Xianxia could challenge the little food saint. On the other hand, if Wen Xianxia's cultivation base was higher than the little food saint's, it would be difficult for the little food saint to challenge him. The little food saint was equivalent to the 10 arbiters, and Su Ji was the same. But how could he explain the scene before him? The little saint of food had never looked so serious before. He looked at his wrist that almost touched the table and stared at Wen Xianxia. Why didn't you win? Xianxia was puzzled. Foodie, are you stupid? Are you deliberately letting him win? The little food saint ignored Xianxia and stared at Wen Xianxia. Wen Xianxia chuckled. Using battle techniques is cheating. If I had won just now, it wouldn't be called smart, but despicable. The surrounding people were puzzled. The little food saint smiled happily. He no longer looked at Wen Xianxia with contempt, but with approval. What's your name? Wen Xianxia. I also approve of you, Wen Xianxia. But there's only one chance. You didn't win just now, so it's impossible to win now. I'm already prepared. You made me unable to recognize my own strength in an instant. You misled my consciousness. The little food saint said excitedly, this is the first time I've encountered such an opponent. Interesting, very interesting. As expected of the origin space. Luo Zong and the rest were surprised. The little food saint misled his own strength? Lost his recognition of his own strength? What was this? It could be done? Louis looked deeply at Wen Xianxia. So this was his innate gift, shielding. The previous shielding was just a layer of light, an extremely sturdy one. During the Star Tower contest, Wen Xianxia's innate gift had rendered many helpless and difficult to break through. Now, this innate gift had changed. It was no longer an external force, but had evolved into a way to shield others from recognizing their own strength. Anyone who faced this innate gift for the first time would be at a loss and unable to react. The little food saint had just lost his recognition of his own strength and was instantly suppressed by Wen Xianxia. This was Wen Xianxia, one of the 10 arbiters, Wen Xianxia. Although the previous 10 arbiters had been defeated by Luin, they had never been weak. It was just that Luin was too strong. In terms of talent and opportunities, Luin was much stronger than them. If they were given the same opportunities, they might not be much weaker than Luin. Mr. Mu had once praised obscuring light on the Golden Ocean Mountain. None of the 10 arbiters were simple. Wen Xianxia suddenly stood up. All right, let's stop. The little food saint frowned. Let's continue. I haven't beaten you yet. Wen Xianxia smiled. In terms of strength, I'm far from your match. I've just cultivated this ability and am not familiar with it. It's not good to expose it too early. The little food saint snorted. I just admired you, and now you're hiding it. You humans are always like this. You like to hide the head and show the tail. Boring. Xianxia was anxious. Hey, let's continue. If you beat this foodie, you'll be famous in the Six Directions Society. I'm not lying. You'll definitely be famous in the Six Directions Society. Wen Xianxia looked at him. I'm from the Genesis space. Jiang Xiaodao paused. The Genesis space was a hurdle that could not be avoided. It seemed that being famous in the Six Directions Society was not a good choice. Luo Zong stepped forward and faced Xianxia. If you're willing, I can ask my father to accept you as a disciple and leave the Genesis space. Xianxia looked at Luo Zong. Lord Luo from the Three Monarchs universe? Mumu said, you can also join my Wood universe. There are many outsiders who join the Six Directions Society. Xianxia is an outsider and does not belong to the Six Directions Society. Now that he has joined the Void God universe, he was once pursued by my Wood universe. The Void God universe welcomes you. Suji spoke and looked at Luin. He wanted Luin to say a few words. Xianxia was definitely a genius. He almost won the little food saint in terms of strength. No matter how he did it, he was still a genius. With a bang, the little food saint slammed his fist on the table formed by astral sources and stared at Xianxia. Come here and let my father accept you as a disciple. I admire you. Jiang Xiaodao felt strange. He did not expect things to turn out like this. It was clearly a competition of strength. This Xiao Bai face was quite popular. Should he recruit a talent for his father? What a temptation. It's hard to refuse the invitation of the Six Directions Society. Xianxia was conflicted. I have to think twice. Mumu said, what's there to be conflicted about? Just join. Luo Zong smiled. If you're worried about your family in the Genesis space, we can help you solve it. Xianxia was surprised. Can it be solved? I'm the Tao Master of the Genesis space, Luin. I don't think it's that simple. I heard that even the Yuan sage of the reincarnation universe can't solve it. Luo Zong was confident. You don't have to worry about this. Really? Xianxia looked at Luin. Brother Xianqi, you're also an outsider. How are you doing after joining the Void God universe? Luin thought about it. Very good. Xianxia nodded. Alright, I'll think about it. I'll definitely join one of the Six Directions Society. After all. He smiled. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Smart. Luin praised. Luo Zong wanted to say something to Xianxia, but suddenly, everyone looked behind him in surprise. Luo Zong looked back and saw Luin sitting opposite the little food saint. Luin raised his arm. It's my turn. The little saint of food looked at Luin in surprise. He did not expect someone from this group to come and challenge him. Today is a good day. Jiang Xiaodao, a sissy like you doesn't deserve to stand with them. Jiang Xiaodao bared his teeth. You're the sissy. Your whole family is sissy. The little food saint did not mind. He stared at Luin with a fierce gaze. Like Xianxia, you can use battle techniques. You can play however you want as long as you can win. Luin smiled. No, I'm quite strong. Let's compete. This was the first time everyone knew Luin. Competing with the little food saint in strength? Wasn't that courting death? Xianqi, he's really strong. Suji could not help but remind him, not wanting anything to happen to Luin. Although Suyu did not like Luin at times, she was still worried after being with him for a long time. Jiang Xiaodao was even more surprised. Hey, don't look for trouble. Competing with him in strength, Suji's kind is better. A normal person's arm would be crushed. The little food saint looked at Luin arrogantly. You can regret it. Luin shrugged. It's embarrassing if I regret it. Even if I can't win, at least I won't lose too badly. Ha ha ha, you have guts. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. I won't let you lose too badly. He grinned and licked his lips. Crush your wrist. With that, he reached out and shook Lu Yin's hand. At that moment, the little food saint's expression changed. He looked at Luin with surprise and confusion. Over the years, he had arm wrestled with many people. Most of them were powerful people from the older generation, so he was already experienced. He could almost feel the strength of some people when they shook hands. For example, he could feel the strength of Suji and Xianxia. But this person? The little food saint stared at Luin. Lu Yin smiled at him. Let's begin. As soon as he spoke, Xianxia, who was closest to the two, was suddenly sent flying by an invisible force. He was pushed back by more than 10 steps. Not only him, but Su Ji and the others around him could not react in time. It was as if they were swept by a gust of wind. The entire city shook and the ground cracked. With Lu Yin and the little food saint as the center, the force spread out in waves that could be seen with the naked eye. It exploded in an instant, causing the ground to shatter. Dust rose and covered the two. Who would have thought that a mere arm wrestling match would be as big as a war? It was so big that it was exaggerated. The people around them couldn't even see through the dust. Su Ji and the rest were shocked. How could Xianxia be so strong? Xianxia opened his mouth so wide that he didn't notice the dust flying into his mouth. He had seen this scene before when the little culinary saint used his full strength. His strength was like a dragon, and the world changed colors. This was the scene of the culinary saint's bloodline competing in strength. Few people could make them use their full strength. What was up with this Xianxia? When Xianxia's eyes lit up. He wasn't surprised at all. Lu Yin's strength came from several aspects. Among them, his strength was absolutely unique. Every time he faced an opponent, he would use the empty palm at the beginning to the empty palm at the end. No one in the Fifth Mainland could compete with this guy in terms of strength. The little culinary saint had met his match. The city was shaking, and the ground was constantly cracking. The people around hurriedly retreated, and the city gate was shaking. Dust flew and turned into a tornado that went against the sky, connecting the earth and the sky. Within the tornado, Lu Yin and the little culinary saint were still in the same position. They looked at each other excitedly. What's your name? The little culinary saint asked for someone's name for the third time today. This time, he was obviously the most excited and the most unique. Lu Yin smiled. This guy was really strong, so strong that it was a little exaggerated. Xianxia. The Lu family was known for their strength in the starter space. In terms of strength, even a powerful corpse king transformation was no match for him. Lu Yin had never met anyone who could compete with him in terms of strength. This person was really strong. This was also the little culinary saint's thought. You're really strong. Lu Yin smiled. Same to you. How many points? The little culinary saint's eyes widened. Lu Yin raised his brows. You're not using your full strength? Of course not. Don't disappoint me. How many points? The little culinary saint shouted. Xianxia and the rest stared at the surroundings. The power that was visible to the naked eye was suffocating them. It kept pressing down on the surroundings, and even the space was being squashed. These two monsters. Lu Yin raised his head. Nonsense. The little culinary saint laughed wildly. This is the first time someone has called me nonsense in a competition of strength. Xianxia, come. As he spoke, the muscles on his arm kept twisting as though they were alive. His skin started to change color, and even scale-like things appeared. Lu Yin's wrist was instantly bent, the sudden force almost causing him to lose. However, in the next moment, a brilliant light appeared on the surface of his body, illuminating his entire body. The little saint of food was astonished. This was a brilliance that only appeared when the body had reached its limit. Impressive, impressive. Haha, continue. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he gradually pushed the Lu family's power to its limits, forcefully twisting the wrists back to their original state. It was as if one of them was unable to suppress the other. Xianxia was stunned. The foodie had revealed his true form, but he still could not defeat Xianxia. What's wrong with this guy? Mu Mu, Su Ji, Luo Zong, and the others all had solemn expressions as they looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. The wind grew stronger and stronger, sweeping in all directions. The scales on the little food saint's arm increased, and his entire arm changed. It was no longer the arm of a human. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This guy's true form wasn't human, so it was no wonder why he was so strong. There was no human being who was stronger than the Lu family. The more pressure he faced, the greater the rebound. This was the power of the Lu family's bloodline. Other than when he first stepped into the world of cultivation, Lu Yin had not tried to use his full strength for a long time. He was confident that he could suppress the little food saint. As long as the little food saint was using his full strength, it did not matter if it was not. He had the ability to crush everything. However, Lu Yin looked at the little food saint. I've already used my full strength. The little food saint's face turned solemn as he grinned. Me too. You can't beat me, Lu Yin said. The little food saint's lips curled up. You can't beat me either. At this time, a figure descended. It was an old man. He waved his hand, and a card floated in the air. I'm the city lord of Rong City. If you continue to destroy the city, don't blame me for attacking you and expelling the upper 3 sections. Lu Yin and the little food saint stopped at the same time. The little food saint twisted his wrists and stared at Lu Yin in amazement. Lu Yin bowed to the old man. I'm sorry, senior. I'm willing to bear the loss of Rong City. The old man nodded. Forget it. Don't blame the ignorant. With that, he glanced at the little food saint and left. Xianxia, again. The little food saint wanted to continue. It was not easy to meet someone with similar strength, so he wanted to continue. Lu Yin said, this is Rong City. They didn't even blame us for the destruction. Let's stop. Don't. Let's continue. We haven't won yet. The little food saint was unwilling to give up. Xianxia was agitated. Xianxia, you actually tied with the foodie. That's too ruthless. Foodie, do you still dare to be arrogant? The little food saint was disdainful. Sissy, get lost. Lu Yin also wanted to compete on a whim. After all, no one could compete with him in strength for so many years. However, he regretted it soon after. Ever since he tied with the little food saint, this guy had been pestering him and following him everywhere. At first, Suji and Suyu also followed Lu Yin. However, the little food saint was too annoying. He would compete in strength every few steps and arm wrestle every few steps. They were so disgusted that they left. Needless to say, Jiang Xiaodao was the first to run away. When Sansi was the most popular. Mumu invited him to go shopping, and so did Luo Zong. He did not reject anyone and was gentle and refined. Xianxia, let's compete again. This time, let's control ourselves and not destroy anything. Let's compete again, just once. The little food saint was nagging with Lu Yin. When others saw this, they would glare at him and call him a coward. Lu Yin's head hurt and he no longer had the mood to tour the city. He originally wanted to see how Rong City could bury a progenitor. Why do you have to compete in strength? Lu Yin was helpless. The little food saint knocked on his chest, producing thumping sounds. I want to beat Dad. Dad said that if I compete with others in terms of strength, my strength will naturally increase. One day, I will surpass Dad and become the strongest person in the 6 Direction gang. No, I mean Tao Tai. Lu Yin paused and was surprised. Tao Tai? The little food saint raised his hand, and his arm instantly turned into a claw. We of the food saint bloodline are Tao Tais. Don't you know? Lu Yin really did not know, but he had heard of Tao Tais from the 6th mainland's Nan Yanfei. That fellow had become the Blood Adoration Realm's realmling because he had absorbed the bloodline of a Tao Tai. The Tao Tai's characteristic was that the more it ate, the stronger it became. Are you a complete Tao Tai? The little food saint was puzzled. There's an incomplete Tao Tai? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This was a treasure, and if Nan Yanfei knew that there was a complete Tao Tai here, he would cry for it. If this fellow had appeared in the 6th mainland, he would have been eaten alive. The little food saint continued to annoy Lu Yin and wanted to compete in strength. How could Lu Yin agree? There would be no end to the competition. However, he could not win. If he did, this fellow would pester him even more. Half a day later, Lu Yin met a familiar face, little Lian. The little girl was happily shopping with a few people beside her. They should be Lotus Reverend's disciples. She greeted Lu Yin when she saw him. Although Lu Yin was disliked by Lotus Reverend's disciples because of Qingfen, she did not do anything. After all, Qingfen was indeed a spy. Luyin was about to go over when little Lian saw the little food saint and turned to leave. Those who followed her also saw the little food saint and looked at him with disdain. Bah, a bunch of cowards. The little food saint was disdainful. Luyin was speechless. They were suspecting him. With the little food saint following him, Luyin was completely helpless in Rong City. He wanted to get rid of them, but the city was only so big. After a few days, he felt that it was more tiring than fighting with others. Finally, after a few days, Jibing appeared and took them to the next place. This time, it was not just Lu Yin's group that followed, but more than 30 people. Nearly half of them were powerhouses of the older generation, including the little food saint, little Lian, and the others. Everyone stayed far away from the little food saint, who was full of a sense of superiority. He looked at the older cultivators and called them cowards, which annoyed some of them and caused them to arm wrestle with him. In the end, their arms were crushed. Fortunately, Jibing stopped them. Otherwise, the remaining older cultivators would not have been able to stand it and would have ended up in a worse state. The next place was either the burial ruins or an ordinary planet. Jibing restrained them from attacking as they pleased, or else the planet would be easily destroyed. After staying on the planet for a few days, they took another group of people and continued on to the next place. Just like that, half a month passed. They went to several places to pick up people, and there were more than 100 of them. Most of them were cultivators of the older generation. The one who attracted the most hatred was still the little food saint. In Xianxia's words, this guy attracted hatred wherever he went. During this time, Jibing also showed them many traps in outer space because he had to eliminate them himself. The traps did not care if you were a lost clansman or an outlander. Up ahead is the last gathering place. After passing this place, you will reach the clan. You will stay here for 5 days. Do not attack as you please or cause any damage. Violators will be expelled from the upper 3 sections, Jibing said sternly. What appeared in front of them was a river floating in outer space. It had its own colorful luster and was very beautiful. There were pieces of land above the river, and each piece of land had a city. When Jibing left, the group dispersed. No one was willing to stay with Luyin, and the little food saint persuaded everyone to leave. Luyin casually found a piece of land and stepped onto it. The buildings here were mainly wooden restaurants, and they could look into the distance. Even though this height was meaningless to cultivators like them. Serve the dishes quickly, the little food saint shouted when he arrived at the restaurant. Everyone was shocked and looked at him with dissatisfaction. What are you looking at, coward? Arm wrestle if you have the ability. The little food saint provoked him by putting up his infuriating signboard so that everyone could see it clearly. Someone was unhappy and wanted to compete. The little food saint blew and threw that person out. Forget about the ordinary people. Stay away. That person was equivalent to a melder and was indeed an ordinary person to the little food saint. No one dared to provoke him and allowed him to put up his sign. Luyin sat on a chair and looked at the colorful river in the distance. He listened to the little food saint eating like a whirlwind. He was calm. 2 hours later, the little food saint was still eating. 4 hours, 6 hours, and then half a day later, he was still eating. The people in the restaurant had not left and were all looking at him as if he was a monster. The little food saint ate very quickly and had been eating for so long. No one knew if it was his stomach or his cosmic ring. The restaurant owner was on the verge of tears as the ingredients were gone. He was even more afraid that the little food saint would go back on his word. At this moment, a woman appeared outside the restaurant, attracting everyone's attention away from the little food saint. The woman's face was like a fox's and her eyes were like autumn water. She wore a golden robe and looked noble and sacred. The combination of fox and sacred made her the focus of everyone's attention the moment she appeared. Luyin was also attracted by her. She was one of divine sovereign Xiaoyin's people and her golden robe was exactly the same as Xiao Qingfeng's. The little food saint looked up. Why is the fox here? What bad luck? The woman looked up and saw the little food saint. She smiled faintly. What a coincidence, little food saint. The little food saint was disdainful. Coward. Luyin was speechless. He even scolded a woman. No, he was a Taotai, not a human. He did not differentiate between men and women. The woman did not mind and walked up to Luyin. Xiaogu, you must be Xianxia. Luyin nodded and asked curiously, your name is very similar to Xiaoqingfeng's. He's my junior brother, Xiaogu said and sat down naturally. The little food saint pushed the food scraps in front of her. It was obvious that he did not want her to stay. Xiaogu was used to it and did not mind. The little food saint has never sat at the same table with others. How did you do it, Xianxia? Luyin pursed his lips. I don't want to either. The little food saint frowned and stared at Xiaogu. Since you know my habits, you still dare to sit here. Are you trying to provoke me? Xiaogu smiled. It's none of your business. I want to meet Xianxia, the current celebrity of the Six Direction gang. The little food saint snorted and continued eating. Luyin looked at Xiaogu. He had seen too many women. This woman was very charming, but she was far from the level that attracted him. Madame Naylan was much more charming than her. Xiaogu looked at Luyin with a deep gaze. Xianxia, you should know a lot about hyperspace. Luyin replied, it's alright, it's not much. I want to know if you have any clues regarding the death of my junior brother, Xiaoqingfeng, Xiaogu said. Luyin shook his head. Helplessly, I was chased away by the Yu family at that time, so I wasn't in hyperspace. Who do you think did it? Xiaogu asked as he stared at Luyin. Luyin thought about it for a moment. I used to guess that it was the Yu family, but you know the truth. The Yu family cooperated with you to deal with Master Wei, which means that it wasn't the Yu family that attacked Xiaoqingfeng. It's also unlikely that it was Hiran. On the surface, you're working with Hiran, but other than that, I can only think of a spy. Back then, Luyin had wanted to kill Hishu, which was why the Yu family had agreed to let him take action. They had never thought that Luyin would kill Xiaoqingfeng. Otherwise, they might not have agreed to let him go, as they wanted to prevent any accidents from occurring when cooperating with Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Luyin had only gone to the Yu family after dealing with Xiaoqingfeng, and the Yu family had been unable to stop him. Now that the cooperation between the Yu family and Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin had been exposed, the Yu family and Hiran would not attack Xiaoqingfeng in the hyperspace. The only explanation was that he was a spy. As for Luyin, no one would suspect that he was the culprit. Why would he want to kill Xiaoqingfeng? There was no reason for him to do so unless Lu Yin's identity had been exposed. Xiaogu said, I think so too, which is why I came to find Xianxia. You're very good at capturing spies. I hope that you can help us investigate this matter. Master will remember you. The little culinary saint snorted with disdain. Luyin nodded. Don't worry. If I find out, I'll definitely tell you. Xiaogu nodded and got up to leave. Suddenly, she paused and turned to Luyin. What do you think of my master? Luyin was surprised. Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin? Xiaogu's eyes flashed, and she turned to leave without waiting for Lu Yin's reply. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as he had been tricked. He had always addressed others as senior, but just now, he had subconsciously called out to Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin without using the word senior. This sudden reaction reflected his inner attitude towards the Divinity Xiaoyin. This was probably Xiaogu's purpose in meeting him. She wanted to confirm his attitude towards the Divinity Xiaoyin, not through words, but through his subconscious reaction. Luyin wanted nothing more than to kill the Divinity Xiaoyin, so he naturally would not respect her. Now, Xiaogu had seen his attitude. Xiaogu could not see Lu Yin's hostility towards the Divinity Xiaoyin, but she could see his disrespect. Luyin took a deep breath. This woman is really sinister. The little culinary saint put down the beast leg with a thump. You just found out? You know? Luyin was curious. The little culinary saint said, those of the Divinity Xiaoyin's bloodline are all sinister, but this woman is the most sinister. She is known as the one who resembles the Divinity Xiaoyin the most. No one likes to deal with her as it's easy to be tricked. Then she must be liked by the Divinity Xiaoyin, Luyin guessed. The little culinary saint nodded and said no more, burying his head in eating. Outside the restaurant, Xiaogu left step by step. She had seen Xianxi's attitude. He did not respect her master. Why? Because her master cooperated with the Yu family and they chased him away? And forced him to frame he ran? Or was there another reason? This had to be investigated. The more unrelated the person was to Qing Feng's death, the more suspicious they were. This Xianxia could not escape either. A few days passed quickly. The little culinary saint pestered Luyin as usual, but Luyin ignored him. Soon, as long as he reached the lost clan's land and passed the upper 3 sections, he would be free of the little culinary saint. However, this guy would not follow him to the void god universe, right? Thinking of this, Luyin had a headache. If there was such a guy watching him, he would not be able to go anywhere. Jibing appeared and gathered everyone in the starry sky. This time, there was an additional group of people, and there were nearly 200 of them. The Six Direction sect had 62 parallel universes and countless cultivators. The number of people who could participate in the upper 3 sections of the Lost Clan was estimated to be at most 1,000. The ratio was too low. This was the Lost Clan xenophobia. Like the 3 Monarchs universe and the Void God universe, there were outlanders who cultivated there, and the number of people far exceeded this number. However, with the establishment of the Six Direction dojo, the number would gradually increase. They had gotten their cards from the Six Direction dojo. This time, there was a man in the crowd that Luyin paid attention to. This person's cultivation was very high, even higher than the little culinary saint. Jiang Xiaodao spoke to him with a smile. Other than Xiaolian, Luyin had not seen Jiang Xiaodao speak to anyone so politely. Xiaolian was also around that person. That guy is here too. The little culinary saint was surprised. Luyin was curious. You know him? The little culinary saint said, Gong Yu's disciple. He's a man. Luyin was surprised that he could be recognized by the little culinary saint. This was because this person was very strong. Suji was only recognized by him. For this Gong Yu to be called a man, his strength definitely surpassed Suji's. Gong Yu? One of the 3 Venerable's 9 sages. The Lost Clan's starry sky was not small. Other than the Lost Clan, there were also other civilizations, such as cultivation civilizations, technological civilizations, and so on. Jibing had seen them on the way to the Lost Clan. However, these civilizations were limited to their own worlds because many places in the starry sky had been experimented with traps by the Lost Clan. It was easy for accidents to happen. The only place that could be considered as the Lost Clan's territory was the Single Desert. That was the Lost Clan's territory, and it was difficult for outsiders to enter. Looking from afar, the Single Desert was not a strange place. It was not as dazzling as the Rainbow Wall, nor was it as majestic as the sect above heaven. It was just a full moon that illuminated a vast area. The area of that area was not inferior to the sect above heaven. Jibing brought everyone to a stop outside the desert, and solemnly looked at everyone. In front of us is the Lost Clan's desert, except for the upper 3 sections, almost no one from the outer domain can enter, and the place you are going to is the floating island outside the upper 3 sections. When you get there, I hope that everyone will not casually attack. The Lost Clan's desert is ordinary, it cannot withstand your attacks. Please remember, do not casually attack. After saying that, Jibing led everyone into the Single Desert. There were no shocking defenses, only cards floating outside the Gobi Desert. These cards were the greatest defense. No one knew what kind of traps were hidden in these cards, and what kind of murderous intent they contained. It was not simple to be used as a defense outside the Single Desert. I heard that most of these cards are ancient cards. However, there is an Archean card hidden at a certain distance. There are even Archean cards hidden there. They are enough to guard the Gobi Desert completely, Jiang Xiaodao said in a low voice. At the side, Gong Yu said solemnly, the Lost Clan civilization is a great civilization. Master once said that their strength is not inferior to any of the 6 Path Sect's civilizations. Legend has it that they have an existence that surpasses the immemorial cards. Jiang Xiaodao shook his head. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either, Suyu said. There were also people discussing the Lost Clan in the distance, and they mentioned the ancient cards. Some believed it, some did not. Most people thought that the Lost Clan was trying to raise their status. Not long after, everyone was brought to the floating island by Ji Bing. As the name suggested, it was an island that floated in the air. Ji Bing introduced that the front of the island was where the cards of the upper three segments appeared. On the day of the upper three segments, everyone could board the island and attract the cards. After arriving at the floating island, Ji Bing left. Everyone dispersed. There were many wooden houses here, all prepared for those who had participated in the upper three segments. The extraterrestrials were on a floating island, and there were only so many people. On the other hand, there were too many from the Lost Clan who had participated in the upper three segments. They were scattered on the surrounding floating islands and were not with Luin and the rest. However, Ji Bing did not forbid them from going to other floating islands. Not long after, everyone went to other floating islands to visit their friends. These people were able to obtain the Lost Clan cards, which meant that they had dealings with the Lost Clan. As expected, the little food saint was still pestering Luin. Luin was so annoyed by his pestering that he gave him a promise. As long as he could defeat everyone on this island, they could compete again. This was to the little food saint's liking. He liked to arm wrestle. You said it. Don't go back on your word. Haha. After saying that, the little food saint took out a token and carried it to where the others were staying. He blocked the door of an older cultivator and provoked him. Inside the wooden house, the older cultivator had intended to visit a friend, but when he opened the door and saw the sign, he was furious. He recognized the little food saint and did not want to provoke him, so he turned and left. Coward, next. The little food saint was disdainful. The older cultivator was furious. His cultivation was higher than the little food saint's, but he did not want to provoke him. It was not because he was afraid, but because this kid was the son of the little food saint. His status was too high, and it would be bad if he won, but it would be embarrassing if he lost. Stop right there, the older cultivator reprimanded. The little food saint sneered, you have a problem with that? I originally wanted to ignore you out of respect for senior food saint, but since you're so arrogant, I'll teach you a lesson. That way, I won't disgrace the sanctification bloodline, the older cultivator shouted. In the distance, Luin heard it and was surprised. This person was from the sanctification bloodline? The sanctification bloodline? Sure, let's play. The little food saint was excited. Soon, the older cultivator's arm was shattered, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground as he looked at the little food saint in shock. He had long heard that the little food saint was strong, and that everyone from the sanctification bloodline was the same. He did not care since his cultivation was higher than this kid's, but he did not expect that he would not be able to resist at all. Coward, next. The little food saint began to provoke and blocked the wooden house. He even lengthened the sign so that the entire levitating island could see it, directly provoking everyone. Luin finally had some peace, but a few days later, the levitating island became quite lively. Jiang Xiaodao, Luo Zong, Mu Mu, Su Ji, and the rest all took action, not against the little food saint, but against the older cultivators. They did not just compete in arm wrestling, but also in archery. Su Ji competed in the control of the void spirit force, and so on. He did not know how things had turned out this way. The older generation of cultivators were not simple. To be able to form a relationship with the Lost Clan and obtain a card, they were not ordinary people. Now, it was no longer a matter of the little food saint's provocation. It had evolved into a situation where two generations of cultivators were competing. Luin did not participate. He recalled what Su Wuji had instructed him to contact the Lost Clan and ask to see Xiaofeng. The Lost Clan member was at a loss. Xiaofeng? Luin repeatedly mentioned that Xiaofeng was definitely a senior expert of the Lost Clan, but the Lost Clan member to no avail. Xiaofeng? Did Ultimate Void send you here? Ji Bing had a strange look in his eyes. Luin felt helpless. He knew that the name Xiaofeng didn't sound right, and Su Wuji's expression at the time had probably been problematic as well. However, that had nothing to do with him. Yes, the manor head asked me to bring the item to Xiaofeng. What is it? Ji Bing asked. Luin shrugged. The master said that I had to personally hand it over to Xiaofeng. Ji Bing shook his head, all right, if you want to see her, I'll bring you to her. However, her name is not Little Fong. In the entire Six Directions sect, only Su Wuji would call her Little Fong. Her name is Fong Yi, an elder of our lost clan. Not long after, Luyin met the Little Fong that Su Wuji had mentioned. She was a very young woman, but she only looked young. After all, she was of the same generation as boy Ji. Ji Bing left, but before he left, he reminded Luyin not to call her Xiaofang. Junior Xianxia greets. Senior Fengyi. Luyin respectfully said. Fengyi grunted and looked at Luyin. Did Su Wuji send you? Luyin replied, yes. Repeat what he said without missing a single word, not a single word can be wrong. Fengyi said with a cold face. Luyin blinked. The master's original words were that I have to personally hand this box over to Fengyi. If I can't see her, I have to bring it back. Don't let anyone see it, and you're not allowed to see it either. Fengyi stared at Luyin. That's what he said? Luyin nodded. Not a single word wrong. Fengyi's expression improved. Give me the box. Luyin hurriedly handed it over to Fengyi. Fengyi took it and paused for a moment. Have you seen it? Absolutely not, Luyin assured her. Fengyi glanced at Luyin and did not ask any more questions. Since I brought the box, I'll take my leave. Luyin was about to leave, but Fengyi asked him to wait. She casually opened the box in front of Luyin and took a look inside. Her expression immediately changed, becoming rather ugly. Luyin knew that something was wrong. Su Wuji must have put something in there to cause this woman's expression to change. Fengyi gasped for breath, her expression constantly changing. Anger, embarrassment, exasperation, all kinds of emotions were vividly displayed on her face. Luyin really wanted to leave, but he did not dare to speak. After a while, Fengyi recovered and put the box away. She took a deep breath and looked at Luyin. Wait a moment, I also have something to give to Su Wuji. Help me bring it over. She then turned and left. Luyin really wanted to know what was inside the box that could cause Fengyi, a half-ancestor, to lose control of her emotions. After a full 2 hours, Fengyi returned and handed the same box to Luyin. She stared at him. Give it to Su Wuji. Don't open it and don't give it to anyone else. You have to personally hand it over to him. Luyin nodded. I understand. Senior, don't worry. Fengyi repeated, you have to personally hand it over to Su Wuji. You can't let anyone else open it. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lu Yan's face twitched. I understand. Fengyi grunted, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. After you give the box to Su Wuji, you should stay away from him. Don't suffer any unnecessary calamities. Of course, I'm the one who told you this, so don't tell Su Wuji. As soon as she said this, Luyin looked at the box and suddenly felt like his hand was burning. There shouldn't be any problems inside, right? He quickly put it away and left. After seeing Ji Bing, Luyin curiously asked about the relationship between Su Wuji and Fengyi. Ji Bing's expression was strange, but he did not say anything. He told Luyin not to ask too much and left after sending him back to Levitating Island. Luyin touched his cosmic ring. He wanted to open it, but his rationality told him not to. He regretted it. He should have seen what was inside the box that Su Wuji had given Fengyi. At least it was not dangerous. Just as he was about to return to the wooden house, he saw the little food saint sitting at the door. Luyin turned and left. He did not want to get involved with this guy. Since he could not return to the wooden house, Luyin found a secluded place to sit. There was no one around, and unless someone searched the entire island, they would not find him. He decided to stay here until the arrival of the first 3 periods. It was quiet. Today's moon was especially round. Luyin was lost in thought as he looked at the moonlight. Unknowingly, he was completely immersed in it. He did not even realize that the moonlight that enveloped him was like a blade that covered him from top to bottom. The moonlight was like water, and the blade was like light. Luyin maintained his posture as he looked at the moonlight, forgetting everything else. Suddenly, a blade appeared in front of him. Slash! Luyin was shocked. Where did this blade come from? He wanted to dodge, but his body could not move. He could not move at all. As the blade approached him, he tried to cast a spell. He tried to use the power in his heart to use the inverse step, to see through space, to move the lines, but he could not do anything. He could only watch as the blade descended from above his head, about to cut him in half. Luin had never felt such despair before, even more so than when he had been on Driftcharge Planet. Back then, he had been able to move, but now, he could only watch as the blade descended. He had a body full of power, but there was nothing he could do. There were slippers and bone spurs in his cosmic ring, but he could not take them out. He could not accept this. He wanted to resist. Move, move, move. He could not move. The blade descended, and his head felt cold. Luin was stunned. Was he going to die? The next moment, the blade disappeared. He stared blankly in front of him and tried to move his fingers. He could move, and he could feel it. Was he not dead? Suddenly, the blade appeared again. This time, it slashed out horizontally. Luin was shocked. Again? He still could not move, and he could only watch as the blade slashed out again and again, coming from every direction and every corner. There were a total of 80 slashes, and Luin could not dodge from the first one. The following slashes were even more impossible to dodge. He simply stopped trying and watched as the blade swept past him. It felt like it had cut through his body, but it also felt like it had not. Was he going to be cut into 1,000 pieces? Where had the blade come from? Who was attacking him? His domain, spiritual force, rune lines, and all of his power could not be released. At this moment, Luin was as powerless as a baby. In front of him, the blade descended again. The 81st slash was a frontal slash from top to bottom. It was the same as the first slash, but there was something more to it that Luin could not explain. As the blade descended, the void collapsed, and Luin took several steps back. He could move now, but he subconsciously avoided his original spot. He looked around, but there was nothing. Was this where he had just sat? Someone had clearly slashed out 81 times, but his surroundings had not changed at all. The dew, the moonlight, the grass, nothing had changed. Was that an illusion? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. It had not been an illusion. He was a powerhouse who could compete with a progenitor, so how could he not be able to differentiate between an illusion and reality? But what had just happened? He had indeed been slashed by 81 slashes. Who was it? It was definitely an unimaginable powerhouse, and he had not been able to sense anything at all. If that person had really wanted to kill him, then he would have been cut to pieces. Lu Yin's entire body went cold, as if he had died once. At that moment, the void gathered where he had just sat, and a palm-sized blade appeared in front of his eyes. It was a very small blade that floated in the air. Luin stared at it in a daze. He remembered that this was the same blade that had slashed him 81 times, and it was exactly the same. He looked around again and bowed. Junior Xianxia. If I have disturbed you, please do not blame me. No one answered. Luin shouted again and then tried to release his domain to envelop his surroundings before expanding it further. Even after reaching out to the people who had participated in the previous 3 sections, he still couldn't find anyone in the vicinity. He couldn't find the person who had attacked him. It had to be a progenitor, and a powerhouse among powerhouses. Luin took a deep breath and slowly approached the palm-sized blade, but it did not respond. Luin reached out and grabbed the blade. The moment he touched the blade, he felt a bloodline connection, and the scene of him being slashed 81 times flashed through his mind. He looked at the blade in his hand in shock. It was a blade, but it was not a blade. This blade contained the strength of the 81 slashes, or rather, the 81 slashes that had formed this blade. What kind of power was this? This blade was connected to his bloodline. Did that mean that he had been slashed 81 times? But there were no wounds on his body. Luin could not figure it out. He looked at the blade in his hand and felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he should not have come. To be able to use such power on him, this person must have seen through him. The lost clan was no longer safe. But he could not leave now. Luin was restless. He held the blade and sat down, looking at the moonlight and taking a deep breath. Forget it, he would just wait. If such a powerhouse attacked him, he would not be able to escape. He smiled bitterly and looked at the blade in his hand again. He did not put it in his cosmic ring but hung it around his neck. Perhaps one day, he could use this blade to slash others 81 times. Luin stayed here for a while to avoid the little food saint and the others and to see if he could meet that mysterious powerhouse. This person had not exposed him, but had slashed him 81 times and even left this small blade behind. Luin did not know what this person's intentions were. Finally, it was time for the Upper Three Festivals. The Upper Three Festivals were the Lost Clan's biggest festival, and the entire clan was celebrating this day. Even on Levitating Island, Luin could feel the festive atmosphere. There were many levitating islands nearby, and everyone who participated in the Upper Three Festivals was on these levitating islands. One could imagine how many people from the Lost Clan had come. The largest levitating island in the center was the place where the card exchange took place. On this day, all the cards in the Lost Clan would be attracted here, and anyone who had the ability could exchange their cards. The Lost Clan had their own process for the festival, and when the process ended, it would be time to exchange their cards. In fact, they only had half a day left. Everyone looked at the levitating island in the center and waited. At the same time, outside the levitating island, figures appeared one after another, bringing with them supreme pressure. They were all extremely powerhouses. Everyone from the Lost Clan looked at the figures respectfully. The Upper Three Festivals were the most important festival for the Lost Clan. Every year on this day, extremely powerhouses from the Six Direction Society would come to observe the ceremony. It was to celebrate the Upper Three Festivals and give face to the Lost Clan, but also to see who would be able to exchange their cards. The main reason was that a person had exchanged a primordial card for a seasonal card, shocking the Six Direction Society. This meant that the person was likely to become an extremely powerhouse in the future, and this matter was enough to attract the Six Direction Society's interest. Xianxia, long time no see. Someone said politely. Xianxia smiled and said, so it's Manor Lord gone. It's been 1,000 years since we parted in the endless battlefield. I didn't expect to meet you here. Gon smiled and said, yeah, I still can't forget Xianxia's awe-inspiring prowess in the endless battlefield back then. What's there to be proud of? I'm just lucky that I didn't die. Xianxia smiled bitterly. After he finished speaking, he looked to the other side. Qianlu bowed to him from afar. Senior Xianxia. Xianxia praised, congratulations, the Three Monarchs universe has added another extreme powerhouse. Not far away, Su Heng also spoke up, Brother Chen, I wonder how my brother Xianqi is doing under you. Qianlu looked at Su Heng and smiled, it's all thanks to Xianqi. My Three Sovereigns universe managed to capture quite a few spies. To be honest, if it wasn't for his cultivation being unable to keep up, I would have given him the position of manor head. Haha. Su Heng smiled. He was happy whenever someone praised Luin. A middle-aged man walked out of the void and looked at everyone, Brother Chen, Brother Heng, this is the first time you have come to my Lost Clan to visit the Upper Three Sections. If there is anything that is not satisfactory, please forgive us. Su Heng and Chen Leiji hurriedly said some polite words. This person was an extreme powerhouse of the Lost Clan, named Dan Zheng. In the Lost Clan, when one reached the extreme powerhouse level, they would change their surname to Dan to correspond with this region. As they spoke, a group of Lost Clan members were celebrating a festival on the central floating island in front of them. Gon came to Su Heng's side and spoke very enthusiastically, hoping that Su Heng would persuade Luin to go to the Wood Dimension to help capture spies. Su Heng naturally wouldn't agree. Luin had his own reasons for not going, so he couldn't force him. When Qianlu heard that Manor Head Gon still wanted to invite Luin to the Wood Dimension, he hurriedly suggested that the Three Monarchs universe still wanted to capture spies. How many spies can your Three Monarchs universe have? My Wood Dimension has a long history, and our spies are hidden too deeply. Xianqi should go to my Wood Dimension. Manor Head Gon said to Qianlu. Qianlu said seriously, my Three Monarchs universe is the weakest of the Six Directions Association. If the eternal race wants to break the balance of the Six Directions Association, it is most convenient to start with my Three Monarchs universe, so Xianxia is very important. Gon wanted to refute. Su Heng interrupted, by the way, no one from hyperspace is coming? Danjing heard this and shook his head, no one from hyperspace is coming. In the past, it was always the Yu family who came. Now that such a big thing has happened in hyperspace, it's normal that they don't come. Master Dimensional wouldn't feel at ease letting the Yu family go out again. They didn't speak. What happened in hyperspace was a taboo, and it involved the interference of the reincarnation universe and the Three Monarchs universes. Their hearts were heavy, and if someone else interfered with their spacetime one day, no one would feel comfortable. In fact, many people wanted to see how Dimensional Master Dimensional would retaliate. The reincarnation universe was one thing, but the Three Monarchs universe couldn't escape. Lord Luo had schemed against them, so it was impossible for Dimensional Master Dimensional to not retaliate. It was just a matter of how he would retaliate. Xianxia remained silent and pretended not to hear. The Shaoing Divine Sovereign arrived with a smile on his face. His golden robes made him look extremely noble. Chen Lu, Gon, and Su Heng hurriedly greeted him. They were all juniors, and the Shaoing Divine Sovereign had been an extreme powerhouse for much longer than them. With the Shaoing Divine Sovereign here, they couldn't talk about hyperspace. Lord Gon still insisted on asking Su Heng to help persuade Luin. If you really want Xianxia to go to the Wood Universe, Lord Gon might as well wait for Senior Su Wuwei to come. Senior Su Wuwei is Xianxia's guide, Danjing said. Lord Gon's eyes lit up. Senior Su Wuwei is coming? The Shaoing Divine Sovereign was also surprised. Su Wuwei is coming? Danjing smiled. Yes, I've already received the notice. He'll be here soon. The Shaoing Divine Sovereign smiled. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's take this opportunity to chat. On Floating Island, the unique music of the Lost Clan sounded. Everyone watched, waiting for the moment to change their cards. Not long after, Su Wuwei arrived. Everyone greeted him one by one, and even the Shaoing Divine Sovereign didn't put on airs. Su Wuwei's status in the Void God universe was equivalent to the Three Monarchs' status in the Reincarnation universe. Both of them had become extreme powerhouses at about the same time, so they were considered peers. I heard that you went to the Endless Battlefield some time ago. Aren't you afraid that others will gossip about you coming back so soon? The Shaoing Divine Sovereign joked. Su Wuwei sighed. I can't help it. I'm old and can only rely on my past achievements. My past achievements are enough. I'll find a place to cook some delicious food and train 2 passable disciples. This is life. Lord Gon praised, Senior's disciple Xianxia is quite good. Only Senior can train such an excellent disciple. Su Wuwei raised his eyebrows. Don't talk nonsense. He's not my disciple. I don't have any disciples at the moment. I'm just his guide. Chen Lu smiled. Who doesn't know that Xianxia has learned Senior's Taishan realm? With this move, he's been successful in capturing spies and has made great contributions to mankind. Even if Senior isn't on the battlefield, his contributions to mankind are no less than anyone else on the battlefield. Well said. Senior's contributions are obvious to all. Jiangxing also praised. Su Wuwei had a headache. All of you are praising Xianxia so enthusiastically. Do you really know him? He remembered what happened in Ultra Spacetime. Bai Qian had replaced He Ran. Although Xianxia didn't seem to have done anything in the process, at most, he framed He Ran. However, this framing had no effect on the outcome. It was the Yu family who attacked Master Wei, and Master Wei won in the end. Logically speaking, Bai Qian shouldn't have been able to replace He Ran, but Bai Qian did in the end. Su Wuwei didn't know much about it, and he wasn't interested. The main reason was that Xianxia didn't use the virtual god spacetime. Su Heng, Su Lung, and Su Wuji didn't interfere. Otherwise, he would have found trouble with him. The only thing was that Xianxia used the reputation of Heaven's View House to frame He Ran. It was a fact that Master Wei appeared. He did interfere, but he didn't use the virtual god spacetime. No matter what, Xianxia was related to ultra spacetime. Bai Qian won and He Ran went missing. This was a fact. He was one of the few people who knew that Xianxia supported by Qian from the beginning. Therefore, He Ran's disappearance might be related to Xianxia. Su Wuwei had a headache thinking about this. Lord Gan said, I don't understand. I hope Senior can give me a chance to understand. Su Wuwei didn't understand. What do you mean? Chenla suddenly exclaimed, it's starting. On the central floating island, the lost tribesmen retreated one by one. The entire island was empty, and only the original creatures remained. The surroundings were silent. An ancient voice boomed from above. The upper 3 sections, begin. Enter the island. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the people on the surrounding floating islands rushed towards the central floating island, afraid that someone would beat them to it if they were too slow. Luin took a deep breath and stopped thinking about the saber. He took a step forward and headed towards the central floating island. Along the way, the little food saint saw him. Xianxia, let's compete again tomorrow. I've already won against everyone. Let's arm wrestle. Luin didn't even look at him and stepped onto the central floating island with ease. He looked up and saw a quiet forest in the distance. He breathed in the fresh air of nature. Figures stepped onto the island one after another. The central floating island was huge. There were hundreds of thousands of outsiders participating in the upper 3 sections, including the lost tribesmen. However, they were scattered across the island and didn't even have that many living creatures. Furthermore, any place on the island could attract a card as long as the card itself was attractive. As for how attractive it was, it varied from person to person. Just as Su Wuji had said, some people let themselves go and really attracted a card. In the forest, Luin saw a man shouting something in front of him. The man was excited and didn't stop even when he saw Luin. His face was flushed red, and he listened carefully. The man was narrating his own legendary history, a history that he believed to be legendary. Then, in the distance, someone sang. Luin had heard from Su Wuji that singing was considered ordinary. It had nothing to do with how good the song was, but the worse the song, the more attention it would attract. Luin took a step forward, traversing thousands of kilometers. This island was indeed very small to him. He quickly saw Saruzin, who was sitting cross-legged and muttering something. Luin walked past him without even opening his eyes, and his withered arms seemed to wither even more. Luin felt that if he could use nature's opposite on Saruzin, the arm might be able to recover. Actually, there was no need for that. With Saruzin's cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to recover. It could only be said that everyone had their own perseverance. It took a lot of willpower for a normal person to raise their arm high and let it wither. As a cultivator, it took a lot of willpower to recover an arm but still maintain it. In terms of willpower, Luin knew that he might not be able to compare to Saruzin. He looked back and saw that Saruzin's expression had become even more sacred. He then saw Luo Zong, whose face was glowing with confidence. His hands were clasped behind his back as if he was controlling the void. It was obvious that he was faking it. Next was Jiang Xiaodao, who was shouting crazily at the top of his lungs. Next was Wen Sansi, who was reciting a famous article from the Fifth Mainland. It had to be said that with the Fifth Mainland's history and wisdom, they might actually be able to attract a card. Little Lian was vexed as she pleaded to the void, almost as if she was praying. It was very cute. Bao Feather was very straightforward. He bent down and shot arrow after arrow, each one of them shooting into space with all his might. This was still considered normal. Luin saw people taking off their clothes and running around, waving their arms. He saw people crying and kowtowing to something. When he got closer, he smelled a foul odor. It was a farting bug. Along the way, Luin saw all sorts of ways to let go of themselves. It was so strange that he thought they had all gone mad. Suddenly, he stared blankly at the sky. A figure passed by, expressionless and blindfolded. Was that Woodcut? Luin hadn't expected that Woodcut to come to the central island. Did he also have a lost clan card? Did he need to change his card? The upper 3 sections didn't forbid anyone from changing cards, so everyone could come regardless of their cultivation. However, Luin had never thought that a progenitor, one who was said to be comparable to Su Wuwei, would come. Outside Levitating Island, Su Wuwei and the others were also looking into the distance. When did Woodcut arrive? Su Wuwei asked. Danjing replied, about the same time as those outsiders. Reverend God Xiaoyin was shocked. I thought he had given up on the power of the card, but I didn't expect him to want to exchange for another card. Why? Does he want to exchange for a primordial card? Is your lost clan willing to do so? Dan Zhang's expression was solemn. Anyone who has obtained the lost clan card, unless they have betrayed the human race and committed evil deeds, can participate in the first 3 sections. No one is an exception. The Xiaoyin divinity smiled. I'm also interested in the card civilization. Can you let me try? Su Wuwei said indifferently, you are already the 3rd venerable, why are you still fighting with these people? Isn't Woodcut here too? His strength might not be below yours or mine, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin said. Xianxia said, Senior Woodcut already had a card when he was young. If you wish to cultivate our lost race's civilization, please ask Grand Elder. The Xiaoyin divinity did not speak, and his gaze shifted from the wooden carving to Luyin, who was standing very close to it. He frowned, had this kid disguised his appearance and cultivation? He stared at Luyin, this person was Xianxia. He had seen images of Xianxia, but no one had mentioned that this person had disguised himself. Thinking of this, he said indifferently, Brother Wuwei, this disciple of yours is not weak at all. Su Wuwei looked over. Not bad. I'll say it again, he is not my disciple. The Xiaoyin divinity did not say anything else. If he could see through the disguise, it was impossible for Su Wuwei not to. Since he could see through the disguise and still allowed this person to do so, and even taught him the Taishan domain, there was no problem with this person's disguise. There were too many people in this starry sky who were good at disguising themselves. He had often disguised himself when he was young, and if he was not scheming, how could he become one of the 3rd venerable? This person was able to capture spies, so he must be very scheming. On the central floating island, Luyin watched the wooden carving leave. This person had not looked at him from beginning to end, but Luyin was uneasy. Was it him? Was that Dao Feng from that night? It was very likely that he also used a knife, but why? He should have seen through his disguise, but he did not say anything. He even slashed Luyin 81 times and left the knife to Luyin. Why? Was this person good or bad to Luyin? As the wooden carving disappeared, Luyin stopped thinking about it. No matter what, that person had not shown up, and he could not find out who it was. He could only take one step at a time. He looked outside the floating island and wondered if any masters of the lost clan had seen him. If there was someone comparable to Senior Su Wuwei, they might be able to see through his disguise. He did not know that the Xiaoyin divinity had seen through his disguise but did not pursue it because of Su Wuwei's attitude. Coincidentally, the Xiaoyin divinity had not seen Lu Yin's true face. Otherwise, he would definitely have recognized him. It could only be said that although Lu Yin had offended the 6 Paths Guild and ridiculed a Yuan sage, he had not directly confronted the Xiaoyin divinity. Those who could recognize Lu Yin would not be able to see through his disguise, and those who could see through his disguise would not be able to recognize him. However, as he climbed higher and higher, the day would come when he would be recognized would come sooner or later. Lu Yin was ready to start. He wanted to try to attract cards, which was his purpose for coming here. He did not expect to attract an immemorial card, but at least an ancient card would be good. First of all, strength. He had many advantages, and his strength was especially outstanding. Far away, the little carnivore saint was currently displaying his strength. He ate while bombarding the void, displaying his strength to his heart's content. No one dared to approach him, and his strength formed visible ripples. Lu Yin clenched his fists and suddenly exerted force. He did not bombard anything, but the surrounding void shook and turned into ripples that spread out. Soon, he released his hands. It was useless. Was his strength not enough? Then, he could use his domain, spiritual force, and so on. As long as it did not attract the attention of those extreme powerhouses, he could use it. There had to be one that could attract a card. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had thought too much. A card was not Mr. Mu and would not be attracted by his innate strength. Some people could attract cards by showing off their muscles, And some people could also attract cards if they sang badly. Cards paid more attention to oneself. After trying for several hours, Luin still could not find a way to attract a card. At the same time, someone had already attracted a card. It was a child who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. His innocent eyes looked at the card descending from the void, and he was somewhat at a loss. Luin had noticed before that most of the people who came to exchange cards were adults who had their own ideas. Children were rare. He did not know how this child had managed to get a card, but it seemed like he had not done anything. Outside Levitating Island, Danjing smiled. Sure enough, putting little six in had been useful. This child was a descendant of his bloodline and had a unique innate gift. He had thought that the card would be attracted by this child's innate gift, and he had been right. Someone else immediately got a card, but when that person saw the card clearly, his face was filled with despair. Changing cards did not mean that one would become stronger. They could also become weaker, as no one had ever said that a new card would definitely be stronger than one's original card. Of course, one could choose not to change. This person immediately gave up on changing cards, but at the same time, he lost the right to continue. There was only one chance to change cards. On the day of the upper 3 festivals, half the day was for the Lost Clan celebration, and the other half was for changing cards. In fact, they did not have much time left. Luin used all sorts of methods, but they were all useless. He did not dare to use some of them for fear of attracting the Lost Clan's attention, such as the primogenitor's scripture and the power of his heart. There was no doubt that once these powers were used, they would attract the attention of extreme powerhouses. Although the Lost Clan was xenophobic, they were still one of the 6 directional societies. Luin looked up at the sky. Forget it, there was no need to use these powers. When Xianxia, Luozong, and the others were all talking, so it was time for him to talk as well. Where should he start? Luin sat down and looked up at the sky. He was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth. He controlled his voice to only be heard within a 10-meter radius. Whether the card could hear him or whether it would be attracted was up to fate. He took out the 7-star Hidden Mountain card. I am Luin, the young master of the 5th Mainland's Lu clan. I was framed and left stranded, lost my memories and cultivation, and became an ordinary person. I started from scratch, and ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I entered the combat academy, became the champion, and battled the 10 arbiters. I have never been defeated. I have controlled the heavens from the outerverse, led a war against the astral beast domain, resisted the 6th mainland, schemed against the 4 directions balance, and was the Tao master of the Ascension sect. Sirius Palm borrowed the power of the invincible progenitor Chen, stepped on the stars, and used the Grim Reaper's transformation, obtained from one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms during the era of the Ascension sect, the power of the human Grim Reaper. Luin continued to speak, but his voice was annihilated within a 10-meter radius, but there was no response. He recounted all of his accomplishments, but unfortunately, it was useless. In the distance, a card appeared in front of Luozong. He was overjoyed, as being able to attract the card was not important to him. What he cared about was being noticed by the Lost Clan and the overall situation. He hoped to use this card to contact the Lost Clan. However, when he saw the card, his entire body felt unwell. The 1-star era card, the Lost Clan's worst card. It was without a doubt the worst card. He looked at the card speechlessly, as if it wanted to jump into his hands. He resisted the urge to shatter the card and walked out of Levitating Island. Elsewhere, someone was ecstatic that he had obtained a satisfactory card. This scene would be recorded by the Lost Clan. 2 hours passed, and Luin continued to speak, but there was no response. None of the cards were attracted to him. He was helpless. Is it because you don't understand what I said? Then let's talk about what you understand. Following that, Luin forcefully recounted everything he knew about Progenitor Chen, the Grim Reaper, and the others. Another hour passed, but there was still no response. Ha 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 ha, I got it. I got a card. My dream was right. My dream has succeeded. Someone shouted excitedly in the distance. Luin looked over. Dream? Life dream? Was that even possible? It seems like you like listening to people talk about their dreams. Then tell me about your dreams. Luin thought about it. My dream is to lead the above heaven sect to stand tall in the universe, where no one dares to offend us. My dream is to lead humanity to defeat the everlasting tribe, where we will never be threatened. My dream is to save Ming Yen, where we will live a happy life. My dream is to avenge the Lu family and kill the Xiaoying divinity. As soon as he said this, Luin inexplicably saw the lines in space distort, and a card suddenly appeared before disappearing in an instant. Luin was stunned. What was the meaning of this? No matter what he said earlier, the cards had not reacted, and he could not find any trace of them. Why did they suddenly become excited when he mentioned that he wanted to kill the Xiaoying god? Did these cards hate the Xiaoying god? No. His eyes flickered. They did not hate the Xiaoying god, they had seen his true self. This was his true self. The people who had attracted the cards had all revealed their true selves, and he truly wanted revenge. He wanted to kill the culprit, the Xiaoying god. This was his true self, but it was still not enough. He stood up, sensing a problem. He had been in disguise for so long and was used to hiding his true self. It would not be easy for him to open his heart now. What the cards needed was his most authentic self. In the distance, a card appeared in front of Saruzin, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire island. Everyone looked over in shock. What card was that? Why was it causing such a commotion? Outside the island, Danjing exclaimed, 7-star ancient card, radiance. The Xiaoying god was astonished, 7-star ancient card. This kid is not bad. Although it's only an ancient card, it's a 7-star card. If used well, it can rival a primordial card. Lord Gon praised, it's Saruzin. Haha, I knew he wouldn't disappoint. Danjin was shocked, he's Saruzin? The junior who left his name behind in the wood humanoid scripture? Lord Gon nodded, that's right. Danjing was envious, he actually got a 7-star ancient radiance card. This card will allow him to use it until he reaches the extreme realm. The power of light is quite powerful, second only to the primordial card, Aurora. He seemed to be conflicted about something as he spoke, but after some thought, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Su Wuwei sensed something strange and asked, Danjing, what are you doing? Everyone looked at Danjing. Danjing gritted his teeth, I want to give it a try too. Su Wuwei felt strange, you want to exchange cards? Danjing nodded and was about to take another step forward. Get lost. A stern voice rang out. Danjing hurriedly retreated in fear, Grand Elder, I want to give it a try too. He had been scolded by the Grand Elder. Su Wuwei laughed, stop fooling around. You already have the best card. If you try again, you'll be the Grand Elder. Danjing was bitter, I just want to improve. How do you want to exchange cards? Empty words? The Xiaoying divinity said, as far as I know, your lost clan card can see through one's heart. Showing your true self can only attract its attention. To truly attract it, it still depends on the compatibility. The compatibility between your external performance and the truth of your heart is the key to attracting the card. Danjing looked deeply at Reverend God Xiaoying. I didn't expect Reverend God to know so much about my lost clan. The Xiaoying divinity shook his head. I don't understand. I really don't know how the card sees through one's heart and how it achieves the degree of compatibility it knows. Some people like to speak empty words, which can't attract the card, but some people can. Danjing said, being the same on the outside and inside is the greatest charm for a card. Well then. Reverend God Xiaoying looked at Danjing. What are you going to do? Danjing was distressed. I don't know. Back on Levitating Island, Luin was unaffected by Saruzin's influence. Light shone on his face, and his shadow covered the tree trunk. One day, I will wipe out the enemies of the Lu family, be it the Xiaoying divinity or the Grand Empyrean. At the peak of starry sky, looking down on everyone. Following his words, a card quietly appeared and slowly descended in front of Luin. Luin looked at it. It was a 3 stars archaic card, which corresponded to the progenitor realm. It was not bad, even if it was not 7 stars. Luin did not cause much of a commotion when he attracted the card, and no one paid attention. Only Su Heng kept staring at him. When he saw that Lu Yun had attracted a card, his face lit up. He did not know what card it was, but if Lu Yun had changed it, then it must be an ancient or even a primeval card. After all, Lu Yun's 7-star Hidden Mountain card was already the best ancient card. He was about to speak when his eyes suddenly widened as he saw an unbelievable scene. The card that had just appeared in front of Lu Yun was pushed away by another card. That's right, it was pushed away. He stared blankly. How could this happen? Lu Yun was also stunned as he stared at the second card that had suddenly appeared. The moment this card appeared, it pushed away the first card. Not only that, but a gloomy aura of destruction descended, dispersing the light that had been born from Saruzan's card. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered Levitating Island. Everyone was drawn to it and looked over. Danjing was shocked and cried out in shock, "Eternal darkness?" At this moment, countless people from the Lost Clan who saw Lu Yun's card were shocked, as if they had seen an unbelievable scene. Beside Danjing, the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign's gaze turned cold. 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness. Everyone else was shocked. It was actually a 7-star archaic card? So far, the only known 7-star archaic card existed in the hands of the Lost Clan's Grand Elder. That card was called Heavenly King. With this card, the Lost Clan's Grand Elder Xianxia had dominated the boundless battlefield. Countless people had confirmed that he could rival the Wood Spacetime Ruler and the Chrono Spacetime Ruler. On the surface, the reason why the Lost Clan could join the Sixth Direction Association was because they had fought with the Reincarnation Spacetime and buried the Reincarnation Spacetime's powerhouses. In reality, only a few people knew that Grand Elder Xianxia had personally gone to the Reincarnation Spacetime and met the Grand Empyrean. After he returned to the Lost Clan, the Grand Empyrean had recognized the Lost Clan as one of the Sixth Direction Association. Without the Grand Elder, Xianxia would not have the Lost Clan today, and his power came from the Heavenly King card. This was the only 7-star archaic card. No one had expected another 7-star archaic card to appear in the upper 3 sections. This was a major event that would be recorded in the annals of the Lost Clan. Even the Xiaoying divinity was shocked. An extreme powerhouse with a 7-star archaic card brought about an incomparable shock. Once Lu Yun stepped into the realm of extreme powerhouses in the future, he would definitely surpass ordinary extreme powerhouses. Danjing wanted to go in and try exchanging cards. He wanted to see if he could exchange for a 7-star archaic card. His card was only 6-star. 6 stars and 7 stars seemed to be only one step apart, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. 6 stars were nameless, while 7 stars were famous. The surroundings of Levitating Island were silent as everyone stared blankly at the card in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun also looked at the card. When it appeared, the surroundings turned dark, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was clearly a cultivator who could fight against a progenitor, but he still felt cold. This card gave him a sense of crisis. It was a terrifying card. Whether it was a seasonal card, an archaic card, or archaic card, any 7-star card would have its own traps. Lu Yun felt a sense of crisis. The trigger came from the card itself. It was called Eternal Darkness. How did this kid attract this card? Xianxia was shocked and filled with envy. He wanted this card. No one could answer him, as Lu Yun had not done anything earth-shattering. Lu Yun himself did not know how he had attracted such a terrifying card. This card had forcefully pushed away the archaic card from before, as if it could not wait to belong to him. What had he done? He had only said a few words that sounded exaggerated, but no one would believe him. Who would believe that he was above the 6-path society? Who would believe that he had reconstructed the heaven above earth sex glory? No matter how one looked at it, he was just bragging. If bragging could attract cards, then he would have obtained all of the Lost Clan's cards. It was not that simple. The appearance of the 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness, attracted the Lost Clan's Grand Elder. As a strange pressure descended, the Xiaoying Divine Sovereign's gaze turned cold as he looked in one direction. Su Wuwei also looked over at the same time. Chen Lu and the others were a step slower, but after a few breaths, they also looked over and saw an old man in a plain white robe. He had a white beard and eyebrows, like an otherworldly expert. Xianxia quickly stepped forward and bowed, "Grand Elder." This person was the Lost Clan's Grand Elder, Xiangu, an existence comparable to the Master of Wood, Master Dimensional, and other spacetime masters. Xiangu turned around and looked past Shanjing and the Shaoing Divine Sovereign to Su Wuwei. This is Xianxia, your prospective disciple. Can you let him join my Lost Clan? Su Wuwei's attitude towards Xiangu was completely different. Xiangu's seniority was too high, and he was an existence who could sit and chat with the Void Master. Su Wuwei answered Xiangu with respect, you have to ask the Void Master. The reason Xianxia can join my Void God universe is because he passed the Void Gate and met the Void Master. Xiangu stroked his long white beard, it seems like it's time to meet an old friend. Eternal darkness cannot be left outside. Su Wuwei looked at Levitating Island. He did not care whether Luyin stayed or left. Back then, he had forbidden Luyin from joining the Void God universe. If he had not passed the Void Gate, Luyin would not have joined. Now that Xiangu wanted to take him away, it was exactly what he wanted. The matter of hyperspace was a thorn in his heart. On Levitating Island, Luyin stretched out his hand, and the Eternal Darkness card slowly floated over. He knew that this was an extraordinary card, and he had exposed his true self to these cards to attract this card. However, he did not finish speaking. Since he had exposed himself, he might as well say everything that was on his mind. His trip to the Sixth Mainland had given him an almost impossible but depressing idea. Is the universe we're looking at real? Perhaps there's a pair of eyes watching us from an unimaginable height, or a hand controlling the spacetime and setting the rules. Actually, I want to reach that height. If there's a fake sky, I hope to restore the original reality of this universe, just like how the Fifth Mainland was replaced by the Sixth Mainland. This was Lu Yin's thought, and he had had this idea for a long time. Back then, the Frostwave Weave was an untouchable existence. The Great Yu Empire could do anything to make Earth believe that it was a miracle and broaden Earth's horizons. Who can guarantee that what we're looking at now is the real universe? For ordinary people on Earth, firearms can destroy a mountain or even a planet. This is the limit of their imagination. For cultivators, the progenitor realm can change the world. And even change the rules. This is also the limit of their imagination. But is this really the limit? Luyin watched as the Perpetual Darkness card slowly fell into his palm. If what I think is true, then I hope that one day, I can lead humanity to break through this false sky and see the true starry sky and the true existence of space. I hope that one day, I can let everyone set their own rules and restore their true freedom. With a cautious sound, the sky opened. A streak of darkness appeared, extending into the endless distance in everyone's line of sight. This was the Void Realm, and it had inexplicably appeared to split open the sky and the earth. It had exploded everyone's imaginations, as if the world had been split in two. Xiangu, Divine Shaoyin, Su Wuwei, and the others all looked up in shock, not understanding what was happening. There was no enemy attack, and there was no attack, but the sky had split open. More accurately, the space that they could see was neither the sky nor the universe. It was the firmament that everyone saw, the objective existence that they recognized, that had split open. On Levitating Island, Luyin was startled. That thunderous sound seemed to have exploded in his mind, and his hand trembled as he almost dropped the card. He looked up. Was the Eternals attacking? Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the sky. The black crack was like a giant mouth that stretched across the entire universe, about to swallow the entire region. At that moment, a white light flashed out from the black crack. Was that a corner of the card? If this had happened elsewhere, no one would have thought of the card. But here, everyone recognized that it was a corner of the card. A corner of the card had appeared in the Void Realm, and when it appeared, the Perpetual Darkness card in Lu Yin's palm suddenly trembled and then disappeared. It had slipped away. Luyin looked over. Had the card slipped away? Above the firmament, within the Void Realm, cards continued to descend, as if they were about to appear in this region of space. On Levitating Island, cards that had originally been hidden and invisible appeared from time to time, as if they were worshipping something. This scene left everyone at a loss. Why would a card appear from the Void Realm? It seemed to be struggling to break free from something and was difficult to descend. It was like the king of all cards accepting worship. No one could understand it. Only Xiangu looked at the card with an extremely sharp gaze. He was also extremely excited, and his entire body trembled. It was true. The legends were true, and such a card really existed. The Lost Clan definitely did not have such a card. Xiangu suddenly stared at Lu Yin and saw that the perpetual darkness that should have been in Lu Yin's palm had disappeared without a trace. It was Lu Yin. He was the one who had attracted the card. It was him. Just as everyone thought that card in the firmament would descend, it suddenly retreated and disappeared. The void realm that had split the universe slowly disappeared as well, as if it had never appeared. Space returned to normal. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They all looked at Xiangu. They didn't see wrongly, that was a card that came from the world of nothingness. This was the Lost Clan. What exactly was that card? They hoped that the Lost Clan could give them an explanation. More importantly, who had drawn out that card? Xiangu suddenly acted and sealed off Levitating Island. Everyone, the first 3 sections end here. Please return to your own spacetime. Please forgive us if the Lost Clan has not treated you well. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone on Levitating Island was forced to fly out. They were all outsiders who had participated in the first 3 sections. Divine Lord Xiaoyin's gaze was stern. Senior Xiangu, the first 3 sections never ended in advance. Is what happened now related to that card? Can I ask about that card? Xiangu's voice rang out before he could finish his sentence. Senior Xiaoyin, this is a matter of the Lost Clan. It has nothing to do with you. Please return. Xiaoyin's expression changed. Xiangu's attitude towards him was not friendly. Su Wuwei smiled. It seems that the Lost Clan really does have a card that surpasses the archaic card. The Void Realm actually has a card. Interesting. He then left. Without asking any more questions. Qianlu glanced at Levitating Island and left as well. Then, Jiangxing and Lord Gan also left. Mu Feng also stepped out of Levitating Island. Xiaoyin was not satisfied and wanted to ask something, but Xianxing came in front of him and gestured for him to leave. He could only leave with a sullen expression. In the end, only Su Heng remained. He frowned. Where is my brother, Xianxia? All outsiders who had participated in the first 3 sections of Levitating Island flew out in an instant. Only Lu Yin was not present. Su Wuwei noticed but did not care. Qianlu also noticed but did not care. Only Su Heng stayed behind to ask. Xianxing said, the Grand Elder has his own arrangements. Brother Heng, go back. Don't worry, Xianxia will be fine. Su Heng took a deep breath. This was his first time participating in the first 3 sections. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. He did not know who had drawn out the card that could exist in the Void Realm. What would happen to Xianxia? My brother drew out the 7-star archaic card. It might make things difficult for the Lost Clan, but please do not make things difficult for him. After all, he was personally seen and confirmed by the Void Master. Su Heng reminded them and then left. He wanted to find Su Wuwei and ask him to contact the Void Master. The importance of the 7-star archaic card to the Lost Clan was self-evident. If Lu Yin was left behind, there would be trouble. They had not seen the Eternal Darkness card disappear. Only Xiangu had seen it. This was also why Xiangu had suddenly sealed off Levitating Island. He did not want others to know that the Void Realm card had scared away the Eternal Darkness card and that it had been Lu Yin who had drawn it out. At this moment, only the Lost Clan members and Lu Yin were left on Levitating Island. Lu Yin looked around blankly. Where was the archaic card? It was gone. It had completely disappeared, and the Void Realm card had not appeared. What did this mean? Did he not get anything? He wanted to leave, but he was suppressed by a force. Xianxia, right? Xiangu walked out and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was startled by Xiangu's sudden appearance, but he did not hesitate and quickly bowed. Junior is Xianxia. May I know who Senior is? He was apprehensive. This old man looked like an otherworldly expert, and it was likely that he had seen through his disguise. This was troublesome. Xiangu sized Lu Yin up. Do you know what the card that appeared in front of you was? I do not know. That is the 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness, Xiangu said. Luyin was shocked. 7-star? Xiangu stroked his beard and said, in my lost clan, there have only been 3 7-star arcane cards, and Eternal Darkness is one of them. It represents darkness and extinction. As long as the owner can drag the enemy into the card, even if the enemy is extremely strong, they may be buried. This has nothing to do with the owner's strength. Luyin said bitterly, that card is gone. Xiangu nodded and looked at Luyin with deep eyes. Yes, it is gone. That's because a 7-star archaic card is gone. It must have been scared away. Luyin narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiangu. Scared away? Xiangu and Luyin looked at each other. What do you think? Luyin probed. Is it the legendary ancient card that surpasses the archaic cards? Xiangu looked solemn. The corner of the card that appeared in the world of nothingness represents the ancient card. Luyin was at a loss. As far as I know, the peak that humans have reached is the realm of the strongest. Every parallel universe has a different position for the realm of the strongest. The one who is really recognized as the peak is the great celestial master of reincarnation, time and space. Even so, the great celestial master is called the strongest. Is this ancient card beyond the great celestial master's level? I don't understand. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Xiangu smiled. Human beings are too insignificant. What are they in the universe? The strongest can change time and space to cultivate, but they can only do that. Can they bring people back to life? Can they change people into another species? Can they transform plants into humans? Can they turn people into plants? What I'm talking about, can an extreme expert do it? Of course not. Progenitors were said to be able to change the heavens and the earth, and they possessed unfathomable power. However, this so-called power only represented strength, and changing the heavens and the earth was also a form of power. It was a method for others to cultivate, but it was impossible to fundamentally change the form of a living being. Living creatures could change their forms by themselves, but they could not be forcibly changed by the strongest. How could the progenitor realm bring people back to life? How many progenitors could heal Ming Yan's injuries? Xiangu sighed. The strongest are not omnipotent, but living creatures do exist and evolve. They are full of diversity and infinite possibilities. Have you ever thought about why? Luyin saluted. It's not up to me to think about these things. Xiangu said, with your talent, one day you will become an extremely strong person. In the virtual God universe, you will reach the virtual Tai realm. When that day comes, try to think about how humans, creatures, plants, and everything in the universe exist and how they operate. These are the questions that all extremely strong people think about. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. These were the sequence particles. Transdimensional had been studying the sequence particles, but their research could only prove the existence and modification of the sequence particles, but they could not find the reason for their existence. The propositions raised by the old man in front of him were beyond Transdimensional's research and the limits of human imagination. Luyin saluted the old man deeply. Thank you for your advice, Senior. If I can really become a strongest in the future, I will think about Senior's words. When can I leave? Xiangu laughed. Don't you want the Eternal Darkness card? Of course, Luyin didn't want it. He just wanted to leave and get far away. The old man in front of him must have seen through his disguise and said so much. He couldn't figure it out. The disappearance of the card means that I failed to attract it. How can I still want it? Xiangu said, you attracted it, but it was scared away by the ancient card. Are you willing? That is the Eternal Darkness card, a 7-star archaic card. Luyin said bitterly, this is my fate, and I will follow it. Xiangu shook his head. Do you want to leave? Luyin hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Join my lost clan. Xiangu suddenly said, startling Luyin. He looked at Xiangu blankly. Join the lost clan? Xiangu solemnly said, this old man is the lost clan's great elder, Xiangu. I formally invite you, Xianxia, to join the lost clan and become a member of our lost clan. Luyin had merged with the bodies of many members of the Sixth Direction Association, and he had also done a lot of research. Although he didn't know much about the Lost Clan, he still knew a few things. It was acknowledged that the Lost Clan was xenophobic, but how xenophobic was it? The Lost Clan could give out cards to outsiders, but they had never given out the identity of their clansmen. This meant that almost no outsider could join the Lost Clan. At least, this was what the information that Luin had gathered so far had recorded. Perhaps some of the information was incomplete and did not record any confidential information, but this also showed how rare it was for outsiders to obtain the identity of a member of the Lost Clan. He had also heard of the name Xianxia before. This was an existence that was on par with Dimensional Master, Void Master, Ruler of Wood, and other masters of time and space. He was the leader of the Lost Clan and an expert who had lived for a very long time. He had not expected this old man to be Xianxia. It was as if he had met the Void Master in the Void God space. Dangu smiled when he saw Lu Yin's stunned expression. What's wrong? Surprised? Lu Yin laughed dryly. So it's Great Elder Xianxia. Of course, I'm surprised. I'm just a junior, and I never thought that I would be able to meet the Great Elder one day. Haha, since you were able to draw out the ancient card, this old man naturally wants to meet you. How about it, Xianxia, join my Lost Clan. This is much better than staying in the Void God universe. My Lost Clan will treat you as a distinguished guest. Whatever you want, just tell me. Xianxu's tone was very gentle. Lu Yin was curious, how can I join the Lost Clan? Xianxia pointed to the sky and said, based on the fact that you can attract the ancient card, this is enough. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. That ancient card appeared suddenly and did not descend. How can Senior be sure that it was me who led it here? Xianxia said, if it wasn't you who led him here, why did Young Dark run away? Lu Yin had no rebuttal. Senior, since Junior has joined the Void God universe with the Void Master's permission, I can't leave at will. Otherwise, how is it different from betrayal? Please forgive me, Senior. Xianxia asked, if Sujia agrees, will you be able to join my Lost Clan? Lu Yin was confused. Fake? Jia from Jia and Sujia, is the Master Su you speak of? He didn't even tell you his name? That's right, this name is taboo for him, and very few people know about it. Xianxia suddenly raised his hand and placed it on Lu Yin's shoulder. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to resist, but he forced himself to restrain himself. The person in front of him was on par with the Void Master, and facing someone like this was even more terrifying than facing the three sovereigns. How could he possibly escape? They could only let Xianxia do whatever he wanted. An ancient hand pressed down on Lu Yin's shoulder and tore through the void. It didn't take long for him to clearly see his surroundings. Was this the Void God spacetime? However, he had never been to this place before. The richness of the surrounding virtual god power shocked him. The virtual god power took on various forms, similar to the symbol ancestor's ability to create something out of nothing. Sujia, an old friend is here. Come out and meet him. Xianxia shouted. Lu Yin's expression changed. Senior, are we going to meet the Void Master? Xianxia said, don't you need Sujia's permission to join my Lost Clan? Then ask him for him face to face. Lu Yin's heart continued to sink. He had only been making an excuse, but he had never expected that Xianxia would directly bring him to see the Void Master. This was going to be troublesome. The Void Master knew that Lu Yin had come from the origin space and had come into contact with the Wutian stone tablet. However, he had not asked much at the Void Gate. Now that they were meeting again in front of Xianxia, what would Lu Yin do? For a moment, Lu Yin's thoughts were complicated. Xianxia? Why are you here, old man? A familiar voice rang out. It was a man whom Lu Yin had met at the Void Gate. The man was the Void Master. The Void Master appeared and saw Xianxia and Lu Yin. He was surprised. Why did you bring this little guy here? Did he get into trouble? Xianxia put down his hand and stroked his beard. You and I are friends. Let's not talk nonsense. How about you hand this little guy over to my Lost Clan? The Void Master looked at Xianxia. What's the reason? Xianxia looked pensive. It's just a little guy. I came here personally, and you still want to ask for a reason? It seems like this little guy is really important to you. The Void Master smiled. He's not that important. He's the descendant of an old friend of mine. I have to take care of him. Xianxia was curious. Which old friend? First, tell me why you want him. Did he offend the Lost Clan or something else? The Void Master was curious. Xianxia stared at the Void Master and slowly said, "This kid drew out an ancient card from the upper 3 fragments." The Void Master's expression changed, and then he was shocked. An ancient card? You really have an ancient card? Xianxia's expression turned ugly. Did you think that my Lost Clan was bragging all along? Nonsense. An ancient card corresponds to our realms. Old man, your strength is terrifying, and you're not any weaker than mine. Although Grand Empyreans surpass us, they're still on the same level. After all, we can see the difference between us. But now, you're telling me that an ancient card really exists. I'm curious. What realm is above us? Who was the one who left this ancient card behind? Tell me clearly. The Void Master was anxious. Xianxia smiled. I'm not lying to you. Reverend Xiaoyin and Su Wuwei saw this scene. I believe that this news will soon spread throughout the Six Direction Society. As for your question, I can't answer it. You can only rely on him. The Void Master looked at Luin. Xianxia was referring to him. Kid, can you answer my question? The Void Master asked in a daze. Luin was at a loss. This junior doesn't understand. The Void Master looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was serious. This kid drew out an ancient card. If you want to answer these questions, the ancient card must descend. Perhaps this is the opportunity for the humans to defeat the everlasting tribe. After so many years, no one from your lost clan has drawn out an ancient card? If there is, do you think it won't appear? Do you think that kid Reverend Xiaoyin can give my lost clan any face? I've already destroyed the Grand Empyrean's tea party. The Void Master thought about it and agreed. But this kid isn't from your lost clan. How can he draw out a card? Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. He then looked at Luin. This kid has always insisted that the card wasn't drawn out by him, but I'm sure it has something to do with him. The Void Master stepped forward and stared at Luin. Kid, tell me. What happened? Being stared at by the Lost Clan and the Void God Spacetime, Luin was under a lot of pressure. He had expected this day to come, but he had not expected it to come so quickly. He had only participated in the upper 3 sections and said a few words, so how had he managed to draw out an ancient card? Under the pressure of the two, he could only tell them what he had said. Of course, he hid the part about killing Reverend Xiaoyin and other things that would expose his identity. He focused on his experience and the last inexplicable sentence. He had said those words out of his own heart and had not thought much about it. His experience in the 6th mainland had made him think too much, so it was a good time to say it. The Void Master was puzzled by Lu Yin's words. Could he have drawn out an ancient card just by talking? Impossible. He looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze was strange as he looked at Luin deeply, as if he was looking at an inconceivable person. This gaze made the Void Master feel that Xianxia knew something. That's all. I don't know how I drew out an ancient card either. Luin smiled bitterly. Xianxia retracted his gaze and thought about it. It seems like that ancient card likes you very much. It has nothing to do with what you do. You only need to appear to attract it. Was that so? Luin was doubtful. The Void Master casually pushed Luin a kilometer away and spoke to Xianxia with his back facing Luin. Luin could not hear anything at all. He did not know what the two were talking about, but it seemed like they were arguing. After a while, the Void Master waved his hand, and Luin walked over again like a marionette. This feeling was very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. Whether it was the Void Master or Xianxia, they could kill him with a single thought. No matter what methods he could not escape. The two looked at Luin. Kid, you must have attracted the ancient card. There's no need to deny it, the Void Master said bluntly. Luin was helpless. But I don't know how. Even if you give me another chance, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to attract it. Xiangu said, you really can't attract it. He paused and then added, at least for now, you can only attract a small part of it at most. Once you break through to the extreme realm, you will be able to bring down the complete card. So, are you willing to join my lost clan? Sujia has already agreed. The Void Master stared at Xiangu. Don't call me by my name. I'm the Void Master. Xiangu shook his head. It's sad that you don't dare to face your own name. The Void Master narrowed his eyes. Xianxia, you can choose not to join. Xiangu smiled. Void Master, your name is actually not bad. The Void Master's expression softened. Luin looked at the two's conversation. They had reached an agreement, so what should he do? His biggest concern now was his identity. However, what Xiangu said just now caught his attention. Both Shaoing Deity and Su Wuwei saw it. This meant that both Shaoing Deity and Su Wuwei were present when the Eternal Darkness card was changed. Did this mean that both of them were staring at him when the Eternal Darkness card fell in front of him? There was a period of time between the appearance of the Ancient card and the appearance of the Eternal Darkness card. During this time, everyone's eyes would be attracted by the Eternal Darkness card and would be staring at him. Then, his disguise would definitely be seen through by the Shaoing divinity. Would the Shaoing divinity recognize Lu Yin's appearance? Luin kept thinking. If the Shaoing divinity recognized him, Xianxi's identity would be useless. If not, what would his disguise mean to the Shaoing divinity? Luin curled his fingers. If he had known this would happen, he would not have gone to the Lost Clan. He now felt that he had been completely exposed. Xiangu and the Void Master looked at Luin. Xianxia, it's up to you to choose. Luin hesitated. On one hand, he was worried about whether the Shaoing divinity could see through his disguise. On the other hand, he was considering the situation in front of him. If the Shaoing divinity saw through his disguise, joining the Lost Clan could be a way to restrain him. The more valuable he was to the Lost Clan, the more the Shaoing divinity could not touch him. Is your hesitation related to your identity in the origin space? Xiangu suddenly asked. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Luin suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiangu. He subconsciously looked at Void Master, feeling a little nervous. Void Master said, the Six Direction Society's attitude towards the origin space originates from the reincarnation spacetime. The reincarnation spacetime has influenced most of the Six Direction Society, but only most of them. The Lost Tribe cannot be influenced because they have never come into contact with the origin space. Luin was shocked, never come into contact with it? Xiangu stroked his beard, it seems like you are really hesitating because of the origin space's avatar. My Lost Tribe has never come into contact with the origin space's sect above. The arrogance and dominance of the sect above have nothing to do with us. When we came into contact with the reincarnation spacetime and the wood spacetime, your sect above the origin space had already been destroyed. Thus, my Lost Tribe does not care about your identity. Void Master also said, the one who cares is actually the Grand Empyrean. Luin was puzzled. Void Master and Luin looked at each other. For some reason, the Grand Empyrean has a lot of opinions about your primogenitor. This attitude affected the reincarnation spacetime. Thus, when the origin space was destroyed, those who followed the Grand Empyrean tried to smear the origin space. Among them, the Grand Empyrean was the one who did the most. Some people thought that the more they were dissatisfied with the origin space, the more they smeared the origin space, the more they would be appreciated by the Grand Empyrean. This was their initial thought, but as time passed, no matter what kind of thought it would be deeply rooted. Now, most of the Six Direction Society is dissatisfied with the origin space and even hostile. Time is a terrifying weapon, it can change a group of people's thoughts. To be honest, I look down on people like the Grand Empyrean. They can't defeat the everlasting race, so they blame the sect above the origin space for not helping them. It's just like blaming others for not helping you when you can't defeat them. Childish. Luin understood, no wonder Senior didn't care about my identity at the Void Gate. Void Master said, Wu Tian and I are good friends, why would we be hostile to the origin space? However, I am curious, what is your identity in the origin space? With your age, cultivation, and skills, you are very unusual. I wanted to check before, but I forgot. Xiangu also looked at Luyin curiously. Luyin took a deep breath. He couldn't hide in front of these two. Junior Luyin greets the two seniors. Xiangu was not surprised, but the Void Master was surprised. You are the current Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect, Luyin? Luyin said, it is my honor to be remembered by the Empyrean. Xiangu was puzzled. There are still heavenly sects in the origin space? The ethereal master exclaimed, you don't care about the outside world, so the origin space doesn't bother you. Of course, you don't know. This little guy in front of you is not simple. His name has already reached my ears. The Void Master knew a little about Luyin. With the Void Master's status, it was only natural that he knew about Lu Yun's legendary past. Xiangu was also surprised by these experiences. After hearing the Void Master's words, Xiangu looked at Luyin in surprise. Xianxia, no, Luyin, your experience is even more wonderful than mine. Luyin bitterly replied, if I had a choice, I wouldn't have gone through all of this. It's all due to luck that I was able to survive until now. He heaved a sigh of relief. Judging from the attitudes of these two, they shouldn't be hostile towards him. One had never come into contact with the Above Heaven sect, while the other was good friends with Wu Tian. Not everyone in the Six Directions sect viewed them as enemies. If it were God Xiaoyin, Lord Luo, and even Master Wei, they would have attacked him directly. In that case, only the God of Wood's attitude was unclear. Void Master stared at Luyin. You are the Pathmaster of the Above Heaven sect. Why did you hide your identity and join the Void God universe? To avenge your Lu family, you should go to God Xiaoyin. Luyin had already thought of an answer to this question. He knew that once his identity was exposed, he would definitely face this problem. The Pathmaster of the Above Heaven sect was one identity, and the son of the Lu family was another. Xiangu didn't understand the enmity between Luyin and God Xiaoyin. The Void Master didn't mention that Luyin was from the Lu family, and Xiangu didn't know much about the origin space. Luyin looked solemn. Among the Six Directions sect, I can only join the Wood dimension and the Void God universe. The Reincarnation dimension has a grudge against me, the Lost family is xenophobic, and the Three Monarchs dimensions are plotting to invade the origin space. The Ultra dimension is not good at cultivation, so I chose to join the Void God universe. Then, what about the Wood dimension? Why didn't you go? You passed the Void Gate and joined the Void God universe. You are very enthusiastic. Void Master said. Although he didn't care about Lu Yin's identity, he didn't want Luyin to use the Void God universe. Luyin had no choice but to tell Void Master that Su Wuwei recognized his disguise. If I go to the Wood dimension and face Senior Wood carving, I may not be able to explain it. I have already explained it to Senior Su Wuwei, so I am more willing to join the Void God universe. Void Master understood. No wonder you didn't ask me to be your master, nor did you let Su Wuwei be your master. You were afraid that I would ask, and Su Wuwei would be wary of you. Then, in the matter of revenge, what is the position of the Void God universe in your heart? Luyin didn't hesitate. Not an enemy, not a use. Void Master smiled faintly. Obviously, he didn't believe it, but he didn't pursue it. Senior, why does the Great Heavenly Venerable have a problem with the ancestor? Luyin asked Void Master, not only to change the topic, but also to know the contradiction between the two. Was it a deadly hatred or just a dispute of ideas? If it was a deadly hatred, his attitude towards the reincarnation dimension would change. In the past, he hated the reincarnation dimension for helping the four-way balance to banish the Lu family, and the real source was Divine Master Xiaoyin. Now, he wanted to see if the source was Divine Master Xiaoyin. Void Master shook his head. I don't know. Would God should know. He is Old Gu of the Six Directions Union, second only to the Great Heavenly Venerable. He has participated in many wars in the origin space. He must know. Wood God was the master of wood. Luyin asked, what is Senior Wood God's attitude towards the origin space? Void Master and Xiangu looked at each other. We used to be friends, but now, I don't know. Void Master replied. Luyin saluted. Thank you for telling me. Xiangu said, since the identity problem is solved, now. He was about to ask Luin to join the Lost Clan, but suddenly remembered that Luin was now the Taoist master of the origin space. Regardless of cultivation, Luin was comparable to them in status. He felt it was wrong to ask a Taoist master to join the Lost Clan. Void Master looked at Xianxia with amusement. Luin was helpless. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have to be responsible for the origin space." Xianxia sighed. "I don't know what to say." Void Master said, "Rejoice. This boy represents the Lu family to take revenge. If he joins the Lost Clan, what will you do when you face the great Heavenly Venerable in the future?" Xianxia said calmly, "So be it. What else can we do?" "You are very confident." Void Master praised. Luin said seriously, "Don't worry, Void Master. If I really face the reincarnation spacetime one day, I will not implicate the Void Master." "Spacetime?" Void Master laughed. "Do you really think I'm afraid of the reincarnation spacetime?" "Not afraid?" Xianxia asked. Void Master pointed at Luin. "As long as he is in the Void God spacetime, I can guarantee that this boy will be fine." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "You are so domineering." Xianxia shook his head. "I'm just coaxing a child. With this boy's strength, he will at most offend people like Divine Master Xiaoyin." "Why would you care about Divine Master Xiaoyin?" "If he angers the great Heavenly Venerable one day and runs to the Void God spacetime, I'll see what you can do." "I'll try." Void Master did not care. Luin felt that he had one more way out. The biggest gain today was to confirm the attitude of the Void God spacetime and the Lost Clan. His enemy was not the entire Six Direction sect, but only a small group of people. Xianxia opened his hand, and there was a word made of strange metal in his palm, "Shan." "Take this single-word command order." Luin took it, puzzled. Xianxia said, "It's impossible for you to join the Lost Clan. Since that's the case, you can just be an extraterritorial clansman. This single-word token can prove your identity. If something happens to you one day, my Lost Clan will try to protect you." He knew very well what it meant to be an enemy of the reincarnation spacetime. He was worried about Luin, but also admired him. As an extreme master, it was rare to admire a young man like Luin. Luin bowed deeply. "Thank you, Senior. If I break through the extreme master one day, I will go to the Lost Clan to get the ancient card." Xianxia nodded. "It's good that you have this intention. The help brought by the ancient card is not only for the Lost Clan, but also for all the humans in this universe. When an existence beyond the extreme master realm appears, the eternal clan is nothing." Lu Yin's eyes widened. Yes, if there was such a person, how different was he from the creator? What was the eternal clan? And this? Xianxia hesitated for a moment and took out a card. "Eternal darkness?" Luin blurted out. Void Master was shocked. 7-star Archean card? The two looked at Xianxia, not understanding what he was going to do. Xianxia said helplessly, "I can't let anyone know that you have something to do with the arrival of the ancient card. So, this eternal darkness is still yours." This card came from the Lost Clan. It was an ownerless card, and Xianxia could get it. It was reasonable to say that these ownerless cards could be given to others, but the Lost Clan's rule was that they could get the card themselves. If they couldn't get it, they could exchange it for another card when their cultivation increased. Not everyone could exchange for a good card. For example, Danjing wanted a 7-star Archean card, but he couldn't get it. Luin had obtained Eternal Darkness, but it was pushed away by the ancient card. Now that the ancient card had not appeared, the Lost Clan could give him Eternal Darkness or not. Now, they gave it to him to prevent others from knowing that he had something to do with the arrival of the ancient card. Luin took the card excitedly. No matter what the reason was, the value of this card was endless. A 7-star Archean card was equivalent to Xianxia's realm, and Xianxia was comparable to Void Master. This meant that as long as he became the owner of this card, even if a progenitor was dragged in, the possibility of him coming out alive was not high. The Lost Clan was really a mysterious clan. The Eternal Darkness card felt no different from the Hidden Mountain card, but it could kill a progenitor. Xianxia could tell Void Master that he was the one who pulled out the ancient card. Their friendship was not ordinary. After obtaining the Perpetual Darkness card, Luyin returned the Zhongshan card to Xiangu. Whether it's Perpetual Darkness or the Zhongshan card, they are all life to the lost clansman. Xianxia, I hope you can respect this card, Xiangu said seriously. Luyin replied solemnly, rest assured, senior, I will definitely do it. Void Master was envious, you're really lucky, kid. The power of a 7-star archaic card should not be inferior to Xiangu's Heavenly King card. Once you use it, there won't be many people in the Six Direction Society who can match you. Luyin asked, how can I use it? The Zhongshan card only corresponded to the emissary level, so he could use it as soon as he obtained it. However, this Perpetual Darkness card obviously could not be used casually. Xiangu replied seriously, if you want to use Perpetual Darkness, you'd better raise your cultivation to a higher level. Even if you don't reach the level of an ultimate powerhouse, you should at least reach the level of an ultimate powerhouse. Otherwise, even if an enemy is dragged into Perpetual Darkness, without your cooperation, it will be easy to escape. A card is equivalent to life, but it is only a support. The person is always the master. No matter how strong a card is, it must be coordinated by its master, and Perpetual Darkness is the same. Try it yourself. The first person who enters the card is its master. It won't do anything to you, but it won't be easy to use it. Luyin nodded and solemnly put away the Perpetual Darkness card. From now on, he would have another trump card, but he really needed to find time to familiarize himself with it. Alright, we've finished our discussion. You can leave now. Void Master urged and then looked at Luyin, kid, I'd like to see how you will avenge the Lu family. Although the Void God universe does not hate the Genesis space, we will not help you against the Six Direction Society. Humans cannot have civil wars anymore. Many people had said this before. Civil wars would only benefit the Eternals. I understand, Luyin replied. Wait, there's something I forgot. Void Master seemed to remember something and looked at Xiangu. Do you remember Xiaoyin's suggestion? Xiangu frowned, let the Genesis space become one of the endless battlefields. Luyin was shocked, what? The Void Master looked at him and said, you didn't hear wrongly. The Xiaoyin Supreme God suggested to make the origin space one of the endless battlefields. Once the suggestion succeeds, you will be in deep trouble. Think of a way to solve this problem. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with murderous intent, as he had never expected Xiaoyin divinity to be so vicious. Luyin was well aware of how terrifying the endless battlefield was, as it had used a special method to connect 62 parallel spacetime continuums with the Eternals. This had forced the Eternals to focus most of their forces on this battlefield. The Hexagon Society and the Everlasting Race were fighting in the boundless battlefield. The parallel universes here were all battlefields, and it was hard to survive. Once the primordial space became one of the boundless battlefields, the Everlasting Race would swarm in, and so would the Hexagon Society. When that happened, the Fifth Mainland and the Starry Sky Tree would become a battlefield. How would the people there survive? Fighting would make the entire origin space the most unsuitable place for living. The Xiaoyin Supreme God is so vicious. Luyin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He rarely wanted to kill someone so badly. The endless battlefield needs to be expanded, or else it will be difficult to fight against the Everlasting Race. This is for the sake of the Hexagon Society's 6 parallel universes. It is selfish, but this is how the universe works. Only the fittest survive. Right now, there are people in the 62 parallel universes who can stop the Everlasting Race on their own. If any of our Hexagon Society's parallel universes have a problem, we will find the strongest person in the endless battlefield to come out. Fill in the gaps. You are from the primordial space, so you think that he is vicious. In fact, most of the Hexagon Society will agree. Luyin understood. Senior, how will Xiaoyin Supreme God's suggestion be realized? Xiangu said, more than half of the Hexagon Society's leaders agree. How many of them agree? Luyin asked. The Void Master looked at Xiangu, who shook his head. My lost clan is against the Xiaoyin Supreme God's suggestion. I haven't agreed either, the Void Master said. Luyin heaved a sigh of relief. Then? The Void Master shook his head. Don't think too much. It is hard for you to reject. First of all, the Grand Empyrean will agree. In fact, there is no need for the Grand Empyrean to agree. To a certain extent, the three sovereigns can make decisions on behalf of the Grand Empyrean. The reincarnation spacetime has agreed to Xiaoyin Supreme God's suggestion. The hyperspace's dimensional lord and the three sovereigns universe's Luo Jun have agreed. Only the Wood universe's Wood deity is left. I don't know if the Wood deity will agree or not. You can't. No, unless you have a way to find him. Don't count on us, we can't find him. You can only wait for the result. Luyin frowned. The three sovereigns universe's Luo Shan also agreed? What's so strange about that? The three sovereigns universe is too weak. The reincarnation spacetime will agree to anything, the Void Master said matter-of-factly. Luyin pondered. Luo Shan must be unwilling. Otherwise, why would he try so hard to open up that channel? Wouldn't that be the same as pulling the three sovereigns universe into the endless battlefield? He had always wanted to make the primordial space the next three sovereigns universe. He should not have agreed. It seemed that something had changed. When did Luo Shan agree? Luyin asked. The Void Master said, not long ago. Now, everyone's agreement is just wishful thinking. The Xiaoyin divinity is canvassing for votes. As long as he can ensure that more than half of them agree, he will formally ask the Grand Empyrean. Only then will there be a result. Luyin heaved a sigh of relief. If it was not considered a formal result, there was still a chance. What you can do now is to determine the Wood deity's attitude, but it will be difficult for you to find him. You can only wait for the result, the Void Master said. Luyin looked at Shangu. All this time, the Grand Empyrean has forbidden anyone from entering the primordial space without permission. Why would he agree to the Xiaoyin divinity's proposal? We don't know. We're just telling you so that you can be prepared. You can't stop the Xiaoyin divinity's proposal now. Alright, go back, the Void Master said. Luyin hoped that Shangu and the Void Master could help him, but this was not a battle. For other parallel universes, the reincarnation universe was obviously more valuable. Luyin left and was thrown to the Red Domain by the Void Master. What happened to the Lost Tribe shocked the Six Paths Society. Luyin obtaining the 7-star Eternal Darkness card should have been the most sensational news, but it was overshadowed by the Ancient card. The Lost Tribe had always claimed that they had an Ancient card, but their Grand Elder Shangu did not even have one. Shangu was the ruler of spacetime, and if he really had an Ancient card, it meant that there was a realm beyond the Extreme Realm. This was something that not even the Grand Empyrean had come into contact with, so no one believed it. Now, however, the appearance of the Ancient card shook the world. The Xiaoyin divinity had seen it with his own eyes, and it brought about an unparalleled shock. Everyone was guessing what was above the Extreme Realm. Was there really a god? A god to cultivators? Over the next period, many Extreme Realm powerhouses visited the Lost Tribe to find out more about the Ancient card. They wanted to know who had lured the Ancient card down, but they had failed. The Lost Tribe was xenophobic, and they had become even more so. They had sealed off the entire tribe and did not say a word to outsiders. The more they did not say anything, the more certain people were that the Ancient card had descended. Many people said that the Lost Tribe might surpass the reincarnation universe, and that Shangu would replace the Grand Empyrean as the leader of the Six Paths Society. The Lost Tribe was bustling with activity, and the Red Domain was similarly lively. Su Wuji stared blankly at the Eternal Darkness card in Lu Yin's hand, almost drooling. This is the 7-star Ancient card? Luyin was pleased. Yes, this is Eternal Darkness. He wanted to proclaim that with Eternal Darkness in his hand, the Ancient card had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain Eternal Darkness when the Ancient card appeared. As for Eternal Darkness and the Ancient card appearing at about the same time, it would arouse some suspicions. However, Luyin had already taken out Eternal Darkness, so even if there were suspicions, no one would think that he had another Ancient card. That was impossible, as even Shangu did not have 2 cards. Various sources speculated that the person who had lured the Ancient card was a member of the Lost Tribe. Can I touch it? Su Wuwei was envious. Luyin pursed his lips and took out a box from his cosmic ring. This is small. Senior Fengyi asked me to bring it to you. Su Wuji took the box and placed it in his cosmic ring without even looking at it. Let me touch the Eternal Darkness card. Don't worry, I won't steal it. Luyin rolled his eyes. The texture is the same. What's there to touch? Su Wuji longed for it. That's a 7-star archaic card. If the ancient card did not appear, then yours would be the strongest card. As long as you use it well, even I would die if I went in. Xianxia, you're too lucky. How did the Lost Tribe allow you to bring it out? Speaking of this, Luyin felt a lingering fear. Everyone came out except for me. Fortunately, the Lost Tribe kept their word and did not force me to hand over Eternal Darkness. Not only that, but they also recognized me as a member of the Lost Tribe. He then took out a one-word token. Su Wuji's eyes widened. A one-word token? You know it? You're too lucky, kid. This is a one-word token. You're not just a member of the Lost Tribe. To a certain extent, you're even more of a member of the Lost Tribe. If anything happens to you, the Lost Tribe will help you. Is that so? The Grand Elder did not tell me. Su Wuji was about to go crazy with jealousy. Su Heng and Su Lin came to ask about Lu Yin's situation. Su Heng had personally witnessed Lu Yin being sealed on Levitating Island and could not be taken away. Not long after, Lord Gon arrived. This was Lu Yin's biggest headache. Fortunately, Lord Gon did not continue to invite Lu Yin to the Wood Dimension. Instead, he asked about the Eternal Darkness card. Many people wanted to get clues about the ancient card from Lu Yin, but Lu Yin said that he did not know anything. Right now, Xianxi's status in the Six Direction Society was growing higher and higher. Putting aside the fact that he had the backing of several extreme experts, just the Eternal Darkness card alone was enough to put him on par with any extreme expert. Everyone knew that once he reached the level of an extreme expert, with the help of the Eternal Darkness card, he would be able to look down on everyone else. Even if he was also an extreme expert, there weren't many who could fight him. Even if Xianxia was slightly weaker than Shangu, he would not be too far off. More importantly, he was exceptionally talented in the cultivation of Void God's force. No one knew what Xianxi's peak would be, but it was certain that he would reach the level of an extreme powerhouse. At this point, he already had the influence of an extreme powerhouse. Everyone sent people to the Red Domain to congratulate him, including the 3 saints of the reincarnation universe. Yuan Shonan brought Yuanxing's congratulations. Jiang Xiaodao brought Jiangxing's congratulations. The little food saint came, and Lu Yin quickly ran away to prevent him from finding him. Gong Yu brought Gongxing's congratulations. Xiaogu brought Xiaoyin's congratulations. Wood Universe, Ultra Universe, and everyone else came to congratulate him. This was a rare occasion. Xianxi's name completely exploded at this moment. Anyone who mentioned him felt like they were talking about an extremely strong person. Chen Le came and brought the congratulations of the 3 monarchs. From now on, I will also call you brother. Do you mind, brother Xianxia? Chen Le smiled. Lu Yin smiled and welcomed Chen Lu into the Red Domain. Su Wuji had already left, and Lu Yin was the one who welcomed the congratulations. It's an honor, Senior Chen Lu. Please come in. In the clock tower, Lu Yin left everyone and talked to Chen Lu alone. Did you talk to Governor Gon? Lu Yin asked. Chen Lu said, I went to the Lost Clan to observe the first 3 sections and wanted to test him, but I didn't dare to be too obvious. It seems like he invited you to catch a spy. Lu Yin said, I hope so. I don't want to be targeted by Mr. Daheng. Chen Lu was envious. Even if you are targeted, it doesn't matter. You have the Eternal Darkness card and are from the Lost Clan. Mr. Daheng won't dare to do anything to you. But if my identity is exposed, it will be different. Lu Yin said. Chen Lu nodded. There's something strange. Do you still remember the passage that connects the 3 monarchs to your origin space? Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. What's wrong? Luo Shan wants to use it again? Chen Lu nodded. Yes, but he doesn't want to open it. He wants to seal it. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and was not surprised. You don't find it strange? Chen Lu was puzzled. Lu Yin did not answer. Instead, he said, "How does Luo Shan want to seal it?" Qianli said, "It is said that he asked a heavenly master from the reincarnation universe who is good at setting up sourcebox arrays to set up an array here. Even if the origin space is opened, it can't be opened here." Luo narrowed his eyes. Void Master was right. Luo Shan had promised Xiaoyin that he would bring the origin space into the endless battlefield. Otherwise, why would he seal the passage? The passageway was sealed to ensure that the three monarchs' spacetime were not connected to the boundless battlefield. But why did Luo Shan agree? To him, the value of the primordial space was immeasurable. He had always wanted the primordial space. In his heart, perhaps the primordial space was already his. He should not have agreed to Xiaoyin's suggestion. What did Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin offer to make Luo Shan agree? "Has the Xiaoyin divinity visited your spacetime recently?" Luo asked. Qianli shook his head. "I didn't see him." Luo frowned. "Have you found out where the Star Sovereign clansmen are?" Qianli's expression turned ugly. "This is a secret, I can't ask Lord Luo directly." "You can go back first," Luo said. Qianli was curious. "Did something happen?" Luo looked at him. "I'll tell you when it's time. Luo Shan is very smart, and if you know, it'll be easy for you to expose yourself." Qianli said, "No, I rarely interact with Lord Luo." "Go back," Luo said coldly. Qianli frowned and stared at Lu Yin's back before leaving. The two of them were in a relationship where they used each other. Luo did not consider Qianli's feelings at all. There were some things that needed to be done, and he could not let the origin space become an endless battlefield. Soon, Luo announced that he would go into seclusion to study the Eternal Darkness card. Everyone understood that he would study such a card as soon as he got it. 3 Monarchs Universe, Upper Monarch Starfield, Mu Residence. Curses were constantly heard, and some people flew out and hit the ground, coughing up blood. "Get lost, all of you get lost." Many people retreated in fear, their faces pale. In the courtyard, Luo Zhang's eyes were red, and he was panting heavily. This trip to the Lost Clan had made him lose face. It was actually a 1-star seasonal card. What he had attracted was actually a 1-star seasonal card, which was the worst among all the cards of the Lost Clan. In comparison, the 7-star immemorial card that Xianxia had attracted was the best among all the cards of the Lost Clan. Bastard, bastard. Many people in the outside world compared him to Xianxia. One was the worst, and the other was the best. This difference made him want to vomit blood. He felt that everyone was laughing at him, and even his father told him to get lost and not to go out and embarrass himself. "Xianxia, Xianxia!" Luo Zhang roared. In the distance, Old Lady Mu frowned, and the silver needle in her hand pierced out, completing an embroidery. "How many is it?" The servant replied, "The 5th. Old Lady Mu looked in Luo Zhang's direction. In order to vent his anger, he had already killed 5 people. This time, there were too many people, and he was really angry. It was no wonder that one was the worst, and the other was the best, but that person was the one he hated the most. "Let him be," Old Lady Mu said and continued to embroider. After some time, the people around fell down. Old Lady Mu suddenly looked up in a direction, and there, Luo walked out. "It's you?" Old Lady Mu's expression was gloomy. Luo looked at Old Lady Mu and said slowly, "I need all the information about Mu Jun, no matter how big or small." Not long after, Luo appeared in Luo Zhang's courtyard. Luo Zhang's eyes were red, and he looked at Luo in disbelief. "Xianxia? Why are you here?" Luo didn't talk nonsense. He took a step forward and disappeared again, along with Luo Zhang. In the distance, Old Lady Mu was still embroidering. The 3 Monarchs universe was about to change. Under the Eternal Kingdom, a figure fell. It was Luo Zhang. Mu Jun looked at him in surprise. "Zhonger?" Luo Zhang was dizzy. When he heard Mu Jun's voice, he turned around. "Mother?" "Zhonger, you." Mu Jun was about to speak when Luo appeared behind Luo Zhang. "It's time for you to be reunited." Mu Jun stared at Luo, her eyes flashing. Luo Zhang turned around and looked at Luo in a daze. "Xianxia, you captured my mother?" I'm sorry to have separated you for so long, Luyin said calmly. Who are you? You. Zong'er. Mujun shouted. Luo Zong turned around to look at Mujun. Mujun's expression was gloomy. Don't speak. Luo Zong opened his mouth. Mother, this. Listen to your mother, Luyin said. He looked at Mujun. Have you thought it through? Mujun stared at Luyin. What do you want me to do? Luyin waved his hand, and Luo Zong was sent flying. He slammed into the ground, and the air of death was everywhere. Mujun's expression changed. Stop. It seems like you care about your son, but if he doesn't care about other people's lives, then I don't care about his either, Luyin said slowly. Mujun glared at Luyin. If anything happens to Zong'er, I won't help you at all. Luyin laughed. Then let's see if your family triumphs over your selfishness, or if your selfishness triumphs over your family. I'll bet with you that you'll help me. Luo Zong fainted on the ground, and the aura of death slowly dissipated. It slowly entered his nose and into his body. Mujun's face was pale. Xianxia, I can help you, but let him go. Don't let anything happen to him, and I'll help you with anything. Luyin sighed. What kind of person is Luo Shan? How strong is he? Tell me. Bring Zong'er here first, Mujun said. Luyin looked at her coldly. You have no right to bargain with me. Mujun gritted her teeth. Luo Shan is a hypocrite, and everything about him is a disguise. His strength is fake, and the respect he received from the Grand Empyreans is fake as well. Everything is fake in order to preserve the space-time continuum of the three sovereigns. This is Luo Shan. Coming out from the void world was just a show. So what someone told me before was true? Luyin asked. Mujun's answer was exactly the same as Chenli's. When he had told Mujun about Chenli's words, Mujun had mocked him and said that it could not be false. Now, she was telling him the truth. Mujun sighed helplessly and nodded. Luyin waved his hand and pulled Luo Zong over, waking him up. Luo Zong coughed as the death energy entered his body and devoured his sovereign's aura, making it impossible for him to use his strength. He opened his blurry eyes and looked around. Luo Zong, take a good look. This is your mother, Luyin said. Luo Zong suddenly opened his eyes and glared at him. Xianxia, what do you want? Xianxia, let him go. I beg you, Mujun pleaded. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he praised, you're an extreme powerhouse, yet you're begging me. Luo Zong, you should thank your mother. She did her best to save you. Otherwise, you would not be in this state. Luo Zhang's eyes turned red. Xianxia, who are you? Mujun shouted, Zong'er, don't be rude. Luo Zong panted heavily. He had never thought that there would be a day when his life would fall into this person's hands. How could it be this person? Who was this person? He remembered the first time they met at the Sixth Direction training ground. That person had been standing beside Luo Zong'er. Everyone had said that this person was gifted. The more they said this, the more jealous he became. He wanted to make this person disappear one day. He had never dreamed that he would fall into this person's hands. Even his mother, a sovereign powerhouse, had fallen into this person's hands and was begging this person. Who was this person? With a bang, blood stained the ground. This sudden scene stunned Mujun. Luo Zong was even more stunned. His face was covered in blood as he slowly lowered his head. His right arm had been shattered. Intense pain swept through his nerves. He stared blankly at Luyin. Why? Mujun shouted, Xianxia, what are you doing? Luyin laughed. Mujun, weren't you the one who asked me to do this? Mujun shouted, I've told you everything I should tell you. Why did you hurt Zong'er? Luyin smiled. I admire the three sovereigns. No, I admire you and Luo Shan. I really admire you. When did you come up with this lie? When the Sixth Direction Association was first established? Or when you became an extreme powerhouse? What nonsense am I talking about? Mujun glared at Luyin. Luyin shrugged. I don't mind telling you. The one who said that Luo Zong was a hypocrite and that he was not strong was Chen Lu. When I asked you this, you guessed that someone from the Three Sovereigns spacetime had betrayed you. However, this was a lie that you and Luo Shan had made. In order to cover up this lie, you lied to everyone and were even willing to sacrifice this pitiful Luo Zong. If you didn't use Luo Zong to force me, how could I believe that you were telling the truth? Your words were exactly the same as Qin Li's, which made it easier for me to believe you. However, what Qin Lu knew was a lie that you had made. As for me, I wanted to see if you were really willing to sacrifice your son. Lu Ying bent down and looked into Mu Jun's eyes. I have to say, you are really willing. Luo Zong stared blankly at Mu Jun, not daring to believe Lu Yin's words. Mu Jun paled. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. Lu Ying straightened up. I should believe you. My son is facing death, and I know about Luo Shan's plan with divinity Xiaoyin. I should believe you. No matter how I look at it, you have no reason to lie to me and protect Luo Shan. However, from what I know about you, including from when you were young, I can confirm that you don't care about Luo Zong. You don't care about anyone. Nonsense. Mu Jun roared. Lu Ying spoke and revealed many things about Mu Jun, especially about when she was young. Mu Jun's face paled as she listened. Many things showed what kind of person she was. She was indifferent to family, scheming, and vicious. Let me think about it. If you want to keep Luo Shan's secret under such circumstances, there are only two possibilities. Lu Ying stared at Mu Jun first. He's using some method to control you. You can also say that you're his puppet. If I ask you to betray him, it's the same as asking him to betray himself. Naturally, it's impossible. Mu Jun was furious, and her gaze was fierce. Second, you're sure that he can save you, Lu Ying said slowly. Mu Jun's expression was still as fierce as before, but this expression made Lu Ying even more certain that it was the second possibility. You're doing your best not to reveal any flaws, but it's hard for people to completely control themselves. Even an extreme powerhouse can't completely control their emotions. You're deliberately pretending. That's the second possibility, right? Lu Ying moved closer. Mu Jun smiled with mockery and disdain. You're the same as Luo Shan. Lu Ying did not understand. Mu Jun laughed. You're both suspicious. I've already told you the truth, but you're only following your own conjectures. If that's the case, why ask me? The more suspicious you are, the more it proves that you're weak. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Another of Luo Zhang's arms shattered, and he screamed. Mu Jun's expression darkened. Xianxia, I've already told you everything. If you don't believe me, just kill him. He's never offended you. If you want to kill him, then do it. Why torture him? Lu Ying waved his hand, and Luo Zhang's body trembled. Luo Zhang's eyes filled with disbelief as he slowly fell to the ground. Luo Zhang never thought that he would die. With Mu Jun here, he should not have died. He was so close to Mu Jun, yet he still died? He died so quickly, and the last thing he heard before he died was Mu Jun's, kill him directly. Mu Jun did not expect Lu Ying to be so decisive. She stared blankly at Luo Zhang's corpse, unable to react for a moment. Lu Ying was indifferent. You're next. Your nonsense is useless other than stalling for time. I'll ask you again, what kind of person is Luo Shan? Mu Jun looked at Lu Ying, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Her son had died, and she should hate Lu Ying to the core. However, at this moment, the depths of her eyes were not filled with killing intent or hatred. Instead, they were filled with anxiety, anger, and the fear of death. Do you still have any illusions? I know what kind of person you are. Although Luo Zong is your son, you've never cared about him. He doesn't care about other people's lives, and he killed 5 just to vent his anger. You, on the other hand, don't care about his life either. Whether he lives or dies is just the standard you use to measure me. Now, I've given you that standard. Mu Jun stared deeply at Lu Ying. Muqi betrayed me. Muqi was matriarch Mu. Lu Ying nodded. Not exactly. She knew of my existence back then. She knew the moment I captured you, but she did not tell Luo Shan. At that time I found it strange. Why? Even if she was afraid that Luo Shan would implicate her, this matter concerns your life and death. The Mu family will prosper because of you. She must know that even Luo Zong might not be able to help the Mu family prosper. She should be the one who wants you to live the most. Now I know. She would rather you die. If you die, perhaps the Mu family will continue to prosper because of Luo Zong. Perhaps it won't. Even if it weakens, she would rather you die, because you are essentially the same type of people. When I first met Matriarch Mu, she was also venting her anger. She stained her embroidery with human blood. When she captured Luo Zong, she was also venting her anger. Speaking of this, Luyin frowned. You people never take human lives seriously. In Matriarch Mu's heart, she knows very well that she is the same as the maid she killed. Once you no longer need her, she will be killed by you to vent her anger. This feeling of struggling on the edge of life and death is very painful. The more painful it is, the more she likes to kill. It is as if the dead can replace her. Mu Jun, how many lives have you ignored because of your anger? Mu Jun's eyes flickered. She met Lu Yin's gaze and did not refute. Lu Yin was right. Mu Qi and Luo Zong had all learned from her. Too many innocent lives had died in her hands. They had long lost count. From the bottom of their hearts, they did not care about human lives. Even Luo Zong had no place in her heart. He was just a puppet for outsiders to see, a puppet to gain the trust of others. If Lu Yin had not looked for Matriarch Mu to confirm Mu Jun's character, he would not have thought that such a vicious heart was hidden under such a beautiful face. He would not have doubted Mu Jun's words when Luo Zong was facing death. Fortunately, he had confirmed it. The reason why Matriarch Mu had not told Luo Shan about it back then had planted a trace of doubt in his heart. Luo Zong and Matriarch Mu's indifference to human lives also made him feel that something was wrong. In the end, it was all because of Mu Jun. She was the one who truly did not care about human lives. Mu Jun closed her eyes. If you win, I can tell you everything about Luo Shan and the three monarch spacetimes. I can also help you deal with Luo Shan and the others. I will submit to you in exchange for my freedom. After all, I am an extreme powerhouse, and I am useful to you. If it was before looking for Matriarch Mu, Lu Yin had indeed thought of making Mu Jun submit to him. He had looked for Mu Jun many times with this goal in mind. It was better to have an extreme powerhouse under his command. But now that he understood this woman's character, he could not let her stay. The credibility of her words would also be reduced. All right. Lu Yin said. Mu Jun stared at Lu Yin. How can I believe you? The Divine Seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head. Golden light shone through the deathly aura and spread out, covering the entire eternal kingdom. Everyone looked at the ground and the golden light, bowing their heads in worship. Lu Yin stood under the Divine Seal catalog and was illuminated by the golden light. He looked like a god. Mu Jun recognized it. She had seen the golden light descend from the ground before, and she had felt that there were extreme powerhouses fighting in the eternal kingdom. Is this your innate gift? Lu Yin said, the Divine Seal catalog can help extreme powerhouses ascend to godhood. The target must agree completely, or the ascension will fail. Mu Jun, if you want me to believe in you, then you will succeed. Otherwise, I will kill you. Once I succeed, I can borrow the power of the sealed powerhouse to fight. It doesn't matter if it's 1, 10, or 100. As long as I succeed, I can borrow their power. Unless the sealed powerhouse dies and their power projection disappears, I will not lose an extreme powerhouse for nothing. The power of a powerhouse. Mu Jun was shocked, and her body trembled. Borrowing the power of an extreme powerhouse? 1, 10, or 100 of them? How was this possible? How could there be such an abnormal gift? What kind of power could do this? She looked at the two figures in the Divine Seal catalog. Could this person already borrow the power of two extreme powerhouses? In order to make Mu Jun believe in him, Lu Yin had used the power of the ancestor and Lu Yun. Mu Jun believed him. The power of two extreme powerhouses couldn't lie. If you die, my power will also disappear, so I will not harm you. This is the only way for you to believe in me. If you want me to believe in you, then you must be willing to become a god. Otherwise, I will turn you to ashes right now. From now on, there will be no more Mu Jun in this world. Not even a Grand Empyrean can save you. Lu Yin's voice was mighty and divine. Mu Jun's eyes flickered as she stared blankly. She hadn't expected such a thing to happen. All her plans had failed. If she was willing, it would come from the heart. Once there was a scheme, how could she be willing? You only have one chance. Mu Jun, are you willing to become a god? Lu Yin asked. Mu Jun took a deep breath and slowly lowered her head, struggling. Lu Yin knew that this woman definitely had other ideas, but none of them could be hidden from the god-sealing catalogue. As long as she wanted to scheme against him, there was no way she would be willing to be sealed as a god. Once she failed in her attempt, he would truly exterminate her. Mu Jun suddenly looked up at Lu Yin. What about me? Once you become a god? What will happen to me? Lu Yin looked down from above. You will be fine. You won't be controlled? Mu Jun stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin said, no, I swear on my name. You can only believe in me. Mu Jun, are you willing to become a god? Mu Jun's breathing grew heavier and her face flushed red. She didn't look at Luo Zong from start to finish, instead staring at the ground. Mu Jun, are you willing to become a god? Lu Yin shouted. Mu Jun looked up. Wait, I need time. Give me a day to adjust. Lu Yin's gaze relaxed. This woman had decided to betray Luo Shan. Before the Divine Seal catalog had appeared, she had still wanted to scheme against him, which meant that she truly believed that Luo Shan had the ability to save her. Now that she was faced with the Divine Seal catalog, she only had one chance. Under the threat of Luo Zhang's still-cold corpse, she had submitted. People who didn't care about the lives of others actually cared about their own lives the most. Matriarch Mu was like this, Luo Zong was like this, and Mu Jun was no exception. She didn't dare to take the risk. She needed time to adjust her mentality and truly betray Luo Shan. At the same time, in the Astral Tree realm, there was a branch of the Wan family in a corner of the continent. At this moment, Wei Rong had become the son-in-law of this branch. This son-in-law requests an audience with father-in-law. Wei Rong bowed respectfully at the foot of the mountain range. What is it? A voice came from the mountain, coming from the branch's patriarch, Wang Gui. Wei Rong respectfully replied, this son-in-law has something to tell father-in-law. Come up. Wei Rong quickly ascended the mountain range and arrived behind Wang Gui. At this moment, Wang Gui was standing at a high point, looking in the direction of the Wang family's main branch. Wei Rong bowed. Father-in-law. Wang Gui was indifferent. What can you possibly want? He wasn't satisfied with Wei Rong, but since his daughter liked him, he could only accept him. As for this son-in-law, how should he describe him? He seemed smart, but he couldn't accomplish anything. He was useless. Wei Rong took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Gui is not my son-in-law's real name. My real name is Wei Rong. Wang Gui was shocked, and he turned to look at Wei Rong. What do you mean? Why are you hiding your real name? Do you have an enemy? He did not care. To the Wang family, aside from the other three families that were part of the four cardinal scales, all enemies were ants. Although he was only a branch family leader, the branch family leader was still a member of the Wang family. Wei Rong was solemn and seemed to have made a great decision. It is to hide my identity and enter the Wang family. Wang Gui stared at Wei Rong with a cold gaze. Wei Rong told Wang Gui about his identity. This identity completely shocked Wang Gui. Wang Gui looked at Wei Rong in disbelief. You are one of Lu Yin's people? Then why did you join my Wang family? Does Man know about this? Men. A group of cultivators arrived and stared at Wei Rong with vigilance. Wei Rong was helpless. Father-in-law, since your son-in-law has confessed, it means that your son-in-law no longer wants to have anything to do with Lu Yin. Not only that, your son-in-law is willing to tell you everything about Lu Yin and help you get close to the main branch and gain the right to speak in the Wang family. Wang Gui was furious. Nonsense. If a traitor like you joins my branch, how can I gain the right to speak? How can I get close to the main branch? I am lucky that the main branch did not destroy me. Father-in-law. Wei Rong barked as he stared at Wang Gui. I can help father-in-law reach the heights that you desire. I know too much about Luyin. Take this son-in-law to see the family head. This son-in-law guarantees that father-in-law will be satisfied. Wang Gui's eyes flickered. He wanted to deal with Wei Rong here and hide this matter. No matter what, the main branch would not know that his branch family had accepted Lu Yin's people. However, he looked at Wei Rong. What do you want to do? Wei Rong's words caused Wang Gui's expression to change. He became excited, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Really? Wei Rong nodded. Absolutely. Soon, Wang Gui brought Wei Rong to see Wang Jing. Beneath the Eternal Kingdom, a golden light enveloped Mu Jun. Mu Jun opened her eyes. I am willing. As she spoke, the figure illuminated by the golden light slowly moved towards the God Sealing Catalogue. Mu Jun looked on curiously. She had never thought that such a talent existed. Since he had such a talent, it was hard to imagine what heights this person would reach in the future. This was also one of the reasons why she was willing to become a god. She wanted to follow the strong. The shadow merged into the God Sealing Catalogue, and Luyin narrowed his eyes as he waited for the results. When the shadow completely entered the God Investiture Catalogue, the investiture was successful. Mu Jun had become the third powerhouse to successfully ascend to godhood. Ever since he had captured her, he had tried everything he could think of and finally succeeded. Luyin exhaled. Mu Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. She had spent an entire day adjusting her state of mind. Only when she had truly decided to betray Luo Jun would she succeed. The human heart was the most difficult thing to predict. Even he himself could not control it. Even an ancestor realm expert like her had to spend an entire day to adjust and analyze the pros and cons. As the golden light faded away, Luyin put away the Divine Seal Catalogue. You've succeeded. Congratulations, Mu Jun. From now on, you are a member of the above heaven. Mu Jun's face lit up. Many thanks. Then, tell me what kind of person Luo Shan is. Mu Jun thought for a moment, and his gaze turned solemn. Luo Shan has hidden himself very well. Shenwu continent, however, the luck path array formation slowly rotated. As usual, it sealed off the passageway. The people of Shenwu continent were already used to this. On this day, however, the heavens distorted as an earth-shattering power descended. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the luck path array's giant sourceboxes were pushed out. One sourcebox after another scattered in all directions, and a giant guillotine formed from death chi appeared. Wang Fan! Mu Xia shouted. He was not on Shenwu continent, so he had not been able to stop this immediately. Ancestor Gui Yuan laughed. Mu Xia, you really are not on Shenwu continent. Today, this passageway should be reconnected. Mu Xia was furious. Are you trying to start a war with the four-way scales? Then let's fight. Let's see how long your fake above heaven can last. Ancestor Gui Yuan laughed. He was Wang Fan's clone, and no one had expected him to suddenly attack Shenwu continent. Mu Xia had always been overseeing Shenwu continent, but there were times when he would not be there every day, especially when Luyin had returned. Today was the day that Luyin had returned. And today, Ancestor Gui Yuan had made his move. Everything had been planned out perfectly. Mu Xia, you should step back. Bai Wan Yuan walked out of the void and looked in Mu Xia's direction. Luyin appeared behind Mu Xia with an ugly expression. Bai Wan Yuan, Wang Fan, why are you making a move now? Ancestor Gui Yuan shook his head. Lu Xiaoxian, no plan can be perfect. Today, I'll let you watch as this passageway opens. He then struck out with a palm. Luyin hurriedly acted. Stop. Mu Xia pushed his relic aside. Bai Wang Yuan's gaze was deep as he said, I've never had the chance to truly fight with all of you. Today, I'll let all of you see what the real 9 mountains and 8 seas is like. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped the void with both of his hands. Split open the heavens. This was a battle technique from the frigid immortal sect, and Luyin had experienced it many times. He knew how to use it himself, but in Bai Wan Yuan's hands, split the heavens displayed a frightening power that surpassed his understanding. The black line cut out a world of nothingness and extended towards Luyin and Mu Xia. Wherever it passed, everything turned dark. Mu Xia's expression changed, and he secretly exclaimed at how strong Bai Wangyuan was. His relic slammed forward, but it was split in two by the black line. Bai Wangyuan's attacks had always been mediocre. His might was slightly stronger than Xianxia's, but there was a limit to it. Logically speaking, Mu Xia should have been able to block him. But at this moment, Bai Wangyuan displayed a power that he had never revealed before. The black line caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. It was as if it had opened up a passageway to a world of nothingness. If it was not blocked, then whether it was here or in the distant heaven's ancestral sect, they would all be swallowed up by this line. In the past, Bai Wangyuan had been afraid of breaking the vases. He had been worried about a huge battle and also worried that Lu Yin would attack Bai Xian'er. Now that he had the initiative, he had revealed his fangs. Mu Xia no longer hid his strength. If one relic was not enough, then he would use two. If two were not enough, then he would use 20. While Bai Wangyuan was hiding his strength, Mu Xia had not completely revealed his own. The prison drake roared, and Lu Yin took out the general appointment platform. Ichi appeared, and the God Sealing Catalogue opened. Golden light scattered across the fifth mainland. Bai Wangyuan, do you really want to fight? Nonsense. Ancestor Gue Yuan shouted. Shenwu Continent's tower of resonating light had been destroyed, and Gu Yan, who should have been there, had disappeared. At this moment, no one thought of such a thing. Not only had Ancestor Gue Yuan pushed aside the luck path array, but he had also slammed down with his palm. The passage between the fifth mainland and the three monarch spacetimes had opened. As the seal shattered, a powerful suction force spread out in all directions. In the distance, there was a sea. They were all swallowed up. Fortunately, the people around the Tower of Resonating Light had some strength, so the suction force was not enough to suck them all in. At the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light was a dark space in space. That was where the three monarch spacetimes were. Lu Yin's expression was extremely ugly. It's over. Bai Wangyuan and Ancestor Gue Yuan looked over with joy. The passage had opened, and the three monarch spacetimes were connected to the fifth mainland. Their agreement with Lord Luo had immediately come into effect. They would work together to deal with the sect above heaven and divide up the fifth mainland. The Lu family's son would definitely die. One progenitor after another descended. Wang Fan's true body, Xia Zhen, Nong Yi, Ancestor Fog, and so on. Everyone had gathered, and a great battle was about to break out. On the side of the three monarch spacetimes, the seawater that had been watered and floated in the starry space had been scattered by the cultivators of the three monarch spacetimes. They stared at the other end of the passage, dumbfounded, and saw the progenitors on the other side of the passage. The unimaginable power had stunned the cultivators of the three monarch spacetimes who were guarding the passage. Songbai was beside the passage at this moment. The opening of the passage had been the long-cherished wish of the three monarch spacetimes. They had always wanted to open the passage but had not been able to. Now that the passage had suddenly opened, his face turned pale. Now, they did not want to open the passage. How could the passage open at this time? Lord Luo had repeatedly instructed them to guard the passage. What was going on? The starry space was quiet. Both sides of the passage were looking at it. Ancestor Gue Yuan looked at the other end of the passage. What are the three monarchs waiting for? Where are the Yuan sages? They had previously reached an agreement. When the passage opened, it would not only be the three monarchs but also the Yuan sages who would attack the sect above heaven. This was the price that Lu Yin had to pay. They wanted to teach Lu Yin a lesson. Zhu Jiao's eyes widened. It was so quiet. In the three monarch spacetimes, Lord Luo appeared and stared at the passage. In a daze. Xiaxinji also appeared and said excitedly, Lord Luo, the passage is open. It's time to attack the origin space. On the rainbow wall, Old Chan hurried back. There was only one star venerate left to guard the passage. Fortunately, it was not a war and there were no Ancestor Realm Corpse kings. However, they could not leave the rainbow wall for too long. The eternal race knew them too well. Once they knew that they had left, they would definitely attack immediately. Lord Luo stared at the passage and saw Bai Wangyuan, Ancestor Gue Yuan, Wang Fan, and the others at the other end of the passage. He also saw Mu Xia, Lu Yin, and the huge Zhu Jiao. Normally, he should take action. Chen Lu would guard the rainbow wall on his behalf. Bai Xing from the four-way scales would also come to the rainbow wall to guard it. Yuan sages would appear from the reincarnation spacetime to help them deal with the sect above heaven. This was their plan. However, this plan had suddenly changed some time ago. Divine Venerable Shaoyin had forced him to agree to designate the origin space as an endless battlefield. Of course, he had wanted to refuse, but in the face of Divine Venerable Shaoyin's coercion and temptation, he had agreed. The origin space had been confirmed to be one of the endless battlefields. How could they open the passage under such circumstances? They definitely could not open the passage. If the passage was opened, wouldn't the three monarch spacetimes also become one of the endless battlefields? He did not tell the four-way scales about this because the starry sky tree where the four-way scales was located also belonged to the origin space and was also an endless battlefield. The moment he agreed to Divine Venerable Shaoyin's request, he had already betrayed the four-way scales. However, he would never have thought that the four-way scales would suddenly open the passage. He was dumbfounded. How could this be? Previously, he had not been able to open the passage no matter how hard he tried. Now, it had actually opened. It would have been better if it had been this easy earlier. Luo Shan didn't know what to do now. Lord Luo, what are you waiting for? Where is Yuan Sage? Xiaxinji couldn't wait any longer. He could already imagine the scene of Lu Yin being surrounded and killed. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. In the fifth mainland's heavens, Lu Yin stared at Luo Jun. Should they go to war or not? He was prepared. If a battle were to break out, he would stop at nothing to help. With his current strength, Elder Chan, Mu Xia, the three progenitors of the God Investiture Catalog, Hellworm, I Chi, Master Shan, and Lu Yun, even if the four sides of heaven joined forces with the three monarch spacetime, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. If the six great guilds were to interfere, the Lost Clan would not just stand by and watch. They were still hoping that he would help them lure the ancient card down. Virtual God spacetime would not help, and Ultra spacetime had no time to help. The greatest enemy of six-party society was the everlasting race. If they diverted too much of their forces, the everlasting race would have a hard time dealing with them. This was under the premise that Su Heng, Su Leng, and the others did not take action. If they still cherished their friendship with him, even if they did not help the primordial space, it would not be a problem for them to delay a Yuan sage. No matter how he looked at it, Lu Yin had the confidence to open the passage. Most importantly, no matter how heavy the price of opening the passage was, it was not as bad as the origin space becoming a boundless battlefield. Once the primordial space became a boundless battlefield, it would be an endless war. At that time, no one knew how many people would die. If they really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, then they would lay their cards on the table. It all depended on Lord Luo's choice. If he wanted to fight, then the primordial space would no longer be an endless battlefield. If he didn't fight and couldn't change the fate of the primordial space becoming an endless battlefield, then he would have a showdown with the four cardinal scales. The four cardinal scales also belonged to the primordial space, and at that time, they would join forces with the four cardinal scales to attack the three sovereign spacetime continuum. No matter what, he had to take the initiative. If Young Yin Deity Venerable wanted to enter the Yin beginning space, he would not have an easy time. If the three monarch spacetimes could join forces with the four cardinal scales to divide the fifth mainland, then Lu Yin could temporarily set aside his hatred and join forces with the four cardinal scales to divide the three monarch spacetimes. Everything happened so quickly that Luo Jun couldn't react in time. Xiaxinji's urging made him even more anxious. Coincidentally, the Rainbow Wall was in a state of emergency, and the God of Forgotten Ruins appeared again. Let's fight the Eternals first, Luo Jun barked as he charged towards the Rainbow Wall. Xiaxinji gritted his teeth. He was about to attack. In space above the fifth mainland, the Mist Ancestor and Nong Yi appeared in the middle. Mu Xia took the opportunity to arrive at Shenwu continent, where he stared at the Ghost Abyss Ancestor and Xiaxinji. By Wang Yuan, do you really want to fight to the death? Lu Yin shouted. By Wang Yuan saw that Luo Jun had not made a move, and Yuan sages had not appeared. If the four direction scales were willing to fight to the death with Lu Yin, they would not have waited until now. Lu Xiaoxian, the passage is already open. Do you still want to seal it? Lu Yin stared at Bai Wang Yuan, then at Wang Fan, Xia Zhen, and finally at Xia Shenji, who was at the other end of the tunnel. He saw the killing intent and hatred in the man's eyes. Leave everything to fate. The passageway had already been opened. The beginning space and the three monarchs' time and space would definitely have a result. This result could be a battle or a peace, but the possibility of a peace was too low. Regardless of what Luo Shan thought, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin would not let the primordial space off so easily. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest did not plan on leaving, and they were determined to stay here. They would not allow Lu Yin to seal up the passageway again. In their opinion, the fifth continent was over. In the three monarchs' time and space, Luo Shan was dealing with the attacks of the Eternals while trying to contact Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. He asked someone to pass a message to Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin that he did not agree to let the beginning space become one of the endless battlefields. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, who was far away in the reincarnation spacetime, received Luo Shan's message and immediately headed to the three monarchs' time and space with a gloomy face. How dare a mere Luo Shan go against his will? He was the one who had facilitated the three monarchs' time and space to become one of the six directions associations. Otherwise, Luo Shan would have died in the endless battlefields. Outside the rainbow wall, the god of forgotten ruins looked at the three monarchs' time and space. That is the passageway that connects to the beginning space? Interesting. Does this mean that whether we take over this place or the beginning space, we can obtain two parallel spacetimes at the same time? Luo Shan, can you stop us? Luo Shan was calm. After so many years, have you ever set foot in the three monarchs' time and space? The god of forgotten ruins smiled faintly. How arrogant. Just because I haven't set foot in it doesn't mean that I can't set foot in it. Do you want to try? As he said that, wolf heads appeared one after another. 9 wolves devoured the sky and an unparalleled power swept across the entire rainbow wall, causing the three monarchs' time and space to sway. Luo Shan's eyes widened in vigilance. Xia Shenji frowned. These ancient monsters were quite terrifying. The Wang family's ancestor had lived for so long, but no one knew how strong he was. The scene of the 7 heavenly gods attacking the starry sky of trees was still vivid in their minds. They had joined forces but still failed to stop the undying god outside. These old monsters all had unique abilities. Wang Miao Miao. A shout came from afar. Luo Shan was delighted. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had come. Xia Shenji, Taixing Jun, and Chen Lu all looked behind them. The golden robe made him look extremely noble. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's arrival offset the power of the 9 wolves devouring the sky. Both inside and outside the rainbow wall, the cultivators all heaved a sigh of relief. The god of forgotten ruins was surprised. You actually came to the front line? Aren't you hiding at home? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin stepped onto the rainbow wall and stared ahead. A long time ago, Master should have killed you traitors. How could he allow you to be so powerful? Haha, you speak as if the great heavenly venerables can do it. Also, are you teaching the great heavenly venerables how to do things? The god of forgotten ruins mocked. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a colding chi separated the rainbow wall and pushed it forward. The god of forgotten ruins was surprised. He actually made a move. This is troublesome. Let's see how long you can help them. With that, she retreated. After the god of forgotten ruins left, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin looked at Luo Shan with a solemn expression. Why did the channel open? Luo Shan's expression was also very ugly. It was done by the 4-way scales. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin narrowed his eyes. They know about my suggestion? Luo Shan shook his head. If they knew, it wouldn't be as simple as opening the channel. We have been thinking of ways to open the channel and join forces to deal with that son of the Lu family. It has nothing to do with the suggestion. However, speaking of this, he looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Since the channel has been opened, I can't agree to that suggestion. Otherwise, the 3 monarchs' universes will also become one of the endless battlefields. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin didn't deny it. After knowing that the channel had been opened, he naturally understood why Luo Shan rejected his suggestion. If it were him, he would have done the same. However, he was unwilling to let the origin space escape this disaster just like that. The eternal race didn't seem to intend to cause trouble in the origin space. This meant that the six forces would fight with the eternal race in the origin space. Clearly, all the fault originated from the origin space. Why should they bear the responsibility of the sect? Let's not talk about turning the origin space into an endless battlefield. Now that the channel has been opened, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin looked over. Let's do it according to your previous discussion. The Lu family must pay the price for their sect in the origin space. The son of the Lu family is no exception. Luo Shan's gaze was fervent. I know, but the rainbow wall. I will guard it for you. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin put his hands behind his back and looked outside the rainbow wall. Master is already very dissatisfied with the ultra spacetime. I can't attack the origin space for you, but I can guard the rainbow wall for you. What happens in the origin space has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Luo Shan took a deep breath. When I get the origin space, I will not forget your kindness. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's lips curled up. He didn't care about the origin space. What he cared about was the Grand Empyrean's intentions. He was well aware of how much the Grand Empyrean hated the origin space. If it weren't for the greater good, why would the Grand Empyrean not allow others to enter the origin space? Now that the spatial channel between the origin space and the three sovereigns had been opened, it was only natural for Luo Shan to attack the origin space. This was the law of the universe. Master would be very satisfied. What was to come could not be avoided. On the second day after the channel opened, Luo Shan arrived at the fifth mainland and stood with Bai Wang Yuan and the others. In the dark universe, with the Shenwu mainland at its center, were Luo Shan, Bai Wang Yuan, Xianxia, Ancestor Gue Yuan, Bai Xing, and Ancestor Long. To the north were Mu Xia, Elder Chan, Lu Yin, and Gu Yan. Although Gu Yan was not a progenitor, he was the strongest origin array heavenly master. Coupled with the luck path source box that had been pushed aside, he was able to display power close to that of a progenitor. Even so, they were still too weak against 6 progenitors, including a powerhouse like Bai Wan Yuan who was at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas. Xiaoxinji was excited, as he had been waiting for this day for too long. The Lu family's son had been exposed in the cosmic tree realm, and he had been the one to hunt him down. However, this child had only become stronger and stronger, and he had even become the pathmaster of the above heaven sect. The more this child did, the more Xiaoxinji felt like he was being mocked. Now, it could finally end. Bai Xianer had broken through to the half-ancestor realm, and she was no longer restricted by Lu Yin. The 4 cardinal scales had joined forces with Luo Shan, and they also had the support of the reincarnation spacetime. This battle was inevitable, and there was no need to maintain the so-called balance. Even if Nongyi had arrived and joined Lu Yin's side, even if the mist ancestor was in the middle, it would not change their determination. Nongyi, you're courting death, Xiaoxinji said coldly. Nongyi was helpless, as he did not want to get involved. However, if he did not help Lu Yin and the 4 cardinal scales won, he would end up like Lu Yu. The 4 cardinal scales would not allow any external power to resist them, not even a progenitor. The mist ancestor left without saying a word. Just as she had said, aside from dealing with the Eternals, everything else had nothing to do with her. She would do her best to stop the war, but if she could not stop it, then so be it. She was not Nongyi, and she would not be so easy to deal with. Even if Bai Wan Yuan and the others wanted to eliminate her, they would have to think twice. 9 mountains and 8 seas were not on the same level as Nongyi. Bai Xing spoke up. Why do you have to get involved in this mess, Gu Yan? Gu Yan sighed. I've lived a life of luxury and love delicacies. I've already enjoyed enough. My most beloved disciple died at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light, and my most admired friend is right next to me. Who else should I help? Lu Yin had lost his memories, but Gu Yan had told him that he was good friends with Lu Xiaoxian. They often went to the food paradise to play and enjoy delicious food. The dragon ancestor said in a low voice, Mu Xia, do you really want to be buried with your junior brother? Mu Xia calmly replied, are you not afraid of our master's revenge? Bai Yuan and the others frowned, and fear flashed across their eyes. To be honest, this was indeed what they had considered. What kind of person was the master who could teach disciples like Mu Xia, Lu Yin, and Qing Ping? They had searched through history, but they could not find a corresponding master. Just as they had guessed, either this person was just an ordinary powerhouse who was good at discovering geniuses, or this person had monstrous power that far exceeded their imagination. However, even if it was the latter, the current situation did not allow them to consider too much. Lu Yin had to die, or it would be too late once he became a half-ancestor or even a progenitor. Even if they did not eliminate him, Lu Yin would still seek revenge. At this moment, no one mentioned the previous agreement, as it was meaningless. War was about to break out. Lu Yin did not care about Bai Yuan and the others. Instead, he looked at Luo Shan. You are Lord Luo from the Three Sovereigns universe, right? Why are you attacking the Fifth Mainland? Luo Shan's expression was cold. No need to talk nonsense. Today, this universe will change its surname to Luo. Wait, what if we join your forces? Lu Yin shouted. His words shocked everyone, including Mu Xia and Elder Chan. Bai Yuan and the others looked at each other. What did Lu Xiaoxian say? Luo Shan was also stunned. What did you say? Lu Yin was helpless. I said that I am willing to lead everyone to join you, Lord Luo. Lu Xiaoxian, don't talk nonsense. Today, the Heaven Supreme sect will be plunged into misery and suffering. You can't change it, Xiaoxinji shouted and was about to attack. Lu Yin shouted, I want to join Lord Luo. What does it have to do with the 4 cardinal scales? Get lost. Xiaoxinji attacked, but Luo Shan suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him. I want to hear what he has to say. Bai Yuan stared at Luo Shan. Lord Luo, Lu Xiaoxian is full of lies and is good at disguising himself. His words cannot be trusted. That's right. This person once pretended to be Long Qi and knew how to mess up the 4 cardinal scales. No matter what he says, we cannot trust him, the dragon ancestor said. Luo Jun looked at Lu Yin. What do you mean? Lu Yin replied, to save my life, that's all. I can go to the 3 sovereign spacetime with you, Lord Luo. If I go with you alone, you can control me or even imprison me. I just hope that Lord Luo will spare the celestial sect, as well as my family and friends. They will be of great help to you, so there's no need to kill them all. I, Lu Yin, have a blood feud with the 4 cardinal scales, but I don't have any enmity with you, Lord Luo. I can gift you the 5th mainland. What do you think? Lu Xiaoxian, shut up. My disciple, Gu Yu, died at the hands of the 3 monarchs universe. How dare you join the 3 monarchs universe? Preposterous. Lu Yin sighed, Senior, if we don't do this, how can the countless lives of the above heaven sect be preserved? Gu Yu is dead, but all of us are still alive. You. Gu Yan pointed at Lu Yin, his entire body trembling with rage. Mu Xia spoke up, Junior brother, in the universe, only the fittest survive. If you join the 3 monarchs universe, your fate will be in their hands. Lu Yin was helpless. Senior brother, I believe that Lord Luo will treat everyone well. After all, he is the master of the 3 monarchs universe. He has always resisted the Eternals for humanity. If we join him, there will be 2 more progenitors, and I, who can fight against progenitors, the strength of the 3 monarchs universe will skyrocket in an instant. This is what Lord Luo wants. Lu Yin's words struck a chord in Luo Shan's heart. The 3 monarchs universe was at the bottom of the 6 direction society. As a ruler, he could not compare to Void Master, Wood Ruler, and others. He could even be replaced at any time. This was a knot in his heart. If he could accept Lu Yin and the others today, there would be 3 more extreme powerhouses. The 3 monarchs universe might not be at the bottom of the 6 direction society. Not only extreme powerhouses, but how many existences did the celestial sect have? How many resources did they have? How many geniuses did they have? They could be trained to transform the 3 monarchs universe. No, there was no need for the 3 monarchs universe. He was the master of the origin space. This was the origin space that once gave birth to the most glorious civilization. He was not originally from the 3 monarchs universe. Now that he occupied the 3 monarchs universe, since he had done it once, he could do it again, and this was what he wanted to do. The more he thought about it, the more tempted Luo Shan was. He seemed to see himself standing side by side with Void Master and the others, ignoring Lord Xiaoyin. Lu Xiaoxian, if you insist on joining the Three Monarchs universe, then I, Gu Yan, have nothing to say to you. Goodbye. Heavenly Master Gu Yan left angrily. Mu Xia shook his head. Junior brother, you shouldn't have made such a decision. After saying that, he also left. Nelni shook his head and left without saying anything. 3 powerhouses left at once, but Luo Shan was not regretful. On the contrary, he was more certain of Lu Yin's sincerity. There was no need to lie to him. Could it be that he and Old Zen could resist the Three Monarchs universe? This was what Lu Yin wanted Luo Shan to confirm. If he exposed Xianxi's identity, Master Shan, Lu Yun, and Chen Lu, and asked for help from the Lost Tribe, he could face the 3 monarchs of the 4 scales head-on. But in this way, Xianxi's identity would be lost, which was a pity. He was trying to split Luo Shan and the 4 scales. As long as he succeeded, the 4 scales would not decide to fight Luo Shan directly. Secondly, Luo Shan would inevitably meet him alone and find a way to control him or imprison him. No matter what Luo Shan wanted to do, the premise was that he could do it. Lu Yin wanted to create an opportunity to fight Luo Shan alone, such as in the Eternal Kingdom. Of course, his so-called fight was not just for himself. Mu Xia and Heavenly Master Gu Yan also pretended to leave, waiting to see if Luo Shan would be tempted. Lu Yin did not expect Luo Shan to completely believe his words, but Luo Shan was a strong man with the ambition to dominate everything. As long as there was a chance, he would try. Since it was possible to obtain the entire 5th mainland, why would he divide it with others? This was Luo Shan's mentality that Lu Yin grasped. Luo Shan knew that he was splitting him and the 4 scales, but so what? The passage had already been opened, and Luo Shan had originally wanted to cooperate with the 4 scales in hopes that they would open the passage. Once his goal was achieved, the 4 scales would no longer be of any use to him. As for whether or not the 4 scales would hate him, he did not care. With the 6 Direction gang behind him, would the 4 scales dare to start a war with them? The atmosphere was strangely silent. Bye. Wang Yuan and the others stared at Luo Shan. Luo Shan looked up at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Revealing Xianxi's identity and going all out was the final step. He did not want to start a war, but rather, he wanted to create an environment where he could fight Luo Shan alone. Cage Wyrm growled and looked at Luo Shan cautiously. This person was very dangerous. Right, the Grand Empyrean seems to like it a lot. You can give it to him as a gift. Give it to the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and pointed at the caged Wyrm. Luo Shan's eyes lit up. The Grand Empyrean likes it? Lu Xiaoxian, that belongs to my Shenwu plane. Xiaoxinji shouted. Luo Shan frowned and glanced at Xiaoxinji. Since the Grand Empyrean likes it, then it belongs to him. Xiaoxinji stared at Luo Shan coldly. Luo Shan looked at him with a cold gaze, which was completely different from before. By Wang Yuan's heart sank. Lu Xiaoxuan's temptation was too great. He would lead the 5th mainland to the 3 monarchs spacetime and help Luo Shan kick them out. He would even bring 2 progenitors with him. No one could resist such temptation. He did not care who the 5th mainland belonged to. The starry sky tree had never cared. However, Lu Xiaoxian had to die. This person was too talented and good at scheming. The 4 cardinal scales would not be able to eat or sleep in peace if he was alive. Luo Shan made a decision and looked at Lu Yin. Are you really willing? Suddenly, a figure came from afar and interrupted Luo Shan. It was Yuan Sage. Lu Yin's face changed when he saw Yuan Sage. Lord Luo, Lu Xiaoxuan's words can't be trusted. Yuan Sage shouted. Lu Yin clenched his fists and looked at him coldly. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were overjoyed. Yuan Sage was here. He was determined to deal with the Lu family. Luo Shan frowned. Yuan Sage, what do you mean? Yuan Sage arrived and looked at Luo Shan solemnly. I brought Lord Luo Shan's message. Are you willing to listen to it? Luo Shan's eyes turned cold. Of course I am. Please speak. Regardless of Lord Luoshan's identity, he could still threaten the origin space because Lord Luoshan was blocking the rainbow wall. In any case, Lord Luoshan had a lot of decision-making power in this matter. Yuan Sage nodded, glanced at Luin, and sneered. Reverend Xiaoyin doesn't care who the origin space belongs to, be it Lord Luo or the four-way scales. He only wants the son of the Lu family to get what he deserves. Lord Luo, Reverend Xiaoyin should have told you this. Luoshan recalled that before coming to the origin space, Lord Luoshan had indeed said that the Lu family would get what they deserved. The son of the Lu family was no exception. What does Lord Luoshan want the son of the Lu family to do? Luoshan asked. Bai Wang Yuan looked at Yuan Sage. Yuan Sage smiled indifferently. Kill his way into the eternal race and come back alive. Bai Wang Yuan and the others laughed as soon as they heard this. Xiaxinji laughed even louder. His laughter was extremely ear-piercing. Luoshan's eyes flickered. Is that so? Luin looked at Yuan Sage calmly. Yuan Sage looked over and met his eyes. Son of the Lu family, I have told you not to be too arrogant. You are still like an ant in front of me. You should have the same fate as the Lu family back then. No one is an exception. Whether it is you, Lu Bujing, who survived the above heavens sect era, or the other members of the Lu family, all of you have to rush into the eternal race with you and not come back alive. This is the order set by Lord Luoshan and cannot be violated. Beside Luin, Elder Chan let out a long sigh. The matter of the Lu family was not over yet. However, it was not revenge but the so-called responsibility. It was really ridiculous that he could not deal with the eternal race and had found a scapegoat. KHWYRM felt uneasy and felt that something was going on. It was getting colder and colder as it flashed its claws and stared ahead. Luin looked at Yuan Sage calmly. Are these the words of Lord Luoshan? It is an order, Yuan Sage replied coldly. After hearing Yuan Xing's words and seeing his cold and arrogant expression, Luin raised his hand and rubbed his head. Sometimes, I really don't understand. Where does trash like you get your sense of superiority from? Orders? Who can you order? Yuan Xing's face was cold. Luoshan looked at Luin. This guy had changed. Bai Wang Yuan and the others stared at Luin. Lu Xiaoxian had always been like this when facing them. He didn't care, and even looked down on them. This was the real Lu Xiaoxian. He gave off a completely different vibe when he said that he wanted to join the three monarchs. They knew that this guy was fake, but what was he planning? Luin smiled. Yuan Xing, you old dog are really obedient. That old bastard, Divine Venerable Xiaoyin, asked you to bark. Why don't you call him over and see if he can bark at me? After saying that, his face turned cold. I promised to knock out his dog teeth. Yuan Xing sneered. Little bastard, you can only be stubborn now. I promised to slaughter all your family and friends and let you watch them die. Finally, I will throw you to the eternal race and announce that you have betrayed humanity. I will make your Lu family go down in history and infamy. The Lu family is the biggest traitor to humanity. Old dog, I promise to kill you with my own hands, Luin said. His voice was low and calm, but the calmer he was, the more uneasy Yuan Xing felt. He looked at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you killing this little bastard? Throw him to the eternal race. Luoshan stepped forward. Lu family's son, you don't have the ability to fight against all of us. Anger and abuse will only show your incompetence. I will give you a chance to kill yourself and answer to Divine Venerable Xiaoyin. As for your family and friends, I promise not to touch them and let them join me. Yuan Xing shouted angrily, Luoshan, you. Luoshan looked at Yuan Xing. I need to answer to Divine Venerable Xiaoyin, but I don't need to answer to you. Yuan Xing stared coldly at Luoshan, but Luoshan didn't care about him. After all, he was the ruler of the three monarchs. Even if he was threatened by Divine Venerable Xiaoyin, he wouldn't be threatened by Yuan Xing. Lu Yin's previous proposal had tempted him. As long as he could obtain the entire origin space, the strength of the three monarch spacetimes would experience an explosive growth. For this opportunity, he would not care about the four cardinal scales or a Yuan sage. Supremacy Xiaoyin only needed an explanation from the Lu family. He didn't care about anyone else. Luo Shan knew this very well. Luyin stood on top of the hellworm's head and continued to rub his head. Luo Shan spoke, "Son of the Lu clan, this is your only chance. You won't be able to stop so many powerful beings. Rather than being wiped out, why not sacrifice yourself in exchange for the lives of others? This is what you suggested before." Yuan Xing winked at Bai Wang Yuan and the others, indicating for them to take action. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or his family or friends, Yuan Xing had to kill them all. He couldn't do anything, or else he wouldn't be able to answer to the Grand Emperor. Bai Wang Yuan and the others looked at each other. It was obvious that Yuan Xing wanted to eliminate Lu Xiaoshuan's family and friends. Lu Xiaoxian could naturally see that. Once they took action, it would be easy to force Lu Xiaoxian to agree to Luo Shan's request. At that time, not only would it be meaningless for them to take action, but they would also become enemies with Luo Shan. Bai Wang Yuan looked at Lu Yin. "Lu Xiaoxian, commit suicide. This is the only thing you can do for them." Lu Yin was the biggest threat to them. As long as Lu Yin died, the others would be no more than chickens and dogs. Yuan Xing was dissatisfied. He wanted the 4 cardinal scales to take action, not help Luo Shan threaten them. Xianxia said coldly, "I already said that you would fight against the 4 cardinal scales. Enemies don't have a good ending. You could have rebuilt the Lu family, but you ended up like this. Commit suicide." Bai Xing was sad. Lu Yin was a legend and an existence that many people in the Starry Sky Tree looked up to. He was the one who drove the eternal race away. Countless people worshipped him, but now he was going to die. He could escape, but if he did, the Fifth Mainland and the Tianshang sect would be plunged into misery and suffering. It was really sad. Ancestor Long felt sorry for Lu Yin. He could only blame himself for being too arrogant. Ancestor Gue Yuan frowned. It didn't matter if Lu Yin died, but how could he obtain the Death God's inheritance? Everything about Lu Yin would make countless people jealous. Lu families. "Son, why aren't you committing suicide? Do you really want those people to die with you?" Luo Shan asked. Xiaoxinji urged, "Lu Xiaoxian, commit suicide. Lu Xiaoxian, commit suicide. Lu Xiaoxian, commit suicide. Lu Xiaoxian, commit suicide." It was as if the door to death had been opened and Lu Yin was being pushed inside. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at these people. Luo Shan's gloominess, Bai Wang Yuan's indifference, Xiaoxinji's excitement, Bai Xing's sorrow, Ancestor Long's pity, and Yuan Xing's smugness flashed across his mind. "Do you think trash like you can force me to my death?" Luo Shan's eyes widened. "You don't know what's good for you. If you don't want to die, I will personally end you." Lu Yin sighed. In the end, he still had to fight. Just as he was about to let Lu Yun and Master Shan out, a voice entered his ears. "Don't forget, you only have one chance in 100,000 years." As the voice fell, a shout came from the other end of the passage. "Everyone, reinforce the rainbow wall. Black Wushan and the Undying God have appeared." Luo Shan and the others looked over in shock. Black Wushan? The Undying God? Those were the 7 sky gods. Including the Forgotten Ruins god, almost half of the 7 sky gods had come. He rushed to the passage without hesitation. The Xiaoyin divinity's voice rang out. "For Wei Balance progenitor's support." Bai Wang Yuan and the others hesitated. Luo Shan entered the 3 Wei monarchs and looked back with a cold gaze. "Everyone, do you want to go against the will of the 6 Wei society?" Bai Wang Yuan gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin unwillingly. Lu Yin sneered. "Why? Do you still want me to go?" Needless to say, Lu Yin could not support the 3 Wei monarchs. They were also enemies, and these people wanted to force him to his death. Moreover, the voice just now had come from Black Wushan, which meant that the Eternals were helping him share the burden. Lu Yin did not know why Black Wushan had done this. If it had been the Witchling god, it might have been because he had not given up on his overt scheme, but Black Wushan had no reason to help him. Was it just because of the opportunity that had been given before? It did not make sense. Lu Yin had caused too much damage to the Eternals, so Black Wushan should not help him. Why not let him fight the four-way scales and the three-way monarchs? It would weaken the human strength. Strange. He suddenly thought that there might be human spies among the Eternals, and that was how Qingfen had been caught. Then, could it be Black Wuxian? That could not be right. If it had been Black Wuxian, Mr. Mu would not have destroyed his clone without hesitation. No matter how he thought about it, Lu Ying could not go to the three-way monarchs. He was most afraid of the Xiaoying divinity. It was not that he was afraid that the Xiaoying divinity would act against him, but in the Lost Clan, the Xiaoying divinity had visited the upper three sections. The moment the Eternal Darkness card appeared, everyone who had visited the upper three sections had stared at him. The Xiaoying divinity must have seen through his disguise. Why? The Xiaoying divinity had not acted because he did not recognize Lu Yin's true appearance. Now that the Xiaoying divinity had seen him, Lu Yin would be exposed and the Eternals would have wasted their efforts. By Wang Yuan, Xiaxinji, and the others had all gone to the three-way monarchs. They had to help. Otherwise, if they offended the Xiaoying divinity, Luo Shan could easily take over the Above Sky sect. They would be the unlucky ones. Besides the four-way scales, the Yuan sage was the most unwilling. He stared at Lu Yin and said, "Little bastard, you won't live for long. With so many powerhouses participating in the war, it will end soon." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. "You should be glad that there is a war. Otherwise, I would have killed you, old dog." The Yuan sage's eyes widened and were filled with murderous intent. However, he did not delay for long and headed to the three-way monarchs. Lu Yin looked at the passageway, as it was impossible to seal it. Putting aside whether or not the four-way scales would stop him, he had intentionally opened this passageway in the first place. If he hadn't done so, then the Genesis space would have become one of the endless battlefields. Wei Rong's contribution this time was not small, whether it was to the four-way scales or the Above Sky sect. Lu Yin hoped that he would give him a big enough surprise. In the Void God spacetime, in the red domain, a pair of eyes opened. They belonged to a bald man. He was a Void Luminous Realm powerhouse, which was the equivalent of a half-ancestor. There had always been a half-ancestor guarding the red domain. The previous guardian had been killed by Chen Li's arrow, and this bald man was the replacement that Su Wuji had found. No matter what happened in the red domain, he did not have to care. His only role was to welcome foreign enemies. Nobody in the red domain knew of his existence. Even Lu Yin had discovered him on his own. Su Wuji had not told him. The bald man looked up. Su Wuji had left. He got up, took a step forward, and walked to the surface. He then headed in a certain direction. That was where Lu Yin had announced that he would be going into seclusion. Lu Yin had obtained eternal darkness and announced that he would be going into seclusion. It was reasonable. Because he was going into seclusion, there were fewer guests in the red domain. Otherwise, there would be a large number of guests waiting to see him. The bald man avoided everyone and approached Lu Yin's seclusion. Guan Lauda, Yu Pai, and the others were all around, but they could not find the bald man. Just as the bald man was about to enter Lu Yin's seclusion, a figure appeared behind him, causing him to freeze in place. "Why?" The voice came from Su Wuji. His expression was gloomy, which was completely different from his usual self. The bald man clenched his fists. "I was asked by someone to trade eternal darkness with Xianxia." Su Wuji sneered, "Trade?" The bald man said in a low voice, "If it wasn't for the trade, I wouldn't have come. Xianxia might not be able to deal with me, but he should be able to escape." Su Wuji thought about it and found it reasonable. "Who?" The bald man didn't say anything. "If you don't want to say, then forget it. I don't want to know anyway. However, you have betrayed my trust in you." Scram. Su Wuji placed a hand on the bald man's back and threw him out. At the same time, the bald man spat out a mouthful of blood. His void divine force was continuously depleted, and he fell from the void luminous realm. "This is your punishment." Although Su Wuji was usually very polite and a little cynical, those who knew him knew that he was not careless at all when he attacked. Anyone who killed their way in and out of the endless battlefield was not simple, let alone an extreme powerhouse. Su Wuji sighed, "I'll have to find another protector." How troublesome. With that, he left. In the Three Monarchs universe, the Rainbow Wall was crumbling. Inside, countless cultivators stared blankly. They never thought that one day such a great battle would break out in the Three Monarchs universe. Outside the Rainbow Wall, no less than 10 extreme experts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Among them, there were 3 from the 7 gods' heavens, Reverend Xiaoyin, Luo Shan, Bai Wang Yuan, and the rest who were attacking in a frenzy. On the Rainbow Wall, there was still Star Sovereign, Chen Lu, and Ancestor Long guarding. Anyone who understood the history of the 3 monarchs would know that this war was unprecedented in this spacetime. Hey Wuxian, undying deity, you two actually dare to appear. What is your goal? Xiaoyin deity shouted loudly, attacking to overturn the starry sky. The undead deity's eyes were drowsy, as if he was not awake. Revenge. If you want to take revenge, you should go to the primordial space, Luo Shan shouted. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled, what's the difference between this place and the origin space? He Wuxian's voice was low and full of majesty, 3 monarch time spaces, primordial space, today, take them all. Don't even think about it. Bai Wang Yuan, Xianxia, and Ancestor Gui Yuan attacked together. The monarch chi of the 3 monarchs that could change time and space was scattered. On the Rainbow Wall, Zhen Li's expression was solemn. He had yet to recover from the previous incident. Once the passage opened, the 4 cardinal heavens and Luo Shan faced off against the 4 cardinal heavens, which made him very nervous. Once Lu Yin's identity was exposed, he would not be able to escape either. Now that the war had begun, he wasn't sure how it would turn out. He was only worried about Lu Yin. He didn't care about Lu Yin's life or death, but he couldn't expose himself. As he thought about it, arrows were shot out one after another. The 7 sky gods were not the only ones who attacked. There were also 2 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. One of them had an incomparably huge body, capable of manipulating stars and tearing galaxies apart with a casual wave of his hand. The other possessed an invincible Corpse King transformation, capable of fighting Ancestor Gui Yuan and Xianxia alone. No matter how the 2 attacked, they were unable to harm the Corpse King in the slightest. 9 wolves devour the heavens. Wolf heads appeared one after another, and even Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was afraid. On the Rainbow Wall, the Star Lord's gaze was calm. She was also someone who had killed in the endless battlefield and had experienced such a scene before. On the other side, there were no Progenitor Realm Corpse Kings in the direction guarded by the Dragon Ancestor. This was the most he could do. It was impossible for him to fight to the death for the 3 monarchs. Gazing into the distance, these old monsters of the 7 sky gods were too difficult to deal with. Back then, even the ancestral Meng had awakened, yet they still couldn't devour the undying god. He hoped that this war would end as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoxian had to be dealt with, otherwise the 4 cardinal scales would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Just as he was thinking, the situation of the battle suddenly changed. The gigantic Corpse King was pushed by the Xiaoyin Divine Venerable Xiaoyin to where Ancestor Dragon was guarding. Ancestor Dragon's expression changed. What greeted him was the gigantic Corpse King's scarlet eyes. How unlucky. He was actually pushed here. He didn't know if Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was doing this on purpose. Below the Rainbow Wall, countless cultivators returned in horror. The incomparably huge Ancestor Realm Corpse King retreated step by step. It had barely managed to slow down the power of the moon, but its chest was corroded. The Xiaoyin Divine Venerable's power of the moon was soft and ghostly, containing an incomparably domineering corrosive power. Even the Ancestor Realm Corpse King found it difficult to withstand. If not for its huge body, it would have already turned into a pool of blood. Even so, his heart had been completely corroded. Seeing this scene, Ancestor Dragon was aghast. He knew very well how powerful an Ancestor Realm Corpse King's body was, yet Xiaoyin divinity was able to easily corrode its body. Just how tyrannical was the power of Great Yin? Just as he was thinking, the giant Corpse King's scarlet eyes stared at the Rainbow Wall and raised his hand to slap it. Ancestor Dragon's forehead. An eye appeared, an innate strange pupil. As it swept over, the giant Corpse King's palm gradually turned into nothingness. Scram. The power of his other pupil was similar to the power of Taiyin. One was corrosive while the other was obliterating. Ancestor Dragon wanted to use the same power to chase away the giant Corpse King, but the giant Corpse King had set its sights on this place. No matter how the palm was obliterated, it still pressed down. Ancestor Dragon had no choice but to withdraw his strange pupil. This power could not be used for a long time and could not scare the Giant Corpse King, so he could only use force. Seeing that the Giant Corpse King's palm was about to hit the rainbow wall, fine dragon markings appeared on the surface of Ancestor Dragon's body. His pupils were vertical, and dragon horns appeared on his forehead. His entire body was covered by dragon markings. He held a spear and stabbed it out. The tip of the spear pierced through the Giant Corpse King's palm, and the power of the Ancestor Realm erupted from below, stabbing through the Giant Corpse King's palm. The Giant Corpse King raised his other hand and blocked the Ancestor Realm power from the tip of the spear. Black lines spread from his blood vessels and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye, causing his aura to change. He was like an evil ghost. Ancestor Dragon wanted to pull out the spear, but it was stuck in the Giant Corpse King's palm and could not be pulled out. How could this be? The Giant Corpse King suddenly clenched his fist, wanting to kill Ancestor Dragon. 5 mirrors appeared around Ancestor Dragon, revolving around him. It was White Dragon Sky Surveying Mirror. The Giant Corpse King's other hand also fell, and both hands exerted force, wanting to kill Ancestor Dragon. The White Dragon Sky Surveying Mirror cracked open, and Ancestor Dragon's expression was solemn. He opened his strange pupil again and stared at the Giant Corpse King's face through the gaps between his fingers. The Giant Corpse King held miserably, one of his eyes was destroyed, and his body retreated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ancestor Dragon took a step forward and appeared in front of the Giant Corpse King. The power of the Ancestor Realm gathered crazily, forming an incomparably huge spear that pierced towards the Giant Corpse King's forehead. The black lines in the Giant Corpse King's body suddenly spread to his forehead, and the tip of the spear happened to collide with his forehead. With a bang, the starry sky distorted and rippled, tearing the space apart. An incomparably huge darkness spread like a ribbon into the 3 monarch spacetime. Under the rainbow wall, the 3 monarch spacetime cultivators trembled as they looked at the starry sky being split into 2. In another direction, Qianlu looked over and was shocked. Even the Ancestor Realm in the primal space was so strong? He knew that he could fight against the Giant Corpse King, but he could not do it in a head-on clash. His arrows were filled with endless killing intent, but they lacked the power to fight head-on in close combat. Bai Wangyuan and the others had no time to care about Ancestor Dragon. Although Ancestor Dragon could not compare to them, he was not weak. After all, he had survived from the era of the Daosaur sect and had experienced countless battles in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. On the 5th mainland, Luyin appeared on Shenwu continent and looked into the passage. He could feel the magnificence of the Ancestor Realm's battle, and it was not just a single Ancestor Realm's battle. Elder Chan was worried. If the 3 monarch spacetime is broken, then we will also be in trouble. Luyin shook his head. The Eternals can't do it. They suffered great losses in order to save the undying god. This time, deity Shaoyin is here, and with Bai Wangyuan and the others, they can't take down the 3 monarch spacetime unless a few more from the 7 sky gods come. Furthermore, Luo Shan is not simple. After this battle, we will still have to face them. Elder Chan was solemn. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Although the Eternals could not take down the 3 monarch spacetime, if the situation did not improve and he was forced to reveal his identity, then the Eternals would not give up. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for them to attack the 3 monarch spacetime. It was still the same question, why would the Eternals help him? That person is still watching us, Elder Chan said. Luyin glanced into the distance. Don't worry about him. Wang Fan was there to prevent Luyin from sealing the passage again, which gave Luyin an excuse not to seal it. The 3 monarch spacetime, the rainbow wall. Cracks appeared in more than one direction. How could the rainbow wall survive such a magnificent battle between progenitors? Ancestor Long held his spear and blocked the Giant Corpse King. The Corpse King's remaining scarlet eye stared at Ancestor Long as it roared and slammed its hands in front of it. This Corpse King could not be considered a progenitor at all. It was just a monster with the physical strength of a progenitor. Ancestor Long dodged and stared at the Corpse King's other eye. The Corpse King was on guard and quickly dodged. Like a nimble giant, it turned around and punched out. Ancestor Long did not dare to tear through the void to avoid this attack. This level of power could pierce through the void, and once he tore through the void, it would be easy to encounter greater danger. However, avoiding the Corpse King's punch was not difficult. Ancestor Long continuously avoided the Corpse King's attacks. For a full hour, the Corpse King stared at him without any intention of going in another direction. Ancestor Long did not intend to tangle with it. It was not easy to kill a progenitor, and he had to pay a price for it. It was not worth it for the three monarchs' spacetime. Suddenly, the Corpse King stopped attacking him and kicked the rainbow wall. The rainbow wall was directly broken, and many cultivators of the three monarchs' spacetime were shattered. Even the attacking Corpse King was reduced to fragments. The Corpse King did not care and attacked again. Ancestor Long, what are you doing? Luo Shan shouted. The arrow pierced through the void and pierced the Corpse King's shoulder, but it only made the Corpse King pause for a moment before continuing to attack the rainbow wall. Chen Le shot again. Ancestor Long glanced into the distance. The rainbow wall was fine in other directions, but if something happened to him here, he would offend Luo Shan. Helpless, he could only attack seriously. Thinking about it, he closed his eyes and opened his other eye. His body suddenly split open and a roar resounded through the three monarchs' spacetime. Ancestor World, Dragon Emperor. Countless people looked over in a daze, seeing an unforgettable scene. An incomparably huge creature suddenly appeared, as if covering the starry sky. It let out a roar that shook the heavens. This was Ancestor Long's ancestral world, Dragon Emperor. It was about the same as Enai Huang's ancestral world, but in terms of size and strength, it far surpassed Enai Huang. Although it was far from Ancestor Meng's size, it was close to half. Dragon Emperor only had one eye, and it was the other eye. With the appearance of Dragon Emperor, its tail lashed out, and the giant Corpse King was forced to retreat dozens of steps, step by step, stepping on the void. The Corpse King grabbed Dragon Emperor's tail, but Dragon Emperor's strength exceeded his expectations. Even a progenitor's body was helpless. The Dragon Emperor rammed into the giant Corpse King, sending it flying. His eyes swept across the area, annihilating the void. The giant Corpse King's arm was disappearing. Chen Li's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly. This terrifying strength was not something ordinary experts could compare to. Was this an expert from the origin space? The Star Sovereign was shocked. This combat strength was terrifying. Luo Shan also looked over with fear. This was the origin space. No one knew what kind of expert would emerge from that ancient spacetime. In the four sides of scales, the least worthy of attention was the White Dragon race's Ancestor Long. But at this moment, Ancestor Long's exposed combat strength made people not dare to underestimate him. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were not surprised. If Ancestor Long did not have such combat strength, how could he be called the four sides of scales? Did he really think that any progenitor was qualified? Ancestor Long had lived longer than anyone else. In terms of age, he was older than 9 mountains and 8 seas. If not for the fact that he could not break through the progenitor realm, how could he allow them to ride on his head? There were advantages and disadvantages to the White Dragon race relying on Ancestor Meng. And as long as Ancestor Long did not die in the future, it was very likely that he would become another Ancestor Meng. As the Dragon Ancestor's world appeared, the giant Corpse King was forced to retreat. The Dragon Ancestor still wanted to push the giant Corpse King in another direction, as he would not fight to the death for the three monarchs. Suddenly, the Dragon Ancestor stopped, and his other pupils could clearly see that he was in pain. The giant Corpse King took the opportunity to clench his fists and smash the Dragon Ancestor's head, smashing him down. Xiaoxinji's expression changed. Not good, inside his body. As he spoke, the divine martial sword domain spread and covered the giant Corpse King. Countless blades fell, and the giant Corpse King roared and punched the Dragon Ancestor again. His back was torn apart by the divine martial sword domain, and blood splattered across the starry sky. The Dragon Ancestor's body rapidly shrank and turned into the Dragon Ancestor. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. There were still progenitor enemies. In front of him, bubbles were suffused with colorful light, and it was very beautiful. Luo Shan's pupils shrank. Dream illusion bubble, Chen Kong. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin was shocked. Be careful. Chung Kong was not an invincible monster like the 7 sky gods, but he was the most difficult to deal with and defend against. Chung Kong was too cunning and too sinister. The progenitors who died in his hands were all killed by sneak attacks. The four-way balance did not even come into contact with Chung Kong. Looking at the bubbles, the dragon ancestor was at a loss. Even though the warning signs in his mind exploded, the hypnosis brought by the dream illusion bubble made his body numb. With a bang, the dragon ancestor's body was sent flying by the giant corpse king, and his upper body was twisted. He took the opportunity to sober up a little, and Luo Shan's voice rang in his ears, reminding him to be careful of Chung Kong. But who was Chung Kong? From afar, his body was still covered by the dream illusion bubble, and he was struggling in the cage of numbness. Bai Wangyuan raised his hand, and 2 lines appeared, splitting open the sky. The black line streaked across the void and directly tore open the world of nothingness, forming a corridor of death that rapidly approached the dragon ancestor. Luo Shan was shocked. This kind of strength? Even divine venerable Xiaoyin was shocked by Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan shouted after splitting open the sky, "Dodge!" Ancestor Dragon saw that the world of nothingness was being torn apart. He stretched out his hand, and at the instant when the sky-opening line was nearing, he pointed at a point on the line with one hand. This was the cooperation they had in the past. Bai Wangyuan could use the sky-opening line to drag him over. However, just as Ancestor Dragon was about to touch one of the points on the line, his movements suddenly stopped. His mind was clear, and he wanted to touch that point, but his body was numb. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Ancestor Realm power, Ancestor World, battle skills, nothing could be moved. Hypnosis can not only hypnotize the consciousness, but also the body. Does your body listen to you? Dragon Ancestor was shocked. There was such a thing? Those were the last words he heard. As the line swept past, Ancestor Dragon's body was swallowed up by the world of nothingness. He didn't even have the chance to scream before his body disappeared. The starry sky was silent. Everyone was watching this scene. Whether it was the 4-way scales, Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign, Luo Shan, or the Eternals, everyone was watching. The fall of an Ancestor Realm expert was just this quick. No one would have thought that the first to fall in this battle would actually be Dragon Ancestor. This was the 3 Monarchs universe, not the Starry Sky Tree. Ancestor Dragon didn't die in the Starry Sky Tree but in the 3 Monarchs universe. Bai Wangyuan's face was gloomy. No matter how he looked at it, Ancestor Dragon seemed to have died under his sky-splitting battle skill. Why wasn't he moving? Xiaxinji looked at Bai Wangyuan. Patriarch Gui Yuan and Yuan Xing also looked at Bai Wangyuan. Luo Shan was the first to speak. He was controlled by Chung Kong. He died under Chung Kong's hands. Forgotten Ruins God laughed. You guys are really interesting. Where did Chung Kong come from? It's obvious that you guys wanted to kill him. Humans are really complicated creatures. Undying God said lazily, is it not over yet? I want to go back to sleep. Hei Wuxian said calmly, soon. Speaking of which, you guys are really ruthless. You even killed your own people. Bai Wangyuan ignored them and looked at Luo Shan. Who is Chung Kong? Luo Shan took a deep breath. A despicable villain. More than 1 or 2 extreme powerhouses have died in his hands. This person is the target of our 6 Direction Guild. Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign looked at Hei Wuxian and the other Eternals. The death of extreme powerhouses doesn't mean that this battle is over. Drive them out. Luo Shan took action. In the distance, Chenlo looked at the place where Ancestor Long had died. An extreme powerhouse had died just like that. The lives of extreme powerhouses were also lives, and they could die easily. When he looked at Luo Shan and the others again, his gaze had changed. He could not expose what he had done and put himself in danger. Xianxia could not be exposed either. The Star Sovereign went to Ancestor Long's location, as there was still a giant corpse king that needed to be stopped. Luo Shan told Chenlu to go as well. Chung Kong was definitely there, so they had to be careful. On the 5th mainland, Luyin stood on Shenwu continent and waited for the results of this battle. Suddenly, he looked at the passage and saw something penetrating the void. Was that an eye? Lu Yun stared at the eye that had appeared out of nowhere. It looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It was Ancestor Long's eye. Before his death, he had forced it out without anyone noticing. Ancestor Long's eye was the power that he had left behind for the White Dragon tribe. His death meant that the White Dragon tribe had lost their position as the four-way scales. Due to the White Dragon tribe's own limitations, it was very difficult for them to break through to the progenitor realm. Ancestor Long had left behind his eye, as only by obtaining it would the White Dragon tribe have any hope of breaking through to the progenitor realm. Although Ancestor Long had left behind the eye, it did not have any self-awareness, and it had simply followed the familiar feeling back to the Fifth Mainland. If no one had stopped it, it would have returned to the White Dragon tribe, but now, Lu Yun had seen it. Lu Yun grabbed the eye and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Where had he seen it before? This eye gave him a sense of threat, as only a progenitor's power could threaten him. A progenitor. Lu Yun suddenly looked up at the passage. He remembered that it was Ancestor Long. He had seen him at Dragon Mountain before, and Ancestor Long had wanted to intimidate them and prevent them from revealing the secret of the dragon pool. Yes, it was this eye. Lu Yun stared at the eye. Why was Ancestor Long's eye here? Ancestor Long had gone to the Three Sovereign Spacetime battlefield. Had something happened to him? No, they were the four-way scales, not the Three Sovereigns. They would not risk their lives for the Three Sovereign Spacetime. In the distance, Wang Fan looked at the Three Sovereign Spacetime in a daze, as if he had seen something shocking. He did not pay attention to Lu Yun. Lu Yun put away the eye and waited quietly. The war in the Three Sovereign Spacetime would not last for long. Only he knew that the Eternals' large-scale attack was all to help him. After Ancestor Long's death, the Eternals seemed satisfied with the outcome of the war. Seeing that Sovereign Xiaoyin, by Wang Yuan, and the others had no intention of leaving, they could only retreat. Let's see if you can provide timely assistance next time. We have our eyes on this spacetime. Blacklist God's low voice sounded in everyone's ears. Luo Shan frowned. The passage had opened, and for the Eternals, taking over this spacetime was equivalent to taking over the Genesis space. They could naturally pay a price, but it was not a good thing for Luo Shan. The Three Sovereign Spacetime was far less valuable than the Genesis space. He felt that this spacetime had led to this war entirely because of the Genesis space. From Luo Shan's point of view, he hoped to seal the passage after taking over the sect above heaven and completely abandon the Three Sovereign Spacetime and stay in the Genesis space. That way, even if the Eternals attacked the Genesis space, the four-way scales would be the first to face them, not him. When he thought of this, he looked at the passage. Lu family's son, damn it. He watched as the Eternals retreated. He had not entered the Three Sovereign Spacetime because he was afraid of being seen by Divinity Xiaoyin. He did not know the exact situation of the war, but he still knew whether or not there was a war. The progenitor's battle had stopped. If the Eternals retreated, then it would be meaningless for him to continue facing the same situation. Thus, if the war stopped, then there would definitely be a turning point. If the Eternals could stop the war before that turning point appeared, then it meant that they had a deep understanding of what was happening within the human race. This speculation made him shudder. Just how many spies did the Six Direction Society have? He inexplicably hoped that this speculation would not come true, even if it was beneficial to him. In the Three Sovereign Spacetime, as the Eternals retreated like the tide, a person arrived at the Rainbow Wall and attracted everyone's attention. It was the perfect young master, First Xianxia. Divinity Xiaoyin was surprised. Why are you here? Luo Shan, Star-Lord, and the others looked at First Xianxia with grave expressions. Although this person was not an ultimate powerhouse, he had the influence of an ultimate powerhouse. In many cases, he did not represent himself, but rather the Grand Empyrean. First Xianxia looked at the battlefield. The Eternals retreated? Everyone, the Grand Empyrean has orders. Everyone looked at First Xianxia with stern expressions. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were also solemn as they looked at First Xianxia. First Xianxia's gaze swept across the crowd, pausing on Bai Wang Yuan and the others. Seniors of the primordial space, are you willing to listen to the Grand Empyrean's orders? Xiaoxinji did not hesitate. We will naturally obey Senior Grand Emperor's orders. Bai Wang Yuan nodded. Please speak. First Xianxia looked at Luo Shan. Senior Luo Shan? The Grand Emperor's orders are disadvantageous to Senior. Luo Shan raised his brows. How so? First Xianxia smiled. The Six Direction Society cannot enter the primordial space without permission. This is Master's order. Senior, you have violated it. Luo Shan said in a low voice, the passage between the three sovereign spacetime and the primordial space has been opened. Since there is a passage, it is not considered a violation. Master has also considered this point, but this is also the reason why the Eternals attacked the three sovereign spacetime. If the three sovereign spacetime cannot stop them in time, what will happen? As he spoke, he looked at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. Master is clear about everyone's plans, which is why I have brought Master's orders. First Xianxia's expression was stern. Master's orders are that the primordial space must send half of its progenitor realm experts to assist in the defense of the Six Direction Society's frontline battlefield and the boundless battlefield. Otherwise, Master will personally appear and severely punish those who disobey. Master's orders are that Luo Shan and Lu Ying caused a war between the two spacetime universes. Today, they are punished to enter the boundless battlefield. Those who refuse will be punished for the crime of betraying humanity. Master's orders are that Divine Venerable Xiaoyin is meritorious in protecting the three sovereign spacetime universes. He is exempted from the boundless battlefield for 1,000 years. Master's orders are that Yuan sages entered the primordial space without permission and provoked a war between the two spacetime universes. They are punished to enter the boundless battlefield. Those who refuse will suffer the grief of a saint. Orders were issued one after another, representing the authority of the Grand Emperor. He was giving orders to the progenitor realm experts, but no one felt that there was a problem. It was as if these orders could be given to them. This was a Grand Emperor. Even though Luo Shan was a member of the Six Directions Association and one of the three monarchs, the spacetime master, he still had to obey orders. After Chu Jian finished reading the Grand Emperor's order, he looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, are you willing to obey the order? If you don't want to, you can tell me clearly. I can pass on your message and put in a good word for you. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Luo Shan. Among these orders, Luo Shan was the most miserable. As the spacetime lord of the three sovereigns, his status was equal to a Grand Emperor's, but he had been punished by a Grand Emperor to enter the endless battlefield. That was a boundless battlefield, a millstone of life and death. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary cultivator or an ancestor expert, it was a millstone of life and death. No less than 20 supreme experts had died there. Luo Shan met Chu Jian's gaze and said respectfully, I will follow Grand Emperor's orders. Chu Jian smiled in satisfaction. Senior, take care. Luo Shan said, please take care of the three monarchs spacetime. I went to the endless battlefield. What about the defense? Chu Jian looked at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. This will depend on the primordial space. Lord Luo has left, and only Lord Taixing and Lord Chenlu are left in the three monarchs space. Now that the passageway has been opened, it is too worthwhile for the Eternals to attack the space and time. So, how do you plan to help the three monarchs space and time? Bai Wang Yuan said calmly, I, Bai Xing of the Cold Immortal Sect, am willing to guard the Rainbow Wall. Xiaxinji added, Xiaozhen can help defend the Rainbow Wall. Ancestor Gui Yuan said, I'll do it myself. The other one is Nong Yi. For Ancestor Realm experts are enough. Bai Wang Yuan directly made the decision for Nong Yi. This was the will of the four-way scales. They no longer needed to consider any sort of balance, as there was no need for them to do so. Lu Yin himself had been sent to the endless battlefield, and the Above Heaven sect only had Elder Chan. As for Mu Xia and the Fog Ancestor, they truly did not have the confidence to force them out. There were 10 progenitor realm experts in the Starry Sky Tree. The four-way balance had 7. They were Bai Wang Yuan, Bai Xing, Xiaxinji, Xiaozhen, Wang Fan, Ancestor Gui Yuan, and the Wang clan's progenitor realm expert guarding the outer realm. There was also Mu Xia and Nong Yi. The fifth mainland had Elder Chan, Prison Flood Dragon, and the Fog Ancestor. In other words, there were 13 progenitor realm experts in the primordial space. According to the Grand Empyrean's order, half of the people would help defend against the Sixth Direction Association. The Starry Sky Tree had already sent out 3 people. Adding on Nong Yi, who was pushed out by the 4-way scales, that was 4 people. They still lacked 2. Xianxia said, "We can only worry about ourselves. Xiao Zun will have to talk to Luyin about which progenitor appears in the above heaven sect. Perhaps he won't care about Senior Grand Empyrean's orders." Chu Jian smiled and said, "I believe Brother Lu is a reasonable person." He had never cared about the feelings of a Yuan sage from beginning to end. The grief of a Yuan sage was enough to make this person speechless. There was no need to consider whether he was willing or not. This person had to go to the endless battlefield. Finally, Chu Jian looked at Divine Venerable Shaoyin. "Congratulations, Senior. Master admires you very much. Without you, the 3 monarchs universe would be in danger." Divine Master Shaoyin and Chu Jian looked at each other. "This is what I should do." "Thank you for your praise, Master. In that case, everyone, I'll go to the primordial space to pass on Master's order to Brother Lu. I hope that everyone can take care of yourselves on the battlefield, especially Lord Luo," said Chu Jian with a smile. After that, he headed towards the tunnel. As everyone watched Chu Jian leave, a heavy feeling weighed down on their hearts. The progenitor realm was the end of human cultivation, but there would still be orders. They still had a long way to go. Yuan Sage's face turned ugly. He actually had to go to the endless battlefield. That was the millstone of life and death. Even an extremely strong powerhouse like him felt this way. He had once experienced life and death in the endless battlefield. He had tried his best to make contributions over the years in order to reduce the number of years he had to go to the endless battlefield. He had not expected to be sent there directly this time. He looked at Divine Master Shaoyin. He had done many things for this person, but this person had been praised and reduced the number of years he had to go to the endless battlefield. When Divine Master Shaoyin saw Yuan Sage looking at him, he said indifferently, "I will help you make contributions. Come out as soon as possible." Yuan Sage's face looked better. "Thank you, Divine Master." On the other side, Lu Yin saw Chu Jian. Chu Jian had passed through the tunnel and arrived on Shenwu continent. He saw Lu Yin at a glance. After all, the caged Wyrm was so huge that it was difficult not to see him. "You must be the current Pathmaster of the above heaven sect, Lu Yin." "I'm Chu Jian. It's been a long time." Chu Jian smiled kindly when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Sure enough, a variable had appeared. The Eternals knew too much about humans, which made him uneasy. However, he still replied politely, "I'm Lu Yin." "And you are?" Chu Jian smiled. Sixth Direction Society, Reincarnation Spacetime. The Great Heavenly Venerate is my master." Lu Yin was surprised. "You are the Great Heavenly Venerate's disciple?" "Everyone is the Great Heavenly Venerate's disciple, but I am a direct disciple." "I'm Chu Jian." Lu Yin sized up Chu Jian. This person was the perfect young master. His arrival had stopped the war with the Eternals, so it was obvious that the Great Heavenly Venerate had intervened in this dispute. The Eternals even knew about the Great Heavenly Venerate's situation? "What brings you here?" Lu Yin asked. Chu Jian smiled. There was a dispute between the 3 monarchs spacetime and the primordial space, which almost led to a battle between several extremely strong powerhouses. The Eternals took advantage of the situation. "I have brought an order from my master. Is Pathmaster Lu willing to accept it?" Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. "An order from the Great Heavenly Venerate?" "That's right." Chu Jian met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin stared at Chu Jian. "I don't know the Great Heavenly Venerate." Chu Jian's lips curled up. The Great Heavenly Venerate is the master of the Sixth Direction Society. He can also be considered the master of the human race. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Master of the human race? This was the first time he had heard such a title. Does that mean that the Great Heavenly Venerate also considers himself the master of the above heaven sect? Chu Jian retracted his gaze and looked at the sky. It should be said that he is also the master of the primordial space. After all, you are all humans. Lu Yin stood quietly on the head of the caged Wyrm and looked at Chu Jian. Elder Chan also looked at him. The master of the human race? What a bold claim. However, this was an unfathomable great heavenly venerate. No one knew how strong a great heavenly venerate was. The only true god of the Eternals was invincible and powerful. The only reason he hadn't attacked the starry sky tree was most likely because he had been stopped by the great heavenly venerate. The endless battlefield was the front line of the invasion of the Eternals. The Eternals might be wary of the great heavenly venerate. A great heavenly venerate was on a completely different level from a Yuan sage. At the very least, they would be at the level of the Three Realms Sixth Path or even the primogenitor level. This person was called Chu Jian, and his surname was Chu. He had been bestowed this name by the great heavenly venerate. Chu Yuan came from the era of the Above Heaven sect and was the only member of the younger generation who had met the primogenitor and been bestowed the surname Chu. Although they were both Chu, the great heavenly venerate and the primogenitor were likely to be on the same level. Even if Lu Yin was dissatisfied with such an existence, it would be difficult for him to do anything. His only source of confidence was Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu ensured that the great heavenly venerate would not act against him. However, even if the great heavenly venerate did not act, the current Above Heaven sect would not be able to withstand the attacks of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. The great heavenly venerate represented the 6 direction gang. Being an enemy of the great heavenly venerate was equivalent to being an enemy of the 6 direction gang. This was not the same concept as Lu Yin going up against Luo Shan. The atmosphere was silent. Chu Jian did not care and was all smiles. No one could ignore a great heavenly venerate. No one dared to disobey a great heavenly venerate. So what if this child was unruly? Lu Yin was silent for a moment before asking, "What does the great heavenly venerate mean?" Chu Jian's smile widened. Master's order is that Luo Shan and Lu Yin caused a conflict between 2 spacetime dimensions. Lu Yin is specially punished to enter the endless battlefield. If he dares to disobey. He paused and looked up. He will be punished for the crime of betraying humanity. Elder Chan's eyes widened. After assisting in the defense of the 3 monarch spacetime dimensions for so long, he naturally knew how terrifying the endless battlefield was. The great heavenly venerate actually punished the Pathmaster directly to the endless battlefield? Pathmaster, Elder Chan could not help but say. Lu Yin looked at Chu Jian deeply. What a punishment. What a crime of betraying humanity. The great heavenly venerate really thought of himself as the master of humanity. Chu Jian smiled at Lu Yin. Pathmaster Lu, are you willing to obey Master's order? What will happen if I don't? Lu Yin asked. Chu Jian thought for a moment. I will help Pathmaster Lu talk to Master. If Master is dissatisfied, then we will act according to the order. The 3 venerates and 9 sages of the Samsara spacetime, as well as the masters of the 6 Direction Society, will come to the Above Heaven sect whenever they have time. The outcome will depend on whether Pathmaster Lu can persuade them. Based on my many years of experience, Chu Jian said with a smile, it's unlikely that anyone will help Pathmaster Lu go against Master. Lu Yin said in a low voice, so it's the same as going against the entire 6 Direction Society? Chu Jian said, perhaps. Of course, if Pathmaster Lu thinks that the Above Heaven sect is still the Above Heaven sect of the past, then you can try. Perhaps everyone will side with you, Pathmaster Lu? Lu Yin laughed. You think too much. The Above Heaven sect of the past will never return. It's just a name now. All right. Since the great heavenly venerate has spoken, Lu Yin will naturally obey. Chu Jian was not surprised. How could anyone go against the great heavenly venerate's order? It was impossible. He did not know how glorious the Above Heaven sect of the past was and how much enmity the 6 Direction Society had towards them. He only knew that the current great heavenly venerate was the master of humanity, and he was the perfect young master. How could a mere pathmaster of the Above Heaven sect compare to him? Although Chu Jian seemed to be kind, it was actually pity. Pity for everyone, pity that did not bother with ants. Chu Jian placed himself in the position of a great heavenly venerate. Even in front of divinity Shaoyin, the words senior were just casual words. Lu Yun was even less worthy of his attention. Even if this person had experienced a legend and was extremely talented, so what? Chu Jian's future was not something that this person could catch up to. Whether or not Lu Yun could return alive from the endless battlefield was another matter. That must be the legendary hellworm. Chu Jian's eyes lit up as he looked over. Lu Yun lowered his head to take a look. The hellworm bared its fangs at Chu Jian and growled. Not bad, very mighty, Chu Jian praised. The hellworm understood and subconsciously raised its head, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in an attempt to scare Chu Jian. However, it was dissatisfied that Chu Jian was not frightened. Instead, Chu Jian's gaze grew brighter and brighter. This gaze made it dissatisfied, and the more dissatisfied it was, the more it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The more it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, the more Chu Jian admired it. This formed an endless cycle. Lu Yun stomped his foot down. Shut up. Prison Flood Dragon felt wronged. Brother Lu, this mount of yours is pretty good, Chu Jian praised. Lu Yun casually replied, is that so? I don't think there's anything good about it, silly. Chu Jian looked at Caged Flood Dragon and sized him up. Brother Lu, the date of Master's tea party is getting closer and closer. Brother Lu should be going, right? Lu Yun replied, if I don't die in the endless battlefield, then I should go. Chu Jian said, I believe that Brother Lu won't die so easily. With Brother Lu's abilities, even if you're caught in a battle between extremely strong cultivators, you'll still be able to escape unscathed. I'm looking forward to Brother Lu's arrival. Oh right, bring it with you. Master will like it. Chu Jian wasn't the only one who had said this. Xianxia had also asked Lu Yun to give the caged Wyrm as a gift to the great heavenly venerate. Lu Yun smiled, sure, see you at the tea party. Chu Jian nodded. Let's meet again. I hope Brother Lu can enter the endless battlefield within 3 days. Don't make things difficult for me. That's right, Master has another order. Half of the primordial space's experts are to help defend against the Six Direction Society. The four-way scales has already sent out their men. What about Brother Lu? Lu Yun asked, while I'm in the boundless battlefield and the primordial space is assisting the Six-Party Association, nothing will happen to the Above Heaven sect, right? Chu Jian smiled, Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about that. Master has personally given the order that no one is allowed to enter the primordial space without permission. Thus, the Above Heaven sect will not be threatened by anyone from the Six Directions sect, but that does not include the primordial space itself. Lu Yun hesitated. Let's count it as a mount. Chu Jian said, but this mount is going to attend Master's tea party. So, whether or not it can assist in defense can wait until after the tea party. There is still one more person. Brother Lu, you can decide for yourself. With that, Chu Jian left. Lu Yun looked at the empty space, as the Fifth Mainland's crisis had been resolved. Once the passageway was opened, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying could not turn the origin space into the boundless battlefield. Because of this conflict, Luo Shan and he had been punished to enter the boundless battlefield. This showed the great Emperor's determination. Would there be people from the Six Directions who would target the Above Heaven sect? It wasn't that easy to scheme against the four-way scales. Half of them would defend against the Six Directions sect, leaving behind 3 or 4 Ancestor Realm experts at most. Even if they asked Grandpa Chan to defend against the Six Directions sect, there would still be Senior Marshal Brother Mu Xia, Prison Flood Dragon, Master Shan, and Lu Yun. Ancestor Fog's attitude was unclear, but this could really form a balance. Moreover, with his and Luo Shan's prior example, the four-way scales did not dare to start a war without permission. In the end, the decisive battle did not happen. But sooner or later, it would begin. Lu Yun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This person was even more hateful than that old dog, Xianxia. If he entered the endless battlefield, it should not be a problem for him to protect himself. The Eternals had no intention of killing him. However, the identity of Xianxia was a little troublesome. If things did not work out, he would have to go into seclusion for a long period of time. While he was thinking about this, Bai Wang Yuan and the others appeared at the other end of the tunnel. They walked out through the tunnel. They all looked at Lu Yun, and he looked back at them. Neither of them said a word. At this time, Mu Xia, Nong Yi, and the fog ancestor arrived. Xiaoxinji's cold gaze swept over Nong Yi, prepared to defend against the Six Paths Association. Nong Yi was dumbfounded. What do you mean by assisting the Six Directions Association? Ancestor Gue Yuan explained the matter, and Nong Yi immediately exploded, refusing to go. However, when faced with the threat of Bai Wan Yuan and the others, Nong Yi wanted to ask Lu Yin for help, but Lu Yin could not help him. Half of the four-way scale's progenitors had gone, and Lu Yin also needed to send out people. If Nong Yi did not go, then Mu Xia would go. They could not force the four-way scales to send out more people, just like how the four-way scales could not force Lu Yin's side to send more people. Where's Long Air? The fog ancestor asked. Bai Wang Yuan and the others had ugly expressions. He's dead. The fog ancestor was shocked, and so were Mu Xia and Nong Yi. The dragon ancestor is dead? Lu Yin clenched his fists. Sure enough, that other pupil belonged to the dragon ancestor, and a progenitor had actually died. This was war, so what if he was a progenitor? How did he die? The fog ancestor asked, her gaze sorrowful. Although she was dissatisfied with the dragon ancestor joining the four-way scales to deal with the Lu family, the dragon ancestor had always been respectful to her. She could not accept the sudden news of his death. Bai Wang Yuan recounted the matter. Everyone listened quietly, feeling the cruelty of war. The fog ancestor gritted her teeth, Chen Kong. Mu Xia sighed, even a progenitor can die. No one can truly cultivate to the point of invincibility, not even a primogenitor. Junior brother, you must be careful in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin nodded, I know, senior brother. There are 2 more candidates to help defend against the Six Direction Association, but they have nothing to do with the four-way scales. You can decide for yourselves. Xiaoxinji said coldly. I'll go. The fog ancestor suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at her in astonishment, as no one had expected her to go. Shiwei, Bai Wang Yuan could not help but speak up. They had hoped that Lu Yin's side would come up with these 2 candidates. Mu Xia, Elder Chan, or even Caged Flood Dragon would be fine. The fog ancestor was exhausted. I've had enough of your scheming. You have the everlasting race as your enemy, but you nearly caused a battle between more than 10 progenitors. Even Long Air died. I plan to help defend against the Six Direction Association. It's better than watching you hand over the primordial space to the everlasting race. With that, she left without another word. Ever since the fog ancestor had come out, although she would occasionally help Lu Yin, she was absolutely neutral in most situations. Whether the four-way scales schemed against Lu Yin or Lu Yin schemed against the four-way scales, she did not interfere. She was also indifferent to this battle. Just as she had said, she had had enough of this situation, and she wanted to fight purely against the everlasting race. The dragon ancestor's death might have been a catalyst, as she wanted to avenge him. No matter what kind of person the dragon ancestor was, he had been very respectful to her. She had to bear this grudge. Let her be. There's still one more spot. Lu Xiaoxian, it's still yours, Xiaoxinji said coldly. Lu Yin looked over. You can all scram now. Xiaoxinji's gaze was icy. What did you say? You don't plan on sending anyone? Lu Yin frowned. When did you become the Grand Emperor's lackey? This is the Grand Emperor's order. Whether I carry it out or not is none of your business. You. Xiaoxinji was furious. Bai Wang Yuan looked deeply at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxian, if you attract the attention of the Grand Emperor, your fate will not be good. You are from the Lu family, and the Lu family was exiled at the behest of the Grand Emperor. In the Grand Emperor's eyes, you should be exiled as well. Lu Yin looked at him. I told you to scram. You really don't plan on sending anyone? Wang Fan could not help but ask. Lu Yin sneered and did not even look at them. He asked Mu Xia to oversee Shenwu continent while he returned to the above the sect. When he saw this, Xiaoxinji could not help but want to intervene. However, Wang Fan was confused. Mu Xia is still guarding Shenwu continent? What happened before? Bai Wang Yuan's eyes twitched. It's fake. Him joining Luo Shan was fake. Muxia and Nongyi's falling out with him was also fake. He really is plotting something. This kid is truly sinister. Xiaxinji gritted his teeth. What if the above the sect really doesn't send anyone? Wang Fan asked. Bai Wangyuan felt a headache coming on. They could not force Luyin to send anyone, and if Luyin really did not plan on sending anyone, then it would be troublesome. Would they have to send someone else? If this kid is willing to go to the endless battlefield to accept his punishment, then he should comply with the Grand Emperor's orders and send someone, Wang Fan said. Bai Wangyuan was vexed. Logically speaking, that should be the case. However, if this kid really did not send anyone and attracted the attention of the Grand Emperor, then he would be punished. They did not dare to take that risk. Luyin did not need to send anyone. First meeting had already said that Caged Drake was one, and he could help defend after the tea party. The Fog Ancestor was another. Now that the matter had been resolved, Luyin only needed to head to the endless battlefield within 3 days. However, he did not plan on telling the four-way scales, and he would let them guess. If they were afraid, then it would be better to have one more person. In the end, they would be helping defend against the six-way society, and it was not a bad thing. One less progenitor would mean one less danger for the above the sect. He had originally planned on asking Elder Chan to help defend the endless battlefield, but with the Fog Ancestor going, the above the sect would have one less person. Luyin was no longer afraid of the four-way scales. Even if he left, the above the sect's remaining progenitors could still deal with the four-way scales. In that case, how should he deal with this other pupil? It was useless for Luyin to keep it. This was the Dragon Ancestor's item, and he had thrown it out even before his death. It could only be found in the White Dragon tribe. When he thought of this, Luyin looked into the distance. It was time for him to make a trip to the White Dragon tribe. Longxi had used her essence blood to increase his cultivation, and he had also locked her up for so many years. He had to return this favor. 3 days was more than enough time. Several years had passed since the Eternals had completely retreated from the cosmic trees, and the region had developed rapidly. Lu Yin's domain swept through the area, and he saw that the number of cultivators had clearly increased. There were also more smiles on their faces than before. However, this was only on the surface. The longer the Eternals retreated, the more internal conflicts there would be. There would be no less disputes and killings than before. It was already very difficult for the Fifth Mainland's people to come to the cosmic trees. Ever since the time poison, it had become increasingly difficult to come here, unless one side completely conquered the other. Luyin did not hide the fact that he had come to the cosmic trees. He had appeared in the valley below the Wang family's mainland, which was the place the Fifth Mainland had to pass through to reach the cosmic trees. He rode on the hellworm, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as his roar spread far and wide. The cultivators of the cosmic trees stared blankly at him, and then many of them grew excited. It's Luyin. The Luyin who helped us defeat the Eternals. Dao Lord Lu. Dao Lord Lu. Greetings, Dao Lord Lu. Greetings, Dao Lord Lu. Dao Lord Lu is invincible. Luyin had not expected himself to be so popular in the cosmic trees. Some achievements could not be erased by the four-way scales, even if they were his enemies. The Eternals had indeed been defeated because of his leadership, and they had paid a heavy price for it. These people were not stupid, and they would not listen to the four-way scales. However, most of the cultivators here were from the four-way scales, and while they looked at Luyin with admiration, there was also hostility. Luyin stood on the hellworm's back and scanned the crowd. I'm back. Even more enthusiastic cheers rang out, but a stern shout caused everyone to hurriedly stop. Dao Lord Lu, this is the cosmic trees. What business do you have here? It was Wang Jing. He was the Wang family's patriarch, and this was under the Wang family's mainland. The four-way scales had almost fought a decisive battle with Luyin, so how could they allow Luyin to speak in such a manner? Luyin raised his head and looked at the Wang family's mainland. His spiritual force erupted and swept out. Wang Jing's expression changed drastically. In his eyes, the essence, energy, and spirit were like a tsunami that swept up from below, shaking the entire Wang family continent. At that moment, the sphere of light above the Wang family's continent emitted a hazy halo that blocked Lu Yin's spiritual force. Not only that, but it was also suppressing him. Beneath Lu Yin's feet, the hellworm roared and extended its claws. Lu Xiaoxian, what are you trying to do? Wang Fan descended and watched calmly. Lu Yin suppressed the caged WYRM and looked at Wang Fan. It's nothing. I haven't been back in a long time, so I came to visit. Up to you. Don't disturb my Wang family, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin replied, take care of your juniors. Don't kill them all if I'm unhappy. Wang Jing clenched his fists, but he did not retort. Lu Yin now had the right to say such things. Wang Fan said indifferently, I hope you can be as arrogant in the endless battlefield. I, Lu Yin, will definitely rebuild the Lu family's glory and sweep away this foul atmosphere. You can all wait patiently, it won't be long. Haha. He then ordered the hellworm to head towards Dragon Mountain. The prison flood dragon roared and bared its fangs and claws again. It glared at Wang Fan in a threatening manner before disappearing rapidly. The four-way Libra and Luoshan had joined forces to defeat the Above Heavens sect, but Lu Yin had already completely fallen out with them, so there was nothing more to say. Now that the celestial sect had the resources to deal with them, Lu Yin was even more fearless. In the call, all the cultivators had fervent gazes, especially those cultivators who did not belong to the four cardinal scales. They worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. The Lu family had clearly been destroyed, and Lu Yin himself had clearly not reached the progenitor realm, yet he had directly faced a progenitor and declared that he would restore the Lu family's former glory in the top realm. This was the real Lu Yin, the path master of the above realm. At that moment, a seed was planted in the hearts of everyone who heard Lu Yin's words. One day in the future, this person would definitely fight his way back to the astral trees. On the Wang family's mainland, Wang Su, Wang Yi, and Wang Xiaofan were all present. They watched Lu Yin's departing figure as the gap between them grew larger and larger. The prison flood dragon streaked across the horizon, not hiding its terrifying aura at all. It almost swept through half of the top realm before finally arriving at Dragon Mountain. At the same time, Bai Wang Yuan also arrived at Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain was silent, and the white dragons looked into the distance nervously. They already knew where Lu Yin was coming from, and the dragon ancestor was dead. Was Lu Yin here to take revenge on Dragon Mountain? Soon after, the prison flood dragon appeared. The instant it stopped, a gust of wind swept past, flipping over quite a few Dragon Mountain cultivators. Bai Wang Yuan looked at the prison dragon's head calmly. Lu Xiaoxian, why have you come to the Dragon Mountain? Lu Yin was surprised. Bai Wang Yuan? Why did you come to Dragon Mountain? Bai Wang Yuan's gaze was solemn. Lord Luo has already headed to the endless battlefield. Why aren't you going? Do you really want to go against the orders of a Grand Empyrean? That's my business. What does it have to do with you? Get lost. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. You are not allowed to enter this Dragon Mountain. Lu Yin found it funny. When did Longshan become yours, Bai Wang Yuan? The dragon ancestor is dead. Your grudge should be over, said Bai Hao. Lu Yin replied coldly, do you think that I would attack the current Longshan? They're just a bunch of trash. What can two half-martial ancestors do with a bunch of trash? Inside the Dragon Mountain, the first elder Ni Huang, Old Monster Long, and the others all heard this. Their expressions turned ugly, but they could not refute it. Even Bai Wang Yuan was cautious when facing Lu Yin, let alone the rest of them. How could they refute it? Long Cook clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. How arrogant. Long Kuei smiled bitterly. Beside him, Tian used his wings to cover his head. The prison Jiao gave him too much pressure, so he did not even dare to show his head. Long Shiping sat beside the stone table quietly. Xiaoqian bit her lips, her face pale. No one made a sound. They were all listening to Lu Yin and Bai Wang Yuan's conversation. Bai Wang Yuan stared at Lu Yin. Since the grudge has been settled, why did you come to Dragon Mountain? Lu Yin said, I'll say it again. What does it have to do with you? Either get lost, or we will fight on Dragon Mountain. Let's not talk about what will happen to Dragon Mountain. If something happens to me and I can't go to the endless battlefield, you will have to answer to the great heavenly venerables. You, Bai Wang Yuan, will have to go to the endless battlefield in my place. Bai Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes. That doesn't make sense. Then you can try. Lu Ying took out Death God Go Lian and pointed at Bai Wang Yuan. The God Sealing Catalog appeared above his head, and golden light scattered across the top realm. Xianxia, Wang Fan, and the rest saw this and were surprised. They did not understand what Lu Ying was doing. The prison drake bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Bai Wang Yuan and Lu Ying looked at each other. They did not make a move, nor did they retreat. At this moment, Grand Elder Anai Huang walked out. She faced Bai Wang Yuan and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help, Ancestor Bai. However, since Lu Xiaoxian has decided to enter Dragon Mountain, let him come. The White Dragon tribe is not afraid of death. Bai Wang Yuan looked at Grand Elder Anai Huang. Are you sure? Grand Elder Anai Huang nodded. Yes. Bai Wang Yuan sighed. I have been good friends with the Dragon Ancestor for many years. I can't bear to see Dragon Mountain fall. If you need any help, just let me know. The four-way scales will always be the four-way scales. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ying. Lu Xiaoxian, I hope you will do as you say. Indeed, no one can stop you in Dragon Mountain. However, there is still the four-way scales. Lu Ying did not even look at him. He took a step forward, passed by Wang Yuan, and entered Dragon Mountain. He only left behind two words, nonsense. Bai Wang Yuan's gaze turned cold. This person was even more unreasonable than his father, Lu Qi. However, he was more patient. Otherwise, he would not have achieved what he had today. Looking back at Dragon Mountain, Bai Wang Yuan shook his head and left. Lu Ying stood in the sky above Dragon Mountain. After Bai Wang Yuan left, he said calmly, do you really believe that he is helping you? Grand Elder Anai Huang said bitterly, what's the difference between believing and not believing? Dragon Mountain is already like this. Lu Ying looked at Grand Elder Anai Huang. Do you have the confidence to break through to the progenitor realm? Grand Elder Anai Huang looked up and met Lu Ying's gaze. If I say yes, will Path Master Lu kill me and get rid of the hidden dangers? Lu Ying laughed. I don't care. Grand Elder Anai Huang was surprised. She did not expect Lu Ying to give such an answer. The Dragon Ancestor is dead. No one in the White Dragon tribe can replace him. In the hearts of Bai Wang Yuan, Xianxia, and Wang Fan, the White Dragon tribe is no longer the four-way scales. Even if you break through, it will only give them one more helper. You are incompatible with them, Lu Ying said. Grand Elder Anai Huang's eyes flickered. She looked in the other three directions in the top world and remained silent. The decision to exile the Lu family came from the Dragon Ancestor. I won't settle the score with the White Dragon tribe. However, if the war on the other side of the battlefield restarts, the White Dragon tribe will be the most miserable. Think about it, Grand Elder Anai Huang. With that, Lu Ying disappeared. Grand Elder Anai Huang heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lu Yin's words made her anxious. The White Dragon tribe that had lost the Dragon Ancestor was no longer the four-way scales. Even if Bai Wang Yuan and the others said that they would not give up on the White Dragon tribe, it was only on the surface. As time passed, the White Dragon tribe would soon be suppressed by the other three parties. They would become a puppet that was worse than the Lu family and the Nong family. They had no right to speak. It was still fine if he broke through to the progenitor realm. At least he could protect the White Dragon tribe. If he could not break through, with the current strength of the White Dragon tribe, they would die sooner or later. Only the Dragon Ancestor could do the White Dragon reversal. Unfortunately, the battlefield was in another parallel universe. Otherwise, the Dragon Ancestor would not have died. He had to break through to the progenitor realm and use the White Dragon reversal to stabilize the White Dragon tribe. Otherwise, the White Dragon tribe could not stay in the top world. There were 2 teacups on the stone table. Long she sat quietly. When Lu Ying arrived, he naturally sat across from her. When Xiao Qian saw Lu Ying, her face turned paler. She trembled as she poured tea for him. I thought you had dealt with her, Lu Ying said calmly. Xiao Qian's hands trembled. She hurriedly knelt down. Sect Master Lu, please spare my life. I beg you, I beg you. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. Leave. Xiaoqian did not dare to. She continued to kneel and beg for mercy. Luyin waved his hand. Xiaoqian swallowed her saliva and got up. She retreated nervously and fearfully until she could no longer be seen. I kept her alive to remind myself not to trust anyone easily. If I find another maid, I will develop feelings for her after a long time. Who knows if there will be problems with that person, she said. Luyin nodded. That makes sense. However, after a long time, you will lock your heart away. She looked at the teacup. What's the use of opening it? Luyin regretted it. He should not have said that. He did not know how to respond. What plans does the White Dragon tribe have? Luyin asked. She shook her head. I don't know. The ancestor is dead. We should leave. Go to the middle world? Descend to the mortal world. Luyin was surprised. Is it your idea or someone else's? She looked at Luyin. The four scales have always been divided into strong and weak. My White Dragon clan was the weakest, but because of the ancestor's existence, the difference wasn't that great. However, after the ancestor's death, the frigid immortal sect, Shenwu Plain, and the Wang family all divided up the resources that originally belonged to my White Dragon clan. We left the name of the four scales empty, but we didn't even have a progenitor. Why don't we descend to the mortal world and wait beside the ancestral Mang? With the connection between the White Dragon tribe and the ancestral Mang, no one will dare to touch us. That's why I'm asking. Is it your idea or someone else's? Luyin asked. Xi's tone was gloomy. It's mine. Luyin was not surprised. The others don't agree? Xi shook her head. Father was the first to object. Luyin was disdainful. Ke values status too much. Does he really think he's still the White Dragon tribe's patriarch? His current status is even lower than Bai Ting's. Bai Ting still has Bai Xian'er. At this point, he felt that something was wrong. Wasn't he comparing Shi to Bai Xian'er? As expected, Xi's expression turned ugly. Luyin hurriedly said, that's not what I meant. You're younger than Bai Xian'er. Wait, that's not right. The White Dragon tribe lived for a long time. Shi might not be younger than Bai Xian'er. Shi said, I understand. Father is still the patriarch. Elder Anai Huang doesn't intend to leave either. I have no choice. Luyin asked, is there any chance that Elder Anai Huang can break through to the progenitor realm? Shi looked at Luyin and did not say anything. She just stared at him. Luyin was amused. Do you think I'll kill him to solve the problem? Probably not. Shi said. Luyin was helpless. Definitely not. No one believes you. Shi said. Luyin exhaled and took out the other pupil. You know this, right? Shi looked at the strange eye and stood up in shock. This is the ancestor's strange eye? You? Don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with the dragon ancestor's death. I just happened to obtain this strange eye after his death. Why are you so nervous? Is it useful to you? Luyin was curious. Shi's breathing quickened. It's the ancestor's world. Luyin was shocked. This is the ancestor's world? He did not expect this at all. Logically speaking, the ancestor's world should have disappeared after a person died. However, Luyin immediately thought of the symbol ancestor and Hui ancestor. Were they dead? If they were dead, why did the power to change the world still exist? If they were not dead, where were they? This theory did not make sense. If it was correct, it could only mean that the symbol ancestor and Hui ancestor were not dead. He hoped that was the case. This is indeed the ancestor's world. Father mentioned it by chance. With it, the White Dragon clan will open the path to the progenitor realm. We will definitely be able to reach the progenitor realm in the future, Shi said. Luyin stretched out his hand. It's yours. Shi looked at Luyin in a daze. Luyin smiled. It's mine. Why are you being so polite? It clearly belonged to the dragon ancestor. She wanted to say something, but Luin made her feel like she was being taken care of and protected. This strange eye was extremely valuable. Was he giving it to her just like that? She slowly stretched out her hand and stopped on the strange eye. Are you really giving it to me? What else? I went through so much trouble to come to the top realm. Did you think I was just arguing with Bai Wang Yuan? Luin said. She smiled. She had not smiled in a long time, but at this moment, she was very happy. It was as if she had vented many years of anger. Seeing her smile, Luin also felt comfortable. This strange eye was useless to him, and holding it made him panic. Although he had checked it and found that it did not have self-awareness, holding an eyeball felt uncomfortable. Since it was useless to him, it was better to give it to Longxi. I don't know how to use it, Longxi suddenly said. Luin was surprised. Why? Do you want to cultivate to the progenitor realm? Longxi said, I don't have that ambition. It's just that it's not suitable for me. After all, it belongs to the dragon ancestor. I'll use it. She hesitated and did not say anything. Luin did not ask further. Do as you wish. It's useless to me anyway. Consider it a gift from the dragon ancestor to the white dragon tribe. Longxi said to Luin seriously, no matter who it is, the white dragon tribe will remember this favor. If the Lu family is exiled, the white dragon tribe will give you an explanation. After Luin left, he did not take Longxi's words to heart. As for the vengeance of the Lu family being exiled from the dragon ancestor, how was he going to take revenge when the dragon ancestor was already dead? Regardless of whether it was First Elder Anai Huang or Old Monster Long, none of them had the right to participate in the banishment of the Lu family. Luin didn't have the habit of implicating others. However, he would not help the white dragon race. He would help Longxi. The life and death of the white dragon clan had nothing to do with him. After Luin left, Longku arrived and asked, What's Luin doing here? Longxi said faintly, To watch a joke. Longku frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Longxi looked at Longku. He wants us to go to the fifth mainland. Longku shook his head. Wishful thinking. Great Elder and I. Huang will definitely be able to break through to the progenitor realm. My white dragon tribe is still one of the four sides of the balance, so how can we rely on him? What a joke. With that, he left. Soon after, Great Elder Anai Huang also came. He also wanted to know what Luin was here for. Longxi did not tell him either. She would hand over the other pupil to Great Elder Anai Huang, but not now. Handing it over now would not benefit Luin at all. She had to wait until the white dragon tribe was in danger. She had to wait until the white dragon tribe saw the other three tribes clearly and was forced to the edge of the cliff by the other three tribes. Only then would she hand over the other pupil. Only then would the white dragon tribe remember Lu Yin's kindness. Brother Xiaoxian, I will definitely do my best to help you, Longxi muttered to herself. In the Three Sovereigns universe, at the corner of the rainbow wall, figures came one after another. Everyone had a solemn expression and did not say a word. If one looked closely, they would realize that these people's gazes were more or less filled with anxiety. Occasionally, a group of people would come. These people all had a murderous look on their faces, as if they were unwilling and resentful. There were also people who came here to heave a sigh of relief. When they looked back, it was as if they were being chased by something, but they quickly became anxious again. This was the place that led to the endless battlefield. There was a man at the corner. He was rather old and looked at the people who came here with a smile. There are more and more of them. Hee hee, how interesting. Every time I see this scene, I feel especially comfortable. I wonder how many of these people will die and how many will return, the man said. A few people walked out from behind him. Don't gloat. You and I came here in the same way back then. If not for our good luck, we would have died in the endless battlefield long ago. How would it be our turn to send them in? Be careful. It's not safe to send people in. They might appear on the battlefield of extreme powerhouses and die without knowing how they died. The person who said this was a woman. She had a beautiful appearance, but her skin was dark and there were scars everywhere. These scars were all from the endless battlefield. These people each corresponded to a parallel universe of the endless battlefield. They were responsible for bringing people in. The Six Directions Guild and the 62 parallel universes formed the huge endless battlefield. Countless Eternals Corpse Kings were scattered. They could enter the endless battlefield from the Six Directions Guild. Those who had made a mistake, offended someone they should not have offended, escaped, or reached the end of their life would all enter the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was a place that all cultivators had to enter. There were cultivators entering at all times to ensure that they could fight against the Eternals. That place was the largest samsara grinder. At the corner of the rainbow wall, Xianxia quietly looked down. He still hadn't arrived. Could he not be coming? No one dared to go against the Grand Empyrean, and even Lord Luo had entered long ago. This was already the third day. If he still didn't come and offended the Grand Empyrean, then he would be finished. Xianxia was nervous. He hoped that Luoyin would come and enter the endless battlefield smoothly, but he also hoped that Luoyin would not come and be killed by the Grand Empyrean. If that happened, no one would know about his cooperation with this person. 3 days ago, the battle outside the Rainbow Wall had completely awakened him. Even extreme powerhouses could die easily, and he did not want to die. At that moment, there was a commotion below. Xianxia looked down and frowned. It was not him, but Songbei. Songbei was a half-martial emperor from Emohi Courtyard. She had reached the end of her life and had to enter the endless battlefield. Most of the people below were ordinary cultivators, and very few of them were at the ruler's realm, let alone a half-martial emperor. Songbei's appearance naturally garnered their respect. The few cultivators who were supposed to lead these people to the endless battlefield also hurried over to pay their respects. They did not have any special privileges and were merely road signs. If Songbei was unhappy, no one would find trouble with him even if he killed them. At worst, he could just find a few more road signs. There were too many people who wanted to become road signs, and it was better than fighting in the endless battlefield. Songbei was depressed. He was surrounded by cultivators who were bowing to him, but his mood did not improve. He had to go to the endless battlefield again, and it had not been that long since he had gone there. The last time he had fought in the endless battlefield was unforgettable, and he hoped that he could return alive this time. These weak people. The cultivators envied him, and he envied them as well. When the strong fought against the strong, his opponents were on the same level as him, and these weak cultivators' opponents were on the same level as them. They would not die so easily. Of course, this was just Songbei's own opinion. Which parallel universe do you belong to? Songbei asked. Since he could not change anything by going to the endless battlefield, he would choose a better parallel universe. The road signs were different every time, and no one could operate them. He could only rely on his luck. I correspond to the Grand Spirit Universe, someone answered. I correspond to the Flowing Universe. I correspond to the Sky Spider Universe. I correspond to the Small Spirit Universe. I correspond to the Great Stone Void. There were a total of 5 people, and they spoke of 5 parallel universes. Songbei's gaze swept over them. He had heard of the Grand Spirit Universe. Generally, there did not seem to be any powerful enemies. He had never heard of the Flowing Universe, but he had also heard of the Sky Spider Universe. It was said that there were powerful sky spiders inside, and the Eternals mostly faced these sky spiders. However, these sky spiders were also enemies of humans and were not easy to deal with. The Small Spirit Universe? There did not seem to be any powerful enemies in this universe. He could go there. As for the Great Stone Void, he would not go there even if he was beaten to death. He had heard that extremely powerful people had died in the Great Stone Void. He must not go to such a place. He was about to make a decision. At this time, someone came from afar and appeared here in the blink of an eye. It was Luoyin. This was the 3rd day, and it was time for him to go to the endless battlefield. After Luoyin arrived, he looked directly at Songbei. Are you the one who will take me to the endless battlefield? He was not clear about the process of going to the endless battlefield. He only knew that he had to gather here, and the most powerful person here was Songbei. Songbei frowned. This person did not seem to have cultivated the sovereign aura. Who are you? You are not from the Three Monarchs universe. Luin knew Songbai. He was an old acquaintance. He was the only one here who was at the level of a demi-ancestor. He should be the one leading the way. No, Luin said. Songbai was surprised. Where are you from? Luin frowned. I'm asking you. Are you the one who will take me to the endless battlefield? How dare you offend Lord Songbai? Someone jumped out to express his loyalty, and many people around came forward to scold Luin. They all wanted to rely on powerhouses to protect themselves in the endless battlefield. Songbai, a demi-monarch, was everyone's target. Songbai looked at Luin coldly. No manners. Let him go to the Great Stone Void. He can be taught a lesson there. At the back, one of them responded respectfully. Yes, Lord Songbai. Songbai held his head high. This was his authority. As a demi-monarch, in this Three Monarchs universe, other than the Three Monarchs and Lord Shenlu, who could ignore him? This person dared to offend him. Although it was not easy for him to deal with him because he was going to the endless battlefield, it was impossible for him to return after going to the Great Stone Void. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. The Great Stone Void? It seemed that this Songbai was the one leading the way. There were 62 parallel universes in the endless battlefield. This person asked him to go to the Great Stone Void. This Great Stone Void should be quite dangerous. In that case, he could actually choose which parallel universe to go to. Thinking of this, Luin walked towards Songbai. Two people appeared and scolded. Boy, get lost. Lord Songbai doesn't want to see you. Another person also said, if you don't want to die so quickly, get lost. Don't let Lord Songbai get tired of you. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Luin ignored them and took a step forward, appearing in front of Songbai. The two were at a loss. Where was he? No one in the surroundings reacted. Songbai stared blankly at Luin, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He subconsciously retreated and was on high alert. You. He wasn't stupid. To be able to cultivate to the demi-monarch level, he had struggled back from the brink of death many times. Although he had relaxed a bit after reaching the demi-monarch level, the string in his brain suddenly tightened when Luin approached him at a speed he couldn't see. This person was definitely not simple. Who are you? Songbai shouted. The surrounding people all looked over, and their expressions changed. When did this person appear in front of Lord Songbai? There was a problem. This person was an absolute expert. The two who had cursed Luin immediately felt their legs go soft as they looked on in fear. Luin calmly looked at Songbai. Do I have to ask this question 3 times? For the last time, were you the one who brought me to the endless battlefield? Songbai suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, You are Luin from the origin space? The surrounding people were shocked and looked on in shock. The origin space? Most people didn't know Lu Yin's name, but some had heard of him and knew that he had been punished by the Grand Empyreans to the endless battlefield. This person was Luin? No matter what Lu Yin's cultivation was, he had been directly punished by the Grand Empyreans. How many people in the Six Direction Association had the qualifications to be punished by the Grand Empyreans? Just this point alone was unimaginable. Songbai also knew that Luin had been punished along with Lord Luo for the crime of causing a conflict between two spacetimes. This person was able to confront Lord Luo. Luin coldly stared at Songbai and raised his hand, placing it lightly on Songbai's shoulder. Songbai wanted to dodge, but Lu Yin's movements were clearly slow. He couldn't dodge and allowed the hand to land. The next moment, a heart-wrenching pain came from his shoulder and a shattering sound came from it. His face was pale, and he struggled to retreat. However, his shoulder seemed to be fixed in the void, and the pain intensified. At this time, he had no intention of attacking. This person wasn't someone he could contend against. The only thing he could do was beg for mercy. Lu, Dao Master Lu, I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. I am Songbai, please forgive me. The surrounding people slowly retreated and looked on in horror. Songbai, a demi-monarch, couldn't even retaliate. Luin gripped Songbai's shoulders. Looks like you want me to ask a 4th time. Songbai reacted and hurriedly replied, "No, it's not me who will bring you there. It's these people. They are the road signs to the endless battlefield." As he spoke, he glared at those people. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Quickly answered Dao Master Lu's question. Those few people were also stupefied. After being questioned by Songbai, they hurriedly repeated their previous answers. Only then did Luin loosen his grip. Songbai subconsciously wanted to escape, but he also wanted to go to the endless battlefield. How could he escape? Where could he escape to? Above, on the rainbow wall, Chen Lu watched quietly. This person still came in the end. In that case, let's hope that he would die in the boundless battlefield. Luin listened to their words and looked at Songbai, analyze it. Songbai didn't dare to delay and hurriedly helped him analyze the situation. It was only then that Luin realized that the danger levels of the 62 parallel universes were completely different. In Songbai's words, it was best not to go if one had never heard of it before. No one knew if it was dangerous or not. Dashir Kong would not go even if he was beaten to death. Extreme powerhouses had all died there, and no one knew what had happened there. The only ones left were the Grand Spirit Universe and the Small Spirit Universe. These two universes are very ordinary. I've never heard of any major battles, and there are almost no extreme powerhouses. If you stay here until the end, with Dao Master Lu's cultivation, there won't be much danger. You can even purge the Eternals in these universes and let them light up. Songbai said, respectfully as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. This person was too unreasonable and had almost crippled him. He was going to the endless battlefield. However, the only disadvantage of these universes is that it's very difficult to gain merit because the enemies you face are not strong. Luin asked, in my situation, how long will I have to stay in the endless battlefield? 10 years, Songbai replied. Luin frowned. 10 years was too long. His original identity didn't matter, but as Xianxia, he couldn't stay in seclusion for that long. Although Cultivator stayed in seclusion for a long time, he was afraid of accidents. The existence of spies was something that many people couldn't deal with. Once there was a clue to an important spy, nothingness might be able to find him. Songbai seemed to see through Lu Yin's dilemma and said, actually, following the road signs to the endless battlefield is just a process. Even if you reach a certain parallel universe, if you don't want to stay, you can still go to other parallel universes through the portal. It's not fixed. For most people, the first choice is naturally those ordinary parallel universes. If you want to gain merit, you can go to other parallel universes through the portal. Luin nodded. That's not bad. Songbai smiled. Not bad? Wrong, very wrong. He had lied to Luin, but it wasn't really a lie. This was indeed a method. However, there was a taboo in the endless battlefield, and that was to avoid using the portal to go to other parallel universes as much as possible. This was because the endless battlefield's most contested areas were the portals. Whether it was humans or Eternals, as long as they had the chance, they would snatch the portals or destroy them. In other words, the portals were one of the most dangerous areas in the endless battlefield. If one recklessly went through the portal, it was very likely that they would encounter powerful enemies as soon as they came out. Songbai hoped that Luin would encounter an extremely powerful Corpse King and destroy it. Chen Li's expression changed when he heard Songbai's words. This guy was really scheming. He had casually mentioned that if Luin really wanted to leave the endless battlefield early, he would have to pass through the space-time portal, and there was a possibility that he would encounter a strong enemy. Songbai hoped that he would encounter an extremely powerful Corpse King. Anyone who had been to the endless battlefield knew about this taboo. However, taboo was only taboo and not a rule. It wasn't stated clearly, so Luin naturally didn't know. It didn't matter if he didn't know. He just needed to find someone who knew. Luin sized up Songbai. Your cultivation is not bad. Go to the Great Stone Void and gain merit for humanity. Songbai's expression changed, and he pleaded, Master Lu, how can I go to the Great Stone Void? There are extremely powerful battlefields in the Great Stone Void. Master Lu, this. Luin raised his hand again and placed it on Songbai's shoulder. Songbai trembled and looked at Luin in fear. The road signs had strange expressions. Songbai had relied on his own strength to make others go to the Great Stone Void, but now he was being forced to go there. This Songbai was really unlucky. You don't want to go to the Great Stone Void? Luin smiled. Songbai stared blankly at Luin and shook his head decisively. Luin grunted. Then follow me. Songbai was stunned. Chenlu was also stunned from above. He hadn't expected Luin to do this. The surrounding people looked on enviously and speechlessly. Two of the most powerful experts were cooperating just like that? Songbai was dazed. Master Lu, I follow you? Luin said, yes. It seems like this isn't your first time going to the endless battlefield. Lead the way, I'm not familiar with it. Songbai hurriedly refused. Master Lu, with your relationship with Lord Luo, I wouldn't dare. Luin patted Songbai's shoulder. I have a good relationship with Luo Shan. Don't be deceived by appearances. Alright, that's it. Don't worry, I'll protect you in the endless battlefield. Songbai was about to cry. He didn't want to be protected. He just wanted to be far away from this person. Master Lu, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened as an indescribable might descended and pressed down on Songbai. This was the might of a progenitor. Lu Yin had fought against half-ancestors and progenitors for many years. He had cursed the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 3 venerables, and the 9 sages. This might was not something Songbai could withstand. As the might descended, Songbai's heart trembled, and his entire being was shrouded in despair. It's decided then. This was what Songbai had heard, and there was no way he could refuse. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lu Yin. Even Chenlu narrowed his eyes. His heart had just trembled. This person had probably killed an extremely strong powerhouse before. The might only lasted for an instant. Lu Yin glanced up and saw Chenlu. Chenlu looked at Lu Yin quietly. The two did not speak. Not long after, the people who were leading the group to the endless battlefield spoke up. Everyone, time is up. There are 3 people who did not arrive in time, and they will be investigated by specialized personnel. If they deliberately do not come, they will be killed without mercy. Now, please choose the parallel universe you wish to go to. There are 39 people present. We will go to 5 parallel universes, and at least 7 people will go to each parallel universe. Please choose. Everyone was wary of each other and looked around. The Dishir Kong was obviously the first to be eliminated, but 7 people had to go to the Dishir Kong. This was a competition. The cruelty of the endless battlefield had begun from this moment onward. Lu Yin pressed his hand on Songbai's shoulder. You choose. Where to go? Everyone looked at them, and no one could compete with them. Songbai thought for a moment. The Little Spirit Universe. He had heard of both the Grand Spirit Universe and the Little Spirit Universe, but he had never been there. Judging from the names, the Little Spirit Universe might be safer. Among the people leading the way, a man walked out and said respectfully, Pathmaster Lu, Lord Songbai, please follow me to the Little Spirit Universe. Songbai's expression looked better. It was fine as long as they did not go to the Dishir Kong. There was a battlefield with extremely strong powerhouses, and the higher the cultivation, the more dangerous it was. Let's go, Songbai said. The man said, we are still missing 5 people. Take us there first. Songbai's tone was not good, and he wanted to leave as soon as possible. These people were laughing at him. He didn't want to go there twice. Although the small spirit spacetime is not dangerous, going to a parallel spacetime is random and uncontrollable. He is not sure if the position he appears in will be safe. Of course, he will go there once. Lu Yin glanced around. You, come with us to the Little Spirit Universe. Those who were named by Lu Yin were those who had not scolded him before, or even sympathized with him. With Lu Yin's cultivation, he could see them all at a glance. The 4 people were overjoyed. Thank you, Pathmaster Lu. Thank you, Pathmaster Lu. The person who led the way was also relieved. Thank you, Pathmaster Lu. As the void tore, Lu Yin and the others disappeared. After they left, the remaining people began to fight. Without Luin and Songbai, they were relieved. In the low bushes, a figure walked slowly, crushing the trees. The figure was only a meter tall, but compared to the surrounding bushes, it was like a giant. This was a strange place. The trees were like bushes, and ordinary people were like giants. The figure stopped from time to time, as if looking for something, and then turned and went in another direction. Directly in front, a small figure was hiding in a cylindrical bush, trembling constantly. Through the gaps in the trees, it saw the figure going in another direction and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a scarlet vertical eye appeared in front of it, staring at it. The small figure was shocked and kept retreating out of the bush. This was a person who looked no different from an ordinary person, but was only the size of a palm. And the figure that crushed the shrubs and trees was surprisingly the Corpse King. The Corpse King stared at the palm-sized person condescendingly and raised his hand to grab it. The palm-sized person screamed in horror and took out a small bow and arrow to shoot. It was only the size of a palm, but the power of the arrow was not weak. It pierced through the Corpse King's palm and brought out blood. But after the arrow, the palm-sized figure was exhausted and couldn't run. The Corpse King grabbed it and exerted force in his palm. With a crack, blood flowed along his 5 fingers. The Corpse King opened his hand, and the figure was shattered. Wiping it on the ground, the Corpse King continued to walk forward. This was the Little Ling universe, one of the endless battlefields. The void cracked, and a few figures fell. It was Luin and the others. Looking around, Luin was surprised. What is this? This was an abandoned city that had been deserted for a long time. In the endless battlefield, abandoned cities were not rare, but the buildings in this city were very strange. Many of the buildings were only waist-high, and the tallest building was only 10 meters. The doors, windows, landscape buildings, and so on seemed to have shrunk. The person who brought them here looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. We are lucky that we are not on the battlefield. Master Lu, Lord Songbai, this is the Little Ling universe. The locals of the Little Ling universe are only the size of a palm, like elves, and good at bows and arrows, so the buildings here are all like this. I have completed my mission, so I will go back now. If you need anything, just find the locals. It is easy to distinguish who is an enemy and who is a comrade in the endless battlefield. Luin asked, how is the battle merit calculated? That person replied, it's the parallel universe's responsibility to gather information and confirm military achievements. Songbai said, because there are too many people entering the endless battlefield every day. It's impossible for everyone to have an identity card, and there's no need for that. This is a life and death smelting ground. Many people just want to make it back alive. They don't even think about earning merits. For the majority of people, military achievements are something that cannot be sought after. Those who want to obtain military achievements are not simple themselves. It is very easy to distinguish them. Rather than calling it a battlefield, it would be more accurate to call it a millstone of life and death. This was not a real battlefield, but a place of slaughter. That person left. The others looked at Luin as if they wanted him to be their leader. Naturally, Luin couldn't take them with him. It would already be good enough if he could bring them to the safest place in the miniature spirit dimension. His domain spread out as he searched for the people from the miniature spirit dimension. Found it. He grabbed Songbai and disappeared. Far away, on a meteorite in the starry sky, several palm-sized figures were fighting with the Corpse King. There was even a normal person among them who had fallen to the ground and could not get up. He was seriously injured. The Corpse King waved his arm, pushed away the arrows, and smashed a palm-sized figure with a punch. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 palm-sized figures left. They stood beside the person who fell to the ground and stared at the Corpse King. Their eyes were filled with fear and determination. They raised their bows and arrows, and their trembling arms held the arrows tightly. The Corpse King approached step by step and raised his hand. 2 arrows were shot out and were easily deflected by the Corpse King. At this time, a gust of wind blew through the void. It was black and visible to the naked eye. There was a gust of wind sweeping through the starry sky. This phenomenon was not normal. As the black gust of wind swept through, the upper body of the Corpse King disappeared and was completely shattered, leaving only the lower body. The person lying on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. The two palm-sized figures were also completely paralyzed and fell next to the person. At this time, Lu Yin arrived with Songbai, which aroused their vigilance. Seeing that it was not a scarlet eye, the person who fell to the ground was overjoyed. Are you here to support? Lu Yin nodded. It seems that we didn't make a move. What's the matter with that black wind? Who are they? He looked at the two palm-sized figures. The person who fell to the ground struggled to get up and coughed. Blood flowed down his throat and he could barely make a sound. Let them explain. The palm-sized figure soared into the sky and looked at Lu Yin and Songbai. Thank you for your support. We are little spirit people. My name is Tuamu. The other spoke. My name is Tuachu. That black wind is a gravitational wind unique to our little spirit dimension. If the body can't withstand it, once swept by the black wind, it will shatter. Tuachu spoke. That's why our bodies are so small. We are all normal people. It's great that you came. How many people came this time? Lu Yin, 6. Tuachu wailed, 6? So few? Songbai, what's the situation in this spacetime? Tuamu said bitterly, we can't defeat the Eternals. Originally, the Eternals' Corpse Kings had no advantage in our spacetime, but they captured Second Elder and the others and transformed them into Corpse Kings. We are constantly retreating and are about to retreat to Green Tea Star. That is the place where our spacetime gathers information. Once Green Tea Star is taken by the Eternals, we will completely lose contact with the Six Direction Society. Tuachu said, forget about the red color. If the Six Direction Society sends people to attack, they have a way to fight back. But if they can fight back in this spacetime, our little spirit people may be wiped out. Songbai's face turned ugly. How did they encounter such a thing as soon as they arrived? The person who fell to the ground spoke with difficulty. Nothing can happen to Green Tea Star. Nothing can happen to the spacetime portal. Otherwise, our Six Direction Society will lose this spacetime. Are there any Immortal Realm powerhouses who came this time? Only Immortal Realm powerhouses can deal with the Eternals. Lu Yin asked, are you from the reincarnation spacetime? Songbai said, in order to make it easier to confirm, the endless battlefield is divided by the realms of the reincarnation spacetime. The Immortal Realm is the half-monarch spacetime realm. The person who fell to the ground looked at Lu Yin and the others expectantly. Lu Yin said, don't worry, there is. Songbai thought, not just the Immortal Realm. This person next to him pointed at the nose of a Yuan sage and scolded him. He could probably fight against an extremely strong powerhouse. That's good. Go, and support Green Tea Star. The person who fell to the ground heaved a sigh of relief. After he finished speaking, he slowly collapsed. Fresh blood kept gushing out and could not be stopped at all. Lu Yin took out an elixir that had been upgraded and fed it to him. That person. He shook his head and said bitterly, it's useless. My life force has been cut off. It's impossible to save me. Thank you. The meteorite flew in a certain direction. Tuamu and Tuachu stood beside that person and looked at him sadly as he breathed his last. Although it was sad, they were used to it. This was the battlefield. Let's go. Bring us to Green Tea Star. This is an Immortal Realm powerhouse. He can help. Lu Yin pointed at Songbai. Tuamu and Tuachu looked at Songbai in surprise. Really? You are an Immortal Realm powerhouse? Songbai glanced at Lu Yin and nodded, yes. Then let's go. The two anxiously pointed in the direction and led Lu Yin and Songbai forward. The tiny spirit dimension was not small. Even with Songbai's half-ancestor cultivation, it was not that fast to travel across it. However, they encountered many battlefields along the way. But Tuamu and Tuachu did not stop. Green Tea Star was the most important. Lu Yin looked at these two people. He had seen them before under the He-Ran staircase. At that time, he was quite surprised as he did not expect them to be people from the tiny spirit dimension. This spacetime should be doing well before it came into contact with the Eternal Race and the Six Direction sect. However, once it came into contact with these two behemoths, it could only become an endless battlefield. If one side was not eliminated, this spacetime would always be a battlefield. He was right to make Xiaoyan's proposal fail at all costs. He could not help others, but the origin space must not be a battlefield. Will this spacetime fight with the eternal race first or come into contact with the six-direction sect first? Luin suddenly asked. Tuamu and Tuachu were at a loss, indicating that they did not know. Songbai whispered, this spacetime was first discovered by the eternal race, and then the six-direction sect found it. If not for the six-direction sect, this spacetime would have been occupied by the eternal race. Luin understood. No wonder these people were so happy to see them. If they had been conquered by the six-direction sect like the drifting cloud space, and then became one of the endless battlefields, their hatred for the six-direction sect would not be much less than the hatred for the eternal race. He did not know how many of the 62 parallel spacetimes were like this. In the distance, a black gale swept through the starry sky like dark clouds. It was frightening to look up. Just under the black gale, a series of planets extended into the distance. At this moment, a great battle was happening on these planets. Zombie kings, lesser spirits, and humans were fighting each other. On the centermost planet, arrows were sweeping and attacking each other. Every collision caused the void to distort and spread out countless cracks. There was killing all around. Zombie kings prostrated themselves and fought with humans and lesser spirits. In the distance, there was a tall tower that stood upside down, as if the earth was the sky. At the bottom of the tower, countless lesser spirits rushed out. They gritted their teeth and looked death in the face. Quickly go and support the 3 stars of green tea. The people there can't hold on much longer. The void god on green tea's 5th star has shattered. The people who came to support them are dead. Are there any more reinforcements? There are cultivators coming from the nearest spacetime entrance number 2, but there are no immortalization realm experts. It will take them 2 days to get here. With a bang, the wall shattered. The arrows shot through the tower and the earth, heading toward the black gale above. After entering the gale, the arrows shattered into pieces and fell down like meteors of death. Countless lesser spirits were affected and smashed into a pool of blood. The earth was dyed red. Inside the tower, an extremely beautiful and adorable woman rushed out and looked into the distance. Grand Elder. In the distance, half-martial ancestors were clashing. One side was from the eternal race, while the other side was from the small spirit tribe. It was the small spirit tribe's Grand Elder. Retreat. Planet Green Tea can't be defended. Leave through the second spatial gate, the Grand Elder shouted with his back facing the woman. The woman's eyes glistened with tears. Grand Elder, this is our home. It'll be too late if we don't retreat now. The second elder has been transformed into a corpse king and cultivates the eternal race's battle techniques. He's not someone I can resist. I can only hold him off for an hour at most. Retreat quickly and regroup with the humans. Join us. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at the Grand Elder. It was the former second elder, Xianxia, who was now a half-martial ancestor of the eternal race. You can't escape. Xianxia, do you really want to exterminate the small spirit tribe? The Grand Elder roared. Xianxia opened his arms. Behind him, the small spirit tribe members who had been transformed into corpse kings released their hands. Arrows that blotted out the sky turned into a torrential rain that swept into the distance. Regardless of whether they were corpse kings, humans, or small spirit tribe members, they were all enveloped by the rain of arrows. The eternal race is the only race that can live forever. What's wrong with joining the eternal race? Xianxia, you're too stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia pushed forward. The black gravitational wind formed an inverted cone and was pulled by the arrows like a tornado. On the other side, Xianxia gritted his teeth and also pulled the gravitational wind. Around them, the six-direction society cultivators retreated. They had to guard against both the eternal race and the gravitational wind. The entire battlefield was littered with corpses. The gravitational wind that filled planet Green Tea seemed to have turned the world upside down. The 2 tornadoes attracted everyone's attention. Both the humans and the eternal race retreated, not daring to get close to the center of the battlefield. Xianxia's arms trembled. He was already heavily injured and could not fight against Xianxia, let alone this kind of killing move that consumed the most energy. Chi-Chi, retreat immediately. Listen to me. I can't block this arrow. I'll definitely die. However, Xianxia doesn't dare to shoot this arrow carelessly. I'm just holding on. Retreat immediately, Xianxia urged in a low voice. The woman's hands flashed with light and she poured into Xianxia's body. However, her strength was too weak. Xianxia's strength. Hearing the Great Elder's words, the woman could only wipe away her tears. Her gaze was firm as she said, I understand, Great Elder. Take care. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the pagoda. All around, the little spirit tribe members received the order and retreated into the pagoda. The reinforcements from the Six Direction Society did the same. On this battlefield, there were only a few hundred reinforcements from the Six Direction Society. Most of them had already died. In the boundless battlefield, the Hexagon Society is the dominant force, but it is divided into every parallel universe. Unless it is the kind that is hostile to the Hexagon Society, for parallel universes like the Little Spirit universe, the reinforcements from the Hexagon Society listen to the Little Spirit race. Even so, the reinforcements from the Six Direction Society were not few in number. It could only be said that too many had died in battle. These people didn't want to die, but on this battlefield they could either surrender to the Eternals or fight to the death with the Eternals. These were the only two options. Escape was impossible. Anyone who escaped from the boundless battlefield would end up in an extremely miserable state if they were discovered. The Six Direction Association had plenty of ways to find out. All of the small spirit race people and the reinforcements of the Six Paths Society retreated into the tower. Xianxia looked up. It seems that you can't hold on any longer. Are you going to cover their retreat? Then, above his head, in the gravity wind, a figure slowly descended. The Great Elder with scarlet vertical eyes felt his scalp tingle, and his face turned pale. This Corpse King could walk out of the gravity wind, and he knew too well what it meant. It meant that this Corpse King had an unimaginably strong physical body. In the history of the Little Spirit universe, no one had ever been able to walk in the gravity wind. Inside the tower, the woman also stared blankly at the Corpse King in the sky. How could this be? Were they really going to destroy the Little Spirit race? Clearly, they had paid a huge price to destroy a powerful Corpse King before, and the Great Elder was seriously injured because of it. Then Xianxia appeared, relying on his understanding of the Little Spirit race. He killed all the way to Green Tea Star. That was not all, another powerful Corpse King appeared. Even if the two Immortal Realm reinforcements from the Six Direction Society were no match for it, they couldn't escape. In the corner, two people retreated to the shadows at the same time, looking at each other in surprise. You want to leave too? One of them whispered, not daring to attract attention. The other person said, Of course I want to leave, or do you want to wait for death? Not afraid of the Dominator? What's there to be afraid of? Then let's go, these people can't live anymore. At this moment, no one cared about them. Everyone looked nervously at the slowly descending Corpse King. The shadow of death completely shrouded them. The arrows of Xianxia and Xianxia released at the same time. Two arrows that drew the gravity wind whistled toward each other, splitting the dark gravity wind in the sky into two and colliding with each other. The sky trembled, Green Tea Star cracked, and a huge crack appeared in the void, spreading far away. The killing power of the collision between half-martial ancestors made countless people tremble in fear. Under the premise that the progenitor realm did not appear, half-martial ancestors were already quite powerful. How many progenitors could there be in the entire Six Direction Society? Half-martial ancestors were already the decisive force in the parallel space-time war of the endless battlefield. The two arrows collided in midair. Under the pressure of gravity, with the collision of the arrows as the center, a visible airwave was formed that pressed in all directions. The earth shattered and continued to expand, eventually forming a violent wind that swept across the entire battlefield, tearing apart many eternal Corpse Kings. Blood splattered in the sky. A layer of the earth was cut open. A series of planets were directly shattered in half. Cracks spread out in the void like a spider's web. One arrow shattered, while the other shot towards the psionic Grand Elder. Grand Elder Xianxia saw the arrow approaching, and there was no way to avoid it. He really couldn't hold on. Inside the tower, the woman screamed, Grand Elder! Grand Elder Lingshire's heart sank to the bottom. It was finally over, but he didn't expect to die under the arrows of little Lingshire. The arrow whistled and shattered at the moment when it was about to pierce Grand Elder Lingshire's head. Grand Elder Lingshire was confused. Why did it shatter? On the opposite side, Lingshire was also puzzled. His arrow should be able to kill Lingshire, so why did it shatter? At the same time, the corpse king that brought the shock and walked out of the gravity wind fell to the ground. 2 people and 2 palm-sized figures walked out from behind. It was Luin and the others. Just now, everyone was attracted by the arrows of Lingshire, so they didn't notice it. Now that they found it, they were all stunned. For little Lingshire, the gravity wind was an uncontrollable celestial phenomenon. It was because of the gravity wind that the people in this spacetime grew shorter and shorter. They evolved from a normal person to a palm-sized person who could ignore the gravity wind. Ordinary people who came to little Lingshire would easily be blown to death by the gravity wind. The corpse king could walk in the gravity wind, which shocked little Lingshire as much as the sudden appearance of an ancestor powerhouse. But this powerhouse died just like that? Luin raised his foot and stepped over the corpse king. He had to admit that this corpse king's physical strength was extremely strong. Even he had to struggle to attack it. However, the corpse king that ambushed him on the mainland was still far inferior. Songbai looked at the battlefield, especially at the state of Lingshire. He was a little shocked. This was the endless battlefield. They were obviously powerhouses of the same level, but they were already exhausted. If they had come a little later, they would have died. He was glad that Luin had followed him. Otherwise, if he had come to support little Lingshire alone, he would have faced the corpse king and a powerhouse of the same level as the little Lingshire. He would have died here. Then, let's clean it up. Luin suddenly spoke and looked at Lingshire. Lingshire raised his hand and shot an arrow. A demi-ancestor's strength was enough to kill an emissary. Luin was not even a demi-ancestor, so he should not be a match for Lingshire. However, as soon as the arrow was shot, Lingshire retreated. He knew very well how strong the corpse king was, but this person had dealt with it. He was not someone Lingshire could deal with. Luin casually grabbed the arrow, crushed it, and then raised his palm. Ignoring the fact that the vacant palm was extremely fast and was an invisible palm print, just the spatial lines that Luin could see were enough to make it impossible for an ordinary cultivator to dodge even one of his attacks. The clear sky palm hit Lingshire's back without any obstruction, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body cracked. Lingqi was shocked. He endured the heavy injuries and tried to escape. However, the second palm came from above and crushed Lingqi to death on the ground. Luin had only used 2 palms in total. This demi-ancestor of the little Lingshire was not very strong. He could not compare to Xiaji, let alone Lu Bujing and the other celestial sect demi-ancestors. 2 palms had destroyed Lingshire. Lingshire and the others were completely shocked and stared blankly at Luin. Was this an extreme powerhouse? With Lingshire dead, the remaining eternal corpse kings hurriedly retreated. Songbai, take care of them, Luin said calmly. Songbai respectfully acknowledged, and his monarch's aura swept out to clean up the battlefield. With his demi-ancestor cultivation, it was easy for him to deal with these corpse kings. Luin walked over to Lingshire. Tuamu and Tuachu hurried over to support Lingshire. Grand Elder, are you all right? Lingshire waved his hand and bowed respectfully to Luin with Tuamu and Tuachu supporting him. Little Lingshire greets Senior. Luin looked at Lingshire's serious injuries and took out a pill for him. I'm not a senior. Lingshire gratefully accepted the pill and swallowed it without asking what it was. The pill was very large compared to his body, and his face immediately became rosy after eating it. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said gratefully, if you hadn't arrived in time, my little Lingshire would have been in danger. I didn't expect the 6 Paths Association to send such a powerful supporter. Thank you. In the distance, a group of people walked out from the tower and looked at the battlefield. Lingshire turned around and ordered, why aren't you cleaning up the battlefield? Everyone quickly rushed to the battlefield, but there was no need for them. Songbai's monarch's aura had already taken care of the remaining corpse kings, and his powerful aura shocked them even more than Grand Elder Lingshire. They all stared blankly. When did such a powerful supporter come to the little Xianxia dimension? And there were two of them at once? From the crowd, a palm-sized woman walked out and bowed to Luyin. Little Xianxia, princess of the little Xianxia dimension, thanks Senior for saving her life. Thanks Senior for saving our lives. All the little Xianxia dimension people bowed. Those from the Six Paths Association bowed at the same time. Thanks Senior for saving our lives. Luyin waved his hand. There's no need for that on the battlefield. Thank you for your support, brothers. The baby is about to be born, and I have to accompany the birth for the next few days. It's very tiring. Thank you for your support, brothers. Soon after, Green Tea Planet began to reorganize itself. The people of Little Spirit Clan and the people of Six Paths Society went in all directions, converging with the people who had gathered from afar, and began to reclaim the Little Spirit spacetime. Luyin also learned about the calamity that had befallen the small spirit spacetime. The Eternals were unlucky. They had spent a lot of time transforming Xianxia and the other small astrals into corpse kings. They could have taken down the miniature spirit spacetime, but because of Lu Yin's appearance, they had failed. Half an hour after the war ended, Green Tea Star's Intelligence Gathering Center received a report from the Six Direction Union. Princess Lingqi and Grand Elder Lingning stared blankly at the report. That Mr. Lu actually has such a great background? Lingqi was shocked. The report introduced Lu Yin's identity in detail. Actually, it wasn't his fault that the information came so late. It was impossible for the Six-Way Gang to tell the endless battlefield's parallel spacetime in detail about the reinforcements every single time. Reinforcements were reinforcements. If it weren't for the fact that the Little Spirit tribe was facing a life-and-death crisis and had requested for reinforcements multiple times, the Six-Way Gang would not have sent over Lu Yin's information. As for Lu Yin, the Six-Way Society's attitude towards him was still unknown, let alone the endless battlefield. Chi, don't tell Xiangyang about Mr. Lu. Don't tell anyone. The Great Elder of Psionic Power was stern. Lingqi nodded and burned the information. 2 days later, reinforcements from the second spacetime entrance arrived. There were more than 100 of them, and the leader was a half-martial ancestor. Using the endless battlefield's Samsara spacetime classification system, he was the immortal transformation realm. When this immortal becoming expert arrived, he realized that the battle had ended. After chatting with Lingning and the others, he found out that an expert had arrived ahead of time. This person wanted to meet Lu Yin and the others, but Lingning hurriedly told him Lu Yin's identity. That person immediately left, as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Lu Yin himself did not know that his reputation in the Six Direction Union was so great. News of him scolding a Yuan sage had already spread far and wide. News of him being punished by a great heavenly venerate had also spread far and wide. Mr. Lu. Lingqi arrived behind Lu Yin and bowed politely. Lu Yin said indifferently, that immortal transformation realm left? Lingqi nodded and curiously looked at the tall person in front of her. This person's name alone could scare off degenerate immortal realm experts. According to the information she had received, this person was someone who could fight with the three monarchs, Spacetime Luo Jun, and had even caught the attention of a Grand Empyrean. How could he be so powerful? Lu Yin turned around and looked at Princess Lingqi. Lingqi was staring at him blankly, but when she saw him suddenly look over, she blushed and hurriedly lowered her head. Lu Yin smiled, sat down, and extended his hand. Lingqi blinked and looked at the palm in front of her. She then looked at Lu Yin with an adorable expression. You can come up. Lu Yin smiled. Lingqi looked at Lu Yin's palm again. Can I? Lu Yin nodded. Lingqi pursed her lips, and her body floated in the air. She carefully wiped her shoes and then carefully stood on Lu Yin's palm. She then looked at Lu Yin with a happy expression. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at Lingqi at eye level. I've met someone from your tribe before. In the Six Directions Guild? Lingqi asked. Lu Yin nodded. There are many people from our clan in the Six Directions Association. Mr. Lu, where did you see them? Hyperspace. Lingqi thought for a moment. That should be Xiao Wu and the others. They love to dance and their laughter is very pleasant. Lu Yin recalled that every time he came to the staircase, He would see these little fairies dancing happily and hear their laughter. They are. Can you come back at any time? Lingqi nodded and smiled. Sure. Looking at Lingqi's smile, Lu Yin's mood also relaxed. He chatted with Lingqi for a long time. Gradually, Lingqi was no longer reserved and jumped on Lu Yin's palm. She liked Lu Yin very much. This person had saved the lives of their clan. He did not have the arrogance of a senior master. The masters who had supported the Six Directions Association were all very serious. How could they be so young? Over the next few days, Lu Yin often chatted with Lingqi. Sometimes, Grand Elder Sai would also come and let Lu Yin know a lot of things. For example, he could directly connect to the Gemini universe through the miniature spirit universe. Once the Eternals in a parallel universe were completely eliminated, that parallel universe would light up with a green light. The so-called green light was on the Six Directions Association's side and represented the state of a certain time period. Even if the green light only lit up for a second, it still counted. If a person could make 3 adjacent parallel universes light up with a green light, they could leave the battlefield, which was a huge contribution. Songbai had also said this. Lu Yin thought about it seriously and made 3 adjacent parallel universes light up with a green light. If these 3 parallel universes were the same as the miniature spirit universe, it would not be difficult. However, Grand Elder Sai reminded him not to be impulsive. How could the difficulty set by the Six Directions Association be so simple? According to the rules, every 3 parallel universes had one that was difficult to deal with. They were connected to the Gemini universe, and the Gemini universe was connected to the Great Stone Void. When Songbai heard that the Gemini universe was connected to the Great Stone Void, she began to persuade Lu Yin not to be impulsive. Staying in the miniature spirit universe was not bad, and he could go back after 10 years. Lu Yin knew that this was the safest way. Unless a progenitor came to the miniature spirit universe, he would be very comfortable for the next 10 years. Looking at the endless battlefield, although there were many progenitors, there were quite few who were equally divided into 62 parallel universes. It was impossible for each parallel universe to be divided into one. Often, several progenitors could fight in a parallel universe. The war in the miniature spirit universe did not require Lu Yin to take action. Songbai sighed. She did not expect to be so leisurely in the endless battlefield. Mr. Lu, let me take you to a place. Lingqi found Lu Yin and was very happy. Lu Yin smiled. Under Lingqi's guidance, they came to a very beautiful and endless flower bed. There were all kinds of flowers blooming in the flower bed. They were colorful, and light spots danced like fairies. These flowers were not big for Lingqi and the others. In Lu Yin's eyes, they were like sesame seeds, but the endless flower bed still looked very beautiful. Did you plant this? Lu Yin asked. Lingqi nodded and leaped over the flower bed. Her body rotated, and light spots gathered around her, forming a pattern that looked like wings. It was very cute. Our miniature spirit tribe will plant a flower here when we grow up and pray for the beauty of life. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at the flowers in front of him. The beauty of life? He saw something tied to a flower path. His domain swept across it. It was a strip of cloth with words on it. The domain continued to spread, and every strip of cloth tied to the flower path had this line of words. He did not know the language of the miniature spirit tribe, so he asked Lingqi. Lingqi said, "Pray that peace will return to our hometown and that there will be no more Eternals." That's what it means. Lu Yin was surprised. That's what all the wishes here are? Lingqi smiled and nodded. Yes, that's our greatest wish. A long, long time ago, the Eternals started a war against us. Since then, our spacetime has never stopped fighting, and we've always been at war. Therefore, every miniature spirit tribe member's greatest wish is peace. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The flower bed was boundless. Countless miniature spirit tribe members had been born over the years, and all of them wished for peace. This was the simplest wish, but it was also the most difficult to achieve. How many miniature spirit tribe members are left now? Lu Yin asked. Lingqi was dejected. Not many. If not for Mr. Lu's timely arrival, perhaps only those from the Six Paths Society would be left. the miniature spirit tribe members in our spacetime would have been wiped out. Before this, many parallel spacetimes were conquered by the Eternals. Luin asked, will the Eternals establish an eternal kingdom? Xianxia was confused. What eternal kingdom? Luin was stunned. Didn't the Eternals establish an eternal kingdom in all parallel spacetimes? The fragrance of the flowers was refreshing. People always had beautiful wishes, but for some, wishes were just wishes. However, these wishes were not difficult for Luin. At least, it was not difficult under the premise that there were no Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. After staying on Green Tea Planet for a few days, the miniature spirit tribe members gave Luin a very comfortable feeling. Perhaps it was because they were small and cute. No matter what, it was something that could be easily solved. As for whether or not he should go to the Gemini spacetime, he would see when the time came. Mr. Lu, there are more beautiful flowers over there. I'll take you there. Xianxia turned around, but Luin was no longer there. Mr. Lu? Meteorites smashed into the planet from the Corpse Kings. On the planet, arrows were shot out, and meteorites exploded, piercing through the earth. Wars appeared in various parts of the miniature spirit spacetime. The miniature spirit tribe members and the cultivators from the Six Paths Society fought to the death with the Eternals. The war was endless. Lu Yin's figure appeared, and with a wave of his hand, the Corpse Kings disappeared. Then, he left. The miniature spirit tribe members stood on the planet and stared blankly. Where were the Corpse Kings? The same scene happened in various parts of the miniature spirit spacetime, and the Eternals were constantly being destroyed. Songbai was also ordered by Luin to deal with the Eternals everywhere. Luin was not afraid that he would run away. This was the endless battlefield, and there was no place safer than following him. Even if he ran away from the endless battlefield, he was afraid that Luin would go to the Three Sovereigns spacetime to find trouble. Luin was someone who could scold Lord Luo, so why would he care about Songbai? Songbai was both glad and sad to be able to follow Luin. He felt that Luin might not stay in the miniature spirit spacetime for long, and he really did not want to go to other parallel spacetimes. If Luin had not followed him and he had come to the miniature spirit spacetime alone, he did not know what would have happened. In just 10 days, Luin had wiped out the Eternals in the entire miniature spirit spacetime, shocking the miniature spirit tribe members. In the tower on Green Tea Planet, Xianxia solemnly sent a message to the Six Paths Society. The miniature spirit spacetime could be given the green light. In a mysterious place in a parallel spacetime, a screen of light stretched into the distance. This was the place where the endless battlefield's information was gathered. All the information that was transmitted from the endless battlefield's parallel spacetimes to the Six Paths Society would be gathered here. Those that needed to be sent to the Six Paths Society could be sent back. Most of the information did not need to be sent back to the Six Paths Society and was directly dispatched here. This place was not only the place where the information was gathered, but it was also the command center of the entire endless battlefield. Strangely, there was not a single man here. All of them were women wearing black trench coats. Each of them had a solemn expression as they stared at the screen. Their gazes were firm, and there was not the slightest ripple in their eyes. Bamboo Spacetime has sent a request for reinforcements, number 17-1-2-2. Would you like to send reinforcements? Send reinforcements immediately. Pass the order, number 17-2-3-1, send reinforcements. Peacetown Spacetime has recovered the Shaoxing battlefield and can reinforce the nearby spacetime. Immediately report the location of Peacetown Spacetime where reinforcements are needed. Report number 35-1-1-1. No need for reinforcements. It's a waste. Solve it yourself. Information from the Sky Spider Spacetime. A sky spider nest has been discovered. It is suspected that a large number of sky spiders of the near celestial realm have gathered there. Should we retreat? Retreat to the Sky Spider Spacetime immediately. This can also attract the Eternals to the Sky Spider nest and let them take care of themselves. Crisp voices kept ringing. Information from various parts of the Endless Battlefield and from the Six Direction Society were sent to the Endless Battlefield. These women in black trench coats handled the information in an orderly manner. No matter how fierce the battle was, it could not affect their emotions. Suddenly, a green light lit up, illuminating everyone. Everyone looked over in surprise. The green light meant that a certain parallel spacetime had eliminated the Eternals. This was not easy. It was not difficult for a powerhouse to eliminate a parallel spacetime, but there must be a chance, and the Eternals would not give them a chance. All the women looked behind them. There was a woman with a slim figure lying there. She was wearing a black trench coat and a black-brimmed hat that covered her cheeks, making it impossible to see her face clearly. When the green light lit up, it illuminated the black-brimmed hat. Her snow-white arms stretched out from the black trench coat. She pushed the brimmed hat away and looked at the green light. Which one? The woman's voice was cold and calm. A woman bowed. Small spirit spacetime. The woman got up, revealing her beautiful face. However, this face was bone-chilling. It was not her gaze or temperament, but her appearance alone was enough to make people feel cold. She was beautiful, but she was so beautiful that it made people feel cold. Did Taoist Lu from the origin space go to the small spirit spacetime? The woman asked. Yes, he arrived 16 days ago. The information was sent to the small spirit spacetime. The woman looked at the light screen. A full 16 days. How disappointing. I thought that it would take at most 3 days to eliminate the small spirit spacetime. Send the information back to the Six Direction Society and see how those people react. Yes, my lord. The information would be sent to the Six Direction Society at the same time from the gathering point, and after the Six Direction Society received the information, they would immediately send it to a specific person in this spacetime. And this kind of special person was equivalent to an extreme expert. In the virtual God universe, Limitless Void, who was lying down and drinking, received a message. Is there a green light? To be able to confront that fellow Luo Shan, it's not strange for the green light to be given. Far away, Su Wuwei also received the information and did not care. As for the primordial space, these extreme experts would not be affected by the reincarnation spacetime. They did not hate it, nor did they feel close to it. It was just a parallel spacetime. When the Void Master received the news, he smiled. He had been paying attention to the situation in the primordial space. To be honest, he had not expected Lu Yin to actually reject the Shaoing divinity's suggestion and forcefully protect the primordial space. Although he had been punished to go to the endless battlefield, Luo Shan had followed him, and the crisis had been resolved. Although the Shaoing divinity had been praised, he would definitely not be able to interfere with the primordial space's situation for the time being. It was no wonder that Lu Yin was able to become a Tao Lord, even though his cultivation was a bit low. However, they weren't stupid. If they really wanted to go against the Grand Empyrean, even Gu Shan wouldn't be able to protect the Above Heaven sect. The Grand Empyreans had plenty of ways to get rid of him. Tao Lord, these two words can't be used casually, the Void Master muttered to himself. In the Lost Clan, Grand Elder Shan Gu summoned Shan Jing. Is Shan Pu in the endless battlefield? Shan Jing calculated. According to the time, it should be him. Tell him to find someone called Lu Yin and protect him secretly. No matter who is in trouble, nothing must happen to this child, Shan Gu said sternly. Shan Jing was confused. Lu Yin? I seem to have heard of him before. Oh right, it's that primordial space Tao Lord, right? The Shaoing divinity suggested to include the primordial space into the endless battlefield. I specially checked. Isn't this Lu Yin the Above Heaven sect Tao Lord in the primordial space? Grand Elder, why are you protecting him? He did not know that the person who had drawn out the ancient card was Lu Yin. Just like the Shaoing divinity and the others, only Shan Gu and the Void Master knew about this. Shan Gu originally wanted to tell Shan Jing, but when he heard what Shan Jing said, he said indifferently, the Shaoing divinity's hand has stretched too far. We have to protect the person he wants to deal with. Shan Jing was confused. Was that so? It sounded far-fetched no matter how he heard it. Shan Gu glanced at Shan Jing. I have my reasons for doing so. Go and inform Shan Pu. I said that no matter who is in trouble, nothing must happen to Lu Yin. I guarantee in the name of the Lost Clan that this child must come out of the endless battlefield alive. If you are not confident, I will go personally. Shan Jing was shocked. He had never seen the Grand Elder so serious. He knew the seriousness of the matter. Understood. I will inform Shanpu immediately. He was not stupid. If he knew that Luyin was Xianxia, he would have guessed the reason. However, he did not know. As far as he knew, Luyin, the Tao Lord of the Origin Space, had nothing to do with the Lost Clan. Not to mention the Lost Clan, any of the parallel universes of the Six Direction Society seemed to have nothing to do with the Origin Space. He could not understand why the Grand Elder cared so much. Guaranteeing in the name of the Lost Clan was equivalent to swearing an oath. Since the Grand Elder did not say, he would not ask. He had to think about how to tell Shanpu. Shangu watched Shanjing leave inside. The endless battlefield was an extremely dangerous place. If not for the fact that he did not want to be targeted, he would have directly interfered with the Grand Emperor's decision. He had been keeping an eye on the happenings in the Origin Space. This Luyin had handled it well. It was wise not to go against the Grand Emperor, and it was not shameful. The Grand Emperor was in existence of the same generation as their primogenitor. As for the Shaoing divinity, it was time to teach him a lesson. Although Luyin had overestimated the importance of the ancient card, he had still underestimated it. Although his strength was comparable to an ordinary progenitor's, his horizons had not reached a certain height. The ancient card and the sequence particle represented a height that he could not reach at the moment. In the hyperspace, Bai Qian looked at the report and looked up. At the bottom of the stairs, the little Ling clansmen were dancing and singing happily. Luyin had finally made a move with his identity. The Six Direction Society was going to be lively. When Xianxi's identity overlapped with Lu Yin's, that would be the beginning of the universe's transformation. She was looking forward to that day. Before that day arrived, Bai Qian looked up at the void. She should make preparations early. In the Three Sovereign Spacetime, Qianlu had also received the report. Before he had broken through to the extreme realm, he had only occasionally received information that was related to him. Information about the other endless battlefields had not been sent to him. But now, there was information about the endless battlefields. He had a share of everything, no matter how big or small. Chen Li's gaze turned cold as he watched Luyin light up the little Ling spacetime. He desperately hoped that the Eternals would destroy this brat so that his matter would be hidden forever. In the reincarnation spacetime, the Shaoing divinity naturally received the report as well, but he did not care. He had been to the little Ling spacetime before, and he could have given it the green light when he passed by, but he was afraid of attracting the attention of the eternal seven sky gods. It was not surprising that Luyin could give the green light to the little Ling spacetime. Only when the green light was given to 3 parallel spacetimes could one leave the endless battlefields, and every 3 parallel spacetimes had one that was extremely difficult to deal with. This was the rule of the endless battlefields. If this person did not intend to leave the endless battlefields, then he could stay in the little Ling spacetime for 10 years. If he intended to leave, the Shaoing divinity's gaze turned cold. Xiaogu. Xiaogu appeared and bowed respectfully. Master. Have all the supporters of the reincarnation spacetime in the 3 parallel spacetimes adjacent to the little Ling spacetime to withdraw. Xiaogu nodded. The little Ling spacetime was now in a sea of revelry. The Eternals were completely expelled. Although they would definitely come back later, at least for the time being, the little Ling spacetime would have a period of peace, and all of this was given by Luyin. The Psionic Grand Elder, Princess Lingqi, and countless little Ling clansmen bowed to Luyin and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. Luyin left the next day. He decided to go back early and try to give the green light to the 3 parallel spacetimes. Otherwise, Xianxi's identity would be easily exposed. Song Bai's face was bitter. He did not want to leave. He wanted to stay in the little Ling spacetime for 10 years. There was nothing safer than this. But in the end, he was taken away by Luyin. Looking at the spacetime passage in front of him, it was exactly the same as the passage connecting the 3 monarch spacetimes and the Genesis space. They were clearly parallel spacetimes, but they could still be connected. The universe was really strange. Space and time could be materialized in the universe, and they could only be quantified. Lingqi was very reluctant to see Luyin leave. Although she had only spent a short time with Luyin, this person was the benefactor of their entire clan. After Luyin left, the Psionic Grand Elder ordered a statue of Luyin to be built to commemorate his achievements. In the countless years of the endless battlefield, the Little Ling spacetime had been rescued by many cultivators from the Hexagon Society, but Luyin was the first one to save them from death and give the Little Ling spacetime the green light. Other powerhouses had never done this for them even if they had the ability. On the other side, Luyin had already arrived at the neighboring Gemini spacetime through the first portal. Before coming, he had learned that the Gemini spacetime was not unfamiliar to the Little Ling spacetime. After all, they were neighboring spacetimes and had supported each other before. The biggest characteristic of this spacetime was that people born in this spacetime must be twins. This was something that many people did not understand. Why were they twins? This was also the origin of the spacetime's name. Not only that, but there was also an even more magical characteristic that made the Gemini spacetime more famous in the Hexagon Society. That was, any one of the twins could instantly switch positions, just like a spatial transfer, and two people could be swapped. When the Gemini spacetime was first discovered, the Hexagon Society was very surprised and sent many people to study it, but they still could not understand it. In the end, it was left unsettled. Because of the Gemini spacetime's characteristics, there were also quite a lot of cultivators in this spacetime that resisted the Eternals. The number of cultivators in this spacetime was also terrifying. Correspondingly, the Eternals had placed an endless number of Corpse Kings in the Gemini spacetime. This was a huge battlefield, filled with Corpse Kings and countless cultivators. Some of these cultivators came from the Six Directions Association, but most of them were from the Gemini universe. Luyin saw the Gemini universe cultivators take action, and they could exchange positions with each other halfway through the battle. It was very magical. This characteristic was like the rules of the universe, including the fact that one must be born as a Gemini. It was also the rule of the spacetime. The universe was so magical that it gave birth to all kinds of rules. He took action, and Songbai also entered the battlefield under his orders. In this spacetime, there were no progenitor powerhouses, so Luyin could run rampant. He originally thought that it would be easy to eliminate the Eternals in this spacetime, just like the miniature spirit universe. However, he underestimated the difficulty of the Gemini universe. Although there were no powerful Eternal Corpse Kings here, there were too many of them, and they were spread throughout the entire spacetime. It would not be easy to eliminate them. After he cleared the battlefield, the first news he received was that the cultivators from the Reincarnation universe had left and headed to other parallel spacetimes. The Six Directions Association had invested no less than 100,000 cultivators in the Gemini universe, and when the cultivators from the Reincarnation universe left, they took away nearly half of the Six Directions Association's cultivators. Luyin did not need to guess to know that it had something to do with the Shaoing divinity, but it did not matter as it would just take a little more time. The Gemini universe and the miniature spirit universe were adjacent to each other, and the number of cultivators from the Six Directions Association's reinforcements was so big that it fully differentiated the characteristics of the two spacetimes. There were too many Eternal Corpse Kings in the Gemini universe, and the miniature spirit universe itself contained the wind of gravity, which was not something that anyone could get used to. This led to the difference in the number of cultivators supported by the two spacetimes. Songbai told Luyin that every parallel spacetime of the endless battlefield had a large number of cultivators supporting them, and the most important thing was that they were endless. It was a nightmare for the 62 parallel spacetimes of the endless battlefield, and it was also a nightmare for the Six Directions Association's parallel spacetimes. Even a half-step monarch like him did not dare to come. Luyin's battle in the Gemini universe began. There were many Corpse Kings, and Luyin could destroy a large number of them. Years of cultivation allowed him to quickly adapt to this kind of slaughter with almost no resistance. If the Corpse Kings did not die, humans would die, and this was the only choice. Luyin was not a saint, and he had no way of turning a Corpse King into a human. Perhaps they were worried that Luyin wouldn't contribute, or perhaps they were too eager for the green light to light up in their own spacetime, but the Gemini universe's twin half-ancestor elders took Luyin to see what the Eternals had built, a place that resembled an eternal kingdom. Here, Luyin saw the Eternals' research on the cultivators of the Gemini universe. Cruel was the only way to describe it. In the words of the twin elders of the Gemini universe, ever since the Gemini universe became an endless battlefield, the number of people who died at the hands of the eternal race could not be remembered clearly. This was also a production area for the eternal race to transform corpse kings. Describing it as a place of origin was unpleasant to hear, but it was also very appropriate. Beneath the city, Lu Yun saw countless Gemini cultivators being transformed. There were simply too many of them. These cultivators were left to the Gemini universe to deal with, while he continued to clean up the Eternals. 10 days, 15 days, 20 days. Until 2 months later, the information gathering place finally lit up for Gemini universe. The woman in a black trench coat and a brimmed hat had a strange look in her eyes. The most troublesome thing about the Gemini universe is not the powerful corpse kings, but the number. The number is indescribable and difficult to find. This Master Lu was able to clean up the Gemini universe in just 2 months. Even the strongest may not be able to do it. This person is right to enter the endless battlefield. Which parallel universe is the Gemini universe connected to? A woman replied, the Great Stone Void, the Dark Spacetime. These two spacetimes, no matter which one it is, are not easy to deal with. He can't light up the green light for any of them. But he can also be a powerful helper if he goes to support them. It depends on which one he wants to go to. As she spoke, the woman was quite expectant. In the primordial space, there existed an extremely glorious sect that even the eternal race retreated from. In that era, humans were at their peak. Whether it was the reincarnation universe or the eternal race, any spacetime had to pay homage to the sect. She wanted to experience the extreme glory of prosperity once, but it was a pity. In the Gemini universe, Lu Yun stood calmly with a pair of elder twins behind him. Songbai was also standing not far from them, and her expression was extremely ugly. Ordinary people can survive in the Great Stone Void, but cultivators must carry stones on their backs to resist the murderous aura that is everywhere. This murderous aura does not come from the eternal race, but from the Great Stone Void itself. Only the strongest can rely on themselves to resist it, but that also depends on the strength of the murderous aura. Rumor has it that there was once an extremely strong cultivator who was severely injured by the murderous aura and ultimately died in a sneak attack by the eternal race. If you want to go to the Great Stone Void, it's best that you find a suitable stone for yourself through the people of the Great Stone Void. Otherwise, when the murderous aura descends, you will have to face the eternal race at the same time. It's too dangerous. Lu Yun looked at the two elders. Even now, he was still amazed. These two elders were exactly the same, and they had the same cultivation. They could even swap places with each other. Were these the laws of the spacetime, or were they artificially modified? He knew about the sequence particles, and it was only then that he truly understood what it meant to change the world. Xianxia's divine martial sword domain that covered the starry sky was not changing the world at all. It was just using the ancestral realm to cover it. Even the symbol progenitor's rune lines were not changing the world, they were also covered by rune lines. The true change of the world was to change the inherent laws of the universe. The laws of the Gemini universe did not seem like they originally existed in the universe. The laws, which were the sequence particles, might be a kind of program to some people that could be changed according to their wishes. This was what it meant to change the world. Has the Great Stone Void ever lost an extreme powerhouse? Lu Yun asked. Yes, the Great Stone Void is one of the more difficult spacetimes to deal with in the endless battlefield. It is confirmed that there is a battlefield of extreme powerhouses. Lu Yun frowned. This was troublesome. The existence of a battlefield of extreme powerhouses meant that the eternal race was willing to place a progenitor realm corpse king in that spacetime. This also meant that they would not give up on that spacetime. Once he took action, even if he dealt with the progenitor realm corpse king, the next to appear might be the 7 sky gods. When he thought of the 7 sky gods, he became fearful. Outside the Starfall Sea, the corpse god's strength was still fresh in his memory. He definitely could not deal with any of the 7 sky gods, and it would be difficult to even resist them. Lu. Sir, are we going to the Great Stone Void? Songbai was terrified. Her face was pale as she asked, and her eyes were filled with apprehension. Lu Yun clasped his hands behind his back. We still need a green light. Songbai was immediately frightened. This is not a matter of the green light. Sir, there is an extreme powerhouse in the Great Stone Void, and there is definitely an extreme powerhouse corpse king. It is an extreme powerhouse on the same level as the 3 venerables, 9 saints, and the 3 sovereigns, sir. Luin frowned and glanced at her. Songbai immediately shut up, but her pale face became even more unsightly. She looked at the twin elders as if she was asking for help. The elder coughed. Actually, when we Gemini time, the void also leads to another parallel spacetime. Songbai's eyes widened and almost glowed. Really? Which parallel spacetime? The other elder looked at Songbai sympathetically. The dark spacetime. Songbai opened his mouth wide. He wanted to slap these 2 old things. Luin was curious. The dark spacetime? That name is quite strange. Songbai wailed, "Sir, we can't go to this spacetime." The elder replied respectfully, "The dark spacetime is the same as the Great Stone Void. It is one of the more difficult spacetimes to deal with in the endless battlefield. It is a nightmare for countless people. Although the dark spacetime is not as certain as the Great Stone Void, there is an 80% chance that there is an extreme powerhouse there." "There is definitely one," Songbai shouted. Luin looked at him. "Do you understand?" Songbai's face was bitter. "I heard from Lord Qianle that the people in this dark spacetime can only live in the shadows. They are good at assassination and all kinds of strange means. It is difficult for ordinary people to see a normal person there. It is a battlefield for assassins. The Sixth Direction Association sends many troublesome people who want to be executed there. The Eternal Race also sends a large number of strange corpse kings there to fight in the dark spacetime. Lord Qianle said that he almost died there. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to escape. Normal cultivators can't live for more than an hour in that place. More importantly, there are definitely monsters like the Great Stone Void there." This is what Lord Qianle said. The Gemini Time Elder said, "Indeed, not only the Sixth Direction Association, but also the spacetimes around our endless battlefield. People who are good at assassination and have strange talents are sent to the dark spacetime. There is a strange millstone of life and death there. Although there has been no earth-shattering battle, but..." After hesitating for a moment, the other elder said, "Even we don't want to go there." "It is the extreme powerhouses who don't want to go there," Songbai said. Luin muttered to himself. This was troublesome. One was the Great Stone Void, and the other was the dark spacetime. Neither seemed to be easy to deal with. "If I have to choose one, I still recommend the Great Stone Void," the elder said. Songbai glared at him fiercely. If he had to recommend one, he felt that the little spirit space was a good choice. Luin also felt the same. If the dark spacetime was really so strange, and there were powerhouses like the Great Stone Void there, it would be dangerous for him to go there. On the other hand, although the Great Stone Void was certain that there were extreme powerhouses on the battlefield, he had fought with them more than once or twice. If he really couldn't do it, he could retreat. "Do you know who the extreme powerhouse of the Sixth Direction Association is?" Luin asked. "Hyperspace, a super-large carrier of the feed technique." Luin was surprised. Hyperspace had 3 super-large carriers of the feed technique. One was in the drifting cloud space, one was in the hyperspace frontline battlefield, and one was in the hyperspace frontline battlefield, suppressing the Eternals from entering. But the last one was here? The Great Stone Void situation is special. The carrier of the feed technique can exert the attack power of an extreme powerhouse, and it doesn't have to bear the killing intent. This is why it can safely guard the Great Stone Void, the elder said. Another elder said, "But it is not easy to make the Great Stone Void light up. The carrier of the feed technique's attack is too deadly. If the extreme powerhouses of the Eternal Race want to avoid it, it is not difficult. Because it is a neighboring spacetime, we have also been to the Great Stone Void and have some understanding of it." Luin decided, "Let's go to the Great Stone Void." Songbai's face turned pale. "Lord Lu, what about me?" Luin glanced at him, "There is no need for you. Just stay here." Songbai let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Lu, thank you." Luin did not want Songbai to die either. Although they were enemies with the 3 monarchs, Songbai was not of much use. However, as a half-ancestor, she was still very useful in the Gemini universe and miniature spirit universe. It would be a pity to send her to her death. Facing a battlefield of extreme powerhouses, he was not confident that he could protect this person. Soon after, Lu Yun came to the Gemini Universe 2 portal. After 2 months of killing, the portal lit up, and he did not know how long more corpse kings would come. Many cultivators from the Gemini universe, as well as the cultivators from the Hexway Society, looked at him as he passed through the spatial gate and entered the Great Stone Void. Lu Yun took a step and left the Gemini universe, arriving at the Great Stone Void. As soon as he arrived, he felt uncomfortable, as if he was in a swamp. But now was not the time to think. A huge scarlet vertical eye appeared in front of him. Lu Yun's pupils shrank sharply as he stepped backward, his figure twisting. A palm fell from where he was standing, tearing through the void. It came from an ancestral realm corpse king, and the overwhelming pressure almost sent Lu Yun flying. Lu Yun did not even have time to move the spatial lines. Fortunately, he stepped backward and disrupted time to avoid the attack. The corpse king looked back, its scarlet vertical eye staring at Lu Yun as if it did not expect Lu Yun to avoid it. Lu Yun frowned as he stared at the corpse king. Songbai had warned him that passing through the portal would sometimes lead to attacks. Whether it was the Eternals or the Hexagon Society, they would often leave traps in the portal to catch the other party off guard. Therefore, there were 2 places in the endless battlefield that were most important. One was the place where information was gathered, and the other was the portal. Whether it was the Hexagon Society or the Eternals, they would try their best to control these 2 places. Lu Yun exhaled. This was definitely an ancestral realm corpse king, but why did it only have 1 eye? And it looked like it had been injured. Die. The giant corpse king raised its hand to grab Lu Yun. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to encounter an ancestral realm creature as soon as he arrived. This great stone void was more dangerous than he had imagined. He did not meet the giant corpse king head-on, but instead constantly avoided it. The giant corpse king was agile, but Lu Yun was faster. Especially since he could see through space, no matter how fast the giant corpse king was, it could not hit him. Lu Yun tentatively struck out with his palm, leaving a palm print on the giant corpse king's body, and forcing it back a step. It didn't seem like much. This corpse king was not a progenitor, but a monster that possessed the physical strength of a progenitor. Ordinary progenitors might not be able to take it down so easily, but Lu Yun's opponent was Lu Yun. With that in mind, he took a step forward and appeared directly behind the giant corpse king, raising his slipper and slamming it down. Suddenly, black lines appeared on the giant corpse king's body and spread all over his body. With a slap of the slipper, half of the giant corpse king's head was smashed into pieces. This was something that even the undead god was beaten into submission. It was reasonable to say that a slipper was enough to kill the giant corpse king. But after the giant corpse king fell, the black lines in its body continued to connect, reassembling its smashed head. It won't die? Lu Yun was surprised. Then he'd hit it a few more times. Other things aside, the power of the slippers was something that no one could withstand unless they could avoid it. Just as he was about to continue attacking, the giant corpse king roared and suddenly took a step forward, running away. Lu Yun was stunned. You want to run? It wasn't easy for him to meet someone who couldn't even defend himself. If he didn't deal with him, he would be letting down his slippers. No matter what, it was still a monster with the physical strength of a progenitor. Slapping it to death would be a great contribution, and it might even allow Lu Yun to leave the battlefield. Just as he was about to give chase, an indescribable chill descended. Lu Yun suddenly recalled the characteristics of the Great Stone Void, and he hurriedly reversed his steps. The void became chaotic and then exploded, forming traces that spread out in all directions. It was as if the starry sky had been scorched. Lu Yun was stunned. Was this the killing intent? What was going on? He looked around, his pupils turning into runes as a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder and rune lines spread out. Then, he saw that the rune lines were in a mess. Rune lines could reflect the strength of the area enveloped, but at this moment, Lu Yun felt that the starry sky was a mess. What was going on? Lu Yun had never seen such a mess of rune lines before. It was as if many forces were entangled together without any pattern. There was no battle here, and there were no other forces. Lu Yun's own strength had been restrained, leaving only the rune lines. If an ordinary person stood here, they would see a calm starry sky, and there would be no forces that could destroy this part of the starry sky. However, the rune lines showed a completely different reaction. According to the reaction of the rune lines, even an envoy-level cultivator would be torn to pieces if they stood here, let alone an ordinary person. However, there was indeed no harmful force here, and ordinary people would not be harmed in any way. Luin spread the rune lines, not just in this area, but in the surrounding area and even the entire starry sky. It was as if the entire starry sky was in a mess, with countless forces entangled, but ordinary people could not see them. Suddenly, the killing intent descended, and Luin hurriedly dodged it. It was as if a stone had been smashed through, and the void cracked open. The appearance of the killing intent this time had been predicted by the rune lines in advance, and the power of the killing intent had even been reflected to Luin. This made him very clear that this killing intent had the destructive power of a half-progenitor. No wonder the Gemini Universe Elder had said that he had to carry a stone unique to this spacetime to resist the killing intent. What kind of stone could resist this kind of killing intent? Was this the origin of the Dashur Kong? In the distance, an object shaped like a spaceship approached. Luin stood in place and did not move. The rune line spread and covered the object, and a group of people stared at him nervously and uneasily. It was a spaceship. The spaceship in this part of the starry sky was completely different from the one in the fifth mainland. It was rougher, with spikes everywhere on the periphery and bloodstains on it. Inside the spaceship, all the cultivators stared at the screen and saw Luin standing in the starry sky. Other than this person, there are no signs of life near the portal, a mechanical voice said. A middle-aged man clenched his fist. Sure enough, something has happened. This person might be a corpse king. Everyone, be vigilant. The spaceship slowly approached Luin. Luin looked at the spaceship. I am a cultivator sent by the Six-Way Association to support the Dashur Kong. The people in the spaceship did not let down their guard, and the middle-aged man said, please prove yourself. In the endless battlefield, not everyone was like Luin who could travel between parallel universes. Most of the cultivators who came to provide support would only stay in one parallel universe. When going to other parallel universes, the best way to make the other party believe your identity was to say a code word to prove your identity through the intelligence gathering place of your own spacetime and hand it over to the intelligence gathering place of the endless battlefield. After going to the next parallel universe, the cultivator in the next parallel universe could confirm with the intelligence gathering place of the endless battlefield. Previously, when he was little. When he went to the Gemini spacetime, he did not leave any code words. These things were handled by Tsongbai. Now that Tsongbai did not follow him, he left a code word through the Gemini spacetime so that he could confirm his identity with the cultivator of the Dashur Kong. The code word Luin said was Dayu. Soon, the middle-aged man contacted the intelligence gathering place of the Dashur Kong and confirmed Lu Yin's identity with the intelligence gathering place of the endless battlefield. Not only that, but he also received information that Luin had made the green light of the Gemini spacetime and the Gemini spacetime. He was shocked and hurriedly got off the spaceship. I am Peiji of the Dashur Empire. Greetings, Lord Luin. Inside the spaceship, those with Explorer's cultivation base got off the spaceship and saluted. Most of the remaining people who were not explorers and could not survive in the starry sky also stood in the spaceship and saluted. All of them were happy. The appearance of such a person was a good thing for the Dashur Kong. This person did not come directly to the Dashur Kong, but made the green light of the Gemini spacetime and the small spirit spacetime. His purpose was obvious. This person wanted the Dashur Kong to also light up the green light. Regardless of whether this person had the ability to do it or not, at least he would definitely increase the combat power of the Dashur Kong and reduce the pressure on them. Luin nodded and looked at the stone behind Peiji. The murderous intent in the universe can be offset by stones? Peiji saw that Luin did not have any stones and hurriedly said, My lord, please don't use your power. Otherwise, you may attract murderous intent. Let's talk about it on the spaceship. Soon after, Luin told him what had happened here. Peiji's scalp tingled. If what Luin said was true, then this spacetime gate was equivalent to being occupied by an extremely strong corpse king. They would be courting death if they came here. He hurriedly thanked Luin again and handed over the information at the same time. At the place where the intelligence of the endless battlefield was gathered, the woman lowered her brimmed hat and stared at the light screen. Everyone in the Deshirkong #1 spacetime gate is confirmed dead. It is impossible to verify the authenticity of what Luin said. For the time being, it is confirmed that it is true. Send information to the Deshirkong and confirm that there are two extremely strong creatures. Let the Deshirkong be careful. Yes. The woman was in a daze. This Luin was more powerful than she had imagined. He had no need to lie. In other words, he really defeated an extremely strong corpse king, which meant that he himself had the combat power to face an extremely strong opponent. However, he was only at the 7th rank of the Near Celestial Realm, which was not even at the peak of the Near Celestial Realm. There was still the Immortal Realm above him, and above that was the extremely strong level that represented the 3 Venerables and 9 Sages. How did he do it? No wonder he could confront Luo Shan and attract the attention of the great heavenly master. Inform the Deshirkong that I want to talk to Luin, the woman said. The women in front were surprised. Did the Lord value this Luin so much? The endless battlefield never lacked extremely strong opponents, but it was rare to see the Lord take the initiative to talk to someone. The so-called conversation was not talking, but a direct exchange of information. There was no need to go through a third party. Luin could choose to block the Deshirkong's people and exchange information with the woman. He could also let the Deshirkong's people pass on the information on his behalf. It was the same for the woman. The Deshirkong. Luin received a message, talk directly? Peiji said respectfully, yes, this is the location of the place where I, the Deshirkong, gather the information. I will send someone to send the Lord there. If the Lord does not need to talk directly, you can tell me and I will pass on the information on your behalf. Luin thought about it. The place where the information was gathered was very important. Every parallel spacetime had its own place where the information was gathered. The place where the information was gathered was the place where the endless battlefield's information was gathered. He remembered that place was called Limitless. Information from the entire endless battlefield would be gathered at Distanceless and then sent to the Six Direction Society. It could be said that the gathering place of Distanceless was the key to the Six Direction Society's knowledge and control of the entire endless battlefield. The reason why Yi Jun was so popular and had people constantly asking to see her was not only because she had made contributions in the endless battlefield, but also because she knew people in the gathering place and could get some scattered information about the endless battlefield. This gathering place might not necessarily refer to Distanceless, but it could also be a gathering place of information in a parallel universe. Qingfan's mission was to break into the Void God Spacetime's gathering place, Xixing Stream, and directly get information from Distanceless. Information was the eyes, otherwise, even a Grand Empyrean would not be able to control the endless battlefield. Luin wanted to get hold of this information. He knew the location of Xixing Stream. So it was time to talk to the people in Distanceless. The people he talked to should be the higher-ups. He asked Song Bai and Ling Qi, but no one knew the situation in Distanceless. Perhaps only extremely strong people knew. Luin did not go himself. This universe was very strange, and using his own power could easily lead to danger. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, so he took a spacecraft there. Along the way, he saw several battlefields. The war in the Greater Stone universe was not as intense as in the Gemini universe, and there were not as many cultivators and corpse kings, but there was a battlefield of extremely strong people. A few days later, Luin asked how far it was and learned that it would take another half a month. This was too much. He should have asked in advance how long it would take before going. Luin did not wait and went himself. He had rune lines anyway, so he could sense danger in advance. By the time Luin arrived under an ordinary starry sky, he had already encountered no less than 5 assassination attempts, but none of them had affected him much. This was the place where the Great Stone Emperor gathered his information. It was far away from the Great Stone Empire, and although it looked ordinary, it was guarded by half-step ancestors. Luin was taken in, and this was the second time he came to the gathering place. The first time was the underground tower in the Little Spirit universe. There was nothing special about it, it just had more defense and more concealment. My lord, please. Luin looked at the screen in front of him. He could enter the questions he wanted to ask, and Distanceless would receive them. It was not directly transmitted to Distanceless, but someone had gone to the spacetime where Distanceless was to transmit it. However, that person did not know what Luine had transmitted, as long as Luine did not want others to know. Before Luine could think of what to say, a line appeared on the screen. Congratulations to Master Lu for giving the green light to Shaoling Spacetime and Gemini Spacetime. Luine typed, "Why are you talking to me?" I thought Dao Master Lu had something to ask. Because I don't understand the endless battlefield? Yes. Within Limitless, the woman sat calmly with a screen in front of her as she conversed with Luine. She was very curious about Luine. Being in charge of Limitless meant that she was in charge of the entire Six Direction Association and the Endless Battlefield's intelligence network. Naturally, Lu Yin's information was within her grasp. The Lu family had been banished, lost their memories, and lost their cultivation. Even so, they were still able to return to the peak in such a short period of time. This was no longer the peak. They had unified the fifth mainland, faced the four-direction scale, and became the sect master of the Above Heaven sect. They had many experts under their command, especially those who had survived the era of the Above Heaven sect. They could break through to the ancestor realm at any time. This young man had even fought against Xianxia and the Ghost Abyss ancestor with his current cultivation base. After seeing this person's legendary experience, even this woman admired him. How did he do it? Why was it possible? Even if the Lu clan was still around, even if he was still Lu Shaoxian, it was impossible for him to go this far. It could only be said that Lu Shaoxian could not do it, but Luine could. This was also the reason why she wanted to talk to Luine directly. She was too curious about this person. I can ask anything? Luine sent a message. The woman's eyes lit up. Yes, it's up to me whether I answer or not. Luine laughed. Does that mean I can leave if De Shirkong lights up the green light? Yes. The Grand Empyrean agreed? These are the rules. What if the Grand Empyrean wants to break the rules? The woman looked up and sent a message. No one can break the rules unless Master can wipe out the everlasting tribe with his own strength. Luine paused. A progenitor realm corpse king has appeared in De Shirkong. If I deal with him, how much credit will I get? Very much. Very much? How much? Do you want to ask about the reward or whether you can replace De Shirkong in lighting up the green light? Both are fine. You can't replace the green light, but the reward will not disappoint you. You can choose the material reward or the spiritual reward. Luine was puzzled. What do you mean by spiritual reward? The woman replied, if you kill an extremely strong powerhouse, I will give you a list. You can choose from the list yourself. No one on the list will attack you or use their influence to attack people you approve of. If they violate the rules, Master will personally set things right. Luine raised his eyebrows. So you mean that if I kill an progenitor realm corpse king, I can make a Yuan sage not attack me and my people? You can understand it that way. If you ask for a Yuan sage, I will agree. What if there are no requirements? I will give you a list and you can choose one. At the same time, you can also get a huge material reward. You can ask for it yourself or we can give it to you. I am from the origin space and was punished by the Grand Empyrean. Is there a reward for this? Entering the endless battlefield to fight for humans, regardless of the reason. There should be a reward for meritorious service. Luine laughed. If I kill 10 progenitor realm corpse kings, does that mean that 10 extremely strong powerhouses from the 6 parties will never attack me? Or can I directly include the Grand Empyrean? No distance. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up. Her face was clearly cold, but even when she smiled, it was still cold. If you are in the same realm, you can kill anyone in the 7 sky gods if you want Master to never attack you. Luine frowned. The Grand Empyrean only corresponds to the 7 sky gods? This is a reward. Otherwise, if you can kill the only true god, why would you care about Master? Luine did not say much on this issue. Instead, he asked, where is no distance? No comment. Who are you? The woman looked at the light screen quietly and sent a message. There were only 2 words, Bodhi Sage. Luin looked at the light screen and was surprised. Bodhi Sage? It was actually her? Samsara spacetime had 3 venerated 9 sages. Among the 9 sages, Bodhi Sage's presence was extremely weak. The outside world almost could not hear any news about her. Unexpectedly, she was in no distance. Even though Luin had integrated with many people, he did not know much about Bodhi Sage. He only knew that she was a woman. Now, he was full of curiosity about this Bodhi Sage. An extremely strong corpse king has appeared in Dashi Kong. Do you need help? Bodhi Sage sent a message. Luin replied, what's the situation with the other ancestor realm corpse king? The other one is not a corpse king, but an extremely strong creature called the camphor insect. It specializes in dealing with the carriers of the bestow technique. Bodhi Sage told Luin about the camphor insect. Luin only had one feeling after listening to it. It was tailor-made. Do you need help? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. No need. Can you deal with it? If you can't, then call for help. Alright, that's it. Lu Yin then ended the conversation. If Bodhi Sage did not lie to him, he could deal with both the camphor insect and the ancestor realm corpse king. Dealing with them meant that at least 2 of the 6 direction sex progenitors could not attack him and the people around him. It was equivalent to crippling 2 of the 6 direction sex progenitors and also obtaining a large number of material rewards. With the slippers in hand, Luin was not afraid. This was a reward delivered to his doorstep. If it was something like the witch spirit god that could pass through space, he did not want to deal with it. The slippers could not hit it at all. No distance. The light screen in front of Bodhi Sage disappeared. She looked at the various light screens in the distance again, listening to the information of the endless battlefield. Was this Luin so confident? If he could give the green light to the Great Stone Void, some people in the 6 Directions sect would be anxious. After the Great Stone Void ended his conversation with Bodhi Sage, Luin walked out of the intelligence gathering place and headed directly to the Great Stone Empire. All the 6 Direction sect's cultivators who came to support the Great Stone Void would first stop at the Great Stone Empire. They had to find stones to carry in order to fight in the starry skies. The Eternals did not have this problem. They mostly relied on their physical strength to fight. Physical strength rarely attracted killing intent, but human cultivators could not. If it was a competition of physical strength, this spacetime would have fallen long ago. When Luin arrived at the Great Stone Empire, the Great Stone Emperor personally welcomed him with a group of Great Stone Empire's upper echelons. Luin was welcomed into the Great Stone Empire. He was puzzled. Don't you need to go to the battlefield? The Great Stone Emperor smiled. The outside world has some misunderstandings about the Great Stone Void. They all think that we have extreme powerhouses on the battlefield and are difficult to deal with. In fact, the extreme powerhouses of the Eternals are the camphor insects, and we have the carrier of the Art of Gift on our side. The two just offset each other. The other battlefields are about the same. In terms of intensity, they are not as intense as the Gemini universe that Your Excellency swept. But now there is another progenitor realm corpse king, Luin said. The Great Stone Emperor sighed, so Your Excellency's arrival has saved the Great Stone Empire. Luin was speechless. The 2 elders of the Gemini universe were so serious. When he first arrived at the Great Stone Void, he was really shocked. Who wouldn't be worried about encountering an progenitor realm corpse king as soon as he arrived? After understanding it, he was not so worried. If the camphor insects and the carrier of the Art of Gift really offset each other, the Great Stone Void was indeed not as dangerous as the Gemini universe. However, as Songbai said, it was almost impossible to give the green light. The camphor insects had to be dealt with first. According to Bodhi Sage's information, the camphor insects were best at defense. Its wings wrapped the entire super-large carrier of the Art of Gift and forcibly withstood the power of the Art of Gift that was enough to blow away an progenitor. The information did not know the upper limit of the camphor insect's defense at all. It was impossible for ordinary progenitors to break the camphor insect's defense. If the 3 of them came, then the stronger Eternal Corpse King would also appear, which led to the current situation. For the Great Stone Empire, this was a good thing. If the Eternals kept the camphor insects here to exhaust the carrier of the Art of Gift, there would be no danger in this spacetime, and they would not have to go to the battlefield. Many of the cultivators from the Six Direction Association were also in the Great Stone Empire. They would only provide support according to the critical situation on the battlefield. Generally speaking, this spacetime was far less dangerous than what the outside world said, as long as the green light did not light up. However, the sudden arrival of the progenitor Realm Corpse King caused the Great Stone Empire to panic. Fortunately, Luin had also arrived at the same time. This was also why the Great Stone Emperor was so enthusiastic. They were afraid that Luin would run away, and they would have to face a progenitor Realm Corpse King. The entire Dashi Kong would be destroyed. The people of the Great Stone Empire were all carrying stones on their backs. They looked honest, but they were actually very shrewd. The Great Stone Emperor warmly welcomed Luin, and Luin didn't stand on ceremony either. Sometimes, one should enjoy what was meant to be enjoyed. If the string was pulled too tightly, it would break. He had been in the Six Directions Society for the past few years, so he was indeed very tired. The singing and dancing of the Big Stone Empire is in sharp contrast to the Small Spirit Universe and Gemini Universe. It was also a stark contrast to the battlefield where they were fighting in the distance. The boundless battlefield was a grindstone of life and death. Some people entered this place and died in fear, fighting endlessly. However, some people could always find a way to relax. The Great Stone Emperor had been observing Luin. When he saw that Luin was not disgusted, he sighed with emotion. "Mr. Lu, you're really one of the few peerless heroes I've seen. I thought you would be dissatisfied. What's there to be unhappy about?" "Their dance was pretty good," Luin said casually. The Great Stone Emperor laughed. Below him, a group of cultivators from the Great Stone Empire and some of the Six Paths Association's support also laughed. Not everyone can accept it. "Let me toast to Mr. Lu." "To Mr. Lu." Luin finished his drink and looked at the Great Stone Emperor. "Your injuries are not light." The Great Stone Emperor said bitterly, "I still have to raise it for a few more years." Luin looked at the others. Some of them were injured, while others were in perfect condition. The Great Stone Emperor's injuries were very severe, and from the looks of it, he would not be able to fight on the battlefield, so he might as well take a breather. He was not afraid of death. The next day, Luin arrived at the stone selection area under the lead of the Great Stone Emperor. "Mr. Lu, sometimes it's not that my people don't want to go to the battlefield, it's that they can't. There are only so many stones. Some of them are used on the battlefield, some are used to guard the place where we gather intelligence, and the rest are used to guard the Great Stone Empire. There's no other way," the Great Stone Emperor said as he looked at the stone pit in front of him. He looked at the huge crater in front of him, which was filled with rocks. There were at least tens of thousands of them, but these rocks didn't even make up a tenth of the crater. Before coming here, he thought that the Great Stone Empire respected these stones very much, but he didn't expect that they would just casually throw them away. "Where did these stones come from?" Luin asked. He had observed that the stones were engraved with different powers, and depending on each person's cultivation, the number of stones they could carry would be different. The stones on the Great Stone Emperor's back should be able to withstand the killing intent of a half-martial ancestor. The Great Stone Emperor slowly narrated the history of the Great Stone Kong. Speaking of which, it was quite simple. An unprecedented expert had appeared in Dashi Kong, and no one knew what he had done. Ever since that expert had died, this universe had been like this. Fortunately, that expert had engraved his power on a meteorite before he died, and had scattered the meteorite. Those who carried the meteorite fragments could resist the killing intent, otherwise, there would be no cultivators in this spacetime. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, as this was changing the laws of the universe. That powerhouse was at least at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas, or even at the level of a void master. That expert is the first generation of our Great Stone Empire. The Great Stone Emperor, and I am already the 1269th generation. The Great Stone Emperor shook his head. "I'm sorry, ancestor. Ever since the first Great Stone Empress, there has never been another half-martial ancestor in Dashi Kong." Luin pursed his lips. The universe had already become like this, yet there was still a progenitor here. How monstrous would that be? If he had been born in Dashi Kong, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to his current level. Mr. Liu, you can choose from these stones, but it's best to choose one that's close to your cultivation. Otherwise, it'll be too difficult to fight against the Eternal Corpse King and guard against the killing intent, the Great Stone Emperor reminded him. Luin looked behind him. The Great Stone Emperor raised his eyebrows. My stone is the inheritance of the past Great Stone Emperors. Mr. Liu, it's better not to look at it. Luin said, don't worry. Your stone is useless to me. It's meaningless. The Great Stone Emperor's eyes flashed. What arrogance! No wonder he could beat the half-martial ancestor Corpse King. This person's cultivation wasn't high, but he had the strength to fight an half-martial ancestor. Only one of these stones met the requirements. It all depended on whether this person could find it or not. In fact, the Great Stone Emperor was also conflicted. Logically speaking, this person was here to help the Great Stone Emperor, so he should help this person find the most suitable stone for him. However, that stone was specially reserved for the Great Stone Emperor, who had broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm. It had never been used by outsiders. This was the ancestral rule. Should he give it to him? Luin looked at the stone pit and felt strange. I'm here to help the Great Stone Emperor deal with the eternal race. Shouldn't you help me find a stone? Do I need to find it myself? The Great Stone Emperor was helpless. Please don't blame me. This is the ancestral rule. Luin looked at him with a faint smile. When this ancestral rule was set, did the eternal race start a war with the Great Stone Emperor? The Great Stone Emperor froze. Not yet. The Great Stone Empire's ancestor can't predict the future. I believe that if the ancestor knew about today's situation, he wouldn't have set this ancestral rule. To be honest, it's a waste of time. Luin said. Then, without waiting for the Great Stone Emperor to answer, he waved his hand, and an inconspicuous stone flew up from the ground. Compared to the other stones, this one was a little smaller, but Luin was certain that it was this one based on the rune lines. At least in this stone pit, this stone was the most messy. The Great Stone Emperor had been conflicted about whether or not to help Luin find that stone. When he saw that Luin had picked the stone, he sighed in relief. He didn't have to make things difficult for himself anymore, even though he felt a little sorry for this person. When he looked over, he was stunned. Then, his expression changed drastically. Sir, this is... The stone floated calmly in front of Luin. Because it had used its power, a murderous aura had descended from the unseen world. Luin directly placed the stone above his head. The power inscribed on the stone flashed, and the murderous aura disappeared. The Great Stone Emperor stared blankly at this scene. This stone was the one that he had been conflicted about whether or not to give to Luin. Luin had actually found it on his own? And in such a short time at that? Ever since the Great Stone Emperor had become one of the endless battlefield, he had seen many of the Six-Party Society's powerhouses. However, none of them gave Luin the feeling that they were powerful or unstoppable. Instead, they gave off a mysterious feeling. This person's cultivation wasn't very high, but he was confident that he could deal with the Eternal Race's Corpse King. He had also found the stone in such a short time. Even a cultivator like Dishir Kong wouldn't be able to find it so quickly. Thinking of this, the Great Stone Emperor bowed solemnly to Luin. Great Stone Emperor, sorry to trouble you, Mr. Liu. Luin glanced at him. Lead the way. Bearer of the feeding technique. The location of the bearer of the art of feeding was the battlefield of the extreme powerhouses. That was the fiercest battlefield of Dashi Kong. Not only were there camphor insects and Fuji, most of the half-martial ancestor Dishir Kong's battles took place there. With the Great Stone Emperor leading the way, Luin arrived in an hour. The Greater Stone Void was very large, but it was still equivalent to the Outer Verse, the Inner Verse, and the Starfall Sea. It wasn't as large as the Fifth Mainland. In the distance, Luin saw a familiar object. It was the host of the bestow technique. When he had first seen it, Luin had been filled with shock. Hyperspace had relied on this item to fight against a progenitor powerhouse. Before he had left the Fifth Mainland, Luin had not been able to imagine such a thing. An artificially created item could reach the ultimate destructive power of a human's cultivation. It could only be said that humans had unlimited cultivation potential, and so did their intelligence. There were battlefields all around the bearer of the bestow technique, and Lu Yun saw several half-martial ancestors fighting. However, none of those half-martial ancestors were a match for the Great Stone Emperor. The Great Stone Emperor was at the peak of the half-martial ancestor realm, and he was no weaker than Elder Gong and other powerhouses who could break through to the progenitor realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the progenitor realm. Unfortunately, in this spacetime, he would never be able to break through. As for his combat power, Lu Yun had never seen it before, so it was not easy to compare. The camphor insect opposite the bearer of the bestow technique. It uses its nearly transparent wings to envelop the bearer of the bestow technique. No matter how powerful the attack is, it can't penetrate the wings. However, the camphor insect is also being held back by the bearer of the bestow technique. Compared to the bestow technique's killing power, the camphor insect doesn't have much destructive power. At most, it can crush enemies with its body. In the eyes of the Eternals, it's actually the camphor insect that's holding back the bestow technique, the Great Stone Emperor slowly explained. Lu Yun looked at the camphor insect in the distance, which was even larger than the bestow technique. At first glance, it looked like a cockroach. It had large transparent wings that could extend and envelop the bestow technique. If the bestow technique wants to unleash an attack that has the destructive power of a powerhouse, it must have a source box. Who can provide the source box? Lu Yun suddenly recalled something and asked. The term source box seemed to be universal, just like how the Six Directions Association also used the Cloud Stone. The Great Stone Emperor said, although the Great Stone Void doesn't cover a large area, we have a long history that can be traced back to before the Six Directions Association was established. Thus, we still have some source boxes. Lu Yun looked at the Great Stone Emperor with a burning gaze. The Great Stone Emperor understood and smiled. If you need them, I can give you some. In any case, because of the camphor insect, the bestow technique hasn't attacked for a long time, so we can save some source boxes. Then it's settled. Thank you, Senior Great Stone Emperor. Lu Yun did not stand on ceremony. The more source boxes he had, the better. Not only would the bestow technique be useful, but there were also many sourcebox array formations in the Fifth Mainland that needed to be used. The power of sourcebox array formations was not inferior to the bestow technique that hyperspace had invented. Progenitor Hui had used the limitless power of a sourcebox array to block the Eternals, and Guyu had also used a sourcebox array to seal off the passage. The more of these things, the better. Lu Yun had obtained the benefits, so now was the time. Lu Yun's expression was solemn, and under the Great Stone Emperor's dazed gaze, he took out the slippers. It's time to light up this spacetime. Others might not be able to do it, and even powerhouses like Su Wuwei might not be able to break through the camphor insect's defenses. However, Lu Yun was different. He had the slippers, and given enough time, he could even kill an undying, let alone a bug. No one paid attention to Lu Yun's arrival. The battle here had been going on for too long, and as long as the camphor insect did not move, this spacetime would remain the same. The people on this battlefield were still unaware that a progenitor realm corpse king had arrived. Strangely, the progenitor realm corpse king had not appeared. Ignoring him, Lu Yun held the slipper in his hand and stirred up spatial lines to appear directly on the battlefield. In front of him was the transparent wings of the camphor insect, and within the wings was the carrier of the feeding technique. He could see the people who had transcended time and space. This carrier was almost exactly the same as the one he had seen in the drifting cloud space. Looking forward, he saw the camphor insect's huge eyes. Lu Yun was even smaller than an ant in its eyes, so it did not care about him at all. A corpse king appeared behind him, and Lu Yun shattered it with a casual slap. He then grabbed the slipper and raised his hand to slap it down. Far away, the Great Stone Emperor watched the battlefield. He did not care about the camphor insect, as he was mainly guarding against the progenitor corpse kings. In his opinion, Lu Yun's greatest use was not to deal with the camphor insect, as he did not believe that this person could break through the camphor insect's defenses. This person's true use was to deal with the progenitor corpse kings that had yet to appear. After all, if this person could defeat a corpse king once, he could do it again. Suddenly, a hair-raising shriek that no one had ever heard before rang out. It was like a boulder had been thrown into a lake, causing ripples in the starry sky. Countless people covered their ears and looked in one direction in horror. It was the camphor insect. The Great Stone Emperor looked over as well, and his mouth gaped open in disbelief. The transparent wings that had been helpless against and that several powerhouses had failed to destroy had now cracked. Under the crack, Lu Yin raised the slipper high. Again. The camphor insect shrieked again, and the transparent wings instantly retracted. After so many years, the carrier of the feeding technique had finally been released. On the battlefield, whether it was the human cultivators, the eternal corpse kings, or the creatures controlled by the Eternals, they all stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person had broken through the camphor insect's defenses? Lu Yin had not expected the camphor insect to react so strongly to breaking its wings. He sneered. Afraid of pain? Then you're finished. With that, he rushed towards the camphor insect with the slipper in his hand. The camphor insect's incomparably black eyes narrowed as it stared at Lu Yin. It raised its incomparably huge claws and swept across. Lu Yin stirred up spatial lines that the camphor insect could not touch, and his body instantly disappeared like a phantom. The camphor insect continuously swept its claws, but it could not hurt Lu Yin. It retreated, clearly afraid. This human had the strength to break through its defense, but it couldn't hit this human. This human was its nemesis. Lu Yin was the nemesis of too many people, but none of his fights had been as smooth as K's camphor worms. This was a progenitor, and none of the progenitors that Lu Yin had fought had been so easy to deal with. K's camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worm. He appeared on the back of the camphor insect. From a human's point of view, this place was simply a boundless continent. It was completely black and there was no end in sight. Lu Yin's fist landed on the camphor insect's back, but it did not leave a single mark. To the camphor insect, it was probably just an itch. The camphor insect jumped up and down, constantly shaking its body in an attempt to shake Lu Yin off. The entire battlefield was in chaos. The human cultivators all retreated. The bearers of the art of feeding were in full defense. At the same time, they were also retreating. Many corpse kings were crushed into pieces by the camphor worms. Lu Yin snorted. He could not destroy this monster on his own, so he could only use the slippers. The slipper ruthlessly slapped the back of the camphor worm, causing a crack to spread. The camphor worm let out an even sharper cry and rushed into the distance. The Great Stone Emperor finally reacted and hurriedly chased after the camphor worm. He wanted to personally witness the camphor worm's destruction. The starry sky was like a land filled with dust particles, and the camphor worm continuously rolled about. It tried its best to shake Lu Yin off, but Lu Yin had the strength to fight against a progenitor, so how could it shake him off? Even if it did shake him off, Lu Yin would still be able to come over immediately. Traversing space was not a power that the camphor worm could comprehend. The slipper slapped down again, and the cracks on the camphor worm's back grew larger and larger. A green liquid seeped out, which was probably blood. Lu Yin suppressed his disgust and continued slapping the camphor worm. He wanted to kill it. The camphor worm continuously shrieked and rolled about in the air. Lu Yin had never been so hardworking before. No, he had been even more hardworking than this when he had slapped the undying deity. However, the undying deity's innate gift had made it impossible for him to hit it 9 times out of 10. The camphor worm had withstood all of his attacks and was continuously slapped and cracked. Now, its originally smooth back had cracked like a spiderweb, and green liquid was everywhere. It wouldn't be long before the camphor worm would be killed. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he took a step backwards to retreat. A fist landed on the camphor worm's back and ruthlessly smashed out, sending it flying. It was the progenitor realm corpse king. Lu Yin looked forward and saw that the progenitor realm corpse king only had one eye, and it stared fixedly at him. Black lines were spreading out from its body, and the small half of its head that had been smashed had recovered quite a bit. How long had it been? What a fast recovery speed. You don't know what's good for you. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he gripped the slipper and took a step backwards, constantly approaching the progenitor realm corpse king. This corpse king was just a monster with the physical strength of a progenitor, and it was not a true progenitor. It also did not exist in the progenitor realm. Even if Lu Yin did not have the slipper, he could still deal with it. However, with the slipper, it was easy to deal with it. In the distance, the Great Stone Emperor had arrived and was apprehensive when he saw the progenitor realm Corpse King. Sure enough, an extremely powerful Corpse King had arrived, and he definitely could not deal with it. It all depended on Luin. However, this person had truly exceeded his expectations, as he had actually been able to break through the camphor worm's defenses. Where's the camphor worm? Luin did not have the time to care about the camphor worm. He had to deal with this progenitor realm Corpse King first. Die. The progenitor realm Corpse King let out a hoarse voice and punched at Luin. Black lines continued to spread out from its body, and its physical strength also increased. Luin could feel it, but it was useless. With a bang, the slipper slapped out and met the Corpse King's fist head-on. Blood splattered across the starry sky as the Corpse King's fist shattered and he took several steps back. He had clearly exerted his physical strength to the limit, but he still could not beat the slipper. The Great Stone Emperor was completely stunned. What the hell was that slipper? Luin held the slipper and took a step backwards. Whether it was meeting force with force or dodging, the progenitor realm Corpse King could do nothing to him. With an unwilling roar, the progenitor realm Corpse King was still slapped to death by the slipper, and its huge body collapsed. Luin looked for the camphor worm, but it had already escaped to who knows where. This progenitor realm Corpse King had come to die in order to cover for the camphor worm's escape. Compared to the camphor worm, the Corpse King was indeed much less useful. This was the Eternals who could exchange the Corpse King's life for the camphor worm's. Taking a deep breath, Luin put away the slipper and looked into the distance, meeting the Great Stone Emperor's gaze. The Great Stone Emperor came over, unable to suppress the excitement in his eyes. Mr. Lu, you really dealt with the Corpse King, an extreme powerhouse. Luin did not hide it. It's just a Corpse King with the physical strength of an extreme powerhouse. Any true extreme powerhouse can deal with it. But if it's not an extreme powerhouse, no one can deal with it. The Great Stone Emperor smiled bitterly. Although this Corpse King was not a true extreme powerhouse, it was not something he could deal with. He could deal with it. With his realm and strength, he could exchange blows with an extreme powerhouse to a certain extent, but he could not deal with this Corpse King no matter what. He could not break through its defense. Sometimes, when one cultivated a certain kind of power to the extreme, there was no solution. The monster Corpse King that Luin had encountered in the Sixth Mainland was like this. Even he could not withstand that kind of physical strength, and he was also on guard against the slipper. In a one-on-one fight, Luin was definitely not a match. And that Corpse King was actually a Corpse King with the physical strength of a progenitor, but it also did not have an ancestral world. How many such monsters were there in the Eternals? For the sake of a camphor worm, they did not hesitate to abandon such a Corpse King. According to common sense, there should be many such Corpse Kings. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. After dealing with the progenitor Corpse King and chasing away the camphor worm, the next step would be simple. Luin followed the Great Stone Emperor back to the battlefield of the extreme powerhouses and saw the bestow technique shooting out beams of light that wiped out one Corpse King after another. Each beam of light could clean up a part of the void. He felt a little distressed. Use less. Leave me some source boxes. The Great Stone Emperor smiled. Don't worry, sir. I'll definitely satisfy you. Luin nodded. Not long after, the battlefield of the extreme powerhouses was cleaned up. The Great Stone Emperor relaxed. This battlefield had not been cleaned up for many years. Although there was still a long way to go before the Great Stone Emperor's green light lit up, as long as there were no progenitors, that day would come soon. Luin went to the place where the information was gathered and spoke with Bodhi Sage again. Bodhi Sage confirmed Lu Yin's battle achievements through the Great Stone Emperor. According to your space-time division, that Corpse King is not considered a progenitor Corpse King, but its physical strength is indeed at the progenitor realm. So, Luin, there's no problem with your battle achievements. You eliminated a progenitor Corpse King. Luin looked forward to it. Then, what's the reward? In Limitless, Bodhi Sage looked at the screen. Is there anyone who can't attack you? I'm talking about material rewards. As for the progenitors who can't attack me, you can just give me a list to choose from, Luin replied. Bodhi Sage did not expect that someone like Luin would care about material rewards. He did not mention Yuan Sage for the people who could not attack him? The corresponding material reward for killing a progenitor is naturally at the progenitor realm. Dao Master Lu, you can choose ancestral weapons and progenitor realm strange treasures. However, I have to remind you that if you choose a certain extreme powerhouse not to attack you, the material reward will be reduced by 1 level. Luin did not hesitate. How much is an immortal transformation realm worth? Bodhi Sage blinked and looked at the screen. She leaned closer, thinking that she had seen wrongly. What do you mean? Luin replied, didn't you say that it would be reduced by 1 level? Then let's compare it to the immortal transformation realm of your reincarnation spacetime. Give me as much as an immortal transformation realm is worth. Bodhi Sage looked again. Money? She had not seen wrongly. In this boundless battlefield of the samsara grinders, in this glorious moment of killing a progenitor corpse king, she had added the word money to the immortal transformation realm. When had the immortal transformation realm been equated with money? Bodhi Sage was a little confused. Wasn't Luin the Tao master of the above heaven sect? Was he short of money? Was he that short of money? She felt that she might not have understood what this person meant, so she asked again, what kind of money? Luin was puzzled. You don't need to spend money? Star Essence, or any of the 6 Directions Guild's resources that represent money other than Transcendence crystals. Luin did not need any half-ancestor or progenitor treasures. He only had the slippers, so there was no point in asking for them. The Eternals understood him, and as long as he had any foreign objects, they would be on guard against him, so it was better to just ask for money. Star Essence was not bad, and he could use his Dai's 6 pips to continuously fuse with the reincarnation spacetime. Perhaps he could understand the reincarnation spacetime. If he had enough money, he could fuse with the Shaoing divinity's body and commit suicide. That would be perfect. The other 6 Directions Society's resources could also be used to cultivate and replenish the Fates and Continents river sprouts. Since he had cultivated them, they would grow stronger. Mr. Mu had not stopped him from cultivating, and since no one could point him in the right direction, he would have to walk a different path. Actually, the best option was Starsource Liquid. However, Starsource Liquid was too sensitive, and he would have to wait until he understood the reincarnation spacetime. There might not be any existences like the Mother Tree that could provide him with Starsource Liquid. Bodhisheng finally understood. The money that Luin was talking about was the most common type of resource, which was money. That's right, money. Her expression changed, and many girls in the distance were astonished. This was the first time they had seen Bodhisheng act this way. Even when they had faced the dangers of the endless battlefield and seen powerhouses fall one after another, she had not acted this way. Who exactly was this Luin? How could he cause Bodhisheng's expression to change? I understand. Then, Bodhisheng thought about it, as she did not know how much an immortal was worth 500 million star essence. Luin was stunned. Was it that valuable? He had thought that it would be quite good if he could get 100 or 200 million star essence. After all, the 6 Directions Society had many half-ancestor cultivators. Bodhisheng looked around the endless battlefield and saw that there were even more half-ancestors. He had not expected her to be willing to pay so much. If this had been the 5th mainland when it had first become a cultivation world, Luin would not have felt that 500 million star essence for a half-ancestor. After all, even the Day-Night clan could fork out that much money, and at that time, there had only been 7 half-ancestors. However, that had been the 5th mainland, not the 6 Directions Society, nor the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield did not have demi-ancestors everywhere, but every parallel universe would not lack demi-ancestors. Even the small spirit universe, which Songbai thought was safe, had demi-ancestors, and more than one, which could be seen. If he could obtain 500 million star essence for every half-ancestor corpse king he killed, then Luin would be excited. 10 wasn't difficult, and 100 wasn't impossible either, as long as he stayed in the endless battlefield all year round. That's right, he suddenly remembered that he still owed the lives of the 4 half-martial ancestor corpse kings of the New Inn. It's confirmed. 500 million star essence, Lu Yin replied, feeling a little impatient. Bodhi Xing didn't care at all, as she had never cared about resources. Even when she had just stepped onto the cultivation world, her master had already been one of the 9 sages, and she had never lacked resources. She didn't even know how much 500 million star essence was worth. In any case, she had heard that the expenditure was in the hundreds of millions. Now, start choosing the extreme experts that you don't want to attack you and the people you approve of. Bodhi Sage did not speak much about the issue of money. Instead, he took out a name list with 5 people on it. Yuan Sage, Great Stone Sage, Song Si, Su Leng, Shan Yan. At the top of the list was Yuan Sage. It was impossible for Bodhi Sage to not know about the grudge between him and Yuan Xing. What did he mean by putting Yuan Xing on the list? If Xianxia wanted the other party to not make a move, there was no need for a list of names. Next was the Great Stone Saint. The previous Great Stone Saint had died, and the current Great Stone Saint was a new one. Lu Ying didn't know who this person was, and Shi Jiao had also said that she didn't know him. He really wanted to ask who the Great Stone Saint was, but if he asked now, it would mean that he knew the 6 Direction sect very well. Song Si? He had never heard of him before, and he didn't know which parallel universe he was from. Su Leng. Lu Ying glanced at her. That was his older sister. Shan Yan. This surname should be from the Lost Clan. Anyone who reached the extreme level in the Lost Clan would automatically change their surname to Shan. It was unlikely that the Lost Clan's powerhouses were enemies. Can you introduce them? Lu Ying asked. Bodhi Sage pressed down on his brimmed hat. This person didn't choose Yuan Sage immediately. Did he not care? Or? No comment. You can only choose for yourself. Lu Ying thought for a while. The person I choose can't take the initiative to attack me. What about me? Can I attack him? Yes, but once you attack, the agreement will automatically lapse. He can fight back and do whatever he wants, Bodhi Sage replied. Lu Ying no longer hesitated. I choose Yuan Sage. If he had chosen someone, he couldn't attack him. Lu Ying couldn't choose Yuan Sage. He would definitely kill Yuan Sage himself. However, since he could attack him, it didn't matter. The reason he chose Yuan Sage was because he was worried that this old man would play tricks when he wasn't in the origin space. According to Bodhi Sage, this was a rule personally recognized and set by the great heavenly venerate. Unless Yuan Sage wanted to experience the grief of a sage, he couldn't attack Lu Ying or anyone in the origin space. Bodhi Sage wasn't surprised. Yuan Sage and Lu Ying were destined to choose him. However, this person's previous question showed that he wouldn't let Yuan Sage off. Confirm the person you approve of, Bodhi Sage replied. Lu Ying directly replied with 3 words, origin space. Bodhi Sage was speechless. This range was great. It even included the 4-way scales. I will inform Yuan Sage. From the moment I inform him, he won't have anything to do with the origin space, including indirectly commanding and guiding hatred. Once discovered, Master will personally take action. You can rest assured, Path Master Lu. Lu Ying smiled. I'm looking forward to Yuan Sage's expression. Bodhi Sage looked up. In fact, she was also looking forward to it. Thus, she decided to talk to him personally. The Ancestor Realm. Corpse King has been dealt with. Will Path Master Lu give the green light to Dashur Kong next? Bodhi Sage asked. Lu Ying nodded. Of course. I will leave the endless battlefield soon. Bodhi Sage, I don't know when we will meet again. Perhaps at a tea party. Master will definitely invite you, Bodhi Sage replied. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Great Celestial Venerate's tea party? That was really worth looking forward to. He wanted to personally kill that old dog Yuan Sage at the tea party. 10 days later, Lu Ying stood in the starry sky and looked into the distance. Most of the Eternals in Dashur Kong had been eliminated and the green light could be given in at most a few days. Excluding the Ancestor Realm existences, it was much easier for Dashur Kong to eliminate them than in Gemini spacetime. Due to the characteristics of Gemini spacetime, there had to be more Corpse Kings. Dashur Kong mainly had Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. Lu Yun didn't rest. He wanted to completely eliminate Dashur Kong in a few days and give the green light. This spacetime had attracted two ancestor realm creatures of the Eternals, which meant that the Eternals wouldn't give up. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before powerful ancestor realm corpse kings came. Wait. Lu Yun suddenly felt that something was wrong and looked back at the Great Stone Empire. No matter how he thought about it, something was wrong. If he could think that the Eternals wouldn't give up on Dashur Kong, how could the Great Stone Emperor not think of it? If he wanted to then, why did he want Lu Yun to give the green light to Dashur Kong? This meant that the corpse kings that came might not be camphor worms. They might not be something that the bearer of the feeding technique could delay. This also meant that they would lose the leisure time they could enjoy after the war. This meant that Dashur Kong would face an even more tragic war. In that case, why was the Great Stone Emperor still so happy? Was it because the Eternals had been defeated? The Eternals were very smart. They didn't care about the gains and losses of a city or land. The same was true for humans. If Lu Yun were the Great Stone Emperor, he would rather let the camphor worms and the feeding technique delay each other and prevent the Ancestor Realm battlefield from spreading. Of course, the Ancestor Realm corpse kings that appeared later were not within his consideration at first. If Lu Yun were the Great Stone Emperor, he would kill the Ancestor Realm corpse kings instead of dealing with the camphor worms. Then what was with the Great Stone Emperor's current attitude? After a while, Lu Yun stopped thinking about it. No matter what the Great Stone Emperor thought, as long as Dashur Kong lit up the green light in a few days, it would be time for Lu Yun to leave the endless battlefield. When he was disguised as Xianxia, he had always heard about how cruel the endless battlefield was. The truth was indeed so, but the Six Direction Guild obviously didn't go all out. Xianxia and Divine Venerable Xiaoyin were like free people who could go wherever they wanted. Now that the four-way balance had joined, the Six Direction Guild would definitely have Ancestor Realm powerhouses withdraw from the battlefield. They had the ability to solve anything that happened in the endless battlefield, so Lu Yun didn't need to worry about it. However, he still had to pay attention to the Great Stone Emperor. The other party shouldn't be a spy like Hong Bei. As long as he didn't collude with the Eternals to deal with humans, Lu Yun didn't want to care about anything else even if he knew. On the other side, in Limitless, Bodhi Saint found Xianxia. Xianxia was also in the endless battlefield now, so his days weren't so easy. Lu Yun could choose which parallel spacetime he wanted to go to, but he couldn't. This wasn't a requirement of the Great Heavenly Venerables, but a tacit rule. Anyone who was punished by the Great Heavenly Venerables would consciously go to the parallel spacetime where the war was intense, especially the 3 Venerables and 9 Sages. At this moment, Xianxia looked very miserable. His abdomen was blood red, and he was obviously injured. His whole person was extremely gloomy like a suppressed volcano. He could only temporarily return from the battlefield after Bodhi Saint contacted him. His gloomy gaze swept across the battlefield. Even an existence like Xianxia had a lingering fear in his eyes. He had to find a way to leave this battlefield. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would die. Those monsters. What's the matter? Xianxia asked while looking at the screen. Lu Yun is in the Great Stone Void. Yuanxing's gaze turned cold. Lu Yun, that bastard, little bastard. If it weren't for him, how could he have been stranded in the endless battlefield? Given his relationship with Divine Venerable Xiaoyin, he had already received enough credit and didn't need to come for a long time. However, he had been implicated by this bastard. The origin space had long been a lowly place. Why couldn't it be handed over to Luo Shan or the four-way balance? Why did this little bastard dare to be disrespectful to him? He had to make this little bastard pay the price. Not only him, but everyone around him, his friends, his family, and everyone else had to pay the price. He wanted the origin space to be filled with blood. Not only that, he had to watch those people die, watch the Lu family disappear completely, and make the Lu family become a sinner in history. This was the consequence of offending him, Yuanxing. He had already thought about what to do. He would use his status, his relationship with Divine Venerable Xiaoyin, and the 3 monarch spacetime to fully assist the four-way scales in dealing with the above heaven sect. As long as it was a war in the origin space, it wouldn't be considered as interfering. Although the endless battlefield was cruel, it should be fine as long as one didn't get involved in the killing of those monsters. He has made a contribution by killing an ancestral corpse king, Bodhi sage replied. Yuanxing's pupils constricted in disbelief as he hurriedly replied, "What did you say? Killed an ancestral corpse king?" Bodhi sage's lips curled up. Yuanxing's expression must have turned ugly when he replied so quickly. This was interesting. According to the rules, he has chosen you. From now on, you are not allowed to take the initiative to attack him or anyone else in the origin space. Otherwise, you will be violating the rules set by Master and bear the consequences. Yuanxing stared blankly at the screen. The next moment, an angry roar reverberated in all directions, causing everyone in the intelligence-gathering place to bleed from their 7 orifices. They collapsed on the ground and looked at him in fear. Some people even fainted. Yuanxing roared angrily and even wanted to roar. That little bastard, how could it be? How could he? How could he do this? Bastard, bastard. Yuanxing had never been so angry before. Every day in the endless battlefield, he had resented Luyin. This kind of resentment had constantly accumulated, causing his entire person to change. Now, he was told that he could not attack Luyin, nor could he attack anyone in the primordial space. How could he accept this? He was very clear about this rule. Not only could he not attack Luyin, but he also could not instigate anyone to attack Luyin or the origin space. This meant that he would never have the opportunity to take revenge on Luyin. Even if he wanted Luyin to attack him, it was not something he could do. In other words, he was like air in front of Luyin. Even if Luyin scolded him to his face, he could only talk back. He could not attack him at all. Once he did, he would face the grief of a saint. Bastard, bastard. Yuanxing clenched his fists as a scarlet color spread from his abdomen. The wound split open, but he did not notice it. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. His whole body was trembling with extreme anger. Bodhi sage looked at the screen quietly and silently counted the time. Yuanxing had not replied after such a long time. Yuanxing's hatred for Luyin was deeper than he had imagined. Yuanxing, let me remind you again. This is the rule set by Master. No one, including the 3 venerables and 9 sages, can violate it. Those who violate it will die. Yuanxing's eyes were red as he looked at the message sent by Bodhi sage and panted violently. After a while, he calmed down, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them. He calmed down a lot. I understand, Yuanxing replied. Also, he is about to light the green light for the big stone void. Together with the Little Ling universe and the Gemini universe, the 3 universes can leave the endless battlefield at any time. Yuanxing's eyes widened again. So fast? He was actually going to leave. The anger that he had suppressed earlier erupted once again. He had clearly fought with his life on the line, but this little bastard was already able to leave and did not allow him to make a move on him. The Yuan sage coughed out a mouthful of blood. Due to his injuries, he was so angry that he actually coughed out blood. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth as he clenched his fists so tightly that they were about to be crushed. Finally, he calmed down and asked, "Is there anything else?" Bodhi Saint looked at the screen. It seemed like Luyin was suppressing his anger. She was getting more and more curious about Luyin. It was really interesting to see how he could anger one of the 3 venerated 9 sages to such an extent. No, I'm just telling you. Yuanxing stared at the screen and pondered for a moment. Help me pass this news to Reverend Xiaoyin. He should know about it too. Bodhi Saint frowned. Tell deity Xiaoyin? Information about the endless battlefield should be passed on to the 6-party guild. However, if it was passed on to Reverend Xiaoyin alone, would it be a reminder to him to deal with Luyin? This was also the reason why Yuanxing could not pass on information to Reverend Xiaoyin through distanceless. If Reverend Xiaoyin learned about this news and attacked the origin space, Yuanxing would be in trouble. Now that Yuanxing had asked him to pass on the message to Reverend Xiaoyin, it was up to him whether he wanted to tell Reverend Xiaoyin or not. Yuanxing stared at the screen. Reverend Xiaoyin can know about it through distanceless. I won't take the initiative to tell him, Bodhi Saint replied. Yuanxing sighed and ended the conversation. The grudge between him and Luyin was considered over. Unless that little bastard took the initiative to attack him, he would not be able to cause any harm to him. Yuanxing slowly walked out of the place where the information was gathered. For a moment, he felt a little bleak. As one of the 3 venerated 9 sages, he was actually helpless against a junior. His high and mighty attitude had become a joke. If he had known that this would happen, he would have done everything he could to make a move. After Yuanxing left, the others recovered and looked as if they had been seriously injured. After ending the conversation with Yuanxing, the screen in front of Bodhi Saint disappeared. She looked at the other women and asked, "Has the information about the endless battlefield been sent to the 6th Direction sect?" "My lord, it has been sent back as soon as possible." "What about the information about Deshir Kong?" "It has also been sent back." Bodhi Saint nodded. Had it been sent back? She did not know when Reverend Xiaoyin would see it and what his reaction would be. She would not deliberately tell Reverend Xiaoyin, but Reverend Xiaoyin would eventually see it. It would depend on how much he cared about the information about the endless battlefield. Yuanxing's attitude made Bodhi Saint certain that Reverend Xiaoyin would take action after receiving the information about Luyin. However, if Luyin had already left the endless battlefield, his actions would be meaningless. Her master had once again emphasized that one could not enter the origin space at will. Once Luyin returned, Reverend Xiaoyin would not be able to do anything. It would depend on whether Reverend Xiaoyin or Luyin was lucky. It had been a long time since anyone had gone against the 3 venerated 9 sages. Luyin was indeed worthy of being the sect master of the Above Heavens sect, even though the Above Heavens sect was far from its former glory. Bodhi Saint thought that this was a battle of luck between Reverend Xiaoyin and Luyin. In fact, it was not at all. She had underestimated Reverend Xiaoyin's determination to deal with Luyin. In other words, she had underestimated Reverend Xiaoyin's determination to solve the Great Heavenly Venerate's problems. He was very sure that the Great Heavenly Venerate hated the origin space. Regardless of the reason, he did not allow them to deal with the origin space. However, Luyin was now in the endless battlefield and had been disrespectful to him. Therefore, he would not relax in dealing with Luyin. He already knew the moment the information about Deshir Kong was sent to the Samsara spacetime. He actually killed an ancestor-level corpse king? No wonder he dared to scold Yuanxing. He does have some confidence in facing Luoshan. Reverend Xiaoyin sat on the mountain peak. His golden robe flickered and illuminated the entire space. At the foot of the mountain, countless disciples knelt down and waited for Reverend Xiaoyin's instructions. Xiaogu was at the forefront. It's not that easy to leave the endless battlefield. Reverend Xiaoyin's eyes were cold as his body gradually disappeared. A few days later, the Great Stone Emperor walked out of a secret place in Deshir Kong. He looked up at the starry sky where Luyin was looking down. "Mr. Liu, it has been resolved. There should be no more Eternals in Deshir Kong. You can inform Wuli to light up the green light," the Great Stone Emperor said with a smile. Luyin looked at the Great Stone Emperor calmly. His smile came from the bottom of his heart. It was also true that he had resolved the Eternals. Then, what was he thinking? "Once the green light is lit up, I will leave," Luyin said. The Great Stone Emperor took a step forward and came in front of Luyin. He took out a cosmic ring and handed it to him. "This is the gift I promised you. Please accept it." Luyin took it. "Here?" 6 boundless advanced source boxes. Luyin raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Thank you." The Great Stone Emperor sighed. "I should thank you. If not for your help, I, Deshir Kong, would be in danger. With a camphor worm and an ancestor-level corpse king, the destruction of the Great Stone Empire is imminent." Speaking of this, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Why would an ancestor-level corpse king come? Logically speaking, there should already be a camphor worm here. The Great Stone Emperor was puzzled. "I don't know either. Perhaps the Eternals want to take down Deshir Kong as soon as possible." Luyin looked at the Great Stone Emperor and nodded. Perhaps. Everyone had their own secrets. As long as they did not harm humans, it was his business. "Senior, you can go back. I will wait here. Once the green light is lit up, I will leave," Luyin said. The Great Stone Emperor said, "Okay, congratulations on leaving the endless battlefield. Luin smiled and watched the Great Stone Emperor leave. He looked around. To be honest, the endless battlefield was quite suitable for him. If he killed a few more Corpse Kings, there would not be many Ancestor-level Corpse Kings in the Six Direction gang who could attack him. Right, could he include those old fellows from the four-way scales? Luin remembered that the Great Stone Emperor did not take back the stone on his back. This stone was more valuable than the one on the Great Stone Emperor's back. It could resist the killing intent of an Ancestor-level Corpse King. Luin looked at the Great Stone Empire in a daze. Sure enough, there was a problem. Could it be? 4 hours later, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated. It was the Great Stone Emperor. Luin answered. Mr. Lu, something has happened. Where is the intelligence gathering place? The Great Stone Emperor's anxious voice sounded. Luin stepped out and moved the spatial line, rushing to the place where the intelligence gathering place was. Soon, he arrived. However, this place had already turned into a land of death. The corpses of the Great Stone Empire's cultivators were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Words kept appearing on the screen from Distanceless. Distanceless was confirming the information of the Great Stone Emperor. It also believed that the Great Stone Emperor would give the green light soon, but there was no reply. Luin saw the Great Stone Emperor. The Great Stone Emperor stood in front of the screen with his back facing Luin. Luin looked at his back. He was already dead without any vitality. Luin walked to the Great Stone Emperor's side step by step. There were no visible injuries on the Great Stone Emperor's appearance. He just stood in front of the screen with his eyes closed. How long had it been since the Great Stone Emperor notified Luin that he had died? Luin was vigilant at all times. Runes spread out, and Ancestor-level powerhouses took action, but they could not find him. On the screen, words kept jumping and gradually changed colors. Then, the words jumped out of the screen and turned into bubbles. This was Illusion Bubble. Lu Yin's expression changed. Chung Kong. He hurriedly wanted to leave. He did not expect Chung Kong to be here. As an expert second only to the 7 sky gods, Luin did not want to face Chung Kong directly. But at this time, his body could not move. What was going on? He could not control his body at all. Even his eyeballs could not move. He could only stare in one direction. I am in charge of your body. An illusory voice sounded. It was Chung Kong. Luin wanted to speak, but he could not speak. He wanted to mobilize the power in his body, including the power in his heart, but at this moment, he could not move anything except his consciousness. Why was this happening? Could he control his own body? This feeling was familiar. When he participated in the Lost Clan's upper 3 sections, he could not control his body when faced with the 81 slashes. That time, it was definitely not Chung Kong. No matter how powerful Chung Kong was, he would not be able to hide it from the Lost Clan. Furthermore, if it was Chung Kong at that time, he would already be dead. But this time, it was all for naught. At the same time, the Great Stone Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were lifeless, and he slowly turned around. He walked over to Luin and raised his hand, causing a long blade to appear in it. Lu Yin's face paled as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. The Great Stone Emperor was clearly dead, but his body was still under Chung Kong's control. I'll let you off this time. This time, I'll kill you again. The illusory voice sounded. This was the second sentence, and also the last sentence that Luin could hear. The Great Stone Emperor's blade fell. In that instant, Luin felt that not only was his body out of control, but he also had no instinctive defense. The Great Stone Emperor's blade was enough to kill him. Chung Kong took complete control of his body. Only his mind was left with constant warnings. His body was a vessel for his thoughts, and since he couldn't move his body, he could only watch as the blade descended. Suddenly, the small knife that had been hanging around his neck floated. The knife light was like water. The knife in the Great Stone Emperor's hand began to shatter inch by inch. Then, his body shattered. The knife light continued to spread and slashed in one direction. In the small intelligence gathering place, the saber beam slashed out 81 times. Each slash was enough to cause the void to collapse, but it did not cause any damage to the surrounding ground. Luin could clearly see these 81 slashes, but he knew that he could not avoid them no matter what he did. It was just like how he had endured the 81 slashes in the Lost Clan. This time, it was Qin Kong who received the 81 slashes. When the 81st blade landed, formless undulations spread out, and Lu Yin's body was suddenly able to move again. He abruptly looked up and saw that the heavens had collapsed. Above his head, endless darkness spread out, and the void realm seemed to want to devour the entire stone world. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he hurriedly fled. He didn't even dare to stir up the spatial threads for fear of being swallowed up by the void realm. After he left the place where the intelligence was gathered, he looked back. That place had completely disappeared, and there was nothing left. A piece of space disappeared. Luin was scared. If not for Xiao Dao, he would have been dead. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Qin Kong would suddenly appear in Dashi Kong and try to kill him. His appearance was no accident. Every time he let him go, he would kill him again. Was this referring to the Sixth Mainland? Back then, Luin had felt that it was strange. With Qin Kong's strength, he should not have been helpless against Luin back in the Sixth Mainland. However, Luin had escaped at that time, which meant that Qin Kong had probably let Luin go. This time, however, Luin was trying to kill Luin. Does this mean that he let me go because of other reasons or because of other people? Black Wuxian? Lu Yin's first thought was of him. This was an opportunity that he had not hesitated to join forces with several of the 7 sky gods to attack the 3 sovereign spacetime. So, what about now? Was Qin Kong still around? Luin didn't dare to stay for long, and he headed straight for the Gemini spacetime. Qin Kong was certain that Qin Kong was not someone who could use space. In that case, as long as he did not fall under Qin Kong's control, he should not be discovered by Qin Kong. He wanted to contact Bodhi Sage and tell him what happened to Dashur Kong. He touched his chest and found that the knife was gone. If he wasn't wrong, that knife might have come from the woodcarving senior. However, he didn't have any dealings with that senior, so why would he leave a knife for him? If it wasn't for this small knife, he would already be dead. If it was really left behind by Senior Woodcut, then his strength might not be as unfathomable as the rumors said. Regardless of whether it was the Six Direction Society or the Eternals, there were too many unsolved mysteries. Right now, Luin needed to explain the Dashur Kong's death. Otherwise, he would be framed by the Shaoing divinity. When he arrived at the Gemini spacetime, Luin found the 2 elders and asked them to bring him to the place where the information was gathered. He wanted to talk to Bodhi Sage. On Limitless side, Bodhi Sage heaved a sigh of relief. They had been trying to contact the place where Dashur Kong's information was gathered, but they had been unable to do so. At that time, they had known that something had gone wrong and had sent people to investigate. However, they were not as fast as Luin. How did you survive Qin Kong's attack? Bodhi Sage asked. Luin replied, I have my ways. This answer did not satisfy Bodhi Sage, as the Six Direction Society hated Qin Kong even more than the 7 sky gods. Although the 7 sky gods were powerful, that was only on the surface. However, Qin Kong was cunning and had many tricks up his sleeve. He could even control people. He alone had caused far more damage to the Six Direction Society than the 7 sky gods, and the number of powerhouses who had died at his hands was not just 2 or 3 like the rumors said. Bodhi Sage and the others did not tell anyone else about this. Qin Kong was publicly acknowledged as the executioner of powerhouses, and even the 3 sovereigns feared him. If Qin Kong found an opportunity, no one would be able to survive. Logically speaking, Qin Kong was the one who had found this opportunity. No one had expected Qin Kong to try to kill Luin in Dashur Kong's territory, but Luin had still managed to survive. Bodhi Sage did not suspect Luin, as Lu Yin's past made it impossible for him to collude with the Eternals. There was also no need for him to put on an act with Qin Kong. I understand. The place where Dashur Kong's information was gathered will be rebuilt as soon as possible. As for giving Dashur Kong a green light, that is temporarily impossible. You have no way of confirming that Qin Kong has left Dashur Kong's territory, Bodhi Sage replied. Luin was helpless. Indeed, he had no way of confirming whether Qin Kong was dead or alive. He had a strong sense of danger, and he had constantly released the power from his heart to prevent Qin Kong from attacking him. His rune lines could not find Qin Kong, and he could not even find space. However, the power from his heart was like a separate spacetime. As long as Qin Kong approached him, he should be able to sense him. After contacting Bodhi Sage, Lu Yin left. This place was not safe. Lu Yin casually found a place to rest, and no one knew where he was. No matter how powerful Qin Kong was, he would not be able to find him unless he could locate Lu Yin. If Lu Yin could locate Qin Kong, he would not have hidden in the place where De Shikong's information was gathered. Moreover, Qin Kong had endured 81 slashes, so it was impossible for him to be unscathed. Even the 7 sky gods would be wary of such power. After a while, the Cloud Connect stone trembled and an unfamiliar voice sounded out. It was a woman. Bodhi Sage's subordinate greets Mr. Liu. Lu Yin's voice was low. How is it? The place where De Shikong's information was gathered has completely disappeared. We have not found Qin Kong, so we cannot give you the green light. My apologies. I know, but if we can confirm that Qin Kong is dead, then I'll take the credit, Lu Yin asked. Of course. If there are no more traces of Qin Kong's activities after this, and no one can provide better proof than you, then Qin Kong's death will be credited to you, the woman replied. She had a unique gift that allowed her to sense the power left behind at the scene. After arriving at the place where De Shikong's information was gathered, although this place had been devoured by the Void Realm, there were still remnants of power that she could sense. She could sense an unimaginably terrifying blade intent and also the power of Qin Kong's illusory bubble. From what she could sense, there was no powerhouse that could survive such a blade intent, and Qin Kong should not be an exception. However, without confirming Qin Kong's death, she could not give Lu Yin the credit. Nevertheless, this credit should belong to Lu Yin. If Qin Kong had really been killed by Lu Yin, then his credit would be enormous. There is one more thing that I should tell you, the woman said and muttered to herself, De Shikong's death is not to be regretted. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Why? After this investigation, we discovered that De Shikong had already contacted the outside world and secretly left the endless battlefield to locate the outside world in a parallel universe. He wanted to take advantage of De Shikong's green light to lead some people from the De Shikong Empire away from De Shikong and the endless battlefield. Such a person deserves to die. Lu Yin was silent. No wonder De Shikong's attitude was so strange. De Shikong could have let the camphor worms and the food technique consume each other, but he wanted Lu Yin to give De Shikong the green light. Giving De Shikong the green light meant that there was no war in this part of the universe and that he could leave with his people. Even if they were discovered by the Six Direction Society, as long as they left at the moment the green light was given, they would not be considered leaving the battlefield. Did he deserve to die? Lu Yin did not think so. No one wanted to live in the endless battlefield, let alone in the universe where De Shikong could never break through to the level of an extreme powerhouse. De Shikong wanted to leave and live so that he could give his descendants a stable environment to live in. This was true, but to the Six Direction Society, this was wrong and deserved to die. The Six Direction Society hoped that everyone in the endless battlefield would stand at the front line and die for them. From the looks of it, De Shikong might have contacted the Six Direction Society first before being forced into the endless battlefield. De Shikong's attitude toward the Six Direction Society was also fake. Unfortunately, he was dead. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have exposed this kind of thing. Everyone had the right to live. De Shikong could not give De Shikong the green light for the time being, so Lu Yin decided to go to the next parallel universe. He now knew that basically every 3 parallel universes would have one that was very difficult to deal with, such as Shaolin Universe, Gemini Universe, and De Shikong. De Shikong had a progenitor battlefield, so it was more difficult to give De Shikong the green light. However, the next parallel universe might not be as difficult as the Gemini Universe. He decided to go to the next parallel universe. However, Bodhi Saint explained that the rule of the endless battlefield was that the 3 adjacent parallel universes would give De Shikong the green light. No one had expected this situation. Lu Yin told her his idea, and the woman waited for a moment before telling Lu Yin that it was okay. There was a 99% chance that De Shikong was no longer in De Shikong, but they could not give Lu Yin the green light because they could not prove it. Allowing Lu Yin to go to the next parallel universe was a special case. Otherwise, Luin could only go to the Dark Universe. The Dark Universe was also an adjacent universe to the Gemini universe, so giving de Shurkong the green light in that universe was far from being comparable. Luin planned to go to de Shurkong and then go to the next parallel universe through de Shurkong. The woman contacted him again. Dao Master Lu, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin sent you a message through Limitless. Are you willing to listen? Luin paused, and his face sank. It was definitely not a good thing for Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin to take the initiative to send him a message. However, he definitely had to listen. Speak. The woman spoke slowly, her tone slightly gloomy. Wendy Yushan accidentally entered the endless battlefield. I don't know exactly where she went, but she must have gone to one of the three below. She paused, and Lu Yin's face sank completely. However, he looked extremely calm on the outside. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Lu Yin had not wanted to let Wendy Yushan and Shui Day Knight go to the Six Direction Society because he was afraid that someone would threaten him. However, they had been resolute, and Lu Yin could not force them to stay. He had planned to let them return after some time, but as time passed, he had forgotten about it. He had not expected the Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin to do such a despicable thing. Divinity Xiaoyin had actually thrown Wendy into the endless battlefield, forcing Lu Yin to stay. Otherwise, how could Wendy survive in the endless battlefield? Even Lu Yin had to be careful and had almost died at Qin Kong's hands. Dark Spacetime, Platinum Spacetime, and Gourd Spacetime. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he ended the call and headed to the Gemini Spacetime to talk to Bodhi Sage. Distanceless. Bodhi Sage was also silent. Divinity Xiaoyin had sent Lu Yin a message through Distanceless, so she naturally knew the contents of the message. Lu Yin's luck was really bad. She knew that once Divinity Xiaoyin found out that Lu Yin could lead the endless battlefield, he would definitely act. It all depended on whether Divinity Xiaoyin found out before or after Lu Yin left the endless battlefield. However, the outcome was before Lu Yin left. That was not right. If Qin Kong had not acted, Lu Yin might have already left the endless battlefield. It could only be said that this was fate. Although Divinity Xiaoyin's methods were despicable, they were actually quite ordinary. If Lu Yin did not care, Divinity Xiaoyin could have left. It all depended on Divinity Xiaoyin's position in Lu Yin's heart. Not long after, Lu Yin spoke with Bodhi Sage. Can I trouble you to introduce these three parallel spacetimes? Lu Yin looked for Bodhi Sage to ask about this. Everything else was meaningless. For example, why Wendy Yushan could enter the endless battlefield, why Divinity Xiaoyin had disregarded the battle situation and schemed against him outside the battlefield, and so on. All these questions were meaningless. It could only be said that Divinity Xiaoyin was qualified to scheme against him for now. In the Six Direction Society, they were not qualified to speak on equal terms, but that was only for now. Regardless of whether it was a Yuan sage or Divinity Xiaoyin, they viewed Lu Yin as an enemy, so it was normal for them to scheme against him. As for Lu Yin, if possible in the future, he would not let them off either. This was why Lu Yin had entered the Six Direction Society in advance. Without Xianxi's identity to understand the Six Direction Society, he would have been even more passive when facing Divinity Xiaoyin. He would not even have the qualifications to fight back in the future. Bodhi Sage asked someone to pass on information about these three parallel spacetimes to Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched calmly. The most important thing right now was to find Wendy Yushan. No matter what Divinity Xiaoyin's thoughts, he could only suppress them for now. Lu Yin had expected that these three parallel universes would not be easy to deal with, but he had still underestimated how despicable the Xiaoyin deity could be. The Xiaoyin deity understood the endless battlefield too well, and these three parallel universes had been carefully selected for Lu Yin. Lu Yin had some understanding of the dark spacetime, and it was right next to the endless battlefield. It was one of the more difficult spacetimes to deal with, and it was unlikely that Divinity Xiaoyin would leave Wendy Yushan in the dark spacetime. However, because the dark spacetime was so close, Lu Yin had no choice but to check it out. This was where Divinity Xiaoyin had been clever. There were not many introductions regarding the dark spacetime. This spacetime was not in contact with the outside world. Even if he joined the endless battlefield, there were still 4 words in the introduction of the endless battlefield, unable to differentiate between friend and foe. This unable to differentiate between friend and foe referred to the natives of the dark spacetime, and they were known as the Shadow Men. Not only did these people view the Eternals as enemies, but they would also sometimes kill cultivators from the sixth direction. Association by mistake. Of course, this mistake was a matter of opinion. If Bodhi Sage was certain that it was a mistake, he would not have added the words unable to differentiate between friend and foe. In short, the dark spacetime was a chaotic and barbaric spacetime that was filled with killing intent and traps. Due to the uniqueness of this spacetime, the Sixth Direction Association had thrown many vicious people into it. The Sixth Direction Association did not care whether these people lived or died. As long as they achieved battle merits, they could return. If they died, regardless of whether they died at the hands of the Eternals or the Shadow Men, the Sixth Direction Association did not really care. The Lost Clan was the one who provided the most support to the dark spacetime. The Lost Clan was adept at using cards to set up traps. The Lost Clan's power in this spacetime was not small. As for how much power the Eternals had placed in the dark spacetime, the Sixth Direction Association was not sure at all. They did not even know if there were any progenitors among them. Songbai was certain that there were progenitors, but if there were, the Sixth Direction Association would have been able to detect them. This was a very strange point, and it also showed how dangerous the dark spacetime was. Anyone with half a brain would know that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin could not have left Wendy Yushan in the dark spacetime, but because this spacetime was too close to Luyin, he was forced to investigate it. In Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's opinion, investigating the dark spacetime was quite dangerous. However, he still did not understand the fifth mainland. Luyin had the wireless goo, and as long as he entered the dark spacetime, he could use it to contact Wendy Yushan. As long as Wendy Yushan had the ability to communicate with him, there was no need to investigate. Thus, no matter how troublesome the dark spacetime was, Luyin did not plan to investigate it. He relied solely on the dark spacetime, and he did not hesitate to save Wendy Yushan. She was his family from the moment Undying Yushan had died. The dark spacetime was simple. No matter how dangerous it was, Luyin would not die as soon as he entered, and it would take at most 1 or 2 days for the wireless goo to contact him. The next two spacetimes were troublesome. Bourue spacetime, like Shaoling spacetime, was a very ordinary parallel spacetime. There were absolutely no progenitors there, and perhaps even very few half-progenitors. It was considered a relatively safe parallel spacetime in the endless battlefield. The trouble was that this parallel spacetime was too far away. If the endless battlefield was a straight line, then Bourue spacetime was equivalent to the other end of the straight line. If the endless battlefield was a circle, then Bourue spacetime was equivalent to the point directly opposite it. No matter how one looked at it, Luyin would need to cross dozens of parallel spacetimes to reach it. No one knew what would happen to these parallel spacetimes. Bodhi Saint deliberately emphasized that even she could not guarantee that she would be able to safely cross these parallel spacetimes. It was not uncommon for Luyin to be ambushed by an progenitor corpse king the moment he arrived at Dashi Kong. Some of the parallel spacetime portals were in the hands of the Eternals. There was a way to quickly reach Bourue spacetime, and that was to leave the endless battlefield and go through the road signs to Bourue spacetime. However, no one knew where the road signs to Bourue spacetime would appear. Since Divine Master Xiaoyin had proposed Bourue spacetime, he must have a backup plan. This road must have been blocked by him. The only thing Luyin could do was to try using Xianxi's identity. Perhaps Divine Master Xiaoyin had sealed all the road signs to Bourue spacetime. The last one was the Gourd spacetime. The name was very ordinary and even a little cute, but this spacetime was the most dangerous. There were 62 parallel spacetimes in the endless battlefield, and the Gourd spacetime's danger level was enough to rank in the top 10, close to the top 5. Bodhi Saint only said one thing about the Gourd spacetime: there would be no less than 6 extreme powerhouses in that spacetime. No less than 6 extreme powerhouses? What kind of concept was that? It meant that the entire spacetime was a battlefield for extreme powerhouses, and one could encounter them anywhere. Although Luyin and the 4 cardinal scales confronted more than 6 extreme powerhouses, they did not fight. When Xiaoxinji arrived at the fifth mainland alone, he unleashed the divine martial saber domain and spread it all over the fifth mainland, causing the entire fifth mainland to fall into despair. Secret ancestor, martial ancestor, one by one, made a move that was earth-shattering. A battle between any progenitor could affect the entire spacetime, let alone 6 progenitors. Bodhi Saint concluded that Wendy Yushan was most likely in Bo Rue spacetime. If Divine Master Xiaoyin wanted to kill Lu Yin through the endless battlefield, he would not let Wendy Yushan die so easily. Bo Rue spacetime was the safest. Pathmaster Lu, if this person is not very important to you, it is best not to go to Bo Rue spacetime and the Gourd spacetime. Of course, as the commander of the endless battlefield, I personally hope that you can go. At least you can share the pressure of the battlefield. Bodhi Saint said something contradictory. Lu Yin looked at the screen. Has Yuan Sage contacted Divine Master Xiaoyin? No, as long as Divine Master Xiaoyin is willing, he can see all the news of the endless battlefield immediately. Yuan Sage will not contact him as he cannot bear the consequences. Lu Yin exhaled. I will go to the dark spacetime. Bodhi Saint was not surprised. If that person was very important to Lu Yin, he would definitely go to the dark spacetime. However, it was not clear whether he would go to the other 2 spacetimes. Bodhi Saint would report Divine Master Xiaoyin's actions to the great heavenly venerables. The endless battlefield was sacred and was the front line of humanity's fight against the eternal race. It was not a place he could scheme against. Even if he did not violate the rules, this method was not allowed. Lu Yin walked out of the Gemini spacetime's intelligence gathering place. Songbai happened to come and was stunned when he saw Lu Yin. Do you want to go to the dark spacetime together? Lu Yin asked. Songbai was so scared that his face turned pale. Pathmaster Lu, don't joke around. People like me will die if I go to the dark spacetime. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. How long did Chenle live in there? Songbai shook his head. Senior did not tell me how long. He only said that if I go again, even if I break through to the extreme powerhouse realm, I may not be able to come back alive. The more he spoke, the more his voice trembled. He felt that Lu Yin's gaze was malicious. Lu Yin did not think of taking him there at all. He walked past him and then disappeared. After Lu Yin left, he heaved a sigh of relief. His back was already drenched in sweat. He decided to return to the Shaoling spacetime. This spacetime was still too dangerous. He could encounter this ruthless person at any time. The dark spacetime, as its name suggested, was completely dark. Before coming, Lu Yin had thought that the dark spacetime was that kind of dusky. Although the information given by Bodhi Saint mentioned darkness, it did not say that it was this dark. This was not the darkness of light, but more like the feeling of approaching darkness. Darkness suppressed light. Lu Yin arrived at the dark spacetime through the spacetime door. The first thing he did was to avoid the place he was at. He did not know if this place would be ambushed by the eternal race like Deshir Kong. The astral source jumped at his fingertips, producing specks of light, but they were quickly drowned out by the darkness. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. The darkness seemed to be consciously devouring the light. Not only the light, but even the astral source that emitted the light was swallowed up. This was a spacetime that ate people. He tried several times. Whether it was using tools to produce flames to emit light or using power to produce light, they were all swallowed up by the darkness. This was within the starry sky. However, the starry sky was like a dark monster that constantly devoured everything. No wonder it was called the dark spacetime. It was a creepy darkness. There was no light and he could not see. Lu Yin could only use his domain to perceive, but gradually, he found that even his domain was swallowed up by the darkness. This spacetime was too strange. Yesterday, I was happy to have a daughter. Thank you for your support. When I stabilize, I will update more. Thank you. Lu Yin's domain power was extremely strong. As for the spatial lines, it didn't matter to him whether he could see them or not. No one walked in space, so he would always see the lines. At most, he could move them himself. Bodhi Sage had given him information on the dark spacetime, and the first sentence was, "Hide yourself." In the dark spacetime, no matter what cultivation one had, one could not expose their existence because others would not. Once exposed, one would be attacked like a target. There was no place to gather information in the dark spacetime, and the Shadow Man viewed the Eternals as their enemy. They did not have a good attitude towards the Six Direction Gang and had no intention of cooperating with them. This spacetime's environment was not suitable for ordinary people to live in. Even without the Six Direction Gang's help, the Eternals would find it difficult to take over this spacetime. Even progenitors would have their hands tied here. Luin stood on what could be considered a planet and tried for a while. He finally confirmed that the power in his heart allowed him to see the surrounding area, but the range was not too wide. As for his domain, it would gradually be swallowed up after spreading out, but there would also be a period where it would not be swallowed up immediately. He took out the wireless goo and contacted Wendy Yushan. Although the possibility was not high, he really hoped that Wendy Yushan was in this spacetime. 2 hours later, Luin put down his hand, but there was no response from the wireless goo. Was that really the case? There was no need to rush, and he would wait for at least half a month. If he still could not contact her, then he would have to think of a way to go to the Gourd or Platinum Sharp spacetime. If he could not find her in the endless battlefield, then he would think of another way. Sovereign Xiaoyin would not let Wendy Yushan die so easily. He could not passively follow Sovereign Xiaoyin's orders. What he really needed to do was to think of a way outside the battlefield, but it was not that easy. For now, he could only think and search. A few days later, Luin tried again, but there was still no response. Another few days passed, and on this day, a person came to the Great Stone Empire and searched for Lu Yun's whereabouts, but was told that he was not sure. This person's face was ashen, and he cursed angrily in the Great Stone Empire. No one dared to refute him because he was an extreme powerhouse. His name was Dan Pu, and he was an extremely strong martial artist of the Lost Clan. He was originally staying in a certain parallel universe of the endless battlefield, waiting for his time to leave. However, some time ago, the clan suddenly sent someone to contact him and asked him to look for a person called Luin. He was to keep an eye on that person, and nothing must happen to that person. This mission completely destroyed Dan Pu's good mood. He had planned to stay in that parallel universe and live a peaceful life until he got out. He didn't want to leave even if he was beaten to death. It was rare for him to be unyielding with his clan. He wanted to resist, but what he got in return was that his name was almost erased. The attitude of the clan was very simple. If he did not go, his name would be removed. The Lost Clan did not want him anymore. This left Dan Pu stupefied. The clan's attitude was even more resolute than his, much more resolute. In desperation, Dan Pu could only walk out of her comfort zone and come to Dashi Kong to look for Luin. Fortunately, the spacetime continuum was only separated by 6 parallel spacetime continuums. His luck was good, and he didn't run into any of the Eternals' elites. He successfully reached the large stone space, but the results he received were unclear. That Luin was clearly in Dashi Kong, how could he not know? He thought that these people did not know Luin, but these people had a deep impression of Luin. Luin had almost given the green light to Dashi Kong. Dan Pu was helpless. He wanted to find a place to gather information, but he was told that there was no such place. He could only go to the nearby Gemini spacetime to find Luin. As soon as he contacted Bodhi Sage and mentioned Lu Yin's name, someone in the Gemini universe's intelligence gathering place told him that Luin had gone to the dark spacetime. Dan Pu was furious. Why did this Luin have to go to the dark spacetime? He asked Bodhi Sage, but Bodhi Sage did not tell him the reason. Instead, he was curious as to why Dan Pu was looking for Luin. Dan Pu naturally did not say anything and hurriedly went to the dark spacetime. The Lost Clan was well aware of the chaos in the dark spacetime. There were extreme powerhouses of the Eternals there, and they were not ordinary powerhouses. This Luin was really troublesome. In the dark spacetime, Luin constantly released his domain, sometimes withdrawing it and sometimes releasing it. He had been here for more than 10 days, but he had not seen a single person. He did not just stay on the previous continent, he also wanted to take a look at the dark spacetime. With his strength, it was fine to be careful. Finally, 5 days later, he saw a battlefield. If not for the strangeness of the dark spacetime, he would have discovered this battlefield the day he arrived. Although it was called a battlefield, it was completely different from an ordinary one. It was like a beehive. The 6 clan cultivators, Umbra men, and Eternals Corpse kings all hid, probed, and ambushed each other. It was completely different from a normal battlefield. Luin scanned the area with his domain, and only one 6-clan cultivator was able to sense it. This person also cultivated a domain. In the 6th clan, almost no one cultivated a domain, so this person should be from the reincarnation spacetime. F*CK, which bastard is so brazen as to search the battlefield? Isn't he afraid of being killed? Those corpse kings can sense this kind of power, but I won't respond. It's probably a rookie who just entered the battlefield. The sooner he dies, the better. In a corner of the beehive, a man with a ferocious expression and a long blade laid across his chest stared ahead with bloodshot eyes. Behind him were 3 stone walls, and only the front was wide enough for others to pass through. It could only allow one person to pass through, and further ahead was a cliff. This was the perfect location that this person had found, and he had already ambushed and killed 5 corpse kings and 1 Umber man here. Killing 5 corpse kings was not an easy task. The corpse kings that could enter the dark spacetime were not ordinary corpse kings, but ones that had been specifically chosen for the dark spacetime. Some corpse kings had strange innate gifts, while others had strange battle techniques. In short, they were very difficult to deal with. The man gripped his blade tightly. He had already been in the dark spacetime for more than a year, and he still had nearly 9 years left. The man did not even know if he could survive, and his chances of survival were slim. He also wanted to escape from the dark spacetime, but he could not find the portal. Even if he did, whether or not he could escape was another matter altogether. Even if he was only 1,000 meters away from the portal, this distance was still a dead end. Please don't come, please don't come, please don't come. The man kept muttering to himself, hoping that no corpse kings or Umber man would come. Even if he stayed in this location for a full 10 years, he did not plan on killing any more, as this was enough. At this moment, the air in front of him moved, and the man's eyes widened. Someone? Who? Although he could not see, cultivators had many ways to sense their surroundings. The man was an explorer and had also cultivated a domain, so he was confident that he had a 30% chance of returning alive from the dark spacetime. Their domains collided, and the man's eyes trembled. It was that bastard. He raised his blade and slashed out. Aside from himself, everyone in the dark spacetime was an enemy. The blade stopped moving, unable to advance any further. You're even killing your own people. How vile, Luin said as he stared coldly at the man. The man exerted all his strength, but his blade still could not advance. He knew that he had run into an expert and hurriedly retreated. However, there was a wall behind him that prevented him from moving. Let's talk nicely. I don't have any ill intentions, the man said hoarsely. Luin did not care about him, and he continued to stare at the wall behind the man. There was no light, and the darkness on the wall seemed even deeper. The darkness there could move. Is this the Umber man's power? Luin suddenly pressed against the wall with one hand, and it felt as if he was pressing against the darkness. It was bone-chilling to the touch, and even though darkness did not have any heat, this darkness was bone-chilling. The man suddenly turned around and was shocked. The Umber man, the wall behind him shattered, and a figure rushed out and fled into the distance. The Umber man was no different from a normal person. The only difference was that his eyes did not have pupils, only an eyeball. This kind of eye could not see light even in normal spacetime, so it was very suitable for the dark spacetime. Luin disappeared. This Umber man had wanted to kill that man, who was a cultivator from the 6th Direction Association. Although he was vile and not a good person, the Umber man had attacked him, which meant that the Umber man was an enemy. The Umber man wanted to see what was going on. Was the Umber man treating the Everlasting Tribe and the 6th Direction Association as enemies, or was he siding with the Everlasting Tribe? Luin had captured too many spies, and when he saw this scene, he subconsciously wanted to attack. The Umber man's escape method was very strange. It was as if he was swimming in the darkness, and his speed was extremely fast. He was not relying on himself, but the darkness. This was a race that lived in the darkness. However, it was useless no matter how fast the Umber man fled. Luin raised his foot and blocked his path. The Umber man turned around from afar. He knew that he was blocking the path. Suddenly, a pebble shot towards the Umber man. He hurriedly dodged, but the pebble suddenly stopped and then exploded. Countless particles shot out in all directions and pierced through the Umber Man's body. The Umber Man was heavily injured and spat out blood as he fell to the ground. Another pebble shot out in the same direction, and it also exploded and shot out in all directions. If the Umber Man was hit again, he would definitely die. Luin appeared beside the Umber Man and grabbed him with one hand. The particles stopped around him and then shot back in the direction they had come from. Below them, a particle smashed through a corpse king's head, killing it instantly. Lu Yin's domain swept through the area, and he had just witnessed a good show of a chaotic battle. The commotion that had just occurred had completely ignited the entire area. All sorts of attacks were directed towards Lu Yin's direction, each one carrying a strange and murderous intent. There was even a card that belonged to the Lost Clan. Lu Yin stepped forward and brought the Umber Man to a corner far away from where they had just been. The Umber Man fell to the ground and coughed up blood. He painfully clutched at the places on his body that had been pierced by the particles, and he continued to bleed profusely. "Why did you kill that person?" Lu Yin asked. The Umber Man panted heavily and looked up. In this lightless space, he stared at Lu Yin with great precision. None of them had pupils, but Lu Yin felt as if he was being stared at. "They're all enemies." Lu Yin frowned. Were they all enemies? That's right, this person had just been killed by the Everlasting Tribe. At the very least, this proved that he was not from the Everlasting Tribe. The Lost Clan and the other cultivators from the Six Paths Society had not hesitated to attack the Umber Man. They did not distinguish between friend and foe. Aside from themselves, everyone was an enemy. Cough cough. The Umber Man was heavily injured, and Lu Yin discovered something strange. The Umber Man's wounds had been swallowed up by the darkness. Lu Yin stared at the wound that had been pierced by the particle. It should have been bleeding non-stop, but the wound was healing quickly. "You'll recover in half a day, right?" Lu Yin was surprised. The Shadow Man lay on the ground in agony, but he did not speak. The wound was healing, but the pain did not lessen. Lu Yin's domain swept out once more, instantly wiping out all the Corpse Kings. These Corpse Kings were just as Bodhi Sage had described, they all had strange powers. After Lu Yin wiped them out, the Six Directions Association cultivators and the Shadow Man were all safe. "I've wiped out all the Corpse Kings. Everyone is safe now," Lu Yin said before taking a step forward and leaving. Everyone heard him, but no one responded. No one believed him. The battles here were all about scheming and sneaky attacks. It was not strange for the enemy to use all sorts of methods, but for the sake of their own lives, everyone hid themselves and did not expose themselves. Only the injured Shadow Man was certain of Lu Yin's words. Although he did not know how Lu Yin had done it, he felt that Lu Yin was terrifying. This kind of power should not appear in a small battlefield like this. Fighting in the dark spacetime was like a blind man crossing a river. He had to cross the river to prevent himself from drowning, but he also had to guard against enemies hiding in the water. Lu Yin did not want to get involved in the dark spacetime's battles. He wanted to go to the next parallel spacetime. He had been here for half a month, but he still had not been able to contact Wendy Yushan. She had either lost control of herself or was dead. Either way, there was no need for Lu Yin to stay. Lu Yin suddenly felt powerless. He had the strength to fight against a progenitor, and he had all sorts of external items and methods. He seemed to be invincible to others, but there were many times when he was still powerless. He had the Sect of Heaven, but he could only protect himself. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had to think of a way to help Third Uncle, Kai and the others break through to the progenitor realm and restore the Sect of Heaven to its former glory. The only thing that could do this was the sequence particle. The sequence particle was a supreme power that even progenitors could only dream of. The research of the sequence particle was inseparable from the progenitor realm. Perhaps he could use the sequence particle to find a shortcut that would allow Third Uncle and the others to break through. He still had to find Zijing. He had to find her. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Only the glorious Sect of Heaven did not fear anyone. Why should he focus all of his energy on the Everlasting? At the very least, they didn't need to do so for the time being. With the Six Direction Association holding the fort, the Eternals wouldn't be able to cause too much damage. In the era of above heaven, the Eternals could only bow their heads. The six factions hated the Heavenly Sect because they hadn't destroyed the Eternals in that era. If the Heavenly Sect had been restored to its peak and given everyone a choice, they would have destroyed the Eternals. The extremely glorious Heavenly Sect? Back then, there were the 3 realms and 6 paths. Now, how could they restore such power? Perhaps the 3 realms and 6 daos didn't exist, but the 9 mountains and 8 seas did. Progenitor Chen was definitely not dead, and Progenitor Mist was on the 5th continent. Where was Progenitor Withering? Was he dead? Are the Talisman Ancestor and the Hui Ancestor dead? Even if they died, Third Uncle and the others had broken through to the Progenitor realm, and their strength might not be any weaker than the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Putting Patriarch Lu Tianyi aside, the Lu clan had one of the true patriarchs of the 6 paths. Time continued to pass, and Luyin was getting closer and closer to the portal. It was very dangerous to be near the dimensional door. Changes could happen at any moment. Even he had to be careful. There was someone ahead. Lu Yin's domain. It expanded and was easily swallowed up by the darkness, but the expanding domain still allowed Lu Yin to see the person and also reversed steps. Reversed steps? Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his domain expanded in a single direction, enveloping a shadow man. That's right, it was indeed reversed steps. In the distance, in outer space, a shadow man was clearly moving backwards, but his body was moving forward and constantly shifting. This was reversed steps. Lu Yin was stunned. He could actually see reversed steps in this dark spacetime? And it was coming from a shadow man? The shadow man could clearly sense the domain enveloping him, and his body was like a magnet that constantly pulled in the darkness. The darkness swallowed the domain faster and faster, and the shadow man wanted to hide himself again. However, he had already been targeted by Lu Yin, and there was no way he could escape. The shadow man grew more and more alarmed, and his reversed steps became faster and faster. Suddenly, his footsteps became disorderly as his right foot stepped on his left leg, breaking his bones and causing his body to fall forward. A card appeared behind him and descended directly on top of his head, drawing the shadowy man in. Lu Yin's body instantly appeared beside the card and entered it with the shadow man. Inside the card was a white world that was so piercing that the shadow man trembled. Kill me! Kill me! Lu Yin entered the card and suddenly acted, blocking the blinding light above his head. Only then did the shadow man heave a sigh of relief, his body drenched in sweat. You're not a shadow man, a voice said. Lu Yin replied, I'm a cultivator from the Six Direction Association. You shouldn't have helped him. He killed my brother. The voice continued, did you just reinforce the dark spacetime? Lu Yin replied, the outside world says that the shadow men are hostile to the Six Direction Association. Now, it seems that the situation is even worse. It's not hostility, it's killing. The lost tribesman's voice was filled with anger. We didn't do anything to him, but he used the power of darkness to devour my brother and steal the card. He deserves to die. The shadow men were still trembling. They could not adapt to the light and could only stay in the darkness. Lu Yin looked at the shadow man. Why did you kill the lost tribesman? The shadow man did not answer. Every year, at least 1/3 of the cultivators from the Six Direction Association who reinforce the dark spacetime die at the hands of the shadow men. They target both the Eternals and the Six Direction Association, the lost tribesman said. Lu Yin was puzzled. Does the Six Direction Association know about this? Of course. Why hasn't it been resolved? How? Destroy the shadow men? They are the same kind as us, and the Six Direction Association has tried to ally with them. However, the shadow men are despicable and shameless. On the surface, they seem to have agreed to the Six Direction Association's request, but in reality, they still take the initiative to attack us. Their reason is that they can't differentiate between the Six Direction Association's cultivators and the Corpse King in the dark spacetime. Indeed, it's difficult for us to differentiate. I didn't do it on purpose. The shadow man panicked. Our ancestors taught us not to hesitate when attacking. Even if I don't attack, you will. You're despicable. We have no choice. We also want to live. Luin looked at the Shadow Man coldly. You want to live, so you let others die? The Shadow Man's pupilless face stared at Luin. This is our home, but they treat it as a battlefield. Luin frowned. Was it the same as the drifting cloud space? No, the lost tribesman shouted. The Six Direction Association is tracking the Eternals. This was originally the battlefield between the Shadow Men and the Eternals. We're helping you. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light turned into a sharp blade that slashed towards the Shadow Man. Luin caught the blade. I have a question for him. The lost tribesman was furious. Which parallel universe are you from? We will avenge the lost tribesman ourselves. If you interfere, you are an enemy. Luin knocked the Shadow Man unconscious and took out his card. In the void, the lost tribesman walked out and stared blankly at the card in Lu Yin's hand. Outsiders could not tell the level of the card unless they saw the mark on the card. However, the lost tribesman did not need that. He could clearly feel the power of his card being suppressed. It was definitely a high-level card that he could not understand. You are? Luin said, leave this person to me. Don't worry, I will return him to you after this is over. The lost tribesman bowed. Yes. Luin took the Shadow Man out of the card and woke him up. He asked him to go backward. The Shadow Man was vigilant. Where is the lost tribesman? I sent him away, Luin replied. The Shadow Man's eyelids twitched. The darkness around him became deeper. He looked around but did not find the lost tribesman. He was puzzled. How did you send him away? It has nothing to do with you. Answer my question. Otherwise, your fate will not be better than falling into his hands. Lu Yin's tone was cold. The Shadow Man sneered. Every member of the Dark Shadow tribe has learned the footwork you mentioned. Some can learn it, and some can't. It is impossible for you to learn it. Stop dreaming. Luin narrowed his eyes. What is that footwork called? Seamless footwork. The Shadow Man replied directly. This was common knowledge. Many people in the Six Direction Association knew about it. This footwork was not a secret. He thought that Luin wanted to learn it. Seamless footwork? It was not called reverse footwork. It was learned by Chen Zhou from a jade stone and came from progenitor Chen. In that space, the footprints under the river represented the learning method of reverse footwork. In fact, it did not have a name. The dark spacetime had existed for far longer than progenitor Chen. Therefore, this footwork should be called seamless footwork. Then, how did this footwork spread to the dark spacetime? Can I go now? The Shadow Man asked. He wanted to leave. Luin waved his hand. Go. The Shadow Man did not expect Luin to be so easy to talk to. Luin had saved him just to ask about common knowledge. He used the dark spacetime to check again. After confirming that there were no outsiders, he left. However, not long after he left, a card pulled him in, leaving the Shadow Man screaming in horror. He could not leave the dark spacetime. At least, he had to meet the Shadow Man Patriarch and find the source of reverse footwork. This place was related to the Genesis space. It was not difficult to find the Shadow Man Patriarch. He just needed to find a Shadow Man to lead the way. The Shadow Men were not corpse kings. They were also afraid of death. Luin only needed to threaten them a little and they would lead him through the dark spacetime. There was nothing more convenient than having a Shadow Man lead the way. In fact, if the Shadow Men did not have this characteristic of not being able to distinguish between friend and foe, they could work together to deal with the corpse kings. This spacetime would be much easier to deal with. The Shadow Man Patriarch was called Dark Nine. He lived on an extremely deep and dark land. The closer one got to the land, the colder and darker it felt. This land was called the Dark Domain. It was the land where the Shadow Men lived. On the way here, Luin had learned a lot about the Shadow Man, including a book called the Tome of Darkness. Rumor had it that the dark spacetime had once given birth to an extremely powerful being, and it was that extremely powerful being who had caused the dark spacetime to become like this. The darkness did not exist in the first place. It was the power of that extremely powerful expert to change the world. They were all the descendants of that ultimate rancor and had devoted their entire lives to searching for the grimoire of darkness. Once they found it, they would be able to transform and become ultimate rancors. They would then be able to easily wipe out all their enemies in the dark time and space. Their so-called enemies weren't just the Eternals, but also the Six Direction Society. Luin had also asked the Shadow Men why they were hostile towards the Six Direction Society. This Shadow Man's answer was the same as the previous one. It was not hostile, but a habit formed from years of fighting. However, the first Shadow Man he had met had told him that they were all enemies. The Umbra Men did not have pupils, so Luin could not see through them. However, Luin felt that these Umbra Men were not telling the truth at all. Just as the Lost Tribesmen had said, they were cunning and despicable. If it was the Six Direction Guild that had brought the Eternals into the dark spacetime and brought war to them, they could view the Six Direction Guild as an enemy. However, the Six Direction Guild was clearly supporting them. This answer might be obtained from Ingio, but the premise was that they had to talk to Ingio as an equal. Very few of the Six Direction Society's cultivators had seen Ingio. The attitude of the Dark Shadow Men had struck fear into the hearts of the Six Direction Society's cultivators. They were afraid that they would be besieged by the Dark Shadow Men. Even half-martial ancestors didn't dare to do so. Bodhi Saint's information only recorded that only an extremely powerful expert had come into contact with the Dark Shadow Human Patriarch, but that was a long time ago. In fact, the Six Paths Guild had already given up on the dark spacetime, so the reinforcements they sent were all heinous criminals. Only the Lost Clan had volunteered to come here as a trial. Luin stepped onto the tenebrous domain and extended his domain outwards. On this continent, the darkness engulfed his domain at a rate that was several times faster than in other places. Luin had to constantly shrink and release his domain before he could barely maintain it. Yi Shiwen also discovered that there were many experts among the Dark Shadow Men. One of them was a half-martial ancestor. Yi Shiwen had noticed him the moment he stepped into the dark domain. However, that half-martial ancestor expert didn't make a move. Perhaps, he thought that everything was under control. It was already a few days later when Luin successfully met Anjo. Anjo seemed to be trying to intimidate Luin. The moment Luin arrived, the surrounding darkness transformed into a giant beast that wanted to swallow Luin whole. The Shadow Man that Luin had forced to lead the way hurriedly ran away, turning around to glare at Luin. Luin allowed the deep darkness to attack him. Patriarch Ingio, is this how the Shadow Men treat their guests? The darkness corrosion had already swallowed half of his body, and the bone-chilling sensation was the same as someone holding a knife to their neck. For the Shadow Men, once they were affected by the darkness corrosion, their life and death were in their hands. Ingio clasped his hands behind his back and unscrupulously released the might of a half-martial ancestor. Who are you? Why do you want to see me? I represent the Six Direction Society, Luin said directly. Ingio snorted, you're not qualified. What do I have to do to qualify? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he teased. Ingio was afraid. To be able to remain calm at this time, this person either had something to rely on or was fearless. No matter what the situation was, it was not what he wanted to face. Thinking of this, his tone gradually softened. Tell me where you're from. Why do you want to see me? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he released the power in his heart. He circulated the stars, and in an instant, everything in the surroundings appeared in Lu Yin's eyes. He saw Ingio, the Shadow Man that he had threatened, and an old half-martial ancestor with a weathered face further away. He saw the Shadow Men around him, and they were either mocking him or coldly looking at him with weapons in their hands. These Shadow Men really treated him like an enemy. Luin did not hesitate. He took a step forward and grabbed at Ingio. Ingio did not expect Luin to take the initiative to attack. This was the tenebrous domain, and there were hundreds of millions of Shadow Men here. There were many powerhouses here, and this person was clearly not even at his level. How dare he take the initiative to attack? This was too abnormal. Ingio subconsciously retreated, and at the same time, he had the old man at the same level as him attack. What Ingio used to retreat was also the reverse step. At the same time, Luin also used the reverse step, and their figures constantly changed as they shuttled back and forth. They caused the void to distort and crack, but the darkness of the void was still far from the tenebrous domain. Instead, it seemed to bring color to the tenebrous domain. And Jiao was shocked. He could not see, but he could clearly feel Lu Yin's hand getting closer and closer to him. This person was also using the reverse step to disrupt space, and his speed was even faster than in Jiao's. How was this possible? The old half-martial ancestor also used the reverse step to stop Lu Yin, but Lu Yin's usage of the reverse step had already reached the level of disrupting time. The two of them could not compare. As Lu Yin took another step forward, he had already passed in Jiao and was now level with him. And Jiao slowly turned his head, and his pupil-less face looked at Lu Yin. He could not hide his shock. Lu Yin grabbed in Jiao's neck with one hand, and darkness spread around in Jiao, forming a barrier to isolate Lu Yin. This was the power of a half-martial ancestor. Behind in Jiao, the old man raised his hand and pressed down with enough force to destroy the void. A 5-fingered passageway appeared in the darkness, and Lu Yin was at the other end of the passageway. Lu Yin broke in Jiao's darkness barrier with one hand and raised his other hand to face the darkness. Bang! There was a loud bang, and ripples appeared in the void, shattering it. In the surroundings, the shadow men were sent flying, swept by the aftershock. The half-martial ancestor Shadow Man's arms shattered as he was ruthlessly sent flying. Lu Yin also grabbed in Jiao by the neck and lifted him up. A mere immortal transformation realm cultivator dares to be impudent to me. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The strongest elder and patriarch of the Shadow Men were injured, and the other was captured. They could not resist at all. A long time ago, Lu Yin could be unrestrained at the half-martial ancestor realm. Even Fate Lady, one of the 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters recognized by the above heavens era, was not worthy of his attention, let alone in Jiao. The Shadowman's power was very strange, but the only effect it had on Lu Yin was that he could not see. At most, his power would be swallowed by the darkness, but how much could it swallow? It was more likely that the legendary powerhouse of the dark spacetime had come. The Shadowman's lifelong pursuit of power could suppress Lu Yin. Otherwise, they would be like ants in front of Lu Yin. A half-martial ancestor was just a slightly bigger ant. All the Shadow Men were stunned. They lay on the ground in shock, and the fear in their hearts spread. They wanted to escape but did not dare to. The half-martial ancestor old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior, please spare our lives. It's our fault for being rude. He was clearly a half-martial ancestor, but he displayed his fear of death vividly. Lu Yin understood the Shadow Men more and more. They were hypocritical, afraid of death, despicable, sinister, and righteous. It was as if this spacetime represented darkness. There was no need to be polite when dealing with them. It was best to use force. And Jiao was grabbed by the neck and could not make a sound. He kept patting Lu Yin's arm with both hands, begging for mercy. Lu Yin casually threw in Jiao to the ground. What else do you want to ask now? And Jiao waved his hand and coughed. No more questions. Senior, whatever you say, is what it is. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. If you are so afraid of death, why are you still hostile to the 6 forces? Aren't you afraid that the 6 forces will send a powerhouse to destroy you? And Jiao coughed and wanted to say something, but no words came out. The half-martial ancestor old man said bitterly, the powerhouses of the 6 forces can't see us at all. The darkness domain is like an extension of our bodies. We can sense the arrival of powerhouses, but who would have thought? The old man did not say anything, but Lu Yin knew what he wanted to say. Who would have thought that a monster like him would appear? Suppressing a half-martial ancestor with a cultivation at the 6th tribulation origin stage was not something that could happen in the 6 forces. And Jiao finally calmed down. Back then, the 6 forces sent someone to meet us. That person's cultivation is similar to Senior's. We did not meet him because he was called the perfect young master. We were not sure of his strength, so we did not meet him. Then why did you meet me? There must be a problem if I took the initiative to meet you. Lu Yin asked. It seemed like the 6 forces had thought of ways to deal with the Shadow Men, but they had no choice. The Shadow Men were too cautious. And Jiao said helplessly, we were too careless. Lu Yin looked down at him. Seamless steps, how did you get it? And Jiao was shocked. You are here to ask this? You are not here to represent the six forces? I'll ask and you'll answer. If there's even one sentence of nonsense, you don't need to live anymore. Lu Yin's tone turned cold, scaring Jiao into nodding. The seamless steps came from the Tome of Darkness. It was left behind by our ancestor. The Tome of Darkness recorded all kinds of battle techniques, but unfortunately, it disappeared with our ancestor. We are also looking for the Tome of Darkness, and Jiao answered. Lu Yin frowned. Tome of Darkness? There didn't seem to be anyone in the Genesis space who cultivated such a dark energy. The one that resembled it the most was the Death God. However, that was Death Qi, which was completely different from this darkness. This was a kind of energy that devoured light. It was not as tyrannical as Death Qi. Other than the reverse steps, use all the battle techniques you know, Lu Yin said. And Jiao did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly displayed his battle techniques. At the same time, Danpu also made a round in the darkness space, but she couldn't find Lu Yin. Left with no choice, she could only come to the darkness continent. Ever since the six forces sent experts to contact the Umbra Men, no one was able to see the Umbra Men's patriarch, and Danpu was no exception. The Lost Clan had many disciples training in the darkness space. Of course, they wanted to come in contact with the Umbra Men, but none succeeded. The darkness domain was too dangerous. Once he stepped in, the Umbra Men would immediately leave. He could walk freely in the darkness domain, but he couldn't find the Umbra Men's patriarch. She was worried that Lu Yin had come to the darkness domain. The Umbra Men were not simple. No matter what, she had to find them. However, Lu Yin was able to deal with De Shirkong's ancestor Realm Corpse King. If things went wrong, the Umbra Men would be at a disadvantage. They would underestimate Lu Yin, and once they did, they would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Danpu headed towards the darkness domain. At the center of the tenebrous domain, Lu Yin used his domain to observe Jiao and the others' battle techniques. He wanted to see if he could find any clues related to the Genesis space. Reversing step alone was not enough to determine the specific connection between the spacetime and the Genesis space. In the Genesis space, Progenitor Chen was not the first to master reversing step, he had also learned it. Every spacetime had its own characteristics. The dark spacetime was not weak, and it produced many battle techniques that were all connected to this darkness. This darkness was a type of power similar to astral sources, and Lu Yin could cultivate it if he wanted. As he thought about it, he did not realize that the darkness in the tenebrous domain was growing deeper as Jiao used his technique. It was originally impossible to see clearly here, and it was even darker than the sky. Now, it was even darker. And Jiao suppressed his breathing to prevent himself from showing any abnormalities. He was indeed using his technique, but its only use was to awaken the progenitor. The dark spacetime had an extremely strong powerhouse, the progenitor who had lived for countless years. Reversing step did not come from the Tome of Darkness, but from that progenitor. Only the progenitor could deal with this person. According to the progenitor's instructions, any outsider who threatened the dark spacetime was to be killed, regardless of their status. This was the reason why the Shadow Men had attacked the Everlasting Race and the Six-Way Society. They were following the progenitor's instructions. Lu Yin did not sense anything as he did not understand the Shadow Men. Even the Lost Race, who understood the dark spacetime best, did not know all of their battle techniques. It was only when an invisible danger descended that Lu Yin was alerted. He looked down and saw that the danger was coming from beneath his feet. How had his domain been swallowed up so quickly? Even though his domain was constantly being swallowed up by the darkness, Lu Yin relied on his freedom of manipulation to barely maintain it. Unknowingly, however, his domain could not keep up with the speed of the darkness. Not only that, but he had also lost all understanding of the ground beneath his feet. Lu Yin did not hesitate to avoid the area and attack Jiao at the same time. He knew that the problem lay with the Shadow Men. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jiao suddenly knelt on the ground and muttered to himself. All the Shadow Men around him did the same. Lu Yin's feet were bound by the darkness, and he could not move. What did you do? Lu Yin stared at Jiao. Jiao kept muttering something that sounded like a prayer or a curse, but Lu Yin could not understand it. The sense of danger in his mind, however, grew stronger. Right now, all he wanted to do was to get as far away from this place as possible. Luin could resist the darkness, but the darkness that bound his legs. Not only that, but the darkness continued to spread and engulf him. Luin no longer hesitated and attacked the darkness, but his attack passed right through it. Starting from his legs, a bone-piercing cold followed by a numbness spread throughout his body. There was no doubt that this feeling belonged to the progenitor realm. The Dark Shadow clan actually had progenitor realm experts, and they were definitely not ordinary progenitor realm experts. He was able to trap his legs with just his strength. Was he being pushed back during this period of time? First, he suffered 81 slashes in the Lost Clan, and he was unable to resist or evade. Fortunately, those 81 slashes did not injure him, and he was even left with a small knife. After that, he was attacked by an Ancestor Realm Corpse King as soon as he arrived at Deshir Kong. After that, he was ambushed by Qin Kong, and he almost died. If not for the small knife, he would have really died. And now, he had encountered an Ancestor Realm expert that was difficult to resist. No wonder people said that the endless battlefield was a life and death grinder. Even progenitors did not want to come. On the surface, his strength was only at the 6th stage of the Origin Tribulation Realm. Being at the 6th stage of the Origin Tribulation Realm meant that he was far safer than a true Ancestor Realm expert. In addition, he also had various protective treasures. Even so, he had nearly died. This was the endless battlefield, the true grindstone of life and death for humanity. Luin took out his slippers and slammed them down. The slippers missed as well. The slippers were powerful, but against an opponent that he could not hit, it was as helpless as when he had slapped the Undying God. Luin tried a few times, but it was useless. The slippers could not hit the darkness. The darkness was like fog and wind, but it brought about restraint and coldness that spread numbness. Luin was shocked. If this continued, he would really be swallowed up. In the distance, Angeal looked up. He clearly had no pupils, but he seemed to be staring at Luin with excitement. No one could escape the Forefather's attack. Lu Yin's expression was stern. He stirred up a spatial line and disappeared into the darkness. Angeal was shocked. That was it? The darkness suddenly erupted, as if Lu Yin's escape had angered it. It turned into a monster and spread out in all directions. Luin kept retreating. He did not know if this darkness involved the level of sequence particles, but it definitely involved space. If not for that, he would not have been able to escape. Space and time were the most mystical powers. As long as he was given the chance, he could resolve his predicament. His domain touched the darkness, and it seemed to have found its source as it frantically spread towards Luin. Luin frowned and kept retreating. He could not be swallowed up by the darkness again. Where did this power come from? He did not even see a progenitor. At this moment, he turned back. There was an expert. Danpu kept approaching. Although he did not cultivate a domain, he was still a progenitor. His external perception was different from ordinary people's, and he could clearly sense Luin and the deep darkness. Are you Luin? Danpu asked loudly. Luin found it strange that someone here could recognize him. You are? Danpu was anxious. Retreat, there's a monster there. Luin did not need him to say anything to know, and he kept rushing towards Danpu. They moved quickly, but the darkness spread even faster. Not only did it spread from the center of the domain, but it also spread in all directions. It was like a prison that trapped everyone within. Danpu's expression turned ugly. How did you provoke this old monster? Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, and the sense of danger in his mind grew more intense. He felt as if something was about to awaken. This kind of danger rarely appeared, and it had happened once when he had faced Qin Kong. There was a powerhouse in this dark spacetime that could rival Qin Kong, and it could bring him a life or death crisis. I didn't want to either. I didn't know there was a monster here. Who are you? The two charged into outer space, constantly attacking to disperse the darkness. Danpu of the Lost Clan. Luin was astonished. How do you know me? My clan told me to look for you. Danpu did not hide anything and spoke frankly. His eyes scanned his surroundings. This was troublesome. The darkness was thick and had already covered the top of his head. This old monster was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It was not worth sacrificing himself for this brat. Lu Ying kept attacking, and he could see that the darkness above him was shrouded in darkness. He reached out to grab Dan Pu, who instinctively dodged. "What are you doing?" Lu Ying said, "I'll take you out." Dan Pu was skeptical, but he could only trust Lu Ying. Since the clan had told him to keep an eye on Lu Ying, there had to be a reason. This person should have a good relationship with the clan. He did not want to be shrouded in darkness and be trapped in this dark domain. Lu Ying placed his hand on Dan Pu's shoulder and stirred up spatial lines. The two of them disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were outside the shrouded darkness. Dan Pu heaved a sigh of relief. They had really escaped. He was puzzled. How did you do it? He could not tell. It seemed like they had traveled through the void, but it was different. Let's go. This old monster hasn't woken up yet. If he does, we won't be able to leave. Lu Ying watched as the dark domain was swallowed up by an even deeper darkness. He followed Dan Pu in a certain direction. What's here? What old monster? Dan Pu was apprehensive. The elder said that there's an old guy in the dark spacetime who has been in a deep slumber. No one knows what he's up to. My lost clan has been watching him for so many years, but he hasn't awakened. I didn't expect him to wake up the moment you arrived. What did you do? Nothing much. I almost wiped out the Dark Shadow clan, Lu Ying said casually. Dan Pu was stunned. So simple? How complicated is it? Lu Ying did not understand. Dan Pu was speechless. They had thought of this method before, but Elder Dan Gu did not want to make an enemy out of the slumbering person. It was not fun to force an enemy out, so they had given up. For so many years, the Lost Clan had tried to communicate with the Dark Shadow Man to get information about the slumbering person, but they had not succeeded. This brat was so violent. Why did you wipe out the Dark Shadow Clan? Lu Ying said, it's not considered wiping out the Dark Shadow Clan. I just attacked their patriarch. That power was summoned by that patriarch. I understand. The patriarch of the Dark Shadow Clan has always had a way to awaken that old monster, but no one has been a threat to him for so many years, so he has never used it. No wonder the old monster did not wake up when this power was summoned. If we had known, we would have used force, Dan Pu said regretfully. The two were about to leave, but they suddenly stopped. Although they could not see, they knew very well that not far away, there was a deep darkness that formed a barrier-like existence, isolating them. Beyond the barrier, there was an even deeper darkness. There were layers upon layers, and they did not know how many layers there were. Although they had escaped the tenebrous domain, they had not been able to escape the dark spacetime immediately. To a progenitor, whether it was the tenebrous domain or the dark spacetime, they could change the world with a single thought. Dan Pu smiled bitterly. We can't leave unless we escape the endless battlefield. It's not impossible to encounter a life or death crisis. After all, we are not facing the everlasting tribe. Lu Ying looked back at the tenebrous domain and said in a low voice. Dan Pu sighed. The ruler is not so easy to fool. Even we have to explain to the Six Direction Society's master and possibly face the Grand Empyreans. This is the dark spacetime, so we can't even ask for help. Explain to the Grand Empyreans? Lu Ying did not want to face the Grand Empyreans right now. If he did, he might have to face the Xiaoying divinity. He could not be recognized. Then let's fight. Dan Pu took out her card and thought about it. Her head hurt. We can fight, but where is the person? If the Lost Clan wants to set up a trap, we have to at least find the person. Lu Ying frowned. The person? He could not find the person either. The deep darkness continued to close in on them. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Let's go to the tenebrous domain. The person must be there. Dan Pu nodded. I heard that you are quite bold despite your young age. Good, I hope you are not too weak. As long as we can find that old monster, I am confident that I can fight. With that, the two headed for the tenebrous domain. They couldn't ask for help in the dark spacetime, and there was no place to gather information. they also couldn't escape from the endless battlefield. The only thing they could do was risk it all. Of course, Luin would still leave if things didn't work out. He wouldn't leave his life here. As long as it wasn't something like empty void or 81 slashes that he couldn't resist, he would leave. As for explaining things to the Grand Empyreans, he would think about it later. There was no point in thinking about it if he lost his life. The tenebrous domain was the deepest place in the dark spacetime. Lu Yin's domain couldn't spread very far, and it was quickly swallowed up. Here, he was. Really like a blind man. Think of a way to find that old monster. Danpu shouted. Luin stared ahead. He had thought that darkness was just one color, but after coming here, he realized that there were many colors. The darkness in front of him was undoubtedly the most dangerous. Since it was darkness, he would bring light. As he thought about it, the Divine Seal catalog appeared above his head. The golden light transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the darkness and illuminated the tenebrous domain. The darkness here could swallow light, but the Divine Seal catalog was the Lu family's ultimate innate gift, and it couldn't be suppressed so easily. The golden light could even pierce through the aura of death. The first time it had appeared, it had illuminated the astral tree realm, the top realm, the middle realm, and the mortal realm. Now that it had appeared in the dark spacetime, it similarly illuminated the entire tenebrous domain and Anzio's group. The shadow men cried out and hurriedly dodged. They couldn't touch the light. Danpu was shocked. What kind of power was this? The golden light was bright but not blinding, and it carried an incomparable sacredness and supremacy. The lost clansmen were xenophobic, which meant that they looked down on the other parallel spacetimes of the Six Directions Association. However, this golden light allowed Danpu to understand Lu Yin's power. No matter what realm Lu Yin was at, this golden light represented a powerful inheritance. The golden light illuminated the tenebrous domain as Noni walked out and planted a seed on the ground. The tenebrous domain shattered, and all of the shadow men who lived there fled. Ngio trembled. Ancestor, please wake up, ancestor. Deep in the tenebrous domain, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. They were ancient and turbid, but they quickly became clear. The pupils turned and stared at the sky. The golden light pierced through the ground and illuminated an old face. The fifth mainland, the power of the Lu family. As he spoke, the ground in front of him disappeared. The darkness turned into a rainbow that pierced through the sky. The person lying on the ground sat up and let out a sigh. Anzio and the others knelt down with tears in their eyes. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, patriarch. Greetings, patriarch. Countless shadow men let out excited shouts as if they were on a pilgrimage. Lu Yin and Danpu looked at each other. Danpu squinted her eyes. The great clan elder had come to the dark spacetime once, and he was sure that there was an extremely strong cultivator here. The great clan elder had tried to talk to this extremely strong cultivator several times, but the other party did not wake up. In order to avoid becoming enemies, the lost clan did not forcefully awaken that extremely strong cultivator. And now, that person had awakened. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stared at the darkness domain. The golden light was resisting the darkness. This was the light from the Divine Seal catalog itself and not Lu Yin's own power. Even Lu Yin himself had not known that the golden light from the Divine Seal catalog could resist the darkness. Beneath the dark domain, the ancient figure looked up, and in that instant, Lu Yin saw the other's eyes. Does he have pupils? Not the shadow man? Child of the Lu family, you. Awaken me. The figure spoke with a dry voice that was not very smooth. It seemed that he had not spoken for a long time. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. As expected, it was related to the origin space. It was not without reason that he had appeared in the dark spacetime. You recognize that I'm from the Lu family? The figure raised a hand and blocked the golden light. The Lu family's Divine Seal catalog. This light is still so domineering. Senior, you are? Lu Yin asked. Danpu held the card tightly. From the moment this figure had awakened, he had felt an indescribable sense of danger. He also felt like he was being stared at and seen through. The strange thing was that this feeling did not only come from below, but also from above, from all directions, and from the entire dark spacetime. It was as if the entire dark spacetime had been awakened with this person's awakening. He had only felt this feeling from the great clan elder. This was a monster close to the great clan elder. It was dangerous, extremely dangerous. The figure sighed and stood up. It's not important. In this universe, only a small number of people can leave their names forever. The others are just passers-by. Child, how is the sect above heaven? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior, when you came to this spacetime, how was the sect above heaven? The figure chuckled. Young people these days are so rude. I'm clearly the one asking you. Why did you say that I have an old relationship with your Lu family? Senior has an old relationship with my Lu family? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Was this someone from the sect above heaven? Yes, the one I came into contact with the most was Lu Bujing. After all, as one of the sect masters of the Heavenly Gate, we had many dealings. The figure smiled. Lu Yin was surprised. Senior is the sect master of the Heavenly Gate? It seems that you know. Lu Yin's expression changed. Although the sect masters of the Heavenly Gate were not progenitors in the sect above heaven, they were known to be existences that could definitely break through the progenitor realm. Even progenitors treated them with respect. Third uncle Lu Bujing was a branch of the Lu family and was highly regarded by the ancestor. The ancestor even found a way to obtain the power of destiny and was the first to cultivate the 3 young ancestral qi. The Lady of Destiny was the successor of destiny, and Xianxia was the successor of ancient Tao master. It could be said that as long as there were no accidents, the sect masters of the 12 heavenly gates could represent the next era. Back then, third uncle and the others had been sealed in ice until the decisive battle with the everlasting race a few years ago. They were still half-step progenitors. No matter how high their cultivation was, nothing could be seen. But just imagine, if third uncle Lu Bujing had survived until now in the sect above heaven, how strong would he be? Once the 3 young ancestral qi appeared and transformed into destiny, who could resist it? The Lady of Destiny had broken through to the progenitor realm and survived until now. Was it another destiny? Could Xianxia walk the path of ancient Tao master? No one knew, but one thing was absolutely certain. They were very strong, very strong. The person in front of him was actually the sect master of the 12 heavenly gates in the same era as third uncle and the others. This made Lu Yin's scalp tingle. This was a genuine ancient powerhouse that had survived since the sect above heaven, and his seniority far surpassed progenitor Chen and the others. Just as Danpu said, this was a monster. May I ask Senior's name? Lu Yin stared at the figure. The figure smiled again. When did the Lu family become so despicable? As soon as he finished speaking, Danpu appeared behind him. She extended her card, but the figure disappeared. At the same time, Danpu, who was beside Lu Yin, also disappeared. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. He had failed. You can call me Elder Mo. If you can return alive, help me tell Lu Bujing that an old friend will look for him. With that, the dark spacetime turned upside down. The people who were fighting in various parts of the spacetime were shocked to find that they could no longer control themselves. The darkness turned into a turbulent tsunami that wanted to drown the entire spacetime. The bone-chilling cold terrified everyone. Danpu walked out with an ugly expression and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Does this old monster have a grudge with you? Lu Yin looked around. Nongi suddenly threw out a green leaf that floated forward. Elder Mo raised his finger and easily tore the leaf apart. Today, I want to see if the Lu family's God Investiture catalog can be devoured. Danpu's gaze was fierce, and a card appeared beside Elder Mo. It was his card. He thought that Elder Mo would be attracted by the card, but the darkness blocked the card and gradually drowned it. This old monster is on the same level as the Great Elder. Let's run, Danpu reminded softly. Lu Yin also wanted to run. This old monster was definitely someone who had touched the universe's laws. In the words of Ultra Spacetime, he was a powerhouse who could touch the sequence particles. This kind of powerhouse surpassed the 9 mountains and 8 seas and was probably infinitely close to the 3 realms and 6 daos. He was not someone they could deal with. Danpu did not even want the card. Suddenly, the two of them stared behind Elder Mo. And Jiao, who was supposed to be kneeling in the dark domain and praying devoutly, had appeared out of nowhere and struck out at Elder Mo. The palm shadow split into three and the three palms merged into one. No one expected him to attack Elder Mo. He was the leader of the Umbra humans and he was the one who had awakened Elder Mo. And Jiao's gaze changed when the palm penetrated Elder Mo's body. Elder Mo turned around and looked at Jiao. Are you being controlled? Another rat. Luyin was alert. Control? His first thought was Qin Kong. However, Danpu said an unfamiliar name. Someone from the Thousand Faces Bureau. Luyin did not understand. Danpu did not explain and simply pointed below. The Umbra humans charged into the sky and attacked Elder Mo. These Umbra humans were not very strong, but their battle prowess seemed to have suddenly increased. There were more than 1,000 of them attacking Elder Mo. Elder Mo frowned. Reckless. As he spoke, boundless darkness devoured the distance. He stared in one direction as the darkness turned into a sharp blade that cut through spacetime, splitting the dark spacetime into two. The huge spacetime was like a toy in his palm. In the distance, a smear of red appeared and swept over. It tore through the darkness and ascended above the dark domain. This smear of red was the second color to resist the darkness after the golden light of the God Sealing Catalog. Luyin was all too familiar with this color. It was divine power. As expected, the Eternals had made their move. Elder Mo looked up and frowned. There was fear and unease in his eyes as he recalled the scenes he had seen when he first arrived. It was the descent of this power that had caused the continent to split open and countless people to die tragically. The 3 realms and 6 Daos were bathed in blood. This was a fear that was branded in the depths of his memories. However, this power did not come from that terrifying existence. It was merely a rat borrowing its power. Elder Mo's gaze was ferocious. A rat had borrowed the power that terrified him, causing him to feel uneasy and fearful. This was unforgivable, just like how Lu Bujing had used the power of destiny to threaten him after cultivating the 3 young ancestral qi. The darkness twisted and spread towards the divine power. The red divine power released light above the dark domain like a sun. As the divine power appeared, Jiao and the other Umbra humans who had attacked Elder Mo raised their hands. Their fingers connected with the divine power and they all absorbed it. They clearly did not have pupils, but their eyes were crimson red. Elder Mo pressed down with one hand, and the darkness engulfed Jiao and the others, but they were forcefully blasted away by the divine power. Jiao and the other shadow men charged at Elder Mo, all of them using the same battle technique. Some combined 2 palms, some combined 3 palms, and Jiao even raised it to 6 palms. Coupled with his divine power, the void collapsed and a world of nothingness appeared. There was also a half-ancestor from the dark shadow race who used 7 palms. As divine power surged, his body constantly shattered, but he still closed in on Elder Mo. Over 1,000 shadow men attacked Elder Mo with divine power. The scene was extremely spectacular. Elder Mo's face was gloomy as the darkness engulfed them again. This time, they couldn't come out. Their bodies completely disappeared. This spacetime, or rather, the universe's starry sky, no longer existed. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. That was divine power. He had seen divine power attack before. It was a rather terrifying power. Although those people weren't very strong, with the help of divine power, Jiao and the half-ancestor Shadow Man definitely had the strength to challenge the ancestor realm. They were gone just like that. It was too fast. Let's go, Danpu shouted. A voice sounded, let's join forces. No one is a match for this old monster alone. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. An eternal corpse king? Danpu sneered. Join forces? Dream on. Let's go. You can't leave. It seems like you don't understand experts of this level at all. Danpu and Luyin wanted to tear through the void and leave at the same time. They successfully found the parallel spacetime they were in, but the darkness invaded and distorted the void, causing it to become unstable. In front of them, Elder Mo's cold gaze swept over. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Today, we will purge this dark spacetime. The golden light of the God Sealing Catalog and the red light of divine power were constantly approached by the darkness. Elder Mo stared coldly at Lu Yin and Dan Pu and raised his hand to grab them. Without the card, Dan Pu, the lost clansman, had lost most of her combat strength. Lu Yin took out his slippers and slammed them down. He wanted to launch a sneak attack while Elder Mo wasn't paying attention. However, Elder Mo had lived for so long and had rich combat experience. He had also walked out of the desperate years of the Above Heaven sect. Not to mention slippers, even a speck of dust would be cautious. Lu Yin's slippers couldn't touch Elder Mo at all. Below, Xianxia rushed out and charged into the sun-like divine power. Elder Mo's gaze was attracted as he looked over. Xianxia's godly energy surged into Xianxia's body, and he suddenly woke up. He screamed in pain, "Ancestor, ancestor, save me, ancestor!" Elder Mo frowned. He raised his hand and bent his fingers, causing the darkness around his god force to distort and shrink. The light from his god force was being compressed as he tried to drag Xianxia out. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and roared at the sky. The surface of his skin melted, and even his facial features melted. To him, the divine power was like an ordinary person falling into magma. However, it did not burn him, but instead turned him into a monster. His scarlet eyes suddenly stared at Elder Mo. He struck out with his palm, breaking through the bindings of darkness and rushing towards Elder Mo. He raised his hand, and his arm broke apart inch by inch. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms, until 11 palms combined into one. "Let's work together." The voice traveled to Lu Yin and Dan Pu's ears, and the two exchanged glances. They no longer hesitated. Elder Mo would definitely deal with them, and since that was the case, they could only join forces with the Eternals. Xianxia's 11 palms combined into one, Lu Yin's slippers, Nong Yi's farming battle technique, and Dan Pu's lost clan's killing battle technique. 3 forces charged towards Elder Mo. Elder Mo sneered, "It's just a mere rat, yet it was dealt with so easily by you. What's the point of cultivating to such a level?" With that, he raised his head. Absolute darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's 11 palms changed direction. Lu Yin and Dan Pu could not see any light at all. Whether it was the golden light of the God Sealing Catalog or the red light of the divine power, they all disappeared in an instant. No, if Elder Mo could swallow these lights in an instant, he would not have needed to drag it out for so long. He did not swallow the light, but instead deprived them of the light they could see. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Elder Mo was a monster who had touched the level of sequence particles, and it was equivalent to seeing the universe's operating rules. The universe operated, and everything had order to it. The big ones were birth, old age, sickness, and death, light, darkness, karma, and reincarnation. The small ones were the joys and sorrows, and even leaving footprints on the ground when one walked. These were all rules that formed the universe's operation. As for Elder Mo, he should have deprived them of their vision of light and darkness. This was not the witch spirit god's 5 senses being transferred or deprived, but similar to when Xianxi's deprivation of some kind of cognition. The difference was that when Xianxi relied on his talent to bring out his talent to the extreme, while Elder Mo relied on his cultivation. Some people were born with the ability to control space, and some people could also control space when they cultivated to the extreme. This was the unification of 10,000 Daos. You do not understand what kind of power I have. Even during the glorious era of the Above Heaven sect, only a few people from the 3 realms and 6 Daos could grasp this power. I have been in a deep slumber since the Above Heaven sect era, completely immersed in darkness. I have finally achieved great success, and even if the Lu family's son had not awakened me, I would have awakened soon. As a reward, I will let you experience the true limits of cultivation. Everyone says that man can conquer the heavens, but how can man conquer the heavens? Man is just a speck of dust in the heavens operation. You are all dust, and only I can touch the rules. To you, I am the heavens, the dark heavens. Bang! Lu Yin and the rest could not see it, but they could hear it. Elder Mo had shattered Xianxia. He did not need these shadow men, and they could not even be considered his descendants. They had only cultivated with the power he had left behind, and now, they had degenerated into a useless race that did not even have eyes. Intense pain engulfed his nerves, and Dan Pu groaned as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It must be painful. Although I have not interacted with it, I know that there is an old fellow from the Lost Clan from the Six Paths Society who wanted to communicate with me, but I disdained to speak with him. Elder Mo raised his hand, and a card appeared in his palm. How can an opportunistic power compare to my primordial space? He then looked at Lu Yin. Lu family's son, is Lu Bujing still alive? Lu Yin's body began to dry up. He had used things move in the opposite, and it seemed that this old monster would not kill him. Since that was the case, as long as it did not exceed the limits of things move in the opposite, he would not be affected. Yes. What's your cultivation? Half-ancestor. Elder Mo raised his brows and stared at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Half-ancestor? Are you joking with me? Lu Yin asked, did you know that third uncle and the others went missing? Elder Mo replied, of course. A group of people went missing, and it was not just him. Even a few Taoists went missing. Third uncle and the others were sealed in ice and only unsealed a few decades ago. Their cultivation is no different from the above heavens sect era. If you want to see them, I can take you there. Elder Mo laughed. Interesting, this is interesting. Haha, of course I want to see them. I must see them. Do you want to live? Lu Yin admitted it directly. Of course I want to live. Senior Danpu beside me, please don't make things difficult for her. Elder Mo did not care. It's just a rat, and there's even a rat struggling on the verge of death. I want to see where he can escape to. In the distance, a pair of scarlet eyes looked in the direction of the tenebrous domain. Darkness fell in all directions, making it impossible for him to escape. He was the person from the Thousand Faces game that Danpu had mentioned, the progenitor that the Eternals had placed in the dark spacetime. The Lost Clan knew of Elder Mo's existence, and so did the Eternals. Seeing that he could not escape, the person from the Thousand Faces game simply headed towards the tenebrous domain and saw Elder Mo, Lu Yin, and Danpu. Elder Mo looked at him playfully. Not running anymore? The person from the Thousand Faces game was a pale corpse king with an ordinary appearance. He stared at Elder Mo with his scarlet eyes. You called me a rat? You are the same. Elder Mo narrowed his eyes. I'm well aware of your background. Back then, you betrayed Wu Tian and hid here to find Wu Tian's relics. Elder Mo glared. Impudent. The darkness turned into the sky and smashed down, suppressing the person from the Thousand Faces game. The person from the Thousand Faces game grinned. The undying God sent me to greet you and give you a chance to join the Eternals. No one in the human race will forgive your past. Lu Yin moved his finger. Wu Tian's relics? This Elder Mo betrayed Wu Tian? Elder Mo snorted. This old man will not return to the origin space, nor will I rely on you monsters. Although he had been asleep for many years, he still knew about the outside world. He knew about the Six Directions Guild, the Lost Clan, and the Seven Sky Gods. The person from the Thousand Faces game growled and laughed. You hid here for so many years and called us monsters. Look at what kind of monsters you raised. They don't even have eyes. A rat like you is not allowed to speak nonsense. Elder Mo pointed, and the darkness pierced through the person's heart. His control over the darkness was too strong, and every attack was enough to instantly kill an ordinary progenitor. The person from the Thousand Faces game glanced at Lu Yin and Danpu. The two of them were trapped in the darkness and could not help him at all. He had to delay this person and wait for that lord to arrive. The darkness could not be broken through. This was a power on the same level as that lord, so he could only attack the main body directly. Another dark force pierced through the person from the Thousand Faces game. He was not afraid of pain since he was a corpse king. Pain, fear, despair, and so on. He did not have any of the negative emotions that humans had, but he could bring these emotions to humans. His scarlet eyes stared at Elder Mo Insider. As soon as he spoke, an invisible force spread out and swept through the darkness. It was like two different spacetimes that crossed each other without colliding with each other. Elder Mo frowned. An invisible force? This is your ancestral world? To be able to turn your innate gift into an ancestral world, your status in the Eternals should not be low. The person from the Thousand Faces game did not reply. The invisible force continued to gather until it finally turned into a huge, invisible form that charged at Elder Mo. Darkness gathered in front of Elder Mo, but it could not stop this force. Although this force was far from the level of the darkness that Elder Mo controlled, its form was different. No matter how strong the darkness was, it was the same if it could not touch it. As the person from the game of 1,000 Faces power swept out, Elder Mo's body swayed, and everything in front of him flickered. In the distance, Lu Yin and the others' figures appeared, and the sunlight godly power also appeared. This was an illusion. This is the power of consciousness. Elder Mo stared at the person. No wonder you could control those trash and use your own consciousness to replace theirs. The person suddenly looked at Lu Yin and Dan Pu. He wanted to control these two. They could not see as they were trapped in the darkness, but he could see. As long as he controlled them and grasped their power, it did not matter whether they could see or not. Dan Pu's body swayed as the person's consciousness tried to invade and replace her thoughts. However, the next moment, the invading consciousness suddenly disappeared as it had been severed. The person stared at Dan Pu. How could this be? His power of consciousness had been severed? Did this person cultivate consciousness? Throughout the universe's countless parallel universes, he had come into contact with too many people and too many strange races, but there were very few who could cultivate consciousness. When had the Lost Clan cultivated consciousness? Suddenly, he stared at Lu Yin. If Dan Pu had surprised him, then Lu Yin had shocked him. He could clearly sense that his consciousness had been suppressed. How was this possible? The person was stunned. This person was clearly only at the 6th origin tribulation, and using various methods to fight against progenitors was already quite exaggerated. It was rare, but now, he even had consciousness? His consciousness was an innate gift that had been cultivated for many years. Although only a trace of it had invaded his thoughts, it was not something that an ordinary progenitor could resist, let alone a cultivator at the 6th origin tribulation. Why was this person's consciousness so tenacious? It was not strong, but tenacious. This person's consciousness was quite tenacious, so much so that the person began to doubt himself. Lu Yin also felt strange at this moment. He had come into contact with a familiar power, and this power had allowed him to pass through the dice and enter that space. He could treat this power as a ball of light. Then, should he fuse with it? He subconsciously wanted to fuse with it. However, if Lu Yin wanted to fuse with it, he would have to suppress the person's consciousness. This was the source of the suppression that the person felt. Lu Yin did not cultivate his consciousness, as this power was completely different from a domain or spiritual force. The outside world had never mentioned a cultivation method for this power, and he did not know that he was suppressing this power. He only knew that this power was very familiar, so familiar that he wanted to fuse with it. The person from the 1,000 Faces Bureau looked deeply at Lu Yin and Dan Pu. What was going on with these two? It wasn't as if he had never tried to control a progenitor before. Humans, astral beasts, and even Eternals had all been controlled by his consciousness, but he had never succeeded in doing so. This was especially true for Lu Yin, who had almost taken his consciousness for himself. If he hadn't retreated in time, the consciousness that had invaded Lu Yin's mind would have been gone. Even if it was only a sliver, it was still the result of many years of cultivation. The people from the 1,000 Faces game were a little afraid. It was no wonder that Lu Yin was valued by the Lord. Elder Mo was a little dizzy. The power of consciousness is indeed strange, but it's not enough to hurt me. Rat, you can die now. The man of 1,000 Faces stared at the god power in the sky with his scarlet eyes. The red light of the god power turned into a long rainbow and was directly drawn to his body. Then, outside the invisible form of power, a layer of red appeared, drawing red lines for his consciousness. At this moment, his consciousness had completely changed. There was a qualitative change, which caused Elder Mo's expression to change drastically. Once any power was fused with god power, it would no longer be ordinary. The clan knows that you're looking for Wu Tian's remnants in this spacetime. It should be the power of the Heaven's Eye. When Wu Tian disappeared for a period of time and reappeared, the Heaven's Eye dimmed. He should have stripped the Heaven's Eye's power and left it somewhere, right here, right? The person from the 1,000 Faces Bureau asked. His voice was hoarse and low as he probed. Elder Mo sneered. There's only one Heaven's Eye, and it died with Wu Tian. Where did it come from? Then what have you been looking for in this space-time for so many years? The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau controlled his consciousness and swept it towards Elder Mo. This time, Elder Mo didn't dare to take it head-on. He didn't even know how terrifying his consciousness was at this moment. On the other side, Lu Yin listened quietly. Only then did he realize that the power that had suddenly appeared was consciousness. Consciousness? He had fused with so many people through the Dai's enhance, and it could be considered cultivation. How was it possible to control him through consciousness? This person from the Thousand Faces Bureau could control others through consciousness, which meant that this power could be cultivated. Since Lu Yin could suppress this power, could he also cultivate like this person? Lu Yin hid this thought in the depths of his heart and took out the bone spur from his cosmic ring. These two people didn't try to hide their conversation, and he had heard it as well. If the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau was right, then Elder Mo had betrayed Wu Tian and stayed in this spacetime to search for Wu Tian's heaven's eye. In that case, Lu Yin's bone spur might be able to find it. This was what the Void Master had said. When Lu Yin had obtained the bone spur, he had said that it might be able to help him find Wu Tian's heaven's eye. As soon as the bone spur appeared, Lu Yin didn't even have time to react before it rushed in a certain direction and quickly disappeared with Lu Yin. Danpu didn't know that Lu Yin was gone. He was still struggling in the darkness and slowly retreating, but he knew that it was useless no matter where he went. Elder Mo was on guard against consciousness, and the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau kept an eye on Elder Mo. Neither of them cared about Lu Yin's disappearance. As long as he was in this space-time, Lu Yin would not be able to escape. This was Elder Mo's confidence. At his level, if he wanted to deal with someone, how could the other party escape by tearing through the void? This entire space-time was under his control. Lu Yin was dragged by the bone spur and circled around before heading to the other side of the tenebrous domain. Lu Yin couldn't see where he was at all, and he allowed the bone spur to drag him along. Eventually, he seemed to collide with something, which was probably a piece of land. Not long after, the bone spur suddenly stopped, and Lu Yin smashed forward due to inertia. With his current strength, the ground shouldn't have been able to resist him at all, and he should have been smashed into pieces. However, not only did he not smash into the ground, but he was also hit by something that slammed into his waist. Lu Yin subconsciously reached out and grabbed an oval-shaped, hard object. What is this? Suddenly, the oval-shaped, hard object in his hand floated up and slowly approached him. Lu Yin's hand was still holding onto the item, and he could feel that it was getting closer to him. He tried to forcefully pull it away, but it seemed to be attracted by something on his body. It slowly drew closer to his face and then to his forehead. Finally, it stuck to the center of his forehead. Could it be that this was the legendary celestial eye? In the distance, Elder Mo used the power of darkness to attack the consciousness. Once the consciousness fused with the divine power, it was no longer untouchable. Now, the tenebrous domain was in a battle between the power of darkness and the consciousness. The people living on the tenebrous domain were running for their lives, wailing in despair. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the east, crossing through the dark space-time. The light didn't weaken at all, and the power of darkness couldn't corrode it at all. Elder Mo looked over in shock. What was this? The person from the Game of 1,000 Faces turned to the east. Lu Yin walked out from the ground, and there were two curved lines on his forehead that twisted and intersected with each other. At first glance, they looked like eyes. This was the celestial eye left behind by Wu Tian. He hadn't expected to obtain the celestial eye in the dark space-time. The moment the celestial eye merged with his forehead, Lu Yin knew that it wasn't just the celestial eye, it was also a martial art. The celestial eye wasn't a real eye, but the source of martial arts. The so-called celestial eye of martial arts was indispensable. The celestial eye could see through camouflage. The laws were the orders of the law, and the laws were fixed. There was no fixed move, and the fixed move was used to break the non-move. The forehead was both the celestial eye and the source of martial arts. Any move, technique, or weapon usage would be absorbed by the source of martial arts and analyzed to break it. This was Wu Tian's power, Wu Tian's inheritance. The reason why Lu Yin was able to obtain it was because he had once viewed the sword steel of the Lu family in the astral tree realm, which was Wu Tian's stone steel. He had obtained the inheritance of He Lian's ability to break through many weapons, which was actually the tool-breaking technique of martial arts. It was precisely because he had obtained this technique that Lu Yun had been able to pass through the Void Gate and obtain the Bone Spike, which had allowed him to use the Bone Spike to find the Celestial Eye. It was only now that Lu Yun realized how great of an opportunity he had obtained when he had viewed the sword steel. The Celestial Eye's beam crossed the heavens and landed on Elder Mo's body. Lu Yun saw it, but his own eyes still couldn't see anything. Elder Mo's power wasn't something that could be broken just by obtaining the Celestial Eye, but the Celestial Eye wouldn't be blocked by Elder Mo either. This was something that Wu Tian had left behind. Lu Yun stared at Elder Mo and saw the latter's dumbfounded expression of disbelief. He also saw the hatred in his eyes grow stronger. Elder Mo had already guessed that Lu Yun had obtained the Celestial Eye. You obtained the Celestial Eye? Elder Mo's eyes widened, and they turned red. The thousand-faced game master stared at Lu Yun with scarlet eyes. The Celestial Eye had been left behind by Wu Tian, and even the Eternals coveted it. This was why the thousand-faced game master had remained in this spacetime in order to compete with Elder Mo for it. Lu Yun used the Celestial Eye to observe Elder Mo and saw something that was completely different from usual. He saw that Elder Mo's terrifying dark power was simply a monster. If they were Dang Hua, then Elder Mo would be a prairie volcano that couldn't be compared. They were too weak against Elder Mo. Aside from that, Lu Yun also saw a strange power. Could that be a sequence particle? It was a power that surpassed ordinary progenitors and touched upon the universe's operating laws. It was a supreme power, and it was also a sequence particle that the hyperspace had always wanted to study. At that moment, Lu Yun saw it on Elder Mo's body. He didn't know how to describe it. Elder Mo was clearly a person, but he was in the darkness. He was the darkness, and the darkness was him. His body and the darkness merged together, forming a sense of order. This sense of order was connected by specks of darkness, forming a natural operation. It formed a law that shouldn't be broken at a glance. Elder Mo, on the other hand, was under this law, but he had touched upon it. You actually obtained the Celestial Eye? Elder Mo seemed to have gone mad, and his entire body erupted with unimaginable power. The darkness was unrestrained, causing the entire dark spacetime to be overturned. Lu Yun was shocked. Through the Heaven's Eye, he could see that Elder Mo had mobilized those particles, causing darkness to descend and devour everything. This was the power that he should have. Elder Mo had gone completely mad. He had been in the dark spacetime for countless years, ever since the era of the Above Heaven sect, all for the sake of searching for the Heaven's Eye. He had paid a great price, but he had still not found it. Now, it had been obtained by a little rat that had just arrived. What angered him even more was that this little rat had wanted to escape, but he had not allowed him to. This little rat from the Lu family. You're courting death. Elder Mo roared, and the darkness deepened, suppressing everything except for the Heaven's Eye's light. The more this was so, the more Elder Mo felt indignant. He knew how powerful Wu Tian's Heaven's Eye was, and it was precisely because of it that Wu Tian was as famous as the Grim Reaper and Fate, becoming one of the three realms. The Grim Reaper created Death Chi, and Fate could see the future. Only Wu Tian cultivated the progenitor astral source, which was nothing special. However, such an ordinary person had created Wu Tian's Heaven's Eye, which was on par with the Grim Reaper and Fate. It had broken through all methods of using weapons and opened up a new era for humans. It had been widely used, and it had become a pioneer for humans. No, he had to obtain Wu Tian's Heaven's Eye. Elder Mo ignored the person in the Thousand Faces game and transformed into darkness, instantly arriving in front of Lu Yun. He did not dare to use too much strength, as he was afraid that he would kill Lu Yun and cause the Heaven's Eye to disappear again. The Heaven's Eye had a power that prevented him from finding it, and that was Wu Tian's punishment. Perhaps he could only snatch the Heaven's Eye from this person. The more Elder Mo thought about it, the more he felt that this person had appeared not to compete with him for the Heaven's Eye, but rather to help him obtain it. Lu Yun watched as Elder Mo appeared. That unbelievable power was not something that he could contend against. The only thing he could do was take out the Eternal Darkness card and take a gamble. It was impossible to use the card to lure Elder Mo in. Lu Yun entered the card first, and Elder Mo followed without hesitation. Did the Lost Clan have a card that could trap him? Unless that old fellow from the Lost Clan appeared, no one else could. The Eternal Darkness card was a 7-star archaic card, and in theory, it could kill a progenitor. However, unless Luin was on the same level as Elder Mo, it would be difficult to deal with him. More importantly, the trap of the Eternal Darkness card was the same as Elder Mo's power, which was to prevent others from seeing the light. How could this kind of power defeat Elder Mo? When Elder Mo entered the Eternal Darkness card, he couldn't help but mock, "You actually want to use the same power to deal with this old man? Son of the Lu clan, you are even more stupid than Lu Bujing." Luin had no other choice, as he had only wanted to buy some time. However, after entering the Eternal Darkness card, he discovered that the particles that connected Elder Mo to time and space no longer existed. What was going on? Could it be that this card can isolate sequence particles? Yes, this was a 7-star ancient card. According to the division of human cultivation, this card was likely to correspond to the peak of humanity. It might not correspond to ancestors or Grand Empyreans, but it should at least correspond to the 3 realms and 6 Dao level. It wasn't impossible for a card of that level to isolate sequence particles. After entering, Elder Mo also realized that something was amiss. The power that he was so proud of, which was infinitely close to martial heaven, was actually useless. What kind of card is this? Luin held the slipper in his hand and took a step forward, slamming it down on the man's head. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, this card was equivalent to limiting Elder Mo's greatest strength. Although the current Elder Mo was also incomparably powerful and wasn't someone that Luin could deal with one-on-one, at least he didn't feel despair. After realizing that he couldn't use his peak strength, Elder Mo's vigilance immediately increased. In this space of absolute darkness, Luin could see with his heaven's eye, but Elder Mo could also see with his own body. Although the darkness isolated the light, the darkness was equivalent to his arms and limbs, and he could sense all movements. Do you really think that you can defeat me with your methods? Little rat of the Lu clan, you think too highly of yourself. Not only did Elder Mo avoid the slap of the slipper, but he also instantly appeared behind Luin. He pointed a finger forward, but the void retreated in an inverted cone shape and pulled Luin back. This kind of finger force that compressed the void and formed a charging force was abnormally powerful. Luin used reverse steps and disrupted spacetime to escape. Elder Mo was surprised. Reverse steps? No wonder you could obtain the Heaven's Eye. You obtained the power of Wu Xing. After saying that, his figure flickered and he also used reverse steps to disrupt the void without affecting time. Compared to his attainments in reverse steps, Luin was clearly stronger. You actually disrupted spacetime? Elder Mo exclaimed. Luin looked back. Old monster, did you betray Wu Tian? Can you believe the words of an Eternal? If Wu Tian finds out that you're working together with a corpse king, he'll definitely clean you up. Elder Mo sneered. He raised a hand, and the darkness condensed and suppressed from all directions. A familiar feeling washed over Luin. It was the same feeling that Luin and Dan Pu had felt when they had been robbed of their light. However, Elder Mo should not be robbing them of their light at this moment. His strength could not conceal the Heaven's Eye, so his current attack would definitely be an attack on Lu Yin's body. Luin stared at Elder Mo, and the Heaven's Eye flickered. Elder Mo's actions extended infinitely and connected to the Heaven's Eye. In an instant, Luin clearly saw all of Elder Mo's actions, and a clear feeling caused his mind to turn cold. He continuously analyzed Elder Mo's actions. This was Wu Fa. Using the Heaven's Eye to analyze Wu Fa, this was the complete Wu Fa Heaven's Eye. Elder Mo's level was extremely high, but he had not touched upon the level of the sequence particles within the card. Although he was a peak progenitor at this moment, far surpassing Luin, Dan Pu, and the others, he was still analyzed by Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye. Luin used reverse steps. Although the darkness was clearly enveloping him from all directions, he still managed to avoid it. He avoided it from an impossible angle. And this angle had been analyzed from Elder Mo's actions. Elder Mo was shocked, he had actually avoided it? His gaze burned. This was the power of Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye. It could find possibilities from the impossible and see through all flaws. Even if this person was at the 6th origin tribulation stage, he could still find the flaws of a powerhouse like Elder Mo. How could he not be greedy for such power? He had betrayed Wu Tian for this power, and this was a power that he had dreamed of obtaining. With his current strength, once he obtained Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye, he would become a second Wu Tian. Even if Wu Tian had been alive, he might not have been able to defeat Lu Yin. Hand over Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye, Elder Mo barked. Sink. The darkness collapsed, and Lu Yin stared at Elder Mo. This was the ancestral world. The entire eternal darkness card had collapsed, and there was nowhere to hide. Lu Yin shouted, "Old freak, if you dare to kill me, I'll destroy Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye first." Elder Mo sneered. You can destroy Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye? Lu Yin took out the bone spur. This was the one that led me to Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye. It came from the Void God spacetime. Didn't you know that Wu Tian and the Void God were good friends? Elder Mo stared at the bone spike as darkness twisted around it. There was no mistake, this was indeed Wu Tian's power. He had also seen it when Wu Fei had been dragged away. This was it. For a moment, he could not be sure. Lu Yin aimed the bone spike at his forehead. At worst, we'll just die together. If I die, you can forget about obtaining Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye. Elder Mo stared at Lu Yin. Do you want to die? Nope. Hand over Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye, and I'll let you live. Lu Yin mocked, Old freak, you're smart, but I'm not stupid. Do you think I'll believe you? You have no other choice, Elder Mo said coldly. Lu Yin shook his head. I have a choice. Let me go. You're joking. Elder Mo stepped forward, and Lu Yin went on guard. Darkness surged from behind him, and Lu Yin turned around and struck out with a palm. A blackish-purple substance spread out as he visualized the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. His palm struck out, and the void exploded. He had long since prepared for this. Elder Mo would not allow him to threaten him, and he would definitely have various methods. Elder Mo did not expect Lu Yin to be able to block the attack of the darkness. The power of the attack was not too strong, so it would not enter the Heaven's Eye, but it was not too weak either. It should have been able to cause this kid to lose his ability to fight, but Lu Yin had actually blocked it. How did you learn it? Lu Yin raised his hand and waved it. I learned it. Elder Mo exclaimed, the Third Mainland's ancient Tao master created a unique cultivation method. With a mortal body, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a progenitor. However, only he and Han Xian succeeded in cultivating that power. You actually succeeded as well. I have to say that the Lu family has produced a genius. Your talent is definitely not below Lu Tian's. With such talent, it would be a pity if you died. Hand over Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye, and I can swear that I won't touch you. In fact, I can even promise to do something for you as long as you hand it over. Lu Yin was tempted. Really? Absolutely. Elder Mo's eyes blazed. He could pay a lot for Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Let me think about it. Elder Mo frowned. What are you thinking about? The higher one's cultivation, the less likely they are to swear. Especially at my level, an oath involves karma. It involves a level that you can't understand. Unless it's absolutely necessary, no one will easily make a promise. Lu Yin shook his head. But at your level, that kind of karma can be broken, right? Elder Mo's eyes widened. Broken? That involves the laws of the universe. Hasn't your darkness power reached that level as well? Lu Yin asked. Elder Mo looked deeply at Lu Yin. It seems that you know a lot, kid. When Lu Tianyi was your age, he was far from your strength. However, you only know one thing. Even if the laws of the universe can be broken, the price to pay is not small. It's enough to make a cultivator at my level become the enemy of the current universe. There are some universes that you can't enter as you wish, nor can you interfere with the laws of the universe as you wish. You know too little. At this moment, the person from the Thousand Faces game entered. The habitual darkness did not bother him, and he directly swept his consciousness towards Elder Mo. He was afraid that Elder Mo would snatch Lu Yin's Heaven's Eye. The reason why he stayed in this spacetime was also for the Heaven's Eye. No matter what, he could not leave this battle. He had to stall for time. Lu Yun did not expect the person from the Thousand Faces game to suddenly enter. Could it be that this corpse king also wanted to snatch the Heaven's Eye? Otherwise, he should have fought with Elder Mo. There was no time to think too much. Since he had entered, Lu Yun would not be polite. You're courting death. Elder Mo attacked the person from the Thousand Faces game. The fusion of ideologies and divine power made him fearful, especially when he couldn't use the power of rules in this card. But even so what? He was one of the 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters from the era of the sect above heaven, a powerful ancestor who had survived until now. The ideology of fusing divine power indeed made him wary, but it was not difficult to avoid it. Elder Mo stepped backwards, and the people in the Thousand Faces game could not find him at all. Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out, and a ray of darkness wrapped in sword light flashed past. The head of the person in the Thousand Faces game tilted, and a huge wound appeared where his neck connected to his shoulder. This was a sword wound. Lu Yun was surprised. Finger sword technique? Elder Mo sneered, you have some knowledge. After saying that, he put his index and middle fingers together and pointed out. The sword light swept towards the person in the Thousand Faces game. The person in the Thousand Faces game was an Ancestor Realm Corpse King. His physical strength was extremely powerful. Although he could not compare to a powerful Corpse King that had used Corpse King transformation, he was still much stronger than a human Ancestor Realm expert of the same realm. Even so, he was still easily injured by the finger sword technique. Elder Mo's attainments in the finger sword technique were extremely high, or rather, his attainments in the sword Dao were extremely high. This was the second time that Lu Yun had seen the finger sword technique. The first time had been with Lu Song, who had been the Undying Deity's half-ancestor clone. This sword technique used the fingers as a substitute and was extremely sharp. It was not inferior to any real sword attack, and Elder Mo's finger sword technique's destructive power was unparalleled. He stepped backward and raised his finger as a sword. Streaks of sword light shot out. Most of the people in the game of 1,000 Faces dodged, but there were still dozens of streaks of sword light that landed on him. His body was covered in wounds, and he looked extremely miserable. And ideology could not capture Elder Mo at all. Elder Mo had relied on his own strength to easily suppress the person from the game of 1,000 Faces and Lu Yun in this card that couldn't use nomological powers. His level of strength was too high. If Lu Yun had been a progenitor, then with his celestial eye and reversal step, the finger sword technique would not have been able to harm him. However, he was not a progenitor, and sometimes, power was just that unreasonable. Even if he could see it, it was useless. He had to be able to avoid it. With reverse steps, he could avoid some of them, but he couldn't avoid all of them. The result wouldn't be much better than the people in the game of 1,000 Faces. Taking advantage of Elder Mo's heavy injuries, Lu Yun took out the Grim Reaper's left arm, gripped Go Lian tightly, and faced Elder Mo head-on. Elder Mo suddenly stared at Lu Yun, his expression changing drastically. The power of the Grim Reaper? How much power have you cultivated? Lu Yun did not answer him. Instead, the black deathly aura slashed across the card world. On the other side, the consciousness slammed into Elder Mo, sealing off his path of retreat. Without any hesitation, Elder Mo raised his other hand. Infinite finger sword technique. Countless sword lights slashed out, clashing head-on with the death god's slash. The sharp sword lights continuously shattered, accompanied by scattered death chi. Elder Mo did not allow himself to be surrounded by the two forces and only attacked one. Compared to God Force, he was more willing to deal with death chi. The Grim Reaper was as famous as Wu Tian, but the sole true god was above everything and was as famous as the primogenitor. Lu Yun's eyes widened, as he could feel the death god's cleave being continuously depleted. Elder Mo's finger sword technique emitted countless sword lights, and no matter how powerful the death god's cleave was, it would still be worn down. He had no choice but to leave the eternal darkness immediately. He wasn't Elder Mo's match in the card world, so he might be able to escape from the dark spacetime. The moment Lu Yun left eternal darkness, he was surrounded by darkness. He raised a hand and used his finger sword technique. Wu Fa's celestial eye was just that tyrannical. He could clearly see battle techniques and instantly learn them, and he could even find flaws in them. Lu Yun's own sword techniques were extremely high, and the 13 swords had raised his level to the point where he could easily cultivate the finger sword technique. However, it was still not enough to tear apart the darkness. The difference between him and Elder Mo was too great. Even if Nong Yi and Lu Yun from the Divine Seal catalog were to act, they would still be unable to. They could not instantly break through the darkness. As long as he could not instantly break through the darkness, he would not be able to escape from Elder Mo, as the darkness was endless. Lu Yun suddenly thought that if he had not obtained the Eternal Darkness card, but the Lost Clan's other 7-star ancient card, the Aurora card, he would have had an advantage against Elder Mo. The Death God's cleave was forcefully torn apart by the infinite finger sword technique, and Elder Mo looked at Lu Yun. Child of the Lu family, leave your celestial eye behind, and I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Yun looked behind Elder Mo and his consciousness approached. Think of a way to make me believe you. Elder Mo snorted and stepped backwards towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun saw that his consciousness could not approach Elder Mo, so he could only leave the card. Darkness wrapped around his feet and he could not escape, so he could only leave with Elder Mo. He really wanted to keep Elder Mo in the Eternal Darkness. With the characteristics of the Eternal Darkness card, he might be able to trap him for a while. After Lu Yun and Elder Mo left the card, he hurriedly released the people from the Thousand Faces game. If they did not work together, they would not be able to deal with Elder Mo. The people from the Thousand Faces game were already in tatters. The moment they came out, they immediately absorbed the divine power. The divine power was like the sun, hanging above the dark domain. At this moment, the red light was drawn to his body. Not only did he repair himself, but he was also fusing with his consciousness. Elder Mo frowned. He had to deal with this corpse king first. After leaving the card, the particles appeared once more. Lu Yun could clearly see with his celestial eye that the current Elder Mo had once again transformed into a colossus, an unparalleled colossus. The particles seemed to have formed naturally and were difficult to shake, as only Elder Mo himself could move them. Darkness descended once again. Lu Yun was helpless. He could not win at all. Up until now, Elder Mo was not even injured. This old monster. If the era of the above sky sect in the origin space had not been shattered, Lu Yun could not imagine how powerful the leaders of the 12 Elysian Gates were. He could not imagine how powerful the powerhouses who had surpassed the 12 Elysian Gates were, such as the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 3 realms, and the 6 Daos of that era. With a direct comparison, Lu Yun finally understood how powerful the 7 sky gods were. The ancestral Mang had also survived from that era until now. It was incomparably powerful, but it still could not deal with the undying god. It could only hold it in place. This was the 7 sky gods. The 7 sky gods were old monsters, and Elder Mo was also an old monster. The sun-like divine power moved. It was no longer the red light that was being drawn, but the entire divine power was being drawn by the people from the Thousand Faces game. They collided with Elder Mo. Lu Yun opened his celestial eye and found Dan Pu's card in the darkness. He moved the spatial lines and appeared beside the card. He grabbed it and then found Dan Pu. Ever since Elder Mo made them unable to see the light, Dan Pu had been crippled. Without the card, his battle power had been reduced by half. If he could not see the light, he did not dare to move. It was meaningless. He might as well stay where he was and guard the space. When Lu Yun appeared, Dan Pu instinctively attacked. "It's me," Lu Yun growled. Dan Pu stopped and warned, "Don't move." Lu Yun was speechless. What's the difference? He handed the card to Dan Pu. Dan Pu felt the card and hurriedly took it. She was surprised. You found it? She had thought that the card was gone and felt her heart ache. Let's leave quickly. Lu Yun tore through the void and tried to escape again. However, the darkness was all pervasive. This spacetime was under Elder Mo's control, and there was no way to escape. Elder Mo avoided the divine power. What a waste of time. I'll let you experience true darkness. Great dark sky. With a rumble, Elder Mo growled, the originally dark spacetime suddenly shook. Immediately after, the sky above their heads descended. The dark sky replaced the stars and pressed down on the entire dark spacetime. Lu Yun was shocked. Old monster, if you attack again, I'll destroy my celestial eye. Elder Mo sneered. He could not use the great dark sky inside the card and could only be threatened by Luin. However, the great dark sky had already descended, and it was too late. In the world of darkness, only I am supreme. In an instant, everyone in the dark spacetime collapsed. Their bodies were invaded by the darkness. Whether it was their consciousness or their physical body, they sank into the darkness. Whether it was humans, creatures, or even stars, they all sank into the darkness in an instant. It was as if time had stopped. Luin, Dan Pu, and the people from the Thousand Faces game were no exception. They all collapsed, unable to resist. Only the divine power was still floating. No matter how strong the darkness was, it could not swallow the divine power. The divine power was like a sun floating in the darkness. As the people from the Thousand Faces game fell, it floated aimlessly. Elder Mo glanced at the fallen Luin and looked at the divine power. No home? It's good to stay here. Let the Six Paths Guild think that it was the eternal race who did it. He looked around. There's no need to stay in this dark spacetime. With that, he headed in Lu Yin's direction. He did not kill Dan Pu or the people from the Thousand Faces game. These two represented the lost tribe and the eternal race. They would be useful at critical moments. Luin was even more so. He wanted to obtain the Celestial Eye first. When he obtained the Celestial Eye and became the new Wu Tian, he would have nothing to fear. As he thought about it, Elder Mo became more and more excited. He got closer and closer to Luin. At this moment, the divine power that was floating aimlessly suddenly flew towards Luin. The moment the person from the Thousand Faces game fell, the divine power in his body was absorbed by the sun-like divine power. His consciousness also dissipated because there was no one to control it. This was also why Elder Mo thought that the divine power had no home. It could not find a person to merge with. But no one expected that there would be divine power in Lu Yin's body. Although it was only a little, it was like a lighthouse. To the sun-like divine power, this little bit of divine power was the symbol. It rushed towards Luin without hesitation. Elder Mo sensed the divine power rushing towards him and hurriedly dodged. He immediately looked at the person from the Thousand Faces game. He had clearly fainted, so how could he still attack? No, it wasn't him. The divine power did not attack Elder Mo. Instead, it followed him and rushed towards Luin. Elder Mo saw it and was shocked. He hurriedly tried to stop it. However, the divine power made him apprehensive. The terror of the only true God was deeply imprinted in his heart. He did not even dare to touch it. The divine power successfully smashed into Luin. Elder Mo stared at Luin in a daze. Why did the divine power rush towards him? It was not an attack, but more like merging with him? Wasn't this child from the Lu family? He had the power of the Lu family and cultivated the power of the Grim Reaper and the power of the ancient Pathmaster. How could he be related to divine power? He stared at Luin and approached him step by step. What happened to this child? The dark starry sky was silent. All the creatures were sleeping. Only Elder Mo approached Luin step by step. He could hear the sound of his heart beating. He was afraid. That's right, he was afraid. He was afraid that Luin would be killed by the divine power. He was afraid that the Celestial Eye would be destroyed by the divine power. This was his long-cherished wish for countless years. It was clearly within reach, so he could not lose it. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. The more worried he was, the more he did not dare to approach, afraid that he would see a scene that he did not want to see. The sound of his heartbeat grew louder and louder. Wait, Elder Mo's gaze turned cold. This was not the sound of his heart beating, but his? End of chapter 2759. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.